1. "Are you ready, Sam?" my mother asked from the left side of my bed. I blinked. It was all I could do. "You sure you want to do this?" asked my father from the right. He was holding my hand. I could see it, but I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel anything. Hadn't been able to for almost a year now. "I can assure you, Mr. and Mrs. Sullivan, your son will be fine," Dr. Marks told them, as he strode into the room with a holopad in hand. I noticed how my mother straightened when the good doctor entered, and my father eyed him with customary suspicion. The man looked more like a model for those steamy romance novels that my mother liked to read than he did a doctor. But that wasn't the only reason that my father didn't like him. As far as the old man was concerned, the doctor was the reason that I had decided to live in the virtual world. I wasn't in a hospital, and I was pretty sure that Dr. Marks wasn't a real doctor. The building resembled a hospital, but rather than white walls, these were a dark matte blend of blacks and grays that reminded me of the marble countertop at home. The walls had a single glowing multicolored panel that zigzagged across them at haphazard angles and wrapped around the door leading out into the hall. We were inside the headquarters of the Horizon Corporation in Petaluma, California, but we might as well have been on a spaceship. There were no windows, due to the fact that we were 10 levels below ground, and there was an almost inaudible buzz inside the structure that hinted at mysterious power. "Will he be fine?" my father asked bitterly. "You said yourself that there's a chance he won't make it, that his brain won't adjust to the new reality." "What I said was that there is a 0.0097% chance of that happening, which is minuscule," said the doctor. I wanted to scream at them both. I wanted to tell my parents, "I love you, but please piss off." This was my choice after all. They didn't understand what it was like being paralyzed. They didn't understand what a hell it would be to live with them for the rest of my life, unable to leave when I wanted to, unable to speak, unable to tell them to stop fucking fighting all the time. Compared to that living hell, a 0.0097% of having my brain fried was nothing. Not when the alternative was a new life in a new world, and more importantly, a body that worked. "And what about this world that you're putting him in?" my father asked. "I've heard things about this game, this Rebirth Online, and not all of them are good." Rebirth Online, the first fully immersive virtual reality game, was an MMORPG player's dream. In-game, you could be just about anything you wanted to be. Drow elf, goblin, dwarf, dragonkin, troll, furry, basically anything found in fantasy literature. It was being hailed as the greatest achievement in gaming history. The gear implants alone cost upwards of $50,000. If a player wanted to start off with sick gear, magical items, weapons, and money, they would have to shell out some big bucks. I was by no means rich, but I had settled out of court with the trucking company whose drunk employee caused the accident that severed my spine, and I had sprung for the full package. I paid to start the game as a level 10 mage with a magical sword, enchanted cloth armor, and 100,000 in gold to spend on whatever else I wanted. That is, as long as my father didn't sabotage the deal. "I can assure you, Mr. Sullivan, the game is completely safe," the doctor said absently, and began flicking his finger across his tablet. "Your son is scheduled to be immersed in less than 10 minutes. We need to finish preparing him." My father turned watery eyes my way, and I loved the old man for his sensitivity. I felt water collect on my own lids, but blinked them away stubbornly. "Oh," said my mother between sniffles. "I feel like this is goodbye." "You can visit Sam in-game whenever you like, Mrs. Sullivan," the doctor assured her for the 10th time that week. My mother cried into my shoulder and kissed my cheek, while my father rustled my hair, and I winked at them both to let them know I was okay. When they finally left, Dr. Marks came to stand beside my bed and smiled down on me. "You ready for your new life?" the doctor asked. His breath smelled like coffee and mints. I blinked repeatedly. Hell yeah, I was ready. The doctor nodded and touched his tablet, and the implants inside my brain responded with a low buzzing noise that scared the living shit out of me. My heartbeat leapt on the monitor, and the doctor glanced at me. "How we feeling?" I blinked. "I don't know about you, Doc, but I feel like a guinea pig." He couldn't hear me, of course, but he nodded, returned to his pad, and clicked it a few more times. The implants whirled and buzzed, and I started to get a little scared. Had I made a mistake? Would I be one of the small percentage of people whose brain was fried by the implants? "You still with me, Sam?" the doctor asked, as deep concern marred his features. 2 blinks meant no, so I blinked heavily only once. "Shit, Doc, let's get this the hell over with." "James," the doctor said as he touched the device in his ear, "you want to come and take a look at this?" I didn't hear a reply, but the doctor seemed placated by the answer that came in his earpiece. "I just want my colleague to look over a few of your vitals," Dr. Marks told me. What the hell could possibly be going on? Was I about to have a heart attack? My heart rate beeped pretty fast on the machine. Maybe my brain was going to short circuit. It sure felt weird. The humming of the implants had settled down a bit. Now sporadic zaps were bouncing around my brain, and I wondered if I was about to have a stroke. A man, presumably James, strode into the room. His name tag said Dr. Hamilton, and the name fit. He was a lean, blonde-haired dude with glasses and a square chin. "What do you have for me?" he asked Dr. Marks in an English accent. The 2 doctors met at the end of my bed and went over my stats, glancing back at me every now and again. If they were trying to freak me out, it was working. I prayed that it was nothing. The only thing that had pulled me out of my deep depression after the accident was the possibility that I might have a second chance at life with Rebirth Online. If this fell through, I didn't know what I would do. A life spent strapped to a bed would be torture, and though I tried to put on a brave face for my parents, I had already been having suicidal thoughts for months. The problem was I couldn't have ended my misery even if I wanted to. If the doctors determined that I was at too great a risk to enter the game, then I would be doomed to a life of forever being a watcher in a world that frowned down on me with pity. What the hell is taking so long? Finally, the doctors parted, and they each walked up to one side of my bed. Dr. Marks on the right and Dr. Hamilton on my left. "We've found some anomalies that are troubling," Dr. Hamilton said with a furrowed brow. "Now, Sam," Dr. Marks added, "you're an adult, and you have the final say. Spit it out, dude." A pensive stare from Dr. Marks, and then, "Your brain waves indicate that your serotonin, well, let me put it to you plainly. Please do. We believe that due to these new developments, your chances of survival have lessened by nearly 2%. Do you understand? I'm paralyzed, not stupid." I blinked once. "Do you still want to proceed?" Dr. Hamilton asked. I blinked again. 2%, 4, hell, 10. I didn't care. Dying during this procedure was a lot more exciting than living out the rest of my days as I was. Don't get me wrong. There were plenty of people whose spirit was so indomitable, so incredibly strong that they learned how to thrive in my condition. But I wasn't one of them. The doctors looked at each other, seemingly to silently communicate something. Then Dr. Hamilton reached toward the back of my head, while Dr. Marks typed furiously on his pad. "All right, Sam, here we go," said Dr. Marks with a nod toward his colleague. I mentally braced myself for what was about to happen, though I had no idea what I was really in for. The doctors had tried to explain it, saying that I would feel some discomfort, but that had been about it. Assimilation in 5, 4, Dr. Marks counted down, and I wondered what the hell happened to starting a countdown at 10. 3, 2, shit. Here we go. 1. Chapter 2. As soon as the countdown was finished, the buzzing in my head became unbearable. If I could have screamed, I would have. If I could have flailed in my bed, I would have. Instead, I was helpless to express my discomfort and terror. The matte room, with its strange glowing panel and its disinfectant scent, disappeared like chalk art in the rain, and I found myself falling through a deep, empty nothingness. Then the pain disappeared. My feet touched the ground, and I opened my eyes. I found myself standing on a well-worn dirt road. The shock of being on my own 2 feet made me dizzy, and I fell on my ass. The sun was incredibly bright, and I raised my hand to blot it out and blinked to focus my eyes. I looked at my hand as I did so, delighted to be able to move it. I kicked my legs, turned my head from side to side, and then reached for my dick. It was there, and I could feel it. I looked down at the silken robes that I wore. They were red with gold trim, thin and comfortable. There was also a pack on my back and a short sword strapped to my belt. Rebirth Online offered a plethora of races that players could choose from, including customized avatars for the right price. But I had chosen to be a human and look like myself. My choice might seem boring to some, but I'd been unable to use my own body for so long that doing so in-game felt like a miracle. I leapt to my feet and let out a pent-up primal scream. Birds erupted from the nearby canopy as my voice echoed across the land. My body felt like it had before the accident, only stronger. I flexed my muscles, glanced down at my legs, laughed to myself, and then took off down the road at top speed. I must have sprinted for a full mile, and when I stopped, I breathed deeply of the fresh air. "I can run again," I told the world, and accentuated the proclamation with a powerful, "Fuck yeah!" In my ecstasy, I hadn't really taken in the world around me. I spun a full circle, admiring how real everything looked. To the north, the distant mountain range edged across the horizon like jagged teeth. To the south, and down a wide valley, a small village sat beside a snaking river. To the east and west lay lush forests, and from them came the call of exotic birds. I smelled flowers and dead leaves, while the faint scent of pine flowed on the soft breeze that tousled my shaggy brown hair. I turned in circles as I admired the world, and nearly leapt out of my skin when I found an old man standing in the middle of the road less than 3 feet away. "Oh, hello," I said, trying not to act as startled as I felt. Yes, hello is in order," said the old man as he beamed at me from over the rims of thin spectacles. He wiggled his bushy handlebar mustache and tugged on his long, pointy beard. "You are in need of a mage trainer, and I happen to be just that." "Cool, that's super convenient," I said as I glanced around and continued to wonder where he had come from. "Not so much for me," he said with a chuckle. "But here I am, and here you are. I can see that you're a level 10, and you've never so much as cast a spell." The old mage shook his head and gave an annoyed tisk-tisk. "Young people these days, always in such a hurry." "I wanted to get a head start in-game," I explained. "Other players have already joined the game, and it's going to be hard enough getting to the top before them." "The top?" he said quizzically. "There is no top." "What do you mean? There's no level cap?" Again he shook his head, and he straightened his robes, taking on a serious manner. "Are you prepared to learn, Samson Sullivan?" "Hell yeah," I said. "Good. Now bring up your interface." How?" He rolled his eyes, grumbling about power without wisdom. "What?" "The same way you wiggle a finger," he explained. "Or hold your breath, or close your eyes. Just will it to happen, and it will happen." "Really? All right." I concentrated on my interface popping up out of nowhere, and to my surprise, a weathered scroll suddenly appeared about 18 inches from my face and began to unroll. Rebirth Online. Menu. "That's so cool," I said dreamily. "Well then, what does it say?" the mage trainer asked impatiently. "Oh, it just says Rebirth Online and menu." Good. Go ahead and touch the menu icon." I did, though it was kind of weird tapping something that wasn't really there. But once my finger reached the hologram-like icon, the ink on the scroll shifted to create new words. "What do you see now?" asked the old man. "I have a bunch of options," I told him as I scanned the list. Character overview, social, spells, skills, professions, world map, inventory, quest log. "Good," said the trainer. "Now tap on character overview." I did so, and a small laugh escaped me as the scroll quickly closed and opened again. This is way too cool. Character: Samson Sullivan. Race: human. Class: mage. Level: 10, 0%. Health: 100%. Mana: 100%. Armor: 50. Stamina: 100. Strength: 50. Speed: 50. Vitality, 100. Spirit, 100. Arcane knowledge, 0. "Any questions?" the mage trainer asked. "Yeah, a lot," I said with a laugh, as I tried to see him around the floating interface. "Just shrink it, lad," said the trainer. I reached out and touched the sides, then slid my hands closer to each other. It worked, and the scroll became smaller. I found that I could even move it around and place it wherever I wanted. "What is vitality, sir? And why are my health and mana a percentage rather than a base number like the other stats?" "Both very good questions, lad. Vitality is your energy, and it, combined with strength, determines your health. Multiply the two, and you get your health points, or HP. "All right," I said, doing the math. "Then my 50 strength and 100 vitality equals 5,000 health?" "Very good," said the trainer. "Now your mana is calculated much the same way, except you multiply your spirit and arcane knowledge." "I don't have any arcane knowledge," I said, as I stared at the big fat 0 on my interface. "I thought I was a mage." He chuckled and slapped his knee, turning to the nearest tree and hooking a thumb back toward me. "Get a load of this guy," he said to the tree, before turning back to me. "You have 0 arcane knowledge because you bought your way to level 10. In layman's terms, you don't know shit. Ha! Well, we need to remedy that." "Right you are. Dismiss that menu by swiping it right and go back to the last one," he said, and waited for me to comply. "Now tap on spells." I did what he told, and the ink on the scroll quickly shifted. Fireball, arcane lightning. "Only 2 spells?" I said, more than a little disappointed. "I'm a friggin' level 10. The mage trainer produced a wand in his right hand in the blink of an eye and swiftly rapped my head with it. "Ow! Ow is right," he said, smacking my knuckles as I rubbed my head. "It must hurt to be as stupid as you. Now pay attention. You might be level 10, but your brain is level zip 0 nada. Get it? You need to learn more spells and learn them the hard way, with attribute points. What are attribute points, you might ask? Well, I'm glad you brought it up. Attribute points are awarded exactly 30 per level, no matter the level, forever. Get it, got it, good," he said before I could answer. "Now, since you are level 10, then you have how many attribute points to use?" 300, I answered, thinking that was pretty cool. "What can I use them on?" He said, hand on chin and eyes looking quizzically upward. "What can you use attribute points on? Maybe attributes." "All right, dude, quit yelling in my face," I said, growing annoyed. "Dude," he said snidely. "Watch it, Sonny. I'll fry your ass right here and show you a real mage." All right, you win. Tell me about attribute points, please." He cleared his throat. "Each attribute point is worth 1 point towards one of your 6 base attributes. Since you have 300 attribute points, you can boost any of your 6 attributes: stamina, strength, speed, vitality, spirit, and arcane knowledge. Now, as for your attributes, stamina is self-explanatory. Strength equals physical strength, and determines how much damage melee classes can deal. Speed is exactly what it implies. Vitality, as you know, is your energy level, and spirit determines your spell damage." I went back to the main menu and looked over my stats again, wondering where I should apply the 300 attribute points. Character: Samson Sullivan. Race: human. Class: mage. Level: 10. 0%. Health: 100%. Mana: 100%. Armor: 50. Stamina: 100. Strength: 50. Speed: 50. Vitality: 100. Spirit: 100. Arcane knowledge: 0. I could go super heavy on stamina and last a lot longer than other players and NPCs around my level, but then again, if I added it all to spirit, I would be able to cast some super powerful spells. Speaking of spells, I wondered what new spells I might unlock if I spent them on arcane knowledge. but in the end I decided that it was best to not put all my eggs in one basket. "I'll apply the 300 points evenly across all 6, I told the trainer. "Very good choice," he said with a nod, and waved his hand slowly in front of my face, saying, "Whoosh!" I glanced at the scroll and found that my stats had been updated. Character: Samson Sullivan. Race: human. Class: mage. Level: 10. 10% progress. Health: 100%. Mana: 100%. Armor: 50. Stamina: 150. Strength: 100. Speed: 100. Vitality: 150. Spirit: 150. Arcane knowledge: 50. "I don't feel much different," I told the trainer. "No," he said, eyeing me sidelong and chewing his cud. "Look inward, not your body, not your mind." I tried not to think of my body or my brain and let my thoughts disperse. After a moment, I began to feel something. It was faint, but promised power like a quiet but distant waterfall. "What is that?" I asked. Then I took in a startled breath when the small speck of strange power that I had found blazed brighter within me. "That, my friend, is magic. Learn to know and trust that feeling, but also how to control the urge for more." I hardly heard him, so enamored was I with the power churning within me. "What do I do with it?" I asked. "Release it. What else? Now pay attention and do exactly as I do with my hands." I watched him like a hawk as he got into a kind of Tai Chi defensive pose. He then brought his hands near each other in front of his chest and touched each thumb to the opposite pinky. He looked like he was holding an invisible ball, which he cocked back in his right hand. A fiery glow began to burn in his palm, and I nearly shit myself with excitement. I struck the Tai Chi pose, brought my thumbs and pinkies together, and cocked back my right arm, keeping my pinkies and thumbs in contact. A spark of flame like that which I felt burning within me appeared in the middle of the space between my hands. As I watched, it grew bigger, until it was the size of a softball in my hand. The flames didn't burn me, but I was getting nervous. It was getting too big, too powerful. "What do I do now?" I yelled nervously. "Let it go!" I thrust my hands forward, and the fireball erupted from my palms like a rocket, blowing back my hair and sailing in an arc for 100 feet before exploding down the road. "Holy shit!" I said breathlessly, as I stared at my red, glowing hands. "Impressive," he said with a nod of approval. "That was a fireball. You can practice more later. Now I will teach you arcane lightning." "Epic," I said breathlessly. "Excuse me? It means this is freaking awesome," I explained. "Yes, well, this is just the beginning, my eager young friend. Now, place your hands like this," the trainer said, as he pressed his hands together like he was in prayer. I mimicked the pose and watched as he rolled his hands forward in a complete loop back to prayer pose. "Careful not to break contact," he said, as he showed me again. "All right," I said as I licked my lips. I brought my hands together in prayer pose, then slowly turned them, first pressing the thumbs together, then the knuckles, bottom of the hands, and back to prayer pose. Once my palms settled back together, my hands erupted with crackling lightning. Holy shitballs! I could feel the incredible power surging in between my pressed palms. My teeth chattered a bit as the spell grew in strength, and I imagined my shaggy hair standing on end. "What are you waiting for?" the trainer asked. "Shoot it at something." "How?" I asked, as the lightning crackled and hissed in my hands. "Push out from your chest with both hands." I focused on the big evergreen on the right side of the road and let loose my lightning, throwing it like a basketball chest pass. The lightning exploded from my palms and shot across the road, followed by a deafening boom of thunder. The tree that I had aimed at was rocked by a dozen biting arcs of lightning, and to my amazement, it went up like a dried-out Christmas tree. "That was impressive for a first time, but also stupid. Now you have no mana left," said the trainer. "Look at your mana bar." "Huh?" I said, glancing around. Near your brow, there should be a green health bar and a blue mana bar. Oh, yeah, I see it, I said, noticing how faint the blue mana bar was. I felt different, too, like I had just taken a magical dump or something. Yup, no mana. And here comes some bad news, said the trainer with a chuckle, as he pointed down the road. Nice knowing you, kid. He disappeared, and I turned around to find 4 horsemen coming my way. Bravo, young lad, said the lead man. The group was a dangerous-looking lot, and I instinctively knew that they weren't looking to make friends. The leader's face began to glow as I fixed my gaze on him, and holographic words appeared above his head. Name: Mad Morgan, NPC. Race: human. Class: highwayman. Level 14. Health: 100%. Mana: 0%. Armor: 250. Stamina: 300. Strength: 300. Speed: 250. Vitality: 300. Spirit: 100. Arcane knowledge: 0. There was also a green health bar above his head, and at that moment it was full. A quick scan of his posse showed me levels of 12 and higher. There was an ice mage with clear blue eyes who cocked her head at me and smirked, a cleric with an impressive-looking staff that glowed so bright it was hard to look at, and lastly, a rogue with about 24 daggers strapped to his black leather armor. When I read the name above the group, I let out a chuckle. What's so funny, eh, Magey? Mad Morgan asked as he got down from his horse. Mad Morgan and the Creepers, eh? I said affably. That's the name, don't wear it out, said the lead thug. My mana was climbing very slowly, and I needed to buy myself some time. I like your name. You think I could join your little group? Mad Morgan scoffed as he sauntered over to me while his crew fanned out. He wore tarnished silver armor that looked to have seen about 1,000 battles. He was an NPC, or non-player character, but his green eyes were alive with insight and self-awareness, and I gulped when I remembered that the NPCs in Rebirth Online had been programmed to think that they were as real as the world around them. Good to meet you, I said as I extended my hand. The name's Samson. A heartbeat later, the rogue popped up behind me and stabbed me in the side. My enchanted robe took part of the blow, but pain still shot through my side. The ice mage suddenly unleashed an icy blue shard from her left hand that slammed into my gut. My robes took the brunt of the spell, but the breath burst out of me explosively. The cleric raised a palm to the sky, and I was suddenly encased in shadow. Unholy fury, losing 2 armor per second, 10-second duration. My armor steadily decreased as I tried to defend myself. I drew my sword and spun as I swung, trying to get the rogue away from me, but he ducked the blade and came up with a dagger in each hand. He struck like a cobra, stabbing each blade into my stomach. This time, the robes didn't stop it. I let out an unintelligible scream of surprise and pain, and Mad Morgan punched me in the face with his metal gauntlet. Stars danced in my vision, and even my interface glitched for a moment as big letters and numbers dominated my view. Health, 70%. The rogue stabbed me again, decreasing my health by another 15%. Then the 2 men backed away from me, laughing. I tried to retaliate with my fireball, but my mana was still too low, and my hands didn't seem to want to work right. I glanced up from my smoking palm and groaned when I saw the ice mage unleash a ball of writhing blue snowflakes that streaked across the road and hit me in the chest. Cold like I had never felt ripped through the enchantments of my robe and gripped my bones. I froze, barely registering that I had actually been turned into ice, and slowly toppled over, frozen. I couldn't move a muscle, and my mind screamed at my body to do something, just as it had done for the last year. I might as well have been strapped to another hospital bed. Warning: health 10%. Mad Morgan laughed as he and his cronies circled me and began kicking the living shit out of me. They didn't stop until my health was down to 2%. By then, the cleric's curse and the ice mage's spell had worn off, and they went through my wet pockets as I lay there shivering and close to death. "What do we have here?" Mad Morgan asked mockingly, as he held up a glowing pouch that he had plucked from one of the many pockets in my backpack. He opened it up, and the golden glow of the contents illuminated his grinning face. "That's mine," I managed to croak. "Not anymore, it ain't," Mad Morgan said as he closed the sack containing all my gold. He knelt down beside me, his face an inch from my own. Then he smiled, and the worst morning breath I'd ever smelled sailed straight up my nostrils. "Holy shit! Did you eat a cat turd?" I asked between shivers. He shared an overzealous laugh with his cronies, produced a dagger, and stabbed me in the heart. Pain shot through my chest, and I tried to cry out, but I had no voice. A familiar paralysis overcame me, and the lights streaked across my vision. I had the sickening feeling of falling as the lights flashed by, and then everything went black. You have died. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing in a decrepit old cemetery. What the hell? I looked down at my body and nearly shit myself when I found it translucent. "Holy shit," I said as I looked through my hands. "I'm a ghost." I glanced around at the cemetery as I spun in a slow circle. The bright sunshine had been replaced by a thick fog and gloom. The once blue sky was now churning with dark clouds, and the forests that had been bright and full of life were now dead and littered with fleeting shadows. "All right, calm down, Sam. All you've got to do is find your body," I told myself, then tried to bring up my interface. Nothing happened. As I glanced around at the macabre landscape, I regretted never looking at my map of the area. I tried to remember which way I had come from, but it was no use. There was no sun to guide me, and I didn't know any landmarks. I stepped out of the graveyard and looked around. 60, 59, 58. What the hell? I tapped at the numbers counting down in front of me, but they couldn't be interacted with. "What the hell happens when it gets to 0? I yelled skyward. "This the first time you've ever died?" floated a voice from behind me. It sounded like it came to my ears through water and was a bit hard to understand. I spun around and found a short male dwarf staring back at me with translucent hands on hips. Yeah?" I confessed. "And I don't know where my body is." "Well then, where did ye die?" "On the road." "Yeah, that helps a lot." The dwarf rolled his eyes. "Then how did ye die?" "Aha! I know that at least," I said with a small laugh. "It was a highwayman. Mad Morgan, right?" The dwarf chuckled and pointed behind me. "The road is through there. Turn right when you get to it." "Thanks." "Flint iron shaft," said the dwarf ghost, before turning in the other direction. "Wait, Flint. What is this countdown in my field of view?" "That's how long you can hold spirit form. What's it say?" 25, I told him. "Well then," he said with a laugh, "you better haul ass." I didn't ask him what would happen if the countdown were to reach 0. Instead, I yelled a thanks over my shoulder and began running in the direction that he had mentioned. "Why you running? You're a ghost, man. Fly!" he yelled from behind me. Fly? Could I really do that? And if so, how? I leapt into the air, not knowing what else to do, and suddenly zipped through the trees like Superman. When I reached the road, I turned right and nervously focused on the countdown. 9, 8, 7. "Shit!" I yelled and flew with all my might down the well-worn road. 3. I saw my body in the distance. 2. Mad Morgan was standing over it, pissing on it. 1. I redoubled my efforts, but I was too far away. 0. Chapter 3. When I opened my eyes, I expected to see Dr. Marks frowning down at me. Instead, I saw the long, knotted planks of a ceiling. I sat up and instantly wished that I hadn't. My head spun, and my stomach turned. I groaned as I took a quick look around and lay back down on the soft bed. In those few moments, I had seen that I was inside a small cottage. There was a fireplace to my left, currently crackling with a few logs and making the air hot and thick. Herbs hung above the mantel, and something was simmering in a big pot hanging over the fire. By the scent in the air, I could tell that it was some sort of vegetable soup. In front of the fireplace was a table, and to its right was a primitive kitchen. To the left of the fireplace there was a stack of wood, a rocking chair, and a bookshelf with only 3 books. Directly across from me was a door, currently closed, and the window beside the bed showed me a twilight world. "Hello?" I called, but no one answered. I brought up my interface to see where the hell I was on the map, but I tapped on my character sheet by accident, and that's when I noticed the bad news. "What the hell? Level 9?" I yelled. I shook my head and cursed under my breath as I continued to scan the readout with growing apprehension. When I saw that my armor was at 0, I lifted the quilt and looked underneath, and my rock-hard morning wood smiled back at me. Well, at least something was fully functional. I hadn't woken up to morning wood in over a year, and I should have been happy, but I was anything but. I hadn't been in-game for 15 minutes, and already I had gotten myself killed. What the hell was I doing introducing myself to a bunch of high-level NPC highwaymen anyway? I should have run away, or at least tried to get the jump on them. What a noob move that was. And where the hell had the trainer gone off to? I tried to shake off my anger and confusion. That was all in the past. Right now, I needed to heal up, find my gear, and get my money back from Mad Morgan and the other NPC assholes. Just then, the front door opened opposite the foot of my bed, and in walked the hottest elf that I had ever seen. Granted, I have only seen them in fantasy movies and games, but this one took the cake, and the ice cream, too. She stopped at the threshold, clutching a glowing vial in one hand and the doorknob in the other. When she saw me, her eyes widened with a devilish delight. "Oh, good, you're awake," she said with a smile. She closed the door behind her, and I stole a quick glance at her ass. She wore a green cloak, but I could easily make out her pert tush beneath the canvas. The elf turned and drew her hood back, and 2 long ears twanged into position like a pair of door stoppers. She turned emerald eyes my way and shook out her curly auburn hair. Her lips were a bright pink, which contrasted with her bronze skin well, and she had the perkiest sea cups I had ever seen. She noticed me checking her out, grinned, and strode toward the bed. I guessed that she was only a few inches shorter than my 6 feet. "How are you feeling? Looks like they did a number on you," she said as her eyes moved slowly over my body. I bunched up the blanket over my saluting soldier in what I thought was a nonchalant way and rubbed my neck with my left hand. "I feel like I died," I said with a laugh. "You did die," she reminded me. "My name's Anastasia, but you can call me Anna." "Hi, Anna," I said and shook her hand. "My name's Samson Sullivan, level 9. You're a human fire mage, and currently your stats suck," she said. I realized that she must have read my stats, but I was confused as to why I couldn't see hers. "You're not an NPC, right? So why can't I see your stats?" "Shielding ward," said Anna. "You can get one in town for about 5 gold, but the price goes up with every level, and it only lasts a week. Anything they can do to suck up our earnings, right? Of course, the higher level you are, the less you need a shielding ward. At higher levels, you actually want people to know. But at these low levels, you're better off getting one. Less chance of getting ganked. But it looks like you can't afford anything right now." "I had a shit ton of gold," I said, and glanced around for my things. "I didn't take anything," she said, and shook her head. "There wasn't anything to steal anyway." "Shit, they even took my clothes?" "You died, my friend. When you die, whoever kills you can loot everything if they want. Whoever programmed Mad Morgan must have had a sense of humor. The only way to avoid your items being looted is to bind them to yourself. But that shit's expensive, and not worth it until you get legendary items." She noticed that I didn't know these relatively huge details. But then again, neither did anyone else. We got a crash course in how the game worked before entering, but the designers mostly wanted us to figure out the world on our own. "Did you perhaps stash some stuff away?" she asked. "No, I just got here. I spawned, went for a jog, talked to a trainer, and then got jumped by Mad Morgan and the creepers 5 minutes later." "You went for a jog?" "It's a long story," I told her. "So, what now?" She placed the back of her right hand against my forehead. She was warm, hot even, and the closeness felt intimate. I tried not to stare at her cleavage busting out of the tight leather outfit beneath her cloak. "Well," she said as she felt my neck, "you can't see it, but I'm a level 10 priestess. And now, thanks to Mad Morgan, you're my guinea pig. I'm just kidding. I've been gathering herbs and things, creating my own medicine for you. I could just kill something for a healing potion, but what fun is that? This way I can level my alchemy and my healing at the same time. Where are we? How did I get here?" "In a cottage in the woods about 2 miles south of Riverton. It's for levels 6+. I hope to level up in the next few days and to move on to the 11+ territory. Anyway, I found you on the road dead. When you didn't resurrect, I knew that you must have not gotten back to your body yet, so I brought you here and performed a resurrection spell." "What would have happened to me if you hadn't come along?" I asked, wondering how long I'd been dead. "You would have remained there until someone else came along. It wouldn't have been forever. There are NPC priests who traveled the land looking for players to resurrect." "Why the hell am I level 9? I asked. "I was level 10 when I started." "That's the beauty of Rebirth Online. There are consequences. Levels 1 through 10 are noob mode, with PvP turned off. You know, player versus player. But once you hit level 10, higher level players can gank your ass, and you lose a level with every death. If you drop back all the way to 0, then you're permanently dead in the game." "Permanently?" "Yup. Reach 0 and your spirit is transferred to the underworld," she explained. "There's actually a whole subculture popping up of players who hit 0 on purpose. Supposedly, there's a whole nother storyline down there." "How do you get out of the underworld?" I asked. "You don't. Anyway, no one has figured out a way yet. And if you want to buy in with a new avatar, it costs you double." "I don't have the money to pay twice what I already paid for the game. I'm not rich. I got that money to buy into the game from my settlement," I said, half to myself, half to her. "Settlement?" Her eyes sparked with intrigue. "Never mind. I guess I just need to make sure that I don't hit level 0. "It's harder than you think," she told me as she strode across the room. Her hips swayed alluringly, and when she bent to check on the soup, I turned my head guiltily and looked out the window. Dusk had come, and the sky beyond the pines outside the cottage was a collage of deep bruised blues, muted reds, and streaks of violet. A lone star twinkled in the waning daylight. "I've reached level 12 before," she said, "but I've been knocked back down to 10 about a half dozen times. It's getting frustrating as hell." "Aren't you in a guild?" I asked. I knew that much about the game. Everyone did. A player's best bet was to join a guild. Already there were at least 3 with almost 30 members. "Nope, haven't found one yet that didn't have an asshole for a leader." "Why don't you start one then?" I asked sincerely. "I'd join." "No one wants their leader to be a healer," she explained. "Why the hell not?" I asked. "It's one of the coolest things you can be." "What about you?" she asked. "Why'd you pick a fire mage?" "I wanted to be able to blow shit up," I said with a shrug. I mean, don't get me wrong. I debated what class I was going to be for weeks, but in the end, I just thought a mage would suit me best. Anna returned to my bedside with a bowl of soup, and she shut me up pretty quick when she blew the steam off a spoonful and locked me in her gaze. She spooned the helping into my mouth, and my taste buds exploded with flavor. "Holy shit, that's good," I said, and accepted the bowl and spoon. I knew in the back of my mind that my real body was hooked up to an IV back in the real world, but in this world, I was starving, and the soup warmed me just as well as anything my grandmother had ever made. All right, maybe almost as well as Grandma. It won't heal you quickly like a potion, but real food is important here, just like in the static world, Anna informed me. Static World was the name given to the real world by a group of gamers who called themselves the Seekers. They believed that our reality was just one of many levels in the cosmic game of life. To them, Rebirth Online was the next level, and somewhere hidden inside was the gateway to yet another level. These weren't men and women, boys and girls trying to hide from reality. They were trying to find it. "You're a seeker," I noted. "Aren't you?" she asked, and her face betrayed her thoughts. She had assumed so. "No, I mean, yeah, sure," I stammered, and then let out a tired sigh. No, I'm not. I'm a paraplegic lying in a hospital bed somewhere with a dozen tubes in my body. I didn't come here seeking enlightenment. I came to escape a reality that I could no longer bear. Oh. She clutched her chest and laid a warm hand on my thigh. That's why you were jogging when you spawned. Yeah, I said with a smile. I haven't jogged in a year. It was great. What about you? Who are you in the static world? Her smile faded, and she moved over to a cupboard and nosed around inside long enough for the question to go stale in the air. When she returned to me, I had finished my soup, and she took the bowl while presenting me with a glowing vial in the other hand. Here, she said. This will restore you to full health. You had this all along? I said. You could have healed me all along? I had to make sure you were a good person, she said, and took my bowl to the water basin. I uncorked the glowing red liquid, tossed it back, swallowed, and watched my health go from 33% to 100% in 5 seconds. Holy shit! I yelled. I had sampled my share of drugs in college, but this was something altogether more amazing than anything humanity had ever cooked up. Taking the healing potion was like every drug wrapped up into one big, happy, healthy concoction. It wore off pretty fast, though, making me want to get injured again. Yeah, pretty amazing, right? Anna said from the kitchen. Careful you don't become addicted to that. Why? Is that happening to people? I asked, horrified and amazed. Yup, she said with a nod as she washed my bowl. There are players out there so addicted to health potions that they injure themselves just to get a fix. It's getting bad. How long have you been in game? I asked. A month, she said. Unlike you, I started out at level 1. You might think you got a head start over the rest of us by buying level 10 status, but you weren't doing yourself any favors. I mean, you don't know shit, and you're in a level 6 to 10 zone. Hell, Matt Morgan is the first NPC you learn about when you spawn in the safety of Talis Arkan. She stared at me dubiously when I showed no sign of recognition. You really don't know anything, do you? Sorry, Anna, but all I know is how the interface works. I mean, that's all the trainer told me. And that it's a fantasy game. Right, she said, and returned from the kitchen to sit on the foot of the bed. Sorry. I mean, it's kind of cool. You not knowing anything, I mean. I always liked to teach. I wondered what exactly she meant by that as she stared deep into my soul with those large orbs of sheer beauty. You do? I said hoarsely. Yup. That's why you should get dressed and we should go out into the woods and grind. Grind? I said, my own eyes wide with hope. She squinted hers. Grind like grind out levels, she said slowly. Oh, right, yeah. Let's go grind. I let out an awkward laugh. Let's go kill some shit. You can wear this for now, she said, and swiped something on her interface. I was reminded that Mad Morgan had looted everything from my corpse, which meant that Anna had found me naked. It's not much, but we should be able to loot something better in no time. I checked my inventory, and seeing the new item, I dragged it to my avatar. A second later, I was wearing the borrowed robes. They were crimson with gold trim, like the ones that had been stolen from me. Hey, by the way, what's your special ability? She asked, as she strapped a wand to her thigh alluringly. Well, at least it was alluring to me. Special ability? I said, never having heard of such a thing. Yeah. Everyone has one, and they're all random. They say that the abilities range from growing mushrooms out of your butt to having the power to tame dragons. Everyone's is different, and they aren't all awesome. What's yours? I asked as I brought up my home screen. I tapped the character icon and scanned down until I found Special Ability. Mine's not that great, she said with a shrug, but it isn't bad either. I can turn anything into a healing talisman. Well, that's pretty useful, I said. Yeah, she said in a sing-song voice. What's yours? I tapped on the icon for my special ability, and the text unfolded on a long scroll. I read it aloud. Character, Samson Sullivan. Race, human. Class, fire mage. Special ability, the power to instantly level through... Instantly level? She said, moving over to where I stood by the bed. Yeah, I said with a laugh, and read the rest to myself. the power to instantly level through sex with another non-NPC character. "Well," Anna said and slapped my shoulder. "What's it say?" I don't think you'd believe me if I told you. Try me." "I don't know. It's weird," I said, wondering if I had read it correctly. "Dude, spit it out," she said, arms wide. "It can't be that bad." "It's not bad, really, just—" She stared. "Fine," I said with a weak laugh. "It says that my special ability is the power to instantly level up through sex with non-NPCs. She stared at me, but then her face exploded into a giant laugh. "I'm serious," I told her. "Yeah, nice try, pal. Wow, now that is rich. I level with sex," she said in a mocking tone. "Hey, that's not all," I said matter-of-factly. "Whoever I have sex with levels too. It says so right here, babe." "Mm-hmm," she hummed. "I bet it does. Listen, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I'm telling you the truth." "Well, good luck with that," she said with a wave of her hand as she strode to the door. "You done messing around? We've got a level to grind out." I swiped the menu closed and joined her at the door. I tried to forget my special ability, but the sway of Anna's hips didn't make it very easy. Reluctantly, I pushed such thoughts aside and followed her out into the nighttime world. I was intent on getting back to level 10, one way or another. Chapter 4. I followed Anna out of the cottage and into the star-filled night. The weather was mild, about 69 degrees, with only a faint wind that rustled the tops of trees and whispered through the long reeds surrounding a small pond behind the cottage. It reminded me of early October back home. The air was crisp and carried the smell of pine, wildflowers, pollen, and the musk of autumn. I tapped on the map icon on my interface, and the scroll rolled up and back down quickly. The map wasn't much of a map at all, and only showed the road that I had died on, the cemetery, and the cottage. "My map isn't showing me shit," I noted to Anna. "That's because you haven't been anywhere. Don't worry. Once you explore some more, your world will expand." "What are the other areas like? Do the seasons change here?" I asked as I tried to keep up with her. "I don't think so, but the seasons are different in each zone." "What do you mean?" "You know, like this zone is kind of always late summer, early fall. Other places are always winter. Some are always spring, and so on." "That's cool," I said as I tried to walk as gracefully and quietly as Anna, but it was near impossible, and I wondered if she had on enchanted boots. "All right, let's get to work," she said, as she stopped and pointed at the clearing in front of us. I came to stand beside her and peered into the clearing, and a shiver ran down my spine. The pines on the other side were completely covered in thick white spider webs, and spread about were at least a dozen big hairy spiders the size of a Pomeranian. "That's nasty," I said. "I friggin' hate spiders." "Yeah, well, you'll get over it," said Anna. "Go ahead and blast one. Let's see what you've got. And aim for one of the outliers. We don't want to pull aggro from the whole group. It's harder to aim than you think." I licked my lips and cracked my knuckles. Then I went through the hand gestures to conjure a fireball, and instantly felt my right palm growing warmer. I took aim as best I could at the closest spider, cocked back my hand, and waited for the spell to build, then thrust it forward. Fire about the size of a golf ball shot out of my palm, missed the spider, and hit a thick birch tree. "Almost," said Anna. "Try again." "All right," I said, and allowed the glowing spark in my palm to grow in intensity. I thrust my arm forward, unleashing a fireball the size of an apple. It streaked across the clearing and hit the spider I was aiming at right in the eyes. The arachnid was blasted through the web and caught fire, and I let out a hoot. "That was fucking awesome!" I said triumphantly. "It's not dead yet," Anna warned, and I turned to see the charred spider scurrying toward me. "Oh, shit!" I aimed again and let loose another fireball, but missed the spider by a foot. The health bar beneath its level indicator was down to 40%, and I thought for sure that one more hit would kill it. That is, if I could hit the damned thing. I fired again, and both times I missed. The spider covered the distance startlingly fast, and before I knew it, The thing leapt through the air and right at my face. "Die, you little bastard!" I yelled and unleashed another fireball. This time, I hit it point blank. The spider exploded in front of my face and speckled me with green ooze. "I got it!" I watched in wonderment as 3 translucent copper coins floated through the air toward me and disappeared into the sack tied to my belt. I checked my stats and smiled when the loot was added to my inventory. "Yeah, good job," Anna said with a small laugh. "And it only took you 6 fireballs and 60% of your mana." "Hey, it was my first time. Let's see what you've got," I retorted. The beautiful elf cocked her head as if to say, "Challenge accepted." Then she pulled a silver tube about 6 inches long out of the inner folds of her cloak and flicked her wrist. To my delight, the 6-inch cylinder expanded from both ends, and 2 seconds later it had become a 5-foot-long staff. "Nice," I said with growing respect for the woman. I watched, mystified, as Anna sprinted into the clearing, leapt into the air, spun a circle, and unleashed a glowing spell from the end of her silver staff. The spell hit a spider and shook the entire web. I realized that she was going to aggro the whole group, but before I could call out a warning, Anna raised her hand into the air, screamed something in another language, and brilliant light shot out of her palm. The sparkling magical light cascaded outward like an umbrella, draping over the clearing and the spiders who were suddenly rendered immobile. I watched with growing admiration as Anna ran around the clearing and laid into the prone spiders with her silver staff. Her spell was leeching their health by about 2% per second, and 1 strike with her spinning staff was enough to end them. She had burned all her mana in 1 spell, but it was way more efficient than I could dream. Before I knew it, she was standing beside me, breathing a little heavily and smiling from ear to ear. "How do you like them apples?" she said, as translucent bronze and silver coins floated through the air from the spiders' corpses and disappeared beneath her robes. Then a translucent dagger, short sword, some type of herb, and an old boot floated into her sack. "Here," she said, and pointed a finger at the air in front of her. She swiped to the side, selected something, and the short sword that she had looted appeared in her right hand. She gave it a flip, caught it by the handle so that it was facing away from me, and handed me the sword. "Thanks." I gave it a few swings. It wasn't well balanced, and it didn't look very sharp, but it was better than nothing. "You're welcome," she said with a warm smile. "It'll take you some time to get good with it, but you know what they say. Practice makes perfect," I finished for her. "No," she said. "Practice makes better. Here in Rebirth Online, you've got to actually learn and practice swordsmanship. I mean, you can gain speed and strength and all that, but if you're a klutz in the static world, then you'll be a klutz here as well." "I played a lot of sports in high school," I told her, spinning the short sword like I knew what I was doing. "And I'm a fast learner." "Good. Let's find some more stuff to kill." We moved deeper into the woods, and soon came across a big coil of snakes. They were huge, at least 6 feet long, and wrapped so tightly that I couldn't tell if there were 5 or 50. "Ready?" she asked, practically dancing on her toes. "Hell yeah," I said. "What's the plan?" She held up a finger with her left hand, placed her right palm on top, and twisted her hands in opposite directions. Then she grinned and extended her hand toward me. I was suddenly hit by a puff of glowing mist that sent a surge of pleasure and strength through my body. At the same time, words appeared in the air in front of me. "Holy blessing. 200 health regeneration per second. 10-second duration." "All right, go," Anna urged. "What do you mean, go? You want me to tank those slimy bastards?" "Hurry up, you're wasting the buff." I hurriedly performed the hand gestures to summon arcane lightning, let it build while at the same time watching my mana bar closely, and unleashed a blast right at the middle of the group of snakes. My mana instantly drained to 80%, and the pissed-off snakes uncoiled and started toward me through the grass. The spell had left them all with about 75% health left, and I hurriedly followed it up with a fireball. One of the snakes took the brunt of the blast and turned to ash before my eyes. But the other snakes kept coming, at least a dozen in all. Anna unleashed a glowing spell that slowed them all down to about 50% speed. I hit the group with arcane lightning again, completely immobilizing them, and charged toward the stunned snakes with my sword held high. I chopped down on the closest and cut off its head. Then I hacked and slashed the others, severing bodies and stabbing through soft snake skulls. Our stunning spells must have worn off, because one of the snakes shot toward me and bit me in the ankle. "Son of a bitch!" I screamed when the fangs pierced my flesh. The pain was a terrible shock, only made worse when the snake's teeth got stuck in my skin. I hacked at the thing, trying to break it free, but another snake attacked, landing a strike to my left forearm. Venomous strike. 400 health drain per second. 5-second duration. "You gonna help me out here?" I asked Anna as I watched my health bar begin to drop like the fuel gauge on a gas guzzler. Before she could answer, I backpedaled, tripped on a rock, and fell on my ass. "Best way to learn is through failure," she said as I hacked wildly at the snakes. "Come on, you can take a dozen snakes, can't you?" I was about to answer her with a colorful curse, but a snake flew at my face a second later, and I instinctively chopped at it with a lucky strike that took off its head. The rest of the snakes slithered toward me, hissing and rearing back their long cobra-like necks, and I scrambled to my feet as I unleashed another blast of arcane lightning. The electrical surge cascaded over the group, stunning them momentarily, and I took the opportunity to go apeshit on their slithery asses. 10 seconds later, I stood panting amidst the pile of black ashes that had been the snakes, and coins shot from the pile into my coin purse. I watched happily as my money grew from 3 copper to 5 silver and 8 copper. A moment later, the loot floated into my pack, but it all happened so fast that I didn't get a very good glimpse at any of it. I tapped on my inventory and scanned through the new items. Snake skin, +8. Snake meat, +4. Rusty nail, +1. Health potion, +1. Mana potion. Ember robes, level 9, 20%. Fireball boost, 10% mana boost. Dagger of Redemption, level 8, 2% health sap per second per strike. "Sweet," I said as I selected the robes. They instantly replaced the ones I was wearing, which were returned to my inventory. I marveled at the flowing robes as they glowed like campfire embers. "Hey, where can we sell our old stuff?" "There are vendors in town," said Anna. "Good job, by the way. I never had a doubt." "Yeah, well, how about we take on the next group together?" She offered me a wink and moved deeper into the woods. We came across another group of spiders and killed them all, before taking on some wild boars, more snakes, and a few devilish-looking sprites with a nasty bite. I sustained my share of injuries, but Anna's buffs kept me constantly healing. It was a strange experience. With pain and fatigue added to the experience, it made me a lot warier than I would have been if I were simply playing the game through a console. But feeling every bite and every magical attack as keenly as I would if it was real made me fight smarter. Soon, Anna and I got into a rhythm. I lured them out one by one, and Anna finished them off with her staff. In this manner, we grinded it out until morning, only stopping to let our health and mana regenerate. Anna explained that our health would regenerate on its own, but it would take a long time to naturally return to 100% without healing spells or potions. Mana returned to max levels more quickly, but we didn't want to be slowed down, so we used the minor potions when needed. When the sun had crested the eastern horizon, we finally took a break and went through our inventories. I was excited to have made nearly 5 gold, and Anna had made about the same. Better yet, we had about 40 pieces of random loot between us. We hadn't picked up anything too powerful, mostly just level 8 and 9 armor, but I did get a pair of boots that added 20% to my max mana. All in all, it was a good session, but I was a little dismayed to see that my level had only increased 18% toward level 10. "We need to find some higher-level baddies," I told Anna. "At this pace, it will take days to level." "I like your gumption," said Anna with a grin. "There's a cave with some ogres about a half-mile to the north, all level 11 and up. I've never tried to kill more than a few of them, but I bet there's some good loot in that den of theirs. Want to check it out?" "An ogre den?" I said with a grin of my own. "Hell yeah!" Anna led me north up a slowly steepening incline, and soon large stone formations grew beyond the tall pines. We crept beneath the boughs along the knotted roots of the big trees and spied the ogre den through the underbrush. Anna was right. They were all a few levels higher than us, with vitality that topped 400. While they were slow as hell, with speeds of only 50 to 100, their strength was pretty high, and a few of them were casters. "We're going to have to clear them out one at a time," I told Anna, and she nodded agreement. Just then, an ogre guard appeared from behind a tall rock formation to the right of us, and we both ducked down quickly. But it was too late. The big, nasty gray ogre had seen us, and he turned beady red eyes our way as he let out a growl. "Intruders!" he bellowed out in a guttural voice, and charged straight at us with his big club cocked back. "Shit!" Anna said as she grabbed my arm and pulled me with her. We ran through the forest with the ogre hot on our heels, and I could hear at least 2 more crashing through the woods behind us. I glanced back and saw that the ogre was gaining. He was less than 100 feet from us, but he was tearing through the forest like a T-Rex. The ogres had to be at least 7 feet tall and over 500 pounds, and though I knew this was just a game, I was scared shitless of the pain that they could inflict. "We're not going to make it!" Anna yelled. To my surprise and horror, she stopped and turned to face the charging ogre. Behind him, 2 more were closing the distance quickly. "Well then, let's kill the ugly bastards," I said as I conjured arcane lightning in my palms. I felt Anna's buff wash over me like tickling tendrils, and my heart skipped a beat. I let out a war cry as Anna hit the lead ogre with a bright white spell that slowed its movements. I unleashed my lightning, leaving the ogre not only smoldering and charred, but pissed off as hell. I followed the lightning with a fireball that missed, and I was forced to unsheath my sword as he charged in. The ogre swung its massive club, but I easily ducked under the club and slashed the ogre's stomach as I sped by. The beast let out a pained cry as I skidded to a stop, sheathed my sword, and unleashed my fireball on one of the 2 ogres charging behind it. Anna cast her enchantment over the small glade, and I easily dodged away from the slow ogre's attacks, then hit them both with arcane lightning that made their short red hair stand on end. I was overjoyed to see that I had gotten all the ogres below 30% health, but a heartbeat later, one of them cast a spell of its own, and their health began to climb rapidly. A club swept for my head, and I brought up my sword to block, but there must have been 1,000 pounds of force behind the blow, because my sword broke in half from the impact, and the club continued unhindered and caught me in the left shoulder. I was lifted off my feet as pain shot through my left arm. The momentum of the strike sent me flying 20 feet through the air into a thick elm tree. When I hit, the air was blasted out of my lungs, and something inside me broke. Warning: health 20%. I hit the ground and tried to catch my breath as one of the big ogres stalked over to me. Anna was fighting the other 2 and keeping them at bay with her spinning staff, but she found the time to bless me with an enchantment that healed me back to 60% instantly. I suddenly gulped in a breath of air and sprang to my feet, and that's when the closest ogre grabbed my arm and yanked me hard enough to dislocate my shoulder. He brought me around in a wide arc like a rag doll and slapped me against the ground with bone-shattering force. Pain filled my body, and I screamed through my torment as my health dipped to 10%. But then I was buffed back to 50% by another of Anna's spells. "I can't heal you all day, Sam. Fight!" I ignored the pain racking my beaten body and growled as I conjured a fireball. The ogre reached for me again, and I unloaded my spell right in its face, blasting off the top right corner of its thick head. The ogre's health dropped to 12%, and it fell back into a pine tree. But before I could finish it off, another ogre broke from Anna and swung its big club right at me. I instinctively shot a fireball at the club, and to my surprise, my spell broke the heavy weapon right in 2. The ogre stared at it dumbfounded, and I wasted no time finishing the stupid thug off. With as much strength as I could muster, I thrust my broken sword up into the bottom of the beast's jaw, but the blade was now only about 10 inches long, and no longer had a point on it. Rather than stab the ogre, I only managed to scratch the skin as it grabbed at me weakly. With no other weapons on hand, I began wildly pummeling the ogre with the hilt of the broken sword. I must have struck the beast 25 times before it finally died, and I staggered back from it nearly spent. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and spun on the ogre with low health that I had blasted into the trees. His health was now back to 20%, but an arcane lightning blast finished it off. "Sam!" I heard Anna cry. I spun around and watched, horrified, as the last ogre lifted its heavy club high over its head, meaning to crush her. I tried to summon a fireball, but a big warning flashed in my field of view. Mana too low. "Shit!" I said, and grabbed a small dagger strapped to one of the dead ogre's belts. In one fluid motion, I pulled it from its sheath, cocked it back, and threw it as hard as I could. The dagger flew end over end toward the ogre, and to my amazement, it actually stuck, right in the ogre's earlobe. Anna was forgotten instantly, and the ogre reached up and pulled the dagger out of its ear as those beady red eyes regarded me murderously. "That hurt!" it said in a deep, gravelly voice. I drained a mana potion, summoned my fireball, and hit the ogre right in the chest. The creature instantly turned to ash, and I ran over to Anna's side. "Are you all right?" I asked breathlessly. "That was awesome!" she cheered and sprang to her feet. "Right?" I said, and laughed as silver coins floated into our bags from the piles of dust that had once been the ogre's. We also gained 1 gold, a spider leg, basil, elderberry wine, a short sword, and a level 9 fire wand. "Come on," she said, as she handed me the wand and the new sword. "Let's go back and lure some more into the woods." "I'm right behind you," I said, and together we ran back toward the ogre den, laughing like giddy kids on Christmas morning. We returned to our spot in the underbrush, and to my surprise, we saw a tall human woman in sleek silver armor stalking toward the ogres. She didn't have a ward active to hide her stats, and I saw that she was a level 12 human warrior. "She looks pretty badass," I said, and Anna offered me a dry look. "Yeah, and her tits look like they're going to fall right out of that scanty armor. I mean, seriously, her entire midriff is exposed, and you can see like 60% of her ass. What kind of armor is that supposed to be anyway?" "Awesome armor," I said with a laugh. "Men." The elf healer shook her head and watched as the warrior woman approached the ogres as though she had not a care in the world. When the badass beauty was finally spotted, she pulled a giant longsword out of its sheath and spoke an incantation. The sword blazed to life with blue fire and cast her in a brilliant glow. One of the ogres rushed toward her and yelled, "Thargsy woman!" The woman suddenly shot forward in a blur of motion and closed the 10-foot gap between herself and the ogre in a heartbeat. Her sword found the ogre's chest, burst through its thick back, and sprayed the other approaching ogres with bright green blood. The fearless female warrior then spun into her attackers, chopping clubs in half and severing limbs. She made short work of 3 of the ogres before continuing toward the den. I glanced at Anna with an arched brow, and she shook her head. "We could really use a tank like her in our group," I said. "What group?" Anna asked hastily. "I told you that I don't do groups." "Yeah, that's why you've fallen back from level 12 how many times? Come on. If we're going to get anywhere in this world, we've got to work together. I'm a caster, you're a healer, she's a tank. It's perfect." "Look," Anna said suddenly, and pointed at the entrance to the den. The warrior woman had disappeared inside while we had been talking, but now she came running out of the dark den, clutching her badly injured left arm and running for her life. As she approached our hiding place, I summoned my arcane lightning. "What are you doing?" Anna asked. She was clearly annoyed, but I didn't care. "We've got to help her," I said, and rushed out into the opening when the warrior approached. I hit the closest ogre in the chest with lightning from my palms, and followed it up with a fireball that blew a 2-foot-wide hole in his chest and turned him to ash. The beautiful warrior downed a health potion as she ran toward me, and I could have sworn that she was scowling. "Sam, there are too many!" Anna yelled from the tree line. I turned my attention back on the den and the approaching ogres and counted 4 of the mean-looking bastards. "Are you all right?" I asked the warrior. She came to a stop in front of me and glanced at her left arm as it finished healing. Her hair was so blonde that it was almost white, and it protruded from the top of her helm in a loose ponytail. Red streaks had been smeared down her face from the corners of her bright blue eyes to the top of her lip. Her features were delicate and incredibly feminine, but fierce at the same time. She had the body of a CrossFit champion, with just the right amount of muscle and curves in all the right places. "I'm fine," she said. She looked me up and down. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Sam. My healer is Anna. What's your name?" "Trinity," she said as she eyed the approaching ogres. "Nice to meet you." I offered her a hand and my best smile. "You better start slinging those red-hot balls of yours," she said with a scowl, and then swung her sword in a wide arch as she turned and cut an approaching ogre right in half. She kicked the top half of the body, and it flew into 3 trailing ogres, knocking them down like mammoth bowling pins. Not to be outdone, I summoned my power and unleashed a fireball at the entrance to the den and followed it with a crackling web of lightning. "Come on, Anna!" I yelled back toward her, and charged after the smoking hot warrior goddess. Chapter 5. I didn't see Anna follow us into the den, but I felt her healing buff as it washed over me. Trinity stopped and glanced back, seemingly surprised by the buff. "Get down!" I yelled when I saw movement behind her in the darkness. She dropped to one knee, and I unleashed a fireball that took a creeping ogre right in the smacker. Then Trinity leapt up from her crouch, cocked back the massive sword, and split the ogre's head in 2. Coins flew from the ash that the ogre became and flew into both of our pockets, causing the fierce woman to scowl at me further. "What do you think you're doing?" Trinity asked, as Anna came to a skidding halt behind me. Saving your ass?" I reminded her. "I had everything under control." "Can you believe this bitch?" said Anna. The warrior's eyes flashed. "Excuse me?" she said, and took a step toward us. "Anna, this is Trinity. Trinity, this is Anna," I said with a weak laugh, as I glanced behind the pissed-off woman. "Look, it sounds like there are about 20 pissed-off ogres in there, so how about we play nicey-nice for just a little bit? Once we clear this den, you two can mud wrestle or something to settle your little pissing match." "Who asked you?" said Trinity. "Screw this chick," said Anna. "Come on." I stood between the 2 women as they scowled at each other and extended my hands toward both. I had a good line ready about how we should all work together, but I never got a chance. A second later, a net fell over the blue-eyed warrior, and she was yanked backward by a 10-foot-tall ogre. I instantly summoned a fireball and flung it at the creature's balls. His crotch exploded, and he stumbled back, which gave me the few seconds that I needed to skewer him with my new sword. Before I could pull back, a spear sailed through the air and grazed my arm, drawing blood, and a warning flashed on my interface. Warning. Pierced. Another spear almost hit me in the chest, and I dodged it at the last second. A third spear hit me in the gut, and terrible pain shot through my bowels as I was pinned to the stone behind me. Warning. Pierced. "Sam!" I heard Anna yell behind me, but I couldn't speak. My health dropped to 20% and ticked down another percentage point each time I tried to pull the spear from my stomach. It was no use. The strength had seeped out of me the instant the metal pierced my stomach. Anna came into my field of view and grabbed the spear. "No!" I croaked, dreading having that big shaft yanked out of me. But she did it anyway, and had it not been for the healing beam that washed over me, I might have passed out right there and then. "Are you all right?" she asked as she tossed the spear aside. "Holy shit, that sucked," I said, clutching my now healed stomach. "Are you 2 lovebirds done chatting?" Trinity asked as she rushed past us and engaged an ogre carrying a wicked-looking warhammer. "Come on," I urged Anna, and together we raced after the fearless warrior. The den was full of ogres, but the 3 of us quickly fell into an efficient routine. Trinity engaged the ogres with her massive sword, while Anna kept her on her feet with a steady stream of healing spells, and I lit into the group with fireballs and crackling lightning. We encountered level 12s, 13s, and even 14s with thick armor, but didn't get into trouble until we got deeper into the den and ran into an ogre warlock. The master of demons wore a large skull on his head that reminded me of a saber-toothed lion. More bones made up the rest of his armor, which wrapped around his chest and rose high upon his shoulders. Beneath the armor, the warlock wore tattered robes. I studied the warlock's stats, and soon wished I hadn't. Name, unknown. Race, ogre. Class, warlock. Level, 15. Health, 100%. Mana, 100%. Armor, 100. Stamina, 400. Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Vitality, 450. Spirit, 400. Arcane knowledge, 750. His eyes glowed bright green, and behind him stood a beast born from the depths of hell. The demon was huge, at least 10 feet tall and twice as wide as a man. It had red skin and a humanoid body with 4 arms and a face not even a mother could love. Large horns curved up from its smooth red dome, and in its right hand it held a whip made of fire. I glanced at the demon's stats and felt myself shrink back. The thing was twice as strong as the warlock, and way out of our league. But that didn't stop our fearless tank from charging right at the creature. The warlock smiled at me creepily as its minion engaged Trinity. "You keep her alive," I yelled to Anna. "I'll take the warlock." "Are you nuts?" Anna asked, but I didn't answer. Instead, I launched a fireball at the warlock, followed by a snaking arc of lightning. The warlock raised a hand and absorbed my spells. Then he grinned and shot his hand outward. I leapt and ducked behind a small stalagmite that exploded 2 seconds later. I popped up and shot a fireball at the warlock again, but the ogre only laughed harder and batted it aside with a lazy wave of the hand. I felt one of Anna's buffs wash over me, and my mana shot back up to 100%. Then she hit the ogre with the stunning enchantment that she had used on the other ogres, and to my relief, it worked. The warlock let out a terrible cry of rage, and I unleashed fireballs and arcane lightning in a steady barrage. I noticed that I was putting a dent in its health, but only about 20%, and my mana was almost down to 0. Anna hit the warlock again in the midst of keeping Trinity alive, and I hurriedly brought up my interface, grabbed a mana potion, and drank it down. The warlock was moving at about 50% speed, but that didn't stop him from eventually unleashing a spell in my direction. Luckily, I avoided the writhing green ball of energy and retaliated with more fireballs. Meanwhile, Trinity was locked in heated combat with the demon. I glanced over every few seconds and cringed every time. The demon's blows were incredibly powerful, and when it connected, our fearless warrior went crashing into stalagmites with bone-shattering force. Anna kept a steady stream of healing spells focused on Trinity, but I couldn't imagine how the blonde warrior was dealing with the pain. The warlock turned from me with a sneer and shot a spell out of its fat finger that shot across the earthen chamber and absorbed Anna in glowing green mist. Anna cried out, and I felt her buffs instantly disappear. The healing energy around Trinity winked out as well, and the warlock laughed. "No one shall have Urgok's treasure." I launched a fireball, sprinted around the stalagmite that I had been taking cover behind, and charged the warlock with short sword in hand. I almost reached him, intent on skewering his liver, when the demon suddenly sprang across the chamber in a blur of motion and lashed me with its wicked whip. The fiery whip wrapped around my right arm at the elbow, and with a quick yank, the demon ripped my arm clean off. I stumbled, fell on my face, and stared horrified at my bloody stump. I screamed in pain and terror as blood gushed from the wound and my health flashed before my eyes. 20%, 15%, 10%, 5%. Warning, death imminent. I tried to swipe my main screen and tap on a health potion with my left hand, but I was trembling like a man trapped under ice. The demon loomed over me. A grin spread unnaturally wide across its hideous face. Fully expecting to die, I screamed defiantly at the monster. Then Anna's healing magic washed over me, and I watched mystified as my arm grew back inside the span of 2 seconds. I rolled onto my back, performed the necessary hand gestures, and unleashed a fireball right into the demon's fang-filled mouth. Crackling lightning followed the fireball blast and slammed the demon into the ceiling. The demon fell screaming from 30 feet, and Trinity appeared below it. She thrust her sword into the air and skewered the demon right through the heart as its crushing weight smothered her. Anna screamed, and I watched with awe as holy light suddenly split the darkness, washed over the demon, and turned him to ash. Trinity looked around in surprise and stood up quickly. We all turned to face the warlock, but the creature had been given enough time to conjure a terrible spell, and our small victory was brought to an abrupt halt as a green beam ripped through the cavern and slammed right into Trinity's chest. I watched, horrified, as she flew back through the air and began to disintegrate. "Help her!" I yelled to Anna, as I downed a mana potion and threw a fireball at the warlock to distract him. Anna tried to heal Trinity, but the incredible spell that the warlock had used drained her health too rapidly, and she continued to disintegrate. The last thing that I saw was her fierce scowl directed right at me, and she was gone. My anger swelled, and when I turned to the warlock and saw that his spell had drained his mana down to 0, I charged forth and pelted the demonic bastard with everything I had. Anna rushed the warlock as well, and for the first time, fear shone in the ugly ogre's eyes. My fireball destroyed his armor, and holy light from Anna's glowing palm dropped the ogre to one knee. His mana was refreshing, but not fast enough. I hit the warlock with lightning, and he was lifted by the crackling electricity and thrown hard against the wall. He landed on his stomach in a smoldering heap and shakily lifted his head as I stalked toward him. "You will never get Urgok's treasure." Before he could finish, my fireball flew right into his mouth, and his head exploded in a shower of gore. Silence filled the chamber, and the warlock turned to smoking ash. Anna and I stood there panting as silver and gold coins floated into our packs, and 4 items clanged to the floor from thin air. "Holy shit," Anna said. "We did it." "Yeah, but Trinity died," I said as I fought to catch my breath. "She'll find her way here in spirit form, don't worry." "Yeah," I said with a small laugh. "And she'll have lost a level. She's going to be pissed." "She'll get over it." Anna bent and picked up the glowing sword among the loot. "Maybe this will make her feel better about it. Look, it's legendary." I read the pop-up screen beside the weapon, and my eyebrows rose with each word. Warlock's Bane. Level 12 legendary sword. Strength, plus 25%. Speed, plus 15%. Armor, plus 25%. "Wow," I said. "Yeah, she'll like that. What else did we get?" "This bad boy," she said, as she lifted a wooden staff up off the floor. "It's better than the one I have, and look, it increases holy blessing by 30%. And there's some cloth armor here that's better than what you're wearing." I accepted the robes and compared stats. The new one was level 10, epic, and had about 10% better increases to health, spirit, and arcane knowledge. It also offered plus 20 armor. "Come on," said Anna. "We better get out of here before the whole group respawns." "We can't just leave Trinity's body here," I protested. "She should know better than to respawn in here. Come on, we'll look for her in the graveyard." "But doesn't she only have like 60 seconds to return to her body?" I asked. "The countdown doesn't begin until you leave the graveyard," she explained. We made our way through the cave and out into the early morning sunshine. In the light of day, the full brunt of the damage we had sustained was made clear. My robes were in tatters, and scorch marks covered my body with black soot. Anna hadn't fared much better. Her robes and the leather armor beneath were torn and tattered. Big holes had been blasted in the fabric or sliced by the demon, and I could see parts of her shapely body beneath. "I think we need to find someone who can mend armor," I said, as I surveyed the damage to my clothes. "Yeah, we can find someone in town, or we just level and put on our new gear," said Anna, as she started through the forest. It took 20 minutes to get back to the cottage, then another 5 to get to the cemetery, and just as Anna had guessed, Trinity was there in ghost form, looking pissed. "It's about time you showed up," she yelled as she floated over to us. Anna performed a quick series of hand gestures and extended a glowing hand toward Trinity. The warrior's ghostly body became solid once more, and she wiped at the smudges in her armor annoyedly. "Thanks. Now gimme the loot," she told us. "You mean this?" said Anna. She tapped on the screen that only she could see, and a second later the legendary sword appeared in her hands. "Warlock's Bane," Trinity whispered, as she reverently accepted the blade from Anna. Her expression soon returned to disdain, however, and she sheathed the legendary weapon. "And the rest of the loot?" "We got 10 gold from the warlock," I said, and tapped on my inventory. 3 gold and change appeared in my hand, and I offered it to Trinity. "That doesn't look like 10, she said with a scowl. Damn, she was hot when she was mad. "We beat the warlock together," said Anna. "We split the loot." "I didn't ask for your help," Trinity reminded her. "Yeah, well, you sure looked like you needed it. You know as well as we do that you could have never cleared that den on your own, so cut the shit." "You got the sword," I reminded Trinity. "It's friggin' legendary. Surely that is worth 1 death." "It's a level 12, Trinity snapped back. "Now I'm a level 11, genius." "Are you always such a bitch?" Anna asked with a cocked brow. "And why the hell didn't you resurrect me when I died?" Trinity asked the elven healer. "There was no time." "Fucking amateurs," said Trinity. She snatched up the gold I was still offering her and flashed us a peace sign. "See you around." She turned and headed south, and I hurriedly rushed after her. "Wait," I said as I caught up. "We did pretty good back there. Why not join our guild?" Trinity stopped, put her hands on her hips, and looked me up and down. "Guild? 2 people aren't a guild." "Are 3?" I asked, and offered her my most charming smile. She rolled her eyes and resumed her march. "Look, I'm sorry that you died and lost a level, but I can make it up to you." "Oh my God," said Anna from close behind me. "You aren't going to try that one on her too, are you?" Trinity stopped and turned around again, as Anna came to stand beside me. "Try what?" Trinity asked. "It's nothing," I blurted. "I mean, that's not what I was going to say." "Mm-hmm," Anna hummed. "I'm serious," I said defensively. "What the hell are you two talking about?" Trinity demanded. "He says that his special skill is to instantly level," said Anna mockingly. "How?" Trinity asked, regarding me with renewed interest. "Go ahead, tell her," Anna coaxed. I let out a sigh. "By having sex," I said reluctantly. Trinity stared at me, and a slow smile crept across her face. Then she burst with laughter. "Oh, that's a good one. Believe it or not, that's what my interface says. Special ability, instantly leveling through sex. Note, also instantly levels partner." Trinity giggled and watched me closely, but when I didn't crack, her mirth turned to intrigue. "You're serious, aren't you?" she realized. "Yep," I said with a shrug. But I wasn't about to say that when Anna so rudely interrupted. "What were you going to say? How were you going to make it up to me?" "He wants to screw you," said Anna. "Dude," I said tiredly. "What about you, Elf?" said Trinity. "If he's got a magic stick like he says, why are you such a low level?" Anna blushed. Well, I don't believe it, obviously." "If you did believe it, would you jump his bones?" said Trinity, as her eyebrows danced up and down. "Look," I interrupted, to spare Anna her embarrassment. "We did well together, and I think that we're all better off in a group. Come on, Trin. Trin?" said the beautiful warrior. "Let's fucking pwn this world," I said. "Let's pool our abilities, work together, and level our asses off." "When you say level, do you mean screw?" Trinity asked. "What? No, I mean, sure. If it really works, we'll be unstoppable, but I'm not suggesting that—" "All right, lover boy, relax," said Trinity. "Fine, I'll join your little guild for a bit. See what happens. What's it called, anyway? Sam's Club?" I glanced at Anna, but she only shrugged. How about Heavy Metal Thunder?" The girls glanced at each other, grinned, and burst out with laughter. "What?" I said with a grin, as they both turned around laughing and headed toward the cottage. "Come on, lover boy," said Trinity over her shoulder. "Let's see if that power of yours is real." Chapter 6. "Not bad," Trinity said as she plopped her things down in the corner behind the door. "There's only 1 bed, though, and it's not big enough for 3. I can sleep on the floor. You girls can take the bed, I offered as I followed Anna into the cottage. Such a sweetheart, said Trinity. Then she selected her interface in the air in front of her, and her gloves and then bracers disappeared. I watched as she tapped away at her inventory, removing her armor one piece at a time. Soon she was standing in nothing but a bra and panties, and I tried not to stare at her amazing body as I moved the rest of the loot from my own inventory and onto the table by the fire. You can wash up around back, Anna told her. There's an outhouse with a hand pump for water. No need, said Trinity. She selected something in front of her, and her body began to glow. The light became blinding, and when it finally died down and I glanced back at her, she looked like a new person. Her hair was done up in a long French braid and hung nearly to her pert ass. Her creamy skin was shiny and clean as well, and she gave a contented sigh. She saw me gawking at her and held up a small bar of soap. Enchanted by Calvin Klein, she said with a wink, and with a flick of her wrist a long white evening gown appeared on her body. Who's hungry? Anna asked. Then she dropped all her random loot on the table. Among the wares was a ham hock, some vegetables, a dead rabbit, spider meat, wild boar haunch, and 4 bottles of elderberry wine. I'm a good cook, said Trinity. I'll whip something up. But first, she popped the top off one of the bottles of elderberry wine, and Anna retrieved 3 glasses from the cupboard. Trinity poured 3 glasses, and we all held them up over the table. What should we toast to? I asked. Beating the Warlock, said Trinity. All right then, to beating the Warlock, and many more adventures to come, I said, and we all clanged glasses. It took Trinity about 15 minutes to conjure up dinner, and we all sat down to eat by the fire. The vegetables had been boiled in a big pot, and the meat had been skewered and roasted above the flames. As I ate, I had to fight the urge to chuckle to myself about my epic luck. A few days ago, I was paralyzed. Now I was kicking ass in a fantasy world with 2 beautiful women. On top of that, 3 glasses of the elderberry wine had me feeling pretty lucky. So, where are you from, Trin? I asked with a warm-cheeked smile. Did he give you a nickname as well? Trinity asked Anna. No, I just like Anna better than Anastasia. What's your full name, Sam? Samson. Strong name. Sounds more like a warrior name than a mage, Trinity noted. Anyway, I'm originally from Boston. It was either pay off my college loans or try to become rich with Rebirth Online. I chose the game. What about you? I'm from Petaluma, California, I said. I used the money I got from my accident settlement to buy the gear myself. If I can win enough money, I'll be able to afford the spinal surgery that I need. Trinity sipped her wine and glanced at Anna, then back to me. Spinal surgery? Yeah, my paralyzed body is sitting in Horizon's underground rooms as we speak. Damn, she said. So you're hardwired into the game? Yeah, I said with a weak laugh. How much is the surgery? About $1 million. Shit, you'd have to become king of one of the realms to make that kind of coin, said Trinity. Yup, I said. That's why I want you in my guild. I'm going to fight, loot, and kill my way to the top. You never told me you were trying to become a king, said Anna, as she refilled her glass. We've only really just met, I said with a shrug. You know way more about me than I know about you. Anna focused on her food, completely ignoring the bait. I glanced at Trinity, and we both shrugged. We crushed a bottle of elderberry wine and refilled our glasses as the afternoon gave way to evening. There was still a lot of daylight left for grinding, but it was much more fun hanging out with the women and getting to know them better. Besides, I'd been up for a long time, and despite the healing potions and Anna's spells, fatigue was beginning to set in. So why don't you already belong to a guild? I asked Trinity, as Anna cleared the table. I was in one, but the leader is a douchebag, and insisted on first dibs on loot from all bosses. He doled it out as he saw fit, and he had some favorites. Most guilds are made up of people who already know each other in the real world, or their corporate teams. How many were in your old guild? 9, she said. We did some cool shit. Cleared a couple of level 10 dungeons when we were only level 7s, but in the end I decided that I'd be better off on my own. Sounds like you, Anna, I noted. Yeah, she said, offering Trinity a friendly smile for the first time. The guild I was in had a dickweed for a leader as well, but so far Sam has been a real sweetheart. I bet, said Trinity, as she slowly brought her glass to her lips. So, about this power of yours. Is this just a lame attempt to have a threesome, or are you telling the honest-to-God truth? I'm telling the truth, I assured her. And I hadn't thought of having a threesome. You haven't? Said Trinity, sounding surprised as she glanced at Anna with an arched brow. Why not? Oh, are you gay? I mean, it's totally cool if you are. What? No, I prefer women. I just didn't come here to get laid, and I have enough respect for you both to not have those kinds of thoughts. All right, said Anna with a slow roll of her eyes. Now you're full of shit. Maybe a little, I laughed. Trinity refilled our glasses, and I noticed that we had gone through another bottle. Well, if your special power is real, we're going to level very, very fast, said Trinity, eyeing me like I was dessert. I glanced at Anna, wondering if she was jealous, but she was half asleep, with her chin resting on her propped-up palms, smiling drunkenly. Only one way to find out, Anna suddenly blurted. I should try first. I was the one who found him, after all. Found him? Said Trinity. Yeah, I perked up. I was kind of killed by Mad Morgan. Anna here nursed me back to health. And I cleaned your wounds and mended your clothes. I gotta admit, she said with a hiccup. You've got a hell of a body. He does, said Trinity with intrigue. Anna hummed. And he's got a really nice... Before she could finish, she fell right off the stool and hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. Whoa, I said, moving quickly to help her. Come on, let's get you to bed. So strong and handsome, she said as she pet my arm. Then she grabbed my neck, pulled me forward, and planted a big kiss on my lips. She was out by the time I laid her on the bed. Trinity helped me get Anna's boots and robe off, and we covered her up with a thick blanket. How about we take this party outside? Trinity whispered and held up a bottle of wine. I offered her a nod, and we snuck out of the cottage like thieves in the night. The sun was just setting, and a hill about 200 feet away looked like it would offer a good view. Hold on, I said, as I rushed back to the cabin and retrieved a blanket from the foot of the bed. Anna was snoring softly, so I closed the door quietly and escorted Trinity up to the top of the earthen mound. The view from the hill was impressive, but I didn't have much time to enjoy it before Trinity pushed me down on the blanket and offered me a much better vista. She pulled her bra up in the front slowly, and my anticipation grew as her areola peeked into view. The tension became too much for the fabric to hold back, and her perky breasts bounced into view. She cupped her giant melons, turned coyly around to offer me a better glimpse of her perfect ass, and slowly peeled off her lace panties. I gulped, waiting to catch sight of her womanhood, but the setting sun suddenly shone from between her thighs, temporarily blinding me. Then I was on my back, and Trinity's skilled hands snaked between my robes, down the front of my trousers, and squeezed me tight. Oh, she said happily. Well, you're full of surprises, aren't you, Samson? You betcha, I said with a sly grin, and Trinity surprised me further by taking me in her mouth. A half-hour later, we both lay there on the blanket, basking in the afterglow of our rigorous lovemaking, and a big level 10 appeared in the air in front of me. Holy fucking shit! Trinity suddenly yelled. It worked! Holy fucking shit is right, I said, and we both laughed our asses off. Trinity kissed me about 100 times on the lips and face and laughed giddily. This is amazing, she said as she straddled me. This means that if we screw a few dozen more times, we'll be the highest-level players in the game. A big smile spread across my face as I imagined literally grinding my way to the top. Can we do it again right now? Trinity asked as she took me in her hand and bit her bottom lip. I was about to say yes and tapped my interface to make sure, but then the 3 most terrible words I have ever read flashed across my field of view. 12-hour cooldown. Oh, shit, I said aloud. What's wrong? Trinity asked. My special skill has a friggin' 12-hour cooldown. Shit! No way! She complained. Yup, looks that way, I said, glancing down at my flaccid piece. Well, Trinity said with a wink, there's always tomorrow. When we returned to the cottage, Trinity slept in the bed with a snoring Anna, and I took the floor by the fire. I'd had a hell of a long day, and I fell asleep about 10 seconds after my head hit the pillow. How was your first day? Came the voice of Dr. Marks into my dreams. I found myself in the middle of a white room, and the good doctor was standing in front of me in his hospital whites, which made his head and clasped hands look like they were floating in nothingness. It was pretty awesome, I said. Doc, is this real? He tapped something on his tablet and glanced up at me with a smile. Yup, it's real. I figured accessing your dreams would be less jarring than showing up in the game world and ruining the illusion. I see that you have used your special power, he said with a smirk. I said as I rubbed the back of my neck. Yeah, but how did you... Can you guys watch the game? Shit, of course you can. Yes, we can and we do, but not during such intimate times as the one you shared with Trinity on the hill at sunset. My face must have dropped because he laughed affably. Maybe next time find somewhere more private. I mean, we weren't trying to spy. You two were just, out there. Yeah, all right, I get it. Don't worry, Sam, your privacy is important to us, Dr. Marks tried to assure me. I see that you have also already died, and the gold that you bought as part of your extra package was stolen. He glanced up from his tablet with a concerned look. Yeah, that. Just a little screw-up. Hey, Doc, why are you so interested in my gaming experience? We just want to make sure you are having a good time. Right, I said, but something else was nagging at me. Doc, did you, give me that special ability on purpose? He shrugged, and the white room began to fade to black. Talk to you soon, Sam, said the doctor with a wave. Have fun. The last thing I saw was him winking at me. Then the smell of bacon roused me from sleep. I jerked awake and sat up, confused. Morning, sleepyhead, said Trinity from the kitchen. You hungry? Yeah, thanks. I glanced around. Where's Anna? I was worried that she had found out about me and Trinity having sex. Of course, it wasn't like we were a thing. I just didn't want to do anything to risk losing a guild member. We had done so well together. She's out picking apothecary supplies. What skills did you choose? I haven't picked any professions, I admitted. This is only my second day. Trinity turned and gave me a confused look. I paid to enter at level 10, I elaborated, as I tapped on the level 10 robes in my inventory. Why? She asked. I don't know. I'm starting to think it was a waste of money. Especially given your special ability, she said alluringly. Just then, Anna returned with a basket of herbs and a bright smile on her face. She glanced at me as she entered and offered a knowing smirk. So, she said as she closed the door behind her, Trin here tells me that your special skill is no bullshit. Yup, I said with a faux cocky nod. It works. But there's a 12-hour cooldown? She asked. Yeah, that's the downside, I guess. She said as she entered the room and put her basket down on the table. What time would you say you will be up for it again? That's a good question, I said, and tapped on the special ability icon on my interface. 40 minutes to go. Good. I want the next go at you. Ha, I said, shaking my head. What do you two think I am? Your super-leveling love slave? Trinity and Anna shared a glance, let a moment pass, then in unison said, yeah. We figured that with your special skill, we can both get to a level 30 or so by the time you are a 50, said Trinity. But that will pose some issues. We need to stay relatively the same level so that we can quest together. Ah, I see, I said, and began pacing around the cottage and rubbing my chin like Sherlock Holmes about to unravel a mystery for a crowd of anxious onlookers. So now that you know I've got the magic stick, you want to level with me to the top. Is that it? That's not fair, said Anna. I joined you before I knew about your, leveling wand. So did I, said Trinity. You weren't even going to come with us until you heard about his power, said Anna. Ladies, I said, hands up. No need to fight over me. Oh, God, said Anna, turning from me with disgust. Don't get too full of yourself, lover boy. Hey, that's my nickname for him, said Trinity. We ate a breakfast of bacon and robin eggs that Anna had found in a tree during her herb picking, and when we were done, Trinity said that she had to log off for a little bit to take care of her body in the real world. The silence was deafening once she disappeared. Anna was instantly blushing, and I wondered if she had just been joking about wanting a go. Anna, I don't expect you to... She silenced me by suddenly leaning across the table and kissing me on the lips. Her mouth tasted like bacon, and I must say that it was quite the turn-on. The kissing became more urgent with every passing heartbeat, and we ripped each other's clothes off on the way to the bed. I emerged from the cabin 25 minutes later as a level 11, with a big smile on my face. It was going to be a good day. I could just feel it. Chapter 7. I see you're now level 11, Trinity noted as she walked back to the cabin with a sly grin on her face. Yup, I said with a nice stretch. And I've unlocked a new spell, Scorched Earth. We should get to the nearest town. You two must have some new skills too. Yeah, last night you helped me unlock Primal Scream. I can't wait to use it, she said happily. Anna suddenly burst from the cottage. It worked, she sang. This is so cool. Come on, we've got to get to town. We need to see our trainers and sell our loot. And you should get a bank vault, Sam. You don't want to lose all your loot again like you did against Mad Morgan. That's a good idea, I admitted. We locked up the cabin, and Anna put an enchantment on the place that she said would keep most NPCs out, but it probably wouldn't stop human players from finding it. That didn't matter, though. We would soon need to move on to a higher zone, which was just fine by me. I was excited to explore more of the world. I was even more excited by my special ability, and I was frankly amazed that the teams who created the game would add such a thing. Even with the 12-hour cooldown, I would be able to surpass the highest level player in a few weeks. But, of course, there was the problem of staying on the same playing field with my girls. My girls. I watched them talking as I trailed behind, and I couldn't help but smile. My first day had started out pretty rough, but it had ended phenomenally. Not only had I had sex with 2 beautiful women, but I had gained 2 levels doing so. I had no idea how this whole love triangle was going to pan out, but I was a happy man. I had friends, a rocking little guild, and spells to learn. What else is there in life? We reached Riverton 15 minutes later, and I marveled at the amazing little village. Riverton looked like something right out of a Thomas Kincaid painting. There were dozens of cottages gracing the outskirts of the village, and within the tall wooden walls there sat 1- and 2-story wattle and daub buildings. High up on the tallest hill there sat a small castle, and the steeples of several churches sprang up over the tops of all other buildings. A thick, square building the color of starburst lit the northern edge of the town, and from it dragons came and went. Out on the water were dozens of fishing vessels and others belonging to the nearby NPC King's Navy. The sight of the boats reminded me of one of the terms of the game that had leaked into the chat circles. Any player who deposes a sitting king can take his place. Sounds great, right? The only problem was that all kings were level 100 and higher. Much higher. Ground control to Major Wood, said Trinity out of the corner of her mouth. I snapped out of my daydreams of grandeur and read the sign in front of me. Welcome to Riverton. Neutral ground. Levels 10+. Halt! Said one of the NPC knights standing guard by the wooden gate. We all stopped a few feet from the gate and waited as the 2 armed men slowly swaggered over to us. You 3 are over level 10, said the first knight, a man with a huge red curling mustache. You're welcome in Riverton, as long as you don't go starting no trouble. The other knight's beady eyes moved over the women from behind a full-faced helmet. Do we look like we're here to start trouble? I asked. It's just a warning that's given to all visitors over level 10, the beady-eyed knight piped in. Save your heroism for the dungeons. We'll behave, we promise, Anna said pleasantly, and pushed me gently past the knights. I took about 5 steps past the gates and stopped to admire the medieval village some more. To my surprise, there were way more real-world players than I had thought there would be. Most of them had enchantments that left me blind to their names and their stats, but when I glanced at them, my interface confirmed that they were real players. If not for the interface, I would have had a hard time telling the difference. The NPCs were programmed so well that they passed for human at first glance. They walked and talked like regular people. They laughed. The children cried and tugged on their mothers' dresses. And when speaking to them, they carried on as humans would. The most striking feature of the NPCs, however, were their eyes. There was an awareness in those eyes, and knowledge. I noticed what looked like a flat-screen TV hanging outside one of the pubs and drew closer. It was broadcasting what looked to be Rebirth Online gameplay. "Hey, what's that?" I asked the ladies. "A looking glass," said Anna. "The programmers broadcast game footage, major achievements, stuff like that." "Cool. All right," said Trinity. "Do you think you can find your way around? I've got to go see the warrior trainer." "Yeah, I'm good," I said, and pointed at the big clock at the center of town that was made up of about 100 separate gears encased in glass. "It's noon now. Let's meet back up in an hour." "See you then, lover boy," said Trinity, as she surprised me with a kiss to the cheek. "Bye, Trin," said Anna, to which the beautiful warrior waved over her shoulder. Anna smiled and hooked her arm around mine. "Come on, I'll show you where the mage trainer is." We went left at the clock in the center of town and started down Shimmer Street, which sold supplies and offered trainers for characters dabbling in the arcane. There were wand shops, staff makers, enchantment specialists, apothecaries, alchemists, and even fortune-tellers. But the prices displayed in some of the windows told me that my meager 5 gold from grinding the day before wasn't going to go far. "Excuse me, good sir, but my husband hasn't returned from his post." "Not interested," Anna told the woman. "Peter! Peter!" said a woman by a fruit stand who looked to have lost something or someone. "Oh," she said, and grabbed my arm as I passed. "Would you find my son? His name is—" "No time, lady," said Anna as she pulled me along. "I'm putting a crew together," a hawkish-looking pirate said to me as I passed. "Sorry, I get seasick," I said over my shoulder. "2 gold to the man who finds my prized horse," a man yelled on the other side of town. "So many quests," said Anna with a shrug. "So little time." "Have you done many quests?" I asked. "Shit, yeah, dozens. Beats the hell out of grinding on random baddies to level, but we can grind on you to level instead," she said with a delicious grin. "I need only a dragon's tooth to finish my elixir," said a wild-eyed man from inside a funky-smelling tent. "Good luck," I yelled. "Hey, Anna, how much do you think my new spell is going to cost?" "Probably like 2 gold. Same with the alchemy instructor. I've only got about 5 altogether." "No worries," she said, and led me over to what looked to be a tiny bank vault. It was the size of a doghouse and sat on a block of stone about waist high. "I can loan you some. You should also get a vault space. It costs 20 gold, but you can pay in installments." "Okay, thanks," I said, as I watched her interact with the strange little safe. She tapped it 3 times, and to my surprise, the door swung open, and an angry little leprechaun smoking a cigar stomped out onto the metal platform. "Anna Darkbane," said the leprechaun in an Irish accent and high-pitched yet gravelly voice. "Deposit or withdrawal?" "Both," she said happily. The leprechaun grumbled to himself and tapped something in the air in front of him, likely his own interface. "Tap and slide your items into the slot on your interface." "I know the drill," Anna told him, and the angry little dude rolled his eyes and gave a sigh as he rolled a short cigar around the edge of his mouth. "You have withdrawn 25 gold from your account, and you have deposited—" "Thanks, I'm all set," Anna interrupted. "Can my friend open an account now?" The leprechaun glanced at me, scowled, and shrugged. "Name," he droned. Once my account was set up and Anna had transferred 20 gold into it, we went our separate ways. "The mage trainer is down at the end of the street," Anna explained. Then she kissed me on the lips and smiled. "See you soon." "Bye," I said, and watched her cute little ass disappear into the crowd.
"Watch it!"
came a deep voice from behind me, and I leapt out of the way as a dangerous-looking man dressed in black leather armor along with a 10-foot-tall troll walked by. "Sorry," I told my fellow players, and proceeded to the mage trainer. The small building looked no bigger than an outhouse, and I glanced again at the sign above the door. It said Mage Trainer, and my interface map confirmed that this was the right building, so I knocked on the door, not quite sure what to expect. When it opened, a tall, gangly NPC with a long gray beard and dark red robes glanced at me over wide spectacles. "Yes?" the old man said absently. He kept glancing back at the big spell book in his left hand. "Hello, my name is Samson. I'm here to learn Scorched Earth," I told him. "Ah," he said affably, and snapped the book closed. "Haggis McArkin, at your service. Come in, please do come in." "Thank you." I followed the old man through the threshold, and a reactionary, "Holy shit," escaped me when I beheld the size of the interior of the building. Hummed a master mage as he ogled me sideways. "Oh, sorry, it's just this place is huge and it looks so small on the outside." "Well, that's magic, me boy," he said with a frown. "Yeah, sorry, I'm new to town. New to the game, really." "Yes, well, we were all noobs once. There's no shame in it. No need to apologize." To the left of the door was a huge bookcase that was somehow over 50 feet tall and 20 feet long. There was a walkway every story, and ladders connecting the many levels. 7 fellow mages were up there, searching for books or reading from the giant tomes. To the right was a kind of shooting range, with over a dozen bays, 4 of which were currently occupied with mages practicing their newly learned spells. Straight ahead, a large glowing crystal hung at the center of the chamber, and beyond it, I could see other players gathered around long tables full of beakers, vials, and bubbling cauldrons. The real-world characters consisted of humans, elves, goblins, dwarves, minotaurs, and even a harpy who hovered in the air on quick wings. But the strangest of all the people inside were the replicas of the mage master that I was now following. He seemed to have created at least a dozen copies of himself, and I found myself wondering if I was talking to the real Haggis. "Master McArkin, those others who looked like you, are they really you?" He said, and glanced at me, then at the other versions of himself. They in turn glanced at me, and half of them winked. "Yes, indeed. They are simply mirror images of myself. You will learn a similar spell, but not any time soon. Now, what did you say you were here to learn?" Scorched Earth, sir?" "Ah, yes," he said, and walked over to the impossibly tall bookcase. After a few minutes passed of patiently waiting for the old grumbling NPC to find what he was looking for, I followed him over to a large wooden podium. He thumbed through the book, found the page that he was looking for, and began to read. "Scorched Earth, a brief history of Orain Fracco, the man behind the spell. Part 1. Orain's early years. Orain Fracco was born on the banks of the river Spirnt. His father, a talented traveling bard and painter." "Excuse me, sir, but the last time that I learned a new spell, the trainer just showed me a hand gesture," I said, as I eyed the size of the tome. Haggis McArkin slammed the book closed and eyed me disapprovingly. "Oh, you're one of those, are you? You think that the best way to learn an ancient spell is by memorizing a hand gesture?" Yeah, kind of. I mean, the lore is interesting and all, and I definitely want to read up on it all. Is there any way you could just show me the gestures and send the text to my interface?" "Kids these days," he said and shook his head. "I'm not a kid," I informed him. "I'm 24 years old." I was getting a little tired of the act. This dude was an NPC after all, and the lore wasn't even real. Sure, there were probably useful bits of information in the book about tactics, but I could get through it all faster on my own. "Have it your way," said the trainer with a lazy sigh. "Now watch very closely, for this is not as easy as the 2 that you know. This one takes a little more finesse." The trainer watched me to make sure that I was looking. Then he made 2 fists and pushed them together in front of his chest, so that the knuckles interlocked. He then pressed his thumbs together, rolled his fists away from each other so that the second knuckles on each finger were touching their twin, and proceeded to extend his fingers until he looked like he was in prayer. Finally, he curled his right hand back into a fist, covered it with the left hand, and opened them to show me. "Pretty, isn't it?" he asked as he smiled up at me, his face illuminated by the tiny glowing speck of shimmering crimson light in his hand. "It's beautiful," I admitted wholeheartedly. "Now watch this," he said with a devilish grin, and tossed the glowing ember overhand and into one of the empty bays. The small speck of light hit the floor at the feet of a suit of armor-wearing dummy and exploded like napalm. "Holy shitballs," I said, as the 10-foot-wide circle of fire raged. Then I noticed that I couldn't feel any heat, and I asked the trainer how come. "Because you are not my enemy," he said with a sly grin. "Scorched earth only negatively affects your enemies, while at the same time helping your allies." "That's cool. What's the buff that allies receive?" He nudged his chin toward the pyre. "Go walk in the flame and find out." "Ha! Funny," I said with a nervous laugh. "I'm serious," he said. "You are, aren't you?" I let out a sigh. "All right, but this better not be a practical joke." I walked slowly toward the ring of fire and held out my hands. It still wasn't hot, and I became confident that it wouldn't hurt me. With an internal "screw it," I stepped into the fire. Scorched earth, plus 50 fire resistance. Stackable, 10-minute duration. Stackable? Now that's legit! "Of course it's legitimate," said the trainer as the spell died down and winked out. "You would have known that had you bothered to read the tome." "All right, let me take a crack at it," I said, rubbing my hands together. "Excellent." He gestured to the dummy at the end of another shooting range. It looked like a scarecrow holding a wooden sword. "Try it out." I walked to the entrance to the bay and shook out my hands, preparing myself. "Keep in mind that the longer you hold the pose, the more mana you will drain, but also the more powerful the spell will be," said the trainer from behind me. I pressed my knuckles together, then thumbs, rolled my fists down into a prayer sign, curled my right hand into a fist again, covered it with the left, and instantly felt the magic spark in my right palm. I gave it a moment to grow, watching as my mana bar drained to 50%, and then opened my hands. My speck of light was a little bigger than the trainer's had been, and I marveled at it with a big grin on my face. "Well then, you going to kiss it or throw it?" the trainer asked hastily. I tossed the small spark of light at the scarecrow at the end of the bay, and flames suddenly engulfed a 15-foot radius around the target. "That was sick," I said as I watched the fire rage. A new alert popped up in my field of vision. "Congratulations. You have unlocked Scorched Earth. See spells for more details." "That'll be 2 gold," said the trainer. I transferred the gold from my account to his with the tap of a virtual button, and he squinted to make sure it was all there. "And where do you want to spend your skill points?" the old man asked. Put it all toward stamina," I said, remembering how winded I had become trying to pummel the ogre. "Now how about we get you some new gear?" he said with a grin. "Is it expensive?" I asked apprehensively. "Best quality and lowest prices around. Why, I have robes starting at only 20 gold. 20 gold? Sorry, I can't afford anything like that right now." "Your loss," he said with a shrug. "I'm sure that you can find your way out." I left the trainers and ventured back down the street. When I got to the clock, I found Trinity waiting for me, but no Anna. "Hey, Trin, where's Anna?" I asked. "I haven't seen her," she said, glancing around at the crowd. "Maybe she lost track of time like I did," I suggested. We talked about our respective trainers and our new abilities for a little while, but when 15 minutes had passed, I started to get worried for Anna. I was about to suggest that we split up and go looking for her when a scream issued from the east side of town. "That sounded like Anna," I said. "Come on." I raced down the street toward the sound of the growing commotion and pushed through the crowd of players and NPCs. I broke through and skidded to a halt when I saw 5 high-level players surrounding Anna. The highest level among the group was a level 20 mage, and he was holding Anna intimately close to his body. "Hey!" I yelled, and stepped forward. "Let her go!" Trinity broke through the crowd and unsheathed her sword. "Piss off, noob. This is between me and the lady," said the mage. "Let me go, Kincaid," Anna yelled, and yanked her arm back. Kincaid gave her a shove, and she fell in the mud. The mage's lackeys laughed, and fury surged through my body. Before I knew what I was doing, I had unleashed a fireball right at the mage's chest. The blast took him and everyone else by surprise, as it exploded against his chest. But his robes absorbed the spell, and as the smoke cleared, I saw his smug grin aimed in my direction. "My turn," he said, and produced a basketball-sized ball of fire between his palms and shot it in my direction. I tried to dodge the attack, but it zipped across the open ground in a blur and hit me in the shoulder. I spun about 17 times and landed in a smoldering heap 10 feet away. The crowd whooped and cheered, and I groaned against the pain. Warning: health 20%. I shook as I tried to handle the incredible pain and glanced down at my chest, which was charred and bloody. "Sam!" Anna yelled, but as I watched from the ground, a warlock among Kincaid's group lifted her into the air inside a ball of crackling green lightning. "Someone call the guards!" Trinity yelled, as she came to stand guard in front of me. "Step aside," said Kincaid as he raised a glowing hand and stalked toward Trinity. "Halt!" came the voice of one of the guards, and the crowd suddenly scrambled. Kincaid stopped a few feet from Trinity. He looked her up and down with a sly grin, before looking past her and glowering at me. "This isn't over, noob." With that, he and his guild suddenly disappeared, and 2 seconds later, the guards came charging around the distant corner. "Come on," said Trinity, as she grabbed me under the armpits and hauled me to my feet. "Get Anna out of here," I told her. "I'm right behind you." She offered me a nod and raced toward Anna. "You there! Halt!" came the voice of the quickly approaching guards of Riverton. Trinity scooped up Anna, raced around the corner, and disappeared down another street. I tried to keep up, but my chest still felt like it was on fire, and it was all I could do not to cry out with every excruciating breath. I almost reached the corner, but I was tackled by one of the guards and driven to the ground. Glowing shackles were quickly applied to my wrists and ankles, and a spell word connected them together with a ribbon of crackling magic. "We warned you not to cause trouble," said the guard with the big red mustache. "It wasn't me. Ask anyone. The troublemaker was a mage named Kincaid. He was manhandling my friend." "Sure, tell that to the judge," said the guard, and they dragged me along toward the jailhouse. Chapter 8. The guards marched me through the jailhouse and unceremoniously threw me in the brig. To my dismay, all my gear disappeared from my interface, and I was left wearing only my trousers and thin undershirt. "Hey, don't I get like a phone call or something?" I yelled through the bars, but they suddenly began to crackle and buzz, and a quick jolt of electricity coursed through my body. My health was still below 25%. And the jolt from the bars didn't help. I felt like I had a terrible hangover, not to mention my chest still felt like it was on fire. I thought that perhaps they would at least give me a healing potion, but instead I was left to regenerate on my own. To take my mind off the pain of my slowly healing wounds, I took in the room around me. There was a single cot set against the back wall, and above it, a small slit in the stone created a meager window. In one corner was a bucket, and I was glad that the call of nature was less frequent in-game. I climbed up on the bed and peered out of the window at the street beyond, but I saw no sign of Trinity or Anna. As my health slowly began to regenerate, I lay down on the cot and curled up in the fetal position, trying to handle the still throbbing pain. I started to drift off to sleep as I lay there, but then I heard footsteps in the hall and sat up in bed. A guard I hadn't seen before and a man in long white priest robes walked toward my cell. The guard unlocked the door and motioned for the priest to enter. The hooded figure walked into my cell and peeled back his hood, and I almost shit myself with surprise. "Dr. Marks?" I said breathlessly. "Holy shit, am I happy to see you." "I imagine," he said as he glanced around the cell. Then he eyed the big hole in my shirt and my still raw-looking wound and raised a hand. From his palm, white light snaked forward and washed over my wounds, soothing me like a mother's words. As the healing power washed over me, my health bar quickly began to climb back up to 100%, and I let out a sigh of relief. "Thanks," I said, rubbing my healed chest. "Listen, the guards have it all wrong. I was just defending my friend. Can you get me out of here?" "Of course not," he said, and glanced at the NPC guard who stood rigidly on the other side of the glowing bars. "I am only here because you have visitors." "Trinity and Anna?" I moved to the bars and peered down the hall. "No," he said with a small chuckle and held out his hand. "Your parents." He held a small crystal in his hand, and with a spoken word, he activated it. The crystal suddenly burst with light, and two thick beams shone on the opposite side of the cell by the bed. The holograms of my parents stood about 3 feet tall and glanced around the room quizzically. "Mom? Dad?" I said as I moved toward them. "Oh, look, honey, he can walk," my mother said, and cupped a hand over her mouth, her eyes tearing as she looked up at me. "It's not real," my father mumbled as he glanced around. Is this a prison cell?" Yeah," I stammered. "I'd just gotten a little scuffle in town. It's no big deal." "Not a big deal," my father yelled. He scowled up at Dr. Marks. "My son paid you $50,000 to be a prisoner in a virtual game? What kind of bullshit is this?" "Oh no, Sammy, what did you do?" my mother asked. "Jesus Christ, I'm fine," I told them. "It's just part of the game. I'll be out soon enough." "What's his bail?" my father asked Dr. Marks. "Does it cost real-world funds to get him out? What kind of scam is your company running?" "I do not know what his bail will be set at. That's up to the judge. But yes, he can pay with in-game gold or US dollars. "This is an outrage!" my father yelled. "He can pay it," said my mother. "He started the game with extra money." "Buy money to spend on bail?" my father continued to rant. "Why don't you just pay the bail money out of what you started with, honey?" my mother asked. "I got robbed," I admitted with a long sigh. "Robbed? Robbed?" said my father. He pointed a shaking finger at Dr. Marks. "That's it. We're done with this scam. I want him unplugged immediately." "Damn it, Dad. I'm 24 years old. I paid for this with my own money, and I'm not going anywhere, all right? So chill out." "You'll regret it," my father warned. "Listen, in the real world, I've got nothing. In here, I can still be somebody. In here, I can earn the funds to pay for the surgery that I need, okay? So just get off my back about it and trust that I know what I'm doing. You've still got us," my mother said with a smile and wiped a tear from her eye. My father just shook his head. "I'll talk to you both later, all right? I gotta go," I told them, and glanced at Dr. Marks. "We love you, Sammy," said my mother, as the good doctor turned off the hologram. "Dude, can you warn me the next time they want to visit?" I asked. "Sure. Sorry about that. I can see where your dad's coming from, and a lot of rich players just buy their way out of stuff like this, but I think you'll figure it out. You're a smart kid." He nodded at the guard, who unlocked the cell door and waited. "Good luck," said Dr. Marks as he left. "Yeah, thanks," I said as I plopped down on my cot. I lay there staring at the ceiling and feeling bad about snapping on my dad. He had good intentions, but the two of them were just too damn clingy. They had been smothering me with worry ever since the accident, and it felt like being a kid again, trapped with no money, no license, no wheels, no idea about anything. I needed to get the hell out of that cell, but I didn't have any money for bail, and I didn't think Trinity or Anna did either. As I lay there, watching the world through the thin slit in the wall that acted as a window, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. What must my parents be thinking? The first time that they see me in the new world that I chose to live in, they find me in jail. Little did they know that I just had the best day of my life. Little did they know that for the first time I felt like myself. I snoozed for a while, and when I woke up, only faint torchlight shone through the slit in the wall. I nodded off again, but it seemed like only a few minutes before I was awakened by an urgent, hissing voice. "Psst! Eat this!" I glanced around the cell. The constant blue glow of the magical bars lit the place up like a drug dealer's living room. Beyond the bars, no one stirred, but then I glanced at the slit in the wall above my cot, and I saw a distinctly feminine eye peering back at me. Either the woman wore heavy mascara or her skin was very dark. Either way, she had been the one who spoke. "Eat what?" I whispered back. "This," she said, and her eye was replaced by a small rectangular piece of cloth that slipped through the slit easily. I took the tiny bundle, laid it down on the cot, glanced over my shoulder to make sure no one was coming, and unwrapped it. Inside, I found a coarse brown powder. "It's crushed up Mangari mushroom. Just eat it. You'll be glad you did in about 5 minutes." The mysterious woman whispered through the slit, and then she was gone. "Hey!" I hissed, but no answer was forthcoming. I sniffed at the dried mushroom, touched a bit of it to my lip, and glanced again conspiratorially toward the bars. "Screw it," I said aloud, and dumped all the contents into my mouth. Now, I had done magic mushrooms before. I even did acid once in college. But these mushrooms had no effect whatsoever that I could detect. I waited, and when the 5 minutes had passed, I peered out the small slit in the wall. I saw nothing but the empty street beyond and the full moon hanging low over the distant horizon. Maybe it would take a while for the mushrooms to kick in, just like the hallucinogenic kind. The woman had said 5 minutes, though, and that much time had surely already passed. As I sat up, in on my cot, and pondered, a thin wisp of smoke began to trickle into the room. It rode on the air like a cartoon character's nose, drawn forth by a delicious-smelling food. I watched it with intrigue, and more smoke began to waft into the cell. Soon, the entire cell was full of the stuff. I heard the guards down the hall cough and choke, and a heavy thud must have been the sound of one of them hitting the floor, but I felt fine. "You'll be happy you did in about 5 minutes." The mysterious woman's words returned to me, echoing in my mind. "Hello?" I yelled out in the heavy fog. The cell had suddenly become unnavigable. Even the glowing bars had stopped giving off light. "Shh!" a soft voice hissed in the gloom. I heard a click, and a woman's small hand wrapped around my wrist. "Come with me if you want to live," she said, in her best Arnold Schwarzenegger voice. Chapter 9. I let the mysterious woman lead me through the fog-filled jailhouse, and I trusted that wherever she was bringing me was better than prison. We didn't emerge from the main door, but rather a window. As we landed on the cobblestone between the jailhouse and the courthouse, I saw for the first time the face of my rescuer. And damn! Her eyes were painted dark violet, but her skin was dark as well. It was a smoky black that reminded me of a drow elf. And when I saw her long ears outlined in the tight hood covering her head, I realized my guess had been right. Her eyes were light purple and matched her lips, which were as plump as a Georgia plum. Her high cheekbones and hawkish little nose suggested daintiness, but the intensity in her eyes begged to differ. "This way," she said, and hurried along the alley with the grace of a cat. I noticed that she wore all black, and the leather armor was super tight. Her entire body was outlined in the snug armor, and I found it hard to be worried about being spotted while I followed her athletic ass through the shadows. She turned to face me again, and I had all I could do to keep my eyes on hers. "You see that wagon? That is our destination. All you've got to do is get there, get inside, and keep your mouth shut, and we'll be out of town before you know it. All right?" "Whatever you say," I told her with a grin. She offered me a curious grin and then ushered me out of the alley. "Go!" I ran, head down, toward the wagon, and leapt inside when someone within pushed the tarp up from the tailgate. 4 hands dragged me inside, and by the light of a small hole in the canvas that covered us, I recognized the smiling faces of Anna and Trinity. "Wanna level?" Trinity said with a mischievous giggle. "Trinity, Anna," I said, and hugged them both. "I'm so glad to see you two." "Did you think we would just let you rot in jail?" Anna asked. "Shh," came the hiss of the mysterious drow elf as she smacked the canvas. We kept quiet and huddled together under the canvas as the wagon slowly got going. While we waited for the all clear, I thought of my gear, weapons, and money back at the jailhouse, and I prayed to the gaming god that the drow had gathered them before she found me. "Sorry we took so long," Anna whispered. "Ember was hard to find." "Ember? Is that the drow elf?" I asked. "Yeah, she's great, right? I think she would be a good inclusion into our guild," Anna said. "Let's just see if she tries to rob us once we stop, and we'll go from there," Trinity suggested. "She is a rogue, after all." The wagon rumbled along for about 15 minutes before the drow tapped on the canvas and gave the all clear. The three of us pushed back the tarp and took in the fresh air. I glanced around. We were deeper in the mountains, and the air was getting chilly. "Where are we headed?" I asked the girls. "The Beartooth Mountains, for levels 11 to 15, the drow called back from her perch on the wagon bench. "Thanks for getting me out of jail," I said to the woman. "Ember, is it?" "Yup." "Well, nice to meet you." "Yup." "Does she always talk this much?" I asked Trinity and Anna. "Yup," said Anna, and we all shared a laugh. When the wagon finally stopped, and Ember let down the tailgate, I helped Trinity and Anna out and hopped down to the snowy ground. "Damn, it's cold up here," I said with a shiver. "Here's your crap from the jailhouse," said Ember as she tossed me a burlap sack. "And there are heavy coats stashed under the hay." "Now you tell us," said Trinity as she began to rummage beneath the bed of hay. She handed Anna and me both a big fur coat, and Ember slapped the asses of the horses, sending them off. "Why'd you do that?" I asked. "We could use mounts." "You're already a criminal," she said as she glanced around warily. "I doubt you want to add horse thief to your rap sheet." "I was falsely prosecuted," I said. "But thanks, Ember. Thank you for everything you've done." She glanced at Trinity and Anna before moving close enough to kiss me. "I agreed to do this because your girlfriends here promised that you could help me level instantly." She glanced down at my crotch, looked back up at me, and cocked a brow. "And if you three are bullshitting me, I'll send you all to the graveyard. Got it?" "Wow," I said. "Given the social climate back in the real world, I think that I should be really insulted right now, but for some reason I'm really turned on." Ember shook her head, hooked a thumb over her shoulder, and said, "Follow me." Trinity, Anna, and I followed Ember through the deep snow and the howling wind for 5 minutes. She led us along a ridge into a small copse of pine trees, and then to the mouth of a small cave. I shared a look with my girls and took up the lead as I followed Ember through the small entrance. We moved silently through the dark tunnel for a few minutes before coming out into a glowing crystal cavern. "This way," Ember told me, and continued to the first tunnel on the right. I followed her through the threshold into pure darkness, but then she spoke a spell word, and dozens of crystals embedded in the earthen walls lit up. Before me was a pretty pimpin' subterranean apartment, and I grinned at the mysterious drow elf. "Not bad," I said as I took in the room. It looked like Ember had been here for a few weeks at least, or else she had kicked out or killed the previous tenants. There was running water in the form of an always dripping spigot that protruded from the north wall about 20 feet in front of me. A cooking area, complete with a 3-foot-wide fireplace currently burning only embers, sat to my left. 3 yellow silk screens with the outlines of beds behind them sat to my right, and a lounging area with 6 plush chairs centered around a big looking-glass. A table sat near the cooking area, and Ember walked over to it and grabbed the bottle of wine. "Anybody want a drink? If there's one thing in abundance in the game, it's frigging elderberry wine," she said, as she peeled back her tight hood and shook out her long, straight silver hair. "I'll take one," I said. Trinity and Anna both accepted a glass as well, and we all sat at the table while I told them about my parents visiting me in the jailhouse. "Oh my God, what a game killer," said Ember. "How old are you anyway that your parents are visiting you?" "I'm 24, I replied. "But ever since the accident, they've been like that. Can't really blame them, though, since I'm a paraplegic." "Oh, shit. I'm sorry," said Ember. "I didn't know." "It's all good. That's why I'm here. There's a lot of money to be made in this game at high levels, and I hope to make enough to be able to pay for real-world surgery. How about you? Why are you here?" "I've been making money playing games since I was 14. I figured that I might as well give this one a shot." "Do you want to join our guild?" I asked. "We could really use someone with your skill set, and I think you'd be a good fit." "Whoa, lover boy," said Trinity. "The cooldown on your special ability is 12 hours, and if we add another person to the mix, then Anna and I have to wait that much longer to level." "Let's not forget my price," said Ember. "Whether I join or not, we agreed that I get to level at least once with Sam's special ability." "What are you two, my pimps?" I asked Trinity and Anna, half-jokingly. Yeah," said Trinity with a laugh. "Please," said Anna. "It's not like you don't love every minute of this." "Maybe a little, but we can't depend completely on my special ability. We need a strong guild if we're going to reach high levels and start making some real money. And I, for one, intend on dominating this shit. Either you share my vision or you don't." "I like this guy," said Ember. "I'm in, if you'll have me." "Why do I get the feeling this is going to be an all-woman guild with the exception of you?" Trinity asked. "I don't mind having men in the guild if they're a good fit," I said, and quickly added, "but I'm not helping a dude instantly level. Sorry, I just don't swing that way." "So," said Ember, looking to Trinity and Anna, "you two want me to be a part of the team or not?" The women shared a glance, and Trinity shrugged. "Fine with me, but you've got to share Loverboy here," said Trinity. "I think you'll be a good fit," said Anna. "Great," said Ember. She stood up, tossed back the rest of her wine, and took my hand. "Now for my reward." Chapter 10. Level 12 unlocked. The notification flashed in front of Ember's breasts as she shuddered and recovered from the orgasm that we had just shared. Then her eyes lit up. "Holy crap, I leveled! I can't believe that really worked." She rolled off me and lay beside me, panting. "You didn't think it was true?" I said with a laugh. "I thought it was about a 50-50 chance, and I figured that if it didn't work, I would at least enjoy some good old virtual reality sex." She propped herself up on one elbow and grabbed my manhood. "Let's do it again." "Sorry, babe," I said with a sigh. 12-hour cooldown. "Ah, shit, I forgot about that," she said. "Oh, well, I still unlocked Achilles' heel." "I unlocked a new spell, too," I said as I scrolled through my interface. "Something called Magic Bolt. Holy shit, it takes 50% of my mana to cast and has a 10-second cooldown." "Yeah, I've seen it in use," said Ember. "It's a pretty badass spell." When we had dressed and emerged from behind the silken veil, we found Trinity and Anna playing cards at the table. On the looking-glass behind them was a video feed of a group of fairies, all leveled 35 and up, and all real-world characters battling a demon. "It's about time," said Trinity as she slapped her cards down on the table. "We were turning into a bunch of old maids out here waiting for you two. Congrats on leveling. Now, can we go do some questing?" "Sure," I said, and glanced back at the silver-haired drow assassin. "But first, I need to tell you all something." "Aw," said Trinity mockingly as she grabbed Anna's arm. "He's going to confess his love." "Close," I said with a small laugh. "Actually, I wanted to let you all in on a little secret. I haven't known any of you for very long, but I feel like I can trust you." "What is it?" Ember asked. "Are you, actually a 500-pound, 40-year-old dude who lives with his mom? I mean, if you are, I don't give a shit. You seem like a really great guy." No. As boring as it sounds, this is what I look like in real life." "Oh," said Ember. "Then what is it?" "I came into the game with 100,000 gold, and it was stolen by Mad Morgan." Ember's jaw basically hit the floor. Trinity's eyes widened, and Anna's long elven ears perked to attention. 100,000 gold? Said Anna. "You got it stolen?" said Trinity. "And you want to get it back?" Ember deduced. "What's in it for us? What's the split on loot for the guild?" The girls all eyed me with a mix of hope and apprehension. "Even shares," I said. They all shared pleased nods. "You ladies help me get it back, and I'll give you each 25,000. "Why would you give away most of your gold?" Ember asked with apparent suspicion. "I want to have a strong guild, and the more money we have, the faster we can level." He knows he's too valuable for us to screw him over, said Trinity. There's that, too, I said with a wink. Well then, said Anna, what are we waiting for? Let's go grind out some quests and get our asses fighting like a well-oiled machine. We're going to need to be good to take out Morgan and his cronies. We should go see a trainer first, I said. I'd like to learn these new spells before we start questing. There's a dwarf city about 5 miles north of here, said Ember. It's called Aorok, and it's neutral ground for all levels. But we're kind of wanted right now, and the authorities in the city are sure to have heard about us. Great. So we can't learn our new spells? I asked. There are other ways, said Ember. Trainers can be found in other places besides cities and villages. How do we find them? On your map. Sometimes they pop up. I clicked on my map and noticed that it had expanded to include the Beartooth Mountains. There were a lot of different icons glowing on it, and as I zoomed in on the area, I found a big M icon. Another click confirmed that this was indeed a mage trainer. The Caverns of Crystal, I read aloud and glanced at Ember. It's deeper in the mountain. Ever heard of it? Yeah, I've been in there, she said. But I don't know a way to get there through the mountain. We should go around the western ridge. There's a Yeti clan up there that we can loot on the way. They're all like level 17s and up, though. You peeps think you're up for it? I glanced around at the girls, and they seemed confident in their abilities. Screw it, I said. Let's give it a shot. We left the way we had entered and walked out into a world of white. The late afternoon sky looked mean and gray, and a wicked wind howled in from the west. We headed that way, pulling our collars high and trudging through the whipping snow. Trinity took the lead and plowed through the ankle-deep snow with her big boots. I fell in line behind Trinity. Then came Anna, while Ember took the rear. As we marched through the snow, Anna laid blessings on us all, and Ember buffed us with something called Untraceable Step, which had a half-hour cooldown on it. Trinity suddenly stopped beside a boulder that sat near the edge of the natural shelf that we were traversing. She ushered us all behind the rock and hooked a thumb back over the edge. There's a couple knights from Riverton snooping around down there in the valley near where we came off the road, she said, and glanced at Ember. What? Said the assassin. I put wards on those wagon wheels and the horseshoes. They must have a pretty high-level tracker with them. What should we do? Anna asked. What if they find the hideout? They won't find it if we kill them, said Ember, and Trinity seemed to agree with her. We can't kill them, I said. Why not? Ember asked skeptically. They're not real people, you know. Yeah, but they think they are, I countered. They'll respawn back in town and have no idea what happened, she argued. Look, we're already wanted. You want to add murder to the list? I didn't intend on being a bad guy in this world. Bad guy? Said Ember. She rolled her eyes. How old did you say you were? Just because this is virtual reality doesn't mean we should act like assholes, I said. I'm the leader of this guild and I say we leave it alone. Ember glanced at the other women, but they had already accepted me as the leader of the group, and they let her know it. Fine, said Ember, but when playing nicey-nice backfires on us, you'll know I was right. We continued around the west ridge, and eventually the path meandered up a steep incline, then turned northeast toward a small valley between the mountains. Ember told us to stay on the path, and Trinity led us down a slow decline peppered with crooked pines. There were creatures on the white slopes, bears, wolves, wildcats, and even snow dwarfs, but we didn't bother with any of them, and they stuck to their programmed routes. Down there, see it? Ember said, pointing down at the valley floor. Where? I asked, as I strained to make out the creatures against the glaring white world. By that dark ridge. I finally spotted the Yetis, 5 of them to be exact, all gathered near the mouth of a cave. I couldn't tell exactly what they were doing from this distance, but I could tell that they were big, really big. So, what's the plan? Anna asked. We should lure a few of them out if we can. Take them out one by one, I suggested. They're too close together, said Ember. I don't think we'll have any luck pulling just one of them. Well, I can't tank all 5 at once, Trinity said as she squinted at the faraway group. How about this? I said, and motioned for the girls to all gather around. Ember, you sneak around behind them, and use whatever you've got in your arsenal to slow down as many as you can. Anna can hit the group with her stunning spell, and I'll blast the hell out of the one with the lowest health and get it out of the picture early. Meanwhile, Trinity, you keep the stronger ones at bay until we can focus our efforts on them." The girls all agreed, and we moved off the trail and slunk toward a copse of birch trees. We were now less than 100 feet away from the group, and the Yeti's size became apparent. The beasts were at least 8 feet tall, with thick white fur and ugly little faces set on big, shaggy heads. Their long claws were like daggers, and I didn't want to imagine what they could do to our flesh. "Those are some ugly bastards," Anna noted with disgust. "Give me about 30 seconds to get in place," said Ember, and she faded until she was as translucent as a ghost. "Now that is pretty cool," I said, as I watched her sneak right into the group of Yetis. The beasts were gathered around a pile of bloody bones, gnawing away at the recent kill. Their scent found me like a punch in the nose, and I almost gagged when I smelled a mix of old soggy carpet, piss, and B.O. "Damn, shower much?" Trinity said as she squeezed her nose. "I'm glad I'm not the one who has to get close to them," Anna told her. "All right, Ember's about to make her move," I said. We watched as Ember moved to the other side of the group, slowly pulled a mean-looking dagger from its sheath, and quickly sliced 2 of the beast's ankles. Beside me, Trinity tapped on her interface, began to slow, and then she shot across the open ground and slammed into one of the Yetis. I conjured a fireball and sent it shooting across the white expanse. Anna's stunning spell washed over the Yetis as my fireball struck one of the beasts right in the chest, instantly lighting its thick fur on fire. I saw quickly that its health had dropped to 30%, but then it plummeted to 0 as Ember suddenly appeared on top of it and stabbed a dagger right through its eye. 1 down, 4 to go. Trinity faced 2 of the monsters, hacking and slashing at them with her giant sword as they growled and lunged at her with big swiping paws. One connected, and I released a fireball right into the face of her assailant as she went flying overhead. She landed in a heap behind me, and even as Ember rode the beast I had just hit to the ground and killed it, the other 3 charged right at us. "Trin!" I said urgently, and hit the Yetis with arcane lightning that slowed them down a little. I followed it with scorched earth, and the ground around the beasts flared to life. They screamed as they were engulfed in flames, but they kept on coming. I glanced back and was surprised to see that Trinity was frozen solid. A menacing growl forced me to whip my head around, and I came face to face with a big, hairy, flaming Yeti paw. The force of the blow took me off my feet, spun me through the air, and slammed me into a thick pine tree. I hit the ground like a brick of ice, and that's when I felt the cold quickly creeping through my bones. Horrified, I stared at my bluish hands as frost and then ice covered them. Frostbitten, movement slowed by 90%. 5-second duration. Shit. Through the sheen of ice covering my eyes, I watched helplessly as the 3 Yetis bore down on Anna. Ember rushed up behind them and hamstrung all 3, and one of them turned and swiped her to the side like a rag doll. She slammed into a big boulder and froze as well. Anna fought valiantly with her staff. She summoned holy light that forced the Yetis back and scorched their snow-white fur. She hit them with a glowing spell that siphoned their health, but they kept coming, their big paws reaching for her. Then I saw Trinity thaw out and spring to her feet. I only had 2 seconds left on my debuff, and in that time Trinity had closed the distance to the Yetis and stabbed one of them through the back. When I thawed out, I had a fireball waiting and hit her opponent in its hideous little face. To my surprise, my fireball took the monster's head clean off. 3 down, 2 to go. Anna blessed us all with healing energy as Trinity engaged the last 2 Yetis, turning them away from me and Anna. I stood side by side with my healer as we unleashed a barrage of spells that dropped the Yetis to below 10% health. Ember thawed out during the last moments of the fight and managed to kill one of them with a well-placed dagger throw that took the last creature in the forehead and dropped it at Trinity's feet. "That was awesome!" Anna cheered when the last Yeti fell. "Easy for you to say, you didn't get frozen," said Ember, shivering. Coins flew from the ash that had once been the Yeti's bodies. The share was 2 gold each, which wasn't bad, and a pair of shin guards that were better than the ones that Trinity was currently wearing. "This way to the Caverns of Crystal," Ember said, and started up the ridge above the cave entrance. About 10 minutes later, we came to a frozen lake, and Ember led us beneath the low-hanging icicles at the mouth of a cavern. Multicolored crystals grew out of the stones at odd angles, lighting the cavern with an ambient glow. Trinity and Anna waited near the mouth, while Ember and I sought out our respective trainers. Toward the back of the cavern, we found them contained within frozen blocks of ice. "Just touch the ice and they'll thaw," said Ember. I placed my hand on the block of ice containing the mage trainer, and he quickly thawed out and fell to the floor. "Oh, thank the 7 gods," said the old Asian-looking elf. "You freed me from the clutches of the Winter Witch. What can I do to repay you?" "I need to learn Magic Bolt," I said. "Ah, congratulations. It seems that you are becoming a powerful mage indeed, and this will make you even more powerful. Now, let me find the correct text," he said as he scrolled through his interface. "That's all right, I don't have much time, and I'm sure that you want to get out of here. How about you just show me the hand gestures?" He said, and glanced around warily. "That is probably a good idea. That witch might come back any minute." The trainer straightened, took a deep breath, and laced his fingers together in front of his chest. He then quickly pressed his palms together, creating a popping sound, and pulled back his right hand, which was now crackling and glowing blue with untold power. He extended his hand toward a distant icicle, and a shimmering bolt of magic shot from his fingertips and exploded against the ice. "That's it?" I said, thinking that the spell would have been much more intricate. "I'll be able to cast that quickly." "Easy peasy," he said with a nod and a smile. "A great spell for a mage in a bind." "All right, let me try it out." I laced my fingers, clapped my palms together, and pulled back my right hand. Power coursed through my fingers, and I aimed the spell at the far wall. To my delight, a glowing dart about 6 inches long shot across the cave and tore a big chunk out of the ice. "You're a natural." The trainer leaned in conspiratorially. "If you help me get out of this cavern, I shall reward you further." "Hey, Ember, should I take this quest?" "Might as well," she yelled over to me. "I'm going to as well. It's easy enough. Just have to get them out of the cavern. Some crystal creatures spawn and try to stop them, but they're easy enough to kill." "I'll help you get out," I told the trainer. "But first, I need to spend these attribute points. Can you put them toward vitality, please?" "Sure thing," he said with a wave of his gnarled hand. "All right," I said with a quick glance around the cavern. "Come on, follow, my friend." Ember and I led the 2 trainers back through the cavern, and sure enough, at the entrance the crystal critters came alive. The hanging crystals dropped from their mooring, sprouted legs, and scurried toward us. The NPC trainers attacked the creatures, who quickly surrounded us and soon numbered in the dozens. Ember?" "They're just level 4. Use your arcane lightning. It should kill most of them." I hurriedly performed the spell, and lightning erupted from my palms, followed by barking thunder. My arcane lightning webbed from one crystal creature to another and continued on through the group in the blink of an eye. The creatures all shattered into 1,000 pieces, and we easily made our way back to Trinity and Anna. "Thank you, my young apprentice," said the mage trainer. "And for your reward." He withdrew 3 mana potions from his pocket and handed them to me, before turning and rushing toward the sunlight. The assassin trainer did the same, and we followed their tracks out of the cavern. "What next?" Anna asked. "First things first," I said, as I practiced the hand gestures for my new spell. "I want to try out this magic bolt. Let's find something to fight." Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the mountainside right beside me and the girls. A gigantic fireball engulfed me, and I cried out in pain and surprise as I was lifted off my feet and sailed into the nearby rock face. I hit the slope and tumbled down it like a rag doll before coming to a groaning halt on the rough rocks near the trail. Somewhere beyond the rising smoke, a creature screamed, and the noise reminded me of a T-Rex from a dinosaur movie. I squinted through the fog and covered my ears as the thing cried out again, but this time it was followed by at least 4 others. Then I saw them gliding down through the swirling smoke. Dragons. There were 5 of the creatures, each with a rider, and one of the riders I recognized as the mage from Riverton. Kincaid. I pulled myself to my feet defiantly, ignoring the warning that flashed on my interface telling me that I had only 12% health. Kincaid and his lackeys landed their dragons on the edge of the ridge, and I uncorked and tossed back a healing potion. Anna was already up, and her buff soon washed over me. Trinity was favoring her right leg, but Ember was nowhere to be seen, and I worried that she had been blown over the side of the ridge. We were at least 500 feet up, and the drop on this side of the mountain went straight to the bottom. "Ah, there's my fiancé," said Kincaid, as he came swaggering across the scorched earth with his guildies in tow. There was a dwarf healer among them, as well as a female orc witch doctor wearing rags and about 100 little bones. A giant troll with green skin and flaming red hair took up the rear, with an elven death knight whose matte black armor covered his entire body. "Fiancé?" I said, and glanced at Anna. "Kincaid, can you please just fuck off?" said Anna. Rather than do so, the tall mage inspected me and Trinity with amusement. He came to stand before me, and smirked at my armor, scoffed at my weapons. Then he shook his head and glanced at Anna. "Are you done playing with your new boy toy? We have work to do." He turned from me and started toward his dragon. "Come on, Anastasia." "Didn't you hear the woman?" I said, as I performed the hand gestures and conjured magic bolt. The magic was wild, powerful. I could feel it coursing through my arm, waiting to be unleashed. "She said fuck off." Kincaid stopped dead and slowly turned around to glare at me. I didn't give him time. Instead, I shot out my hands and unleashed my new spell. The dagger-thin bolt of magic shot across the stone in a blur and hit Kincaid right in the chest. The explosion that followed should have turned the mage to ash, but to my horror, he was still standing there when the smoke cleared. I wasn't sure what I had expected to happen, but that wasn't it. "What was that?" he asked me with a grin, as his silver robes shimmered with the absorbed power. "Magic bolt? Not bad. Do you want to see what it looks like when a real mage performs the spell?" "Kincaid, leave him alone," said Anna. "Look, if you want to go somewhere and talk, then we can talk. Just leave my guildmates out of it." "Guildmates?" he said with a cocked brow. He stormed over to her, but Trinity blocked his way. "Don't you dare touch," said Trinity. But before she could finish, Kincaid hit her with a blast from his palm that exploded through her chest, lifted her off her feet, and slammed her into the rock face. "You fucking asshole!" I screamed, and tried to unleash another magic bolt, but suddenly someone grabbed my hand, and a heartbeat later, a grinning assassin stuck a dagger in my right kidney. My cloth armor tore with barely a sound, and the blade sunk deep into my skin. I dropped to one knee, gasping, as the assassin put a knife to my throat and yanked my head back. Kincaid grabbed Anna's left arm, ripped back the sleeves of her robe, and pointed at the blazing sword tattooed on her forearm. "That's the Lightbringer brand," he said to her, "and your vow cannot be broken." "Take a hint. We're done," said Anna. "If you keep harassing me, I'm going to—" "Do what?" "This game is open PvP. The mods don't give a shit." "We broke up 3 weeks ago," said Anna, "and I think I was pretty clear about how I felt. Why can't you just let it go?" "Yeah, dude," I croaked. "Let it go." Kincaid turned his ire from Anna to me, just as I had hoped. He strode over to me and slowly performed the gesture to conjure a fireball. The spell grew in his right hand as he cocked it back, but he held it there, grinning. Then he placed his hand on my forehead as I struggled against the assassin holding me. "You know what, lover boy? You're now a marked man. You're fucked. You could have just kept your mouth shut. Let me talk to my fiancé." "Ex," I corrected him. His nostrils flared and the heat against my forehead intensified. "Tell me, Sammy, have you ever felt a fireball go off at close range? Say, right against your fucking skull?" "No," I said, "but I felt your ex's mouth on my cock." The warlock in his guild snickered, and Kincaid's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You see, Kin," I croaked, "I've got what the girls like to call the magic stick. It's my special ability. And every time I have sex, I level, and so does the lucky lady. So you can blow my head off, you can track us down and gank us all you want, because to level back again, all I gotta do is make sweet love to your ex over there. Shut the fuck up, he said through clenched teeth. Just get the hell out of here, I said, before you make an in-game enemy that you don't want to have. Get a load of this guy, Kincaid said to his guildmates and glanced over his shoulder, but none of them were laughing with him anymore. I'm warning you, dude, I said as I glared up at him. You're what, level 20? I'll be there in 3 days, tops. In a week, I'll be level 25, and you'll have gone up to 21 if you're lucky. If you don't leave now and stop stalking Anna, you'll wish we never met. I'll make it my mission to gank your ass down to level 1. Then I'll let you stay there, every day fearing when I'll kill you again and cast you down to the underworld for good. And then, when your rich parents buy you in again, I'll be there. I'll find out your new name. I'll find your new avatar, and I'll make you my bitch. Perhaps you can serve in my court when I take this whole goddamned realm and become king. Maybe you could be my jester. I saw real fear in Kincaid's eyes, and we all waited for the man to seal his own fate. He glanced at his guildmates, but none of them met his eyes. He looked to Anna, and she offered him a sympathetic shrug. Then he looked to me, and whatever logic might have been working its way into his brain fled the moment our eyes met. Bring it on, asshole, he said, before blowing my head off with a fireball. Chapter 11. Hey, Ember, I said to the ghost sitting on the angel statue's head. Sam, she yelled and floated down to me. What happened? Where are the others? I guess I pissed Kincaid off a bit too much, or scared him. Either way, he killed me, and now I think he might do something to Anna. What do you mean? I didn't answer, because just then Trinity appeared. He took her, she said frantically as she floated over to us. What do you mean? I asked. I knew damn well what she meant. I just didn't want it to be true. He kidnapped her. I saw him loading her on his dragon before that creepy witch doctor ripped my heart out. Jesus. I'm sorry, Trin. That must have hurt like hell. Nah, she said. My special ability is to turn off pain during fights. Didn't I tell you all that? No, you didn't, said Ember. Look, we've got to focus, I said. We've got to figure out how to get Anna back. First things first, said Ember as she floated before me. We need to get back to our bodies. You think they're going to be waiting for us? I asked, not wanting to get ganked as soon as I respawned. I saw them fly away, said Trinity. Come on. She zipped out of the cemetery like a comet, and Ember and I followed close behind. When I had been a ghost before, I hadn't known where my body was, but this time I knew the lay of the land, and I shot up the ridge from the cemetery in the valley in about 5 seconds. Once we came to the ridge, I dove into my body, and I sat up and took in a shocked breath. About 1 second later, I noticed that I was completely naked, and so were the girls. Those assholes took everything, said Trinity as she got up and hugged herself. Ember shivered beside her, and I tried to focus on not freezing rather than their perky frozen nipples. Come on, said Ember. We need to get back to the hideout before we freeze to death. Naked and shivering, the 3 of us started the arduous journey back around the ridge to home base. I thought for sure we would freeze to death before we got there, and we almost did. By the time the cave entrance came into view, I couldn't feel my fingers, and my health was down to 23%. Then, to further my annoyance, Dr. Marks suddenly appeared in the mouth of the cave, along with a hologram of my parents in his open palm. Jesus, I said as I covered my junk. Sammy, is that you? My mother asked. Honey, why are you all blue in the lips? You look like you're freezing. My dad's eyes had moved to Ember and Trinity, and he looked like a deer caught in the headlights as he stared at their naked, quivering forms. They both dove behind a wide pine bough, and my dad snapped out of it. What the hell? He said, mystified. Sammy, are you in trouble again? My mother asked. Not a good time, guys. You're going to have to visit me later. I need to get inside before I die. Die? My mother screamed. My dad turned to the doctor, which was hilarious, given that the doctor held both my miniature parents in his palm. "What kind of shit show are you running?" my father demanded. "My mistake," said Dr. Marks. "I need to end this communication. Please wait for me outside my office." "What the hell, man?" I asked Dr. Marks as I ran for the cave entrance. "Come on. Trin, M." We hurried into our hideout, and Dr. Marks came meandering in a few seconds after we had all covered up with blankets from the beds. "Looks like you've gotten yourself out of jail without my help," said Dr. Marks as he buffed us all with a spell that warmed our bones and returned us to full health. "Who's he?" Trinity asked me. "My doctor," I said, before squaring on Dr. Marks. "Listen, can you give me some warning before my parents visit?" "I did. You must have missed it." I checked my interface, and sure enough, there it was, blinking in the top left corner. I faintly recalled seeing it while bantering with Kincaid. "Listen, Doc, my friend has been kidnapped by another player. Is there anything you can do? I mean, kidnapping has to be against the rules of the game, right?" "What player has been kidnapped?" he asked. "Anna. She's a human priestess." "Kidnapped by whom?" "Kincaid, level 20 mage." The doctor's eyes flashed with recognition and something akin to surprise. He said as he swiped aside something on his interface. "Well, she can always log off." "Log off?" I said. "That's your answer?" "Look, Kincaid is like her ex-fiancé or something. This is real-world animosity we're talking about. He ganked the group, killing the three of us and kidnapped our guildmate. Are you telling me that this is all part of the game?" "What I am telling you," said the doctor, "is that it sounds like what your girlfriend needs more than corporate intervention is a knight in shining armor. Come on, where's your sense of adventure? If you say something about a damsel in distress, I'ma kick you in the balls," Trinity told him, with a firm folding of the arms and a loose bobbing of the head. "So kidnapping is part of the game, and it should be looked at as a fun quest?" said Ember. "Have you reported the kidnapping to the in-game lawman?" Dr. Marks asked. "The NPCs take their jobs quite seriously." "It's kind of hard to report a crime to the NPC guards when you're wanted," I said. "Ah, yes," the doctor murmured as he swiped through his interface. "You are wanted for disturbing the peace and personally attacking 4 guards inside the jailhouse in Riverton. That wasn't my fault. It was that dickhead Kincaid." "Well, seems to me like you better take care of this Kincaid character. I wish I could help, but I must be going. Good luck, Sam. I hope you get your friend back." "Doctor, wait," I said, but he suddenly disappeared. "Great. Now what?" said Ember. "I say we get leveling," said Trinity. "The only way we're going to free Anna is if we level up to like 25 and go kick his ass." "That'll take too long," Ember said. "Hey, maybe we can ransom Anna. If we could defeat Mad Morgan and get your gold back, we could offer the money to Kincaid to leave her alone." "Not going to happen," I told her. "That dude's an asshole. But I do think it's a good idea to take out Mad Morgan and get my gold back. Then maybe we can pay some higher-level players to go kick Kincaid's ass." "I like that," Ember said as she rummaged through her things. "But it isn't going to be easy to take out Mad Morgan. He's what, a level 15 or something? And he's got 5 people in his posse. Not to mention we don't have our healer anymore," said Trinity. "We'll figure it out," I said. "First things first, we need to get to a city or a town and get to our bank vaults. I'm assuming you two have armor, weapons, and money stashed?" "Of course," said Ember. "But we sure as hell can't go to Riverton." "No, we're going to have to visit the dwarf city and hope for the best," I said. Ember pulled a bundle of old cloth robes out of one of the bags she had laying around the hideout, and although they were nothing compared to the robes that I had lost to Kincaid, it was better than venturing through the mountains naked. Ember also had a bunch of furry coats that she had looted from the nearby wildlife during her time in the mountains, and there were enough old boots in the hoard of crappy loot for all of us to find a pair that fit. "We're so going to die before we reach the dwarf city," said Trinity. She looked nothing like the warrior that I knew her to be in the low-level cloth robes. She glanced down at the old rusty short sword in her right hand and gave a sigh. "We still have our spells," I said. "I've also got some minor health and mana potions around here somewhere too," said Ember. Once we were as ready as we were ever going to be, we headed out into the waning light of day and headed west along the ridge once more. The snow had stopped falling, and the wind had died down as well. We stuck to the path and ignored the creatures on the slopes and in the trees, not wanting to get into any more trouble. In our current condition, we would have been lucky to take out a level 15 bear, and if we died out here, we would all drop another level. "We're about halfway there," said Ember, as we came around the west side of the mountain and beheld a sea of white spires that stretched off to the north as far as I could see. She pointed down toward the valley between two mountains. "You see those gilded gates? That's the entrance to the dwarf city, but I know another way in, one without guards. Follow me." Trinity and I followed Ember around the mountain face to the east side, and she ventured off the path about halfway down and disappeared behind a big boulder. "In here," she said from beneath the rock. The boulder hid a large hole set behind a thick oak trunk, and I had all I could do to squeeze through. Once I did, I dropped a few feet into an earthen tunnel. I helped Trinity through, and Ember lit an enchanted torch with but a word. "This way," she whispered, and led us to the right, down a narrow tunnel littered with roots and worms and dirt. After about 10 minutes of scuttling through small spaces and creeping over soft and oozing mysteries that smelled foul when they burst beneath our weight, loud voices began to reach us there in the subterranean depths. Ember stopped in front of an iron grate set in the stone to our right, and I crept up next to her to spy the scene. The angle was bad, but we appeared to be under a table. All I could see were boots and ankles, but it appeared that there was a pretty good-sized crowd gathered around the many tables. I realized quickly that I must have been looking at a market. "I'll go first and make sure the coast is clear," said Ember, and she cast her cloaking spell. She pushed the grate off its mooring, careful not to let it fall on the stone floor, and silently squeezed through the hole. A moment later, she gave us the all-clear, and I followed Trinity out of the tunnel on my hands and knees. We came out under a table, and Ember ushered us over to one end. "All clear," she said, as she held back the tablecloth. Trinity and I popped up beside Ember, and hardly any of the gathered people took notice. They were too busy looking at the many wares. I noticed that most of the people in the market were real players, and most of them were a higher level than I was. "This way," said Ember, and she led us through the crowd, deeper into the wide chamber. I craned my neck back to take in the grandeur of the mammoth dwarven chamber. The ornately carved columns spiraled up into the deep gloom of the ceiling, which curved down to meet walls hung with giant paintings depicting dwarves battling monsters, kings of old, and unnamed heroes. Along the walls on the side nearest us were several shops. Ember had led us out of the tunnel between two shops, and the table that we had clambered out from under was covered in fine furs. The crowd was made up of mostly dwarves, and there were hundreds of them. There were some humans, as well as elves, trolls, halflings, furries, and several other more rare races. Ember stopped in front of a group of bank vaults, and we all grabbed our stored gear and what money we had put away. I still had some of the gold that Anna had lent me, and I would need every copper penny to get some decent armor. We had begun to gain some strange looks dressed in our shabby clothes, but once we changed into better armor, we blended into the crowd easily. After withdrawing our goods from the bank vault, we shopped around for weapons and other enchanted items that would help us defeat Mad Morgan and the Creepers. Ember had nearly 100 gold in her vault, and she spent over 10 on traps, smoke bombs, and other tools of her trade. I picked up a ring that would increase my fireball by 25%, and with a small loan from Ember, I bought a blue, level 11 robe that would increase my mana by 10%, and also give me plus 10% spell damage. We bought about a dozen health and mana potions since we wouldn't have a healer when we faced Morgan. We were headed to an apothecary supplier and formulating our strategy for taking on Mad Morgan when a deep horn sounded somewhere in the depths of the mountain. "What the hell was that?" I asked as the crowd's chatter became loud and excited. "A warning horn," said Ember. "The city is under attack." "Does this happen often?" Trinity asked. A large boom came from the other side of the chamber, where a pair of 40-foot-tall gilded doors separated the city from the wild winter world outside. Again, the boom sounded, and the big doors shook on their hinges. "Yup," said Ember. "The mountain trolls come down occasionally. Come on, this is going to be fun." Ember ran with the crowd in the direction of the doors, and I could already see players buffing their guildmates in preparation for battle. Something slammed into the big doors again, and the top hinge on the left side door broke loose. Hundreds of players ran toward the entrance, their staffs, wands, weapons, and armor aglow with magic. My excitement grew with every passing moment, and I instinctively knew that this was going to be epic. "Citizens and friends of Aerok," came a booming voice. I looked up when I realized that the voice had come from the 40-foot-tall statue of a dwarf that stood to the left of the doors. The statue had come alive and was now turning a pensive frown on the crowd. "Fight with me! Defend Aerok from the cursed mountain trolls!" The crowd of players rushing the doors cried out, and I with them. I felt a wide smile spread across my face, as again something hit the other side of the doors. Trinity, Ember, and I were about 50 feet away when one of the doors was blasted right off the hinges by a giant hand, and a 40-foot-tall mountain troll peeked its ugly head into the cavern. 100 multicolored spells shot through the air, hit the troll in the face, and exploded against the door. The beast roared and reeled back from the magical assault, as another volley of spells chased it beyond the threshold. However, another troll took its place and crashed through the doors with a huge tree-sized club in its wart-covered fist. The monster lunged forward as it brought down its club, and I pushed the woman out of the way and dove to the side as the massive club came down on a few dozen hapless players. I shot a fireball at the newest mountain troll, but the streaking red missile was lost in the sea of rainbow-colored spells that bombarded the monolithic beast. Our glowing spells were like little bees, buzzing around the troll's head, and they seemed to be pissing it off more than harming it. "I don't think this is going to end well," I told Trinity and Ember as we regrouped. A heartbeat later, the troll bent and let out a deafening roar. Its rotten breath hit us like hurricane winds, and our entire army was knocked on its ass. The troll laughed and stomped a big foot down on a guild of players who had been huddled together and reduced them to dust. The big club swept aside 30 more and sent them careening into the shops along the wall. "Look," said Ember, pointing behind the towering troll. The giant dwarf statue cocked back his big double-headed axe, gave a war cry, swung for a monster's neck, and chopped the head clean off. The crowd cheered as the head slammed into a cart full of armor. Then the stone dwarf yanked the mountain troll's corpse back through the threshold. We all redoubled our efforts and focused our spells on the remaining troll. The incantations shot through the air like little missiles, but they might as well have been wooden arrows attacking King Kong. "You've got more heart than that," the dwarf yelled down at us. He then raised a hand, and light shot out of his palm and washed over us all. I felt the magic within me surge. Where once it had been akin to a strong wind, for a moment it became a tempest of power. I conjured my magic bolt, took aim with the group, and let loose the shimmering spell. It shot out of my palm with an earth-shaking rumble. The spell was 4 times the size of anything I had yet conjured, and the sheer power that I had wielded took my breath away. The hundreds of spells hit the troll and took him clean off his feet. Magic bolts like mine ripped through his flesh like it was crepe paper. Fireballs blew holes in wart-covered flesh, and quivering beams sliced long, oozing lines across the troll's body. More spells hit the beast as it was slammed up against the wall, and its thick right arm shorn a pillar in two. Stone and debris rained down on our army, and a heartbeat later, the troll crashed to the floor in a bloody heap. Thousands of gold coins suddenly flew from the corpse and distributed themselves in our coin purses, and I saw that I had earned 12 gold from my part in the attack. I was also shocked to see my experience go up by 50%, and I was excited to find a glowing icon in one of my packs. The crowd began to talk excitedly as they all discovered their mysterious loot. Me and the girls shared an eager glance, and I selected the glowing items on my interface. Troll Slayer robes. Level 11, plus 20% damage to monsters, plus 20 vitality, plus 75 armor. I tapped on the new icon and dragged it to my avatar. A second later, I was wearing long black robes with emerald trim. Trinity and Ember had also gotten a Troll Slayer set. Ember's were black leather with green hems, and Trinity's was matte black metal armor with jade chainmail peeking through the gaps. "These are pretty sweet," I said, as I gazed out at the hundreds of other players trying on similar armor. "Beats what we had," said Trinity. "Thank you, warriors," said the giant dwarf statue. "For your bravery and loyalty to the mountain, I name you all friends of Aerok, and bestow upon you the Heartstone of the King." The new item appeared in my inventory, and I eagerly looked at it. Heartstone of the King, legendary portal artifact. Instantly returns user to Aerok from anywhere in the realm. "This is going to come in handy," said Ember. "So is that," I said, and pointed at the portal that one of the higher-level players had just opened. Through it, Riverton shimmered in the sunlight. "Come on, let's go find Mad Morgan and his goons." Chapter 12. I stepped through the portal into the shadow of the big clock at the center of town. Trinity and Ember followed me through, and we all ducked down and dispersed with the rest of the players coming through, or crowding around to use it to reach the dwarf city. We moved through the town with our hoods drawn low, not wanting to be seen by the guards. Anna had already been gone for hours, and we didn't need any more distractions. We sure as shit didn't need to be thrown in jail either. So I led the women out through the southern gate and down the road. After 10 minutes, we came to the spot where I had been killed by Mad Morgan and the creepers, and Ember began laying her traps. "These should take care of the casters," she told us, as she spread dirt over the small enchanted crystals. "I've been saving this bad boy," Trinity said, as she produced one of the objects she had taken out of her bank vault. "It creates a doppelganger that lasts for 2 minutes." "A doppelganger," said Ember. "A copy, a mimic," Trinity explained. "Basically an NPC that will fight like I would. Anyway, cost me 30 gold, so let's hope this fight goes in our favor." "We've got plenty of healing potions," I said confidently. Once the traps were ready, we settled into our hiding places on each side of the road. Ember took the right side, while Trinity and I waited crouched in the underbrush on the left. Once the casters tripped the magical landmines, Ember and I would attack at the same time. Meanwhile, Trinity and her doppelganger would take on Mad Morgan. With any luck, we could drop 2 or 3 of them in the initial ambush. After about 10 minutes crouched there on the side of the road, I heard the telltale laugh of Mad Morgan coming from the south. Ember nodded at us from the other side of the road and indicated that they were coming. I prepared my magic bolt, ready to take out the healer among the group as quickly as possible. But then a voice rang out, coming from the opposite direction of Mad Morgan. Was it a reverse ambush? The voice was belting a silly song that sounded like nothing but gibberish, and it was distinctly female. "What the hell is that?" I whispered to Trinity. "I just heard a meow. Did you hear that?" she asked. "Yep, that's a furry." Just then, a cute catwoman with orange and white fur came skipping down the trail. She wore knee-high boots covered in bright green leaves, and vines wound up from them to connect a miniskirt made from wide leaves. Her slender abs were covered in a thin coat of soft white fur, and a bikini top made completely of woven vine and flowers pressed her breasts together. Her orange fur was luminescent in the sunshine, and her tail swayed lazily behind her as she skipped along. Then she stopped, drooped into a crouch on all fours, and sniffed at the air. "I smell you," she said coyly. "2 females, 1 male." She purred as she spied the underbrush, but then she perked up when Mad Morgan's voice echoed farther down the road. "Psst! Hey you, furry!" Trinity hissed. "Get the hell off the road before you ruin our ambush!" The Catwoman saw us then, and she scampered over playfully and crouched between me and Trinity. "Who are you ambushing?" she asked as she licked her wrist. "Not a furry, I hope. I could smell you all from a mile off." "Mad Morgan," I whispered, stealing a glance at her. "You're going to have to go through the woods or something," said Trinity. "Can I join you?" the Catwoman asked. "I haven't been in a good group in days, and taking out Mad Morgan is one of my quests." Trinity glanced at me, and I considered the Catwoman. "You're a druid, right?" I asked. "Yup. The name's Kit Kat," she said as she extended a furry hand. "But you can just call me Kit." "I'm Sam," I said as I shook her soft hand. "This is Trinity, and over there on the other side of the road, that's Ember. "Nice to meet you all," said Kit. Mad Morgan came into view about 100 feet down the road, and I slunk lower and indicated for Kit to do the same. "Can you act as our healer?" I asked. "Yup," she said. "I'm a druid, geared toward nature healing." "Great," I said. "Just follow our lead and don't let us die." "That's your plan?" she asked, and her golden feline eyes regarded me skeptically. "Quiet, they're coming," said Trinity. We huddled down and spied the approaching NPCs. There was Mad Morgan, of course, along with the Ice Mage and Cleric that I had seen before. There was also a Dwarven Warlock among the group now, but I didn't see the assassin from before, and I wondered where he was lurking about. With any luck, they would step on one of Ember's traps, and I could repay the assassin for the kidney shot he had given me on my first day. Mad Morgan rode on the back of a big black horse, but the other members of his group were walking, and he was going on about their latest raid. "Why, a few more takes like that, and old Mad Morgan might just be able to retire," he said with a laugh. "Where are you going to retire, eh, boss?" said the warlock of the group. He was a stubby little dwarf with glowing green eyes. "The Pebble Island, of course," said Mad Morgan, and then his horse stepped on one of Ember's crystals. There was a loud whooshing sound, followed by a globe of magical energy that surrounded the group. The casters among them cried out in alarm, and I knew that the spell had taken effect. Now we had 5 seconds until they could cast any spells. I jumped out from the cover of the bushes and lit the ground beneath them with scorched earth. Then I hit the healer with a fireball that lit her white robes on fire and slammed her into the side of Mad Morgan's horse. At the same time, Trinity leapt a good 15 feet into the air and landed among the group, sword first, right into the neck of the healer. Ember ran around the group and hamstrung the warlock and even Mad Morgan's horse, and the leader went down with his mount. I hit the warlock with Magic Bolt right before the magic dampening spell wore off, and he fell dead at Trinity's feet. "Come on," I said to Kit, and downed a mana potion. Once it kicked in, I unleashed another fireball that hit the Ice Mage in the chest as she tried to summon a spell. Ember, Trinity, and her doppelganger were busy keeping Mad Morgan and his sword and dagger at bay, so I focused my attention on the Ice Mage. She had some impressive robes, but I had a druid at my back, and after an exchange of spells that left us both weak, I finished her off with a magic bolt to the head. The assassin finally showed up as we all faced Mad Morgan, but to our surprise, he didn't attack us, but rather stabbed his boss in the back and ran for the hills, laughing his ass off. Mad Morgan fell to one knee, and Trinity put her sword to his throat. It had all happened so fast that I couldn't believe it was over, but I stared at our captive, and the memory of my quest brought me down to earth. "I want my gold back," I said as I produced a fireball in the palm of my right hand. "Your gold? What gold?" he asked hoarsely. Blood began to dribble down his chin, and I could see that whatever the assassin had hit him with was sapping his health about 1% a second. "You stole 100,000 gold from me a few days ago. Where is it?" I demanded. 100,000? said Kit dreamily. "Oh," Mad Morgan laughed weakly. "You're the little magey with the deep pockets we rolled a while back. Well, how do you like that shit?" "My gold. Where is it?" "Sorry, magey, but I done got it stolen from me too." He laughed again, and the health bar above his head dropped down to 3%. "What do you mean?" I shook him. "Stolen by who?" "Said his name was... He said..." "What's the name, damn you?" Kincaid, said Mad Morgan. Then he went limp in my arms and closed his eyes. "You've got to be shitting me," I said to the corpse, as about 50 gold floated out and dispersed itself evenly to each of our pockets. "Who's Kincaid?" Kid asked. "Anna sold us out," Ember said, as I got to my feet and dusted off my robes angrily. "What if they tortured her for the information?" I asked. "We don't know that he didn't force it out of her." "You can't torture other players," Ember said annoyedly. "Can't you?" "Shit, it appears that players can kidnap each other." "Who was kidnapped?" Kid asked. "Anna," I said as I paced the dirt road. The Anna who sold you out? She asked. We don't know if she did that or not, I reminded them all. Either way, Trinity put in. Kincaid found out about Mad Morgan taking your money, that much is for sure. And now we don't have a way to buy the gear we need to take on him and his crew. Well, if Anna backstabs you guys, why would you take on this Kincaid guy to get her back? Kit asked. Good question, Ember said. Screw that noise, I said. Anna didn't intentionally screw us over. How the hell do we know? Ember asked. What if she was working with him all along? That doesn't make sense, I told her. It's not like she stays in a cottage in the woods waiting for some noob to enter the game with a shitload of money. You'd be surprised, said Kit. There's a lot of assholes in this game. It's like they're finally being who they wish they could be in real life, and it isn't always good. Anna's not like that. You sure about that, lover boy? Trinity asked with an arched brow. Either way, we still have to get our gold back, said Ember. Kit's feline head swiveled on her furry orange neck, back and forth between each of us as I tried to figure out what the hell to do next. Well, Sam, you're the guild leader, said Ember. What's our next move? All right, I said, glancing up and down the road. Let's get back to the hideout in the mountains and we'll go from there. Can I come? Kit asked. You guys seem like fun players. And, well, you need a healer until you get Anna back, right? I glanced at Trinity and Ember. The blonde warrior shrugged, and the dark elf assassin looked Kit up and down. That's one more person to share your special ability with, she told me. I stammered. We don't even know if, she'd want to. Want to what? Said Kit, her feline eyes dancing with intrigue. It's nothing. Nothing? Ember interrupted me. Ha ha. Loverboy here has a magic stick, said Trinity. Sorry, magic stick like a wand? Kit asked. Yeah, Ember said with a chuckle. It's definitely a wand. Hey, ladies, you mind? I said. This stuff is on a need-to-know basis, and right now, Kit doesn't need to know. Need to know what? She said with mounting frustration. If you have sex with Sam, said Ember, eyeing me slyly, you'll level. That's his special ability. I grimaced and glanced at Kit to gauge her reaction. Huh? You're kidding me, right? Said the cute furry. Nope, said Trinity with a wink. He was a level 9 2 days ago. Wowzer, said Kit, regarding me with renewed interest. Well then, in that case, I'd like to test that theory on my own. I could only shake my head and grin. Women acted so differently in VR, or maybe I had just been hanging out with the wrong women in Static World. We used the portal trinkets that we received from the dwarven statue and returned to Aorok, and then took the mountain pass back to the hideout. It was nighttime when we arrived, and we were all starving, tired, and freezing. Trinity started a fire and put the hog meat that we had looted from Mad Morgan and his cronies on the spit, while Ember showed Kit around. The feline druid's eyes lingered on the 3 beds against the wall, and she batted her eyes at me as she passed. I felt my manhood respond enthusiastically. I adjusted myself beneath my robes and sat at the table by the fire, where Trinity had opened a bottle of elderberry wine. Ember and Kit soon joined us at the table, and we all shared the bottle while the food cooked. So, how long you been playing? I asked Kit. A month, she said with a cute smile. I won a contest online to be one of the first players. Have you ever been in a guild? Nope. I figured that I would level to at least 20 before I bothered. Kind of hone my skills and remain a free agent until the right guild came along. You're a level 12, said Trinity. So why do you want to join our guild so early? Kit shrugged and licked her top left canine tooth. What do you think? Said Ember. She just wants to use Sam to level. That's not true, said Kit. You guys work well together, and I like this whole damsel in distress thing you've got going on with Anna. Trinity rolled her eyes and tossed back the rest of her wine, and Ember glanced at me knowingly. Look, ladies, I said to my 2 guildmates. We need help if we're going to get Anna and my gold back. Our gold, said Ember. Right. And Kit here seems like she'll fit in well.
You thinking with your big avatar brain or your little avatar brain?
Ember asked. Little? Said Trinity.
Well, you know what I mean.
Ember winked. I'm thinking with all my brains, I said. I, for one, vote that she be allowed into the guild.
Fine,
said Ember. I'm cool with that, said Trinity, and she refilled all our glasses.
Thanks, everyone,
Kit said joyously as she lifted her glass. Welcome to Heavy Metal Thunder, I said with a smile. She batted her long eyelashes at me and bent to tap glasses with me, giving me a good view of her fuzzy cleavage at the same time.
So, when do we start leveling together?
She asked with a wink, and eyed the other two women. I nearly spat out my drink.
Do you mean leveling or leveling?
Ember asked.
Both,
Kit purred.
Well, that's where a problem has arisen,
said Trinity.
If we all take turns leveling with Sam, then he will be like level 50 before we know it, but we'll all be in the mid-20s.
Kit tapped her chin in thought. Then her feline eyes lit up.
Can he level all three of us at once?
She asked the women. I was rocked to my core. I felt the passion stirring in my pants. Are you, suggesting, foursome? I asked, and then hoped I hadn't been completely missing the point.
Yes, sir, I am, said Kit.
Ember and Trinity shared a glance.
And I just happen to have this,
Kit said as she dangled a small glowing blue vial between two extended claws. What's that? I said, although I knew damned well what it was.
Well,
Kit began coyly,
it's like a little blue pill, only way better.
Chapter 13. I emerged from the sleeping quarters 4 hours later, wondering if I should consult my doctor. I had been with each of the girls multiple times. I had stacked them, flipped them, turned them, and left them all panting. But the boner potion had yet to wear off. To my delight, however, I was now back to level 12. The cooldown on my special ability was still 12 hours, but that did nothing to help my raging hard-on. Kit's suggestion had worked, though. The ladies had all leveled as well. Kit emerged from the sleeping area naked and proud. Her tail wagged slowly back and forth as she sauntered over to the table and picked a grape from a bowl, stabbing it with a long, extended feline claw.
Still ready for more, I see, she said,
eyeing the bulge beneath my trousers. Heh, yeah, that potion of yours is something else. She offered me a wink and began going through her interface, no doubt checking out her new stats. I did the same, and was excited to see the gains that I had made. I flexed my bicep as I glanced at my strength, and thought it looked a little bigger, a little more cut. Of course, my new mountain troll robes would increase all my stats, as would my other enchanted clothes and weaponry, but not enough to face Kincaid. I'd hoped to use the money from Mad Morgan to perhaps purchase some legendary artifact, like a magical nuke or something that would take them all out at once. Now, however, that was out of the question. Kincaid not only had my woman, but my money as well.
So, what should we do while we wait for your cooldown to expire?
Kit asked. Grind it out in the wild, said Trinity, as she emerged from behind the silk curtain wearing nothing but her sleek metal boots. I was temporarily hypnotized by her swaying breasts, and I shook my head to try to clear my mind. But then Ember emerged, and her sultry drow body only made my erection throb more. How long is this potion going to last? I asked Kit.
She said as she tapped her chin in thought. You know, I'm not sure. It's an experimental potion.
Great, I said, uncomfortably shifting my erection to the side. I could crush stone with this frigging thing. It's going to be kinda hard to focus on questing.
Well, we've got to train together to become a stronger group,
said Ember as she began to dress.
Agreed, said Trinity. Let's go out and grind until the cooldown wears off, and then we can grind on Sammy some more.
The women all shared a musical laugh, and I let out an ironic chuckle. There were worse problems that a guy could have. Once we had dressed for battle, we headed out into the snowy morning and started the arduous task of grinding out XP on the local wildlife. We all fell into a routine easily, with Kit acting as healer and dropping decent DPS at the same time. She had a very useful spell that brought vines to life right under the enemy's feet and kept them tied down for 5 seconds. She could only affect one enemy at a time, but it was enough to turn the tide during a lot of fights. 12 hours later, we were all about 30% closer to the next level, and we all had gained about 20 gold for our efforts, as well as piles of random loot. We returned to the hideout and sifted through our take, picking the items that were better than what we were already wearing. Trinity, Ember, and I didn't find anything better than our mountain troll armor, but Kit had been awarded with better druid robes, which were made of vines like her old outfit, but with different colored flowers.
"Time to level,"
said Ember as she teasingly peeled off her black and green robes and disappeared behind the silken curtains.
"Looks like Sam's still ready,"
Kit noted with a giggle. It was true. My boner had remained rock hard the whole time we were questing, and was indeed ready. We had pushed all 3 beds together to make one giant bed, and to my thorough amusement, the girls decided to have a pillow fight. I watched them bounce around naked on the bed before jumping in and taking them all on, which elicited more giggles and playful taunts. They overpowered me and drove me down onto the bed. Trinity and Ember pinned my arms and legs down, as Kit licked her way all the way from my toes to my lips, before settling onto my shaft with a purr. She climaxed quickly, and I tossed her to the side playfully and wrestled a giggling Trinity into submission and took her from behind. Ember wiggled beneath Trinity, offering herself to me as well, and I happily complied. We all fell onto the bed in a sweaty heap an hour later, and I watched happily as my interface notified me that I had reached level 13. The girls and I nodded off in a big cuddle puddle, and I slept more soundly than I ever had in my life. I awoke 11 hours later when Trinity decided to take me for a ride again. Ember and Kit woke up due to our moans of pleasure, and they too had their way with me. I hit level 14 shortly after, and emerged from behind the silk curtain with some seriously sore balls. The potion that Kit gave me had worn off, however, which was a blessing. I hadn't ever thought that I would get tired of having sex, but I definitely needed a break. "You ladies ready to do some more questing?" I asked as I got dressed. "I'd like to take on something big. If we bust our asses, I think we can level today. Without sex."
"Aw, are we tiring you out?"
Ember asked with a sly grin as she emerged from the sleeping area. "Assassin, please," I said with an exaggerated wave, which gained me a laugh. "I just want to utilize our time well. If we can hit another level today, then we can gain 2 more levels by this time tomorrow."
"First, we should portal back to Aorok and put our new loot and gold in the bank," said Trinity.
We all ate a big breakfast using the food that we had looted the day before, and then used our Heartstone of the King artifacts to travel instantly back to Aorok. There were about 100 players gathered in and around the large marketplace, and I scanned the crowd warily for Kincaid and his guildies. I didn't spot them, but that didn't mean that they weren't out there in the crowd, watching us.
"What's wrong?"
Trinity asked, and the other 2 ladies glanced at me as well. "Nothing, just wondering if Kincaid is around," I told them.
"Well, this is neutral ground," said Ember. "They can't attack us here."
"No, they can't," I said, and a thought bloomed in my mind. Maybe we can ask around, see if anyone knows anything about Kincaid and his crew. He might have made some enemies that would be willing to help us take him down.
"That's a good idea," said Kit. "We can go to the Gilded Chalice. It's one of the most popular pubs in the city."
"What do you 2 think?" I asked Trinity and Ember. "I could use a drink," said Trinity.
"It's a good idea," said Ember with a nod. "Rub shoulders, get to know other players. Can't hurt."
I saw the sign for the Gilded Chalice about 200 feet deeper into the chamber, and with a quick glance around, I led the girls through the crowd. Some of the players had their levels and stats visible, and I noticed one guild that was almost to 40. The last I knew, no one had yet made it to 50, and the word on the street was that it was taking upwards of a week for each level above 25. My guild might not have been shit yet, but if we kept leveling at the pace we had been, we were going to pass the highest players in a matter of a few short weeks. Then guys like Kincaid would grovel at my feet. I would become the first king of the realm, and I would finally be able to afford the surgery that I needed to get my real-world body back. Once that happened, I didn't much care how long I reigned, if I could walk again. We started to gain some looks as we strode through the city. The girls seemed to like the attention, and Trinity and Ember even hooked their arms around mine to confirm what everyone must have been thinking. Kit jumped on my back as I walked, and the three of us split the crowd as we laughed at their gawking faces. To them, my stats read, Samson, Guild Leader of Heavy Metal Thunder. Warlocks tipped their wide-brimmed hats as I passed. Warriors and assassins alike raised their swords in a show of respect, and I began to suspect that we were already known to some of these people. My guildies and I strode into the Gilded Chalice and took a table by the window. The place was huge, with at least 100 tables, a 30-foot bar against the back wall, and a wide fireplace to the far right. On the left side of the room, a band made up of real-world players performed an upbeat tune with their guitars, drums, and fiddles, and a small group of players were dancing in front of the stage. There were no NPCs in the pub, which I thought was pretty cool. I knew that the game offered more than just questing and adventure, and if a player was so inclined, he or she could simply hold a job in Rebirth Online. There was real-world money to be made in-game, a lot of it, and players who excelled in one of the many crafts offered by the game could make a good living. As I scanned the crowd, I saw a tall, furry fox woman walking toward us, and I got the girl's attention and nodded toward the foxy lady. Her name hovered above her head, along with some other useful information. Cecilia Fox, owner of the Gilded Chalice. Race, Fox Furry. Class, Shaman. Level, 12. She wore a simple outfit consisting of tight brown shorts and a white t-shirt with the words, The Gilded Chalice, across her pert breasts. The t-shirt was tied in a knot at the bottom, which hiked it up and showed off her washboard abs. Her red fur was thick and luxurious. It covered her entire body except for her chest and stomach, and her wild red mane spilled out over her shoulders in big curls. Her eyes were luminescent brown, and her cute little nose wiggled as she stopped beside our table and gave us a once-over.
"Hello, I don't believe that we have met," she said as she extended a hand.
"Hi, I'm Samson," I said, and shook her hand. My ladies introduced themselves and shook her hand as well. Then she gave a small curtsy.
"Cecilia Fox at your service, but everyone calls me Cece," she said with a wonderful little grin. "Now what can my girls get you, honey?"
"I'll take a beer," I said, reading the house special on the distant wall. "The perfect blonde."
She hummed. "Good choice." "Red wine is fine," said Trinity.
"Same," said Ember.
"I'll take a white,"
Kit told the owner.
"Great. It should be here shortly,"
she said as she pulled an empty chair over to our table and straddled it. The furry glanced at us all in turn with a knowing grin. "What?" I asked.
"I've heard a lot about you and your guild, Samson."
"What have you heard?" Her eyes moved down my body slowly. Then they snapped up from my crotch and locked on my questioning gaze.
"I've heard that you have a very unique special ability," she said conspiratorially.
"Who told you that?" I asked.
"A little bird," she said coyly.
"And what is this unique ability that I have?"
"Oh, come on,"
she said with a musical little laugh.
"Everyone knows about your little squabble with Kincaid. I own this place, honey. I hear a lot."
"So they know that he kidnapped our healer, too," I said. "Does anyone but us have a problem with that?"
"Some people think it's funny. Others could care less. And if they do have a problem with it, they don't say anything about it. Kincaid is a very powerful mage. Even the players 10 levels above him don't want to mess with him."
"Does he have some kind of special ability that people are afraid of?" Trinity asked.
"Maybe," said Cecilia. "Maybe not."
"You can tell us for a price, is that it?" Ember asked. A furry bunny waitress arrived with our drinks, and when I tried to pay, Cecilia waved me off lazily.
"Those are on the house," she said.
"Thanks." I raised my glass to her and took 3 big gulps of the blonde ale. "This is delicious."
"Secret recipe,"
she said with a wink.
"So, what's your price?" Ember asked. "That depends on whether or not Samson here really has the special ability that I've heard he has."
I glanced at the women, and the foxy lady laughed.
"I'll take that as a yes." She leaned forward and placed her hand on my wrist, gauging my girl's reactions. In that case, I propose a trade. You help me level, and I'll tell you anything you want to know about Kincaid. What else? Said Trinity. Sam here is worth a lot more than a little information. They think they're my pimps, I said with a laugh. What else do you want? Cecilia asked the women. Hello, the guy with the special ability here, I chided. I think I'll handle the bargaining, thank you very much. Oh, honey, you'll enjoy yourself, I promise, said Cecilia. We want you to help us get a hold of a legendary artifact, said Ember. It's an arcane nuke, and it... I know what an arcane nuke is, said the furry. But that's just about the rarest thing that you could ask for. Sorry, not going to happen. Then help us get a hold of something or someone who will help us take on Kincaid, I said. Are you more worried about getting your healer back or your gold? Cecilia asked, shocking the shit right out of me. How do you know about that? I know everything that goes on in Rebirth Online, she said. Besides, the asshole has been bragging about it all over the realm. If I help you level, will you help us get back at him? I asked. Cecilia glanced around at the patrons and leaned in closer. On the record, no. The Gilded Chalice is a neutral ground, and so is its owner. And off the record? Kid asked. Off the record? Well, that's off the record, and I'm not talking about it here. Cecilia got up from her chair with practiced grace and took my hand. Do we have a deal? Yeah, you've got a deal, I said. But it's going to have to wait about 10 hours. Oh, really? She said, releasing my hand and crossing her arms. I stammered, not wanting her to know about the cooldown. We've got other business to attend to. How about we meet back here tonight around 10? It's a date, she said as she reached out and ran a claw gently across my lips. She looked to the rest of the table. See you soon, ladies. I watched Cecilia walk away, fully appreciating the sway of her hips and the alluring wave of her tail. Earth to lover boy, said Trinity as she snapped her fingers in front of my face. I said, what do we do to kill 10 hours? Well, we've all leveled. We need to see our trainers, and we should store our stuff in the bank. That's good for a few hours, said Ember. I guess we could use some of the time to level our other skills, too. I need to do a bunch of shit for alchemy. I need to log off for a few hours anyway, said Kit. I gotta take care of my sister in the static world. I'll find you guys when I get back on. All right, Kit. See you in a bit, I said. She smiled and faded away. I'ma go see my trainer, said Ember. How about we meet back here in like an hour? Sounds good, said Trinity. She gave me a peck on the cheek and then walked past Ember and slapped her on the ass. Not to be outdone, Ember bent and kissed me full on the mouth so aggressively that I was left disheveled and covered in dark lipstick by the time she was done. I watched my ladies go and grinned to myself. I had been in-game for less than a week, and already I had a guild made up of smoking hot women who wanted my magic stick. Things could have been worse. Of course, some things were worse. Anna had been Kincaid's captive for nearly 2 days, and it seemed that everybody knew about him stealing my gold. I found myself wondering if he had already spent it all. He probably bought himself a sick new dragon or some legendary staff with it. Thoughts of Kincaid and Anna led me to wonder what exactly the mage's special ability was that made everyone, even higher-level players, afraid to move against him. It had to be pretty serious for high-level players to steer clear of him. But what could it have possibly been? I knew that the special abilities in the game were just that, special, meaning that no two powers were alike, and they weren't all good either. Some were said to be a straight-up curse, like the guy that I had heard of who reportedly had the power to attract fire, which turned out to be a real problem. Supposedly, he quit that avatar and paid to buy back in. That was the problem with a game that was so expensive to even try out. You ended up with a lot of rich kid douchebags playing, coming in with fat pockets, epic armor, and even bigger egos. I mean, I bought my way to level 10, sure, but I'm not some rich kid who doesn't appreciate a buck or the game. The makers of the game may have known this because they'd reportedly given away more memberships than they have charged for. It was a good way to ensure that the game wasn't completely full of rich boys. With the girls doing their own thing, I decided to get to the mage trainer to catch up on my new spells and spend my attribute points. I had unlocked a new spell called Fire Shield, and I was eager to try it out in the blasting range. I finished my beer and got up from the table to head back out into the city, and I came face to face with a Minotaur.
"Anna sent me,"
he said with a heavy-browed glance around the pub.
"We need to talk somewhere a little more private."
Chapter 14. "How do you know Anna?" I asked the Minotaur as we walked through the cavern lined with shops. He didn't answer, and instead gestured me into a wand shop that smelled like hickory and mold. The door closed behind us, and a crow cawed on the perch above it. An old goblin with a crooked nose, one good eye, and a smile only a mother could love offered us a nod.
"Help you find anything?"
he called in a nasal voice. "No thanks, just looking around," I said, and followed the Minotaur down an old dusty aisle lined with wand boxes.
"Anna wanted me to send you a message,"
said the Minotaur in a deep baritone voice. "Where did you see her?" I asked excitedly. "Where is she?"
"I spoke with her in the static world," said the Minotaur. "She doesn't even know where she is in the game. It's a dark cell with no windows, no sound, and no doors."
"What's her message?" I asked.
"She said to forget about finding her."
"What? Why?"
"Because you'll never stop Kincaid. He's too powerful."
She didn't seem to be too afraid of him when he ambushed us, and that doesn't sound like something that Anna would say.
"Look, man, I'm just the messenger here," said the Minotaur as he turned to leave.
"Wait!" I reached up and grabbed his big shoulder. He stopped, offered a dangerous glance at my hand, and I released him.
"I've delivered my message. Do with it what you will," he said as he headed toward the door.
"Why's everyone so afraid of Kincaid?" I yelled, knowing that my raised voice would get his attention. He turned around and offered me a scowl.
"You should learn to keep your mouth shut," he warned.
"I want some goddamn answers," I said, "or I'll yell his name from the rooftops." He glanced around and walked back over to me, using his imposing form to back me up a step.
"Look, you don't know who you're messing with. People who cross Kincaid? Well, let's just say that things end badly for them."
"Why are higher-level players afraid of him?" I demanded. And when he didn't offer up an answer, I pressed harder. "Come on! You say that you're Anna's friend? Then help me. Tell me what I need to know to defeat him." The Minotaur gave a sigh and glanced around the shop again. There was another customer in the aisle across from us, so my mysterious friend led me deeper into the store.
"You didn't hear this from me," he said nervously.
"I don't even know your name," I reminded him.
"Kincaid doesn't have a special ability in-game that makes everyone afraid of him. It's his power out of game that they're afraid of."
"What do you mean?"
"Rumor has it that Kincaid is really Arthur Gaines."
"Gaines? As in Charles Gaines, the CEO of Horizon?"
"Exactly. Arthur Gaines is Charles Gaines's son," the Minotaur said, with a look that said, "Now do you get it?"
"What does that mean? Is Arthur hacking into the game or something? Erasing people's accounts?"
"I don't know the details. All I know is that people who cross Kincaid too many times end up disappearing or worse. One dude that killed Kincaid when he was a level 10 ended up dying in the real world. Rumor has it that Kincaid tortured him so badly in-game that it actually killed him. You've heard about the small percentage that plugging into Rebirth Online will fry your brain, right?"
I nodded as a chill ran down my spine.
"Yeah, well, that's Kincaid's work. Or at least that's the rumor. That's why Anna wants you to just leave it alone. There's no stopping Kincaid, not when he can write his own rules."
"Has anyone reported him?" I asked. "Surely the game developers would put a stop to this. They can't have a spoiled daddy's boy going around doing whatever he wants. If people believe that Kincaid actually killed someone—"
"I've told you what you wanted to know," the Minotaur said abruptly. "I'm out of here."
I let him go and gave him a few minutes to get out of sight before I exited the shop. My mind raced as I went over the conversation again and again. If Kincaid was really Arthur Gaines, then I was in way over my head. But I couldn't just abandon Anna, no matter how powerful Kincaid was. She was in real danger now, and I had to do something. I glanced at one of the clocks on the wall.
I still had a half hour before I was supposed to meet back up with the girls. Dread washed over me when I thought about my guild members and the real-life danger that they were in, and I had the urge to track them down and warn them. Aerok was supposed to be a neutral city, but if Kincaid was as powerful as people said he was, then no place was safe, especially not a hospital bed deep below corporate headquarters. I shivered to think of Arthur Gaines creeping into my room one night and unplugging my life support, and I suddenly understood why every player was afraid of him. I thought about Dr. Marks and wondered if he could be trusted. Surely once the company heard about what the CEO's son was doing, they would put a stop to it. But what if they couldn't? What if they didn't believe me? What if Kincaid had hacked the system so that all complaints filed against him vanished? And worse yet, what if Dr. Marks already knew what Arthur was doing? Was that why he hadn't done anything when I told him Anna had been kidnapped by Kincaid? As I walked through the city, I became more paranoid by the second. Every passing player who glanced my way became a potential spy in my mind. Every NPC who passed became a suspect, and I wondered if Kincaid could hack into them and see through their eyes. I found the mage trainer and unlocked my spell without bothering to try it out in the blasting range. There was no time. I needed to meet back up with the girls and tell them what I knew. "Don't forget your attribute points," the trainer yelled to me as I turned to go. Yeah. Put them all in spirit," I told him, knowing that I could use all the spell damage that I could get. I left the mage trainer and sprinted back through the cavern full of shops. My heart raced as I turned the corner and approached the pub, and I eagerly peered through the glass to see if the girls had arrived yet. Then the pub suddenly exploded. The ball of fire and broken glass washed over me, and I was lifted off my feet. I sailed through the air, dinged off a tall pillar, and landed in a heap among the terrified crowd. The rolling ball of fire licked the high ceiling and spread throughout the crowd, incinerating NPCs and real-world players alike. I covered myself with my cloak as a warning flashed on my interface. Warning: 5% health remaining. When the pyre died down and the sound of the rolling flames was replaced by the terrified screams of the injured and dying, I fought through the pain of my seared skin, retrieving a healing potion from my inventory, and shakily guzzled it down. My health instantly began to climb, and I waited for my burns to heal before dragging myself to my feet. The scene was pure chaos. Dwarven NPCs were rushing toward the burning pub with buckets of water. Players were crying out to one another, their limbs blown off and their skins seared and raw. Healers cast spells on the injured, and healing light fought through the dark smoke. A deep horn blared somewhere in the mountain as more NPCs, mostly soldiers, began rushing toward the scene. I spun circles searching for my guildmates. "Sam!" It was Trinity, and I found her standing with the girls on the edge of the crowd. I rushed over to them and urged them all to follow me. "What's going on?" Ember asked. "How the hell did that happen?" "I think it was Kincaid," I said, as we hurried through the crowd of players rushing in and out through various portals. "Come on." I led them to the nearest portal and ushered them through. The sounds of chaos plaguing the city disappeared and were replaced by near silence. I stepped out onto hot sand and glanced around. We were in a desert, and my map indicated that this place was called the Gilded Waste. Not only was it a boiling wasteland, but it was also for players 21 to 25. "What the hell are we doing here?" Ember insisted. About a dozen players were passing by to get through the portal and see what all the fuss was about in Aerok, so I led the girls to the small village nearby. The huts looked to be made of bricks of sand, and the thatched palm roofs hung over the sides, creating shade for the many high-level players congregating in the streets. "We're in some serious trouble," I said, as I stopped beneath one of the overhanging thatch roofs. We were beside one of the buildings on the outskirts of town, and there were only a few players about. "What happened?" Kid and Trinity said in unison. I told them all about my talk with the Minotaur, and with every word their apprehension grew more apparent. "Kincaid is really Arthur Gaines?" said Ember. "Shh! Keep your voices down," I warned. "Holy shit," Kit said as she fanned herself with her tail. "This is crazy." "We've got to go to the police with this," said Trinity. "The real-world police." And have Kincaid find out? By the time they make an arrest, we'll be long dead.
What do you mean, dead? Sam?
Kid asked in a voice that was barely a whisper. I mean he's fucking dangerous, I said. My real-world body is sitting in the underground lab below Horizon headquarters. I don't know where you three are in the real world, but I doubt that it's inside Arthur Gaines's basement.
We've got to do something, said Trinity.
No, I said. You three should just bounce. Quit the guild and dissociate yourselves from me. I don't want anything happening to any of you.
And abandon Anna?
Trinity asked. She shook her head.
No fucking way.
This isn't a game, I reminded them. And I don't see it ending well for any of us.
I know it's not a game, she said. But I'm not backing down from some little rich puke who thinks that he's a god. And I'm not going to ignore that he's killed someone for real. Isn't that like aiding and abetting or something?
Kid asked.
Yeah, said Ember. We have a responsibility to the rest of the Rebirth Online community, not to mention real-world laws.
You saw what happened to Cecilia's place, I reminded them. I'd bet anything that Kincaid blew up her place to send a message, not only to her, but to everyone. He doesn't play by the same rules, and for whatever reason, the developers haven't done anything about him. You should all just log off. It's not safe for you in-game.
Ain't that the truth?
Came a voice that I easily recognized. I turned around and found Cecilia standing in the hot sun with a tall ogre warrior and a thin, hooded goblin warlock. Behind them, a dark portal swirled with magical light.
Cece,
what are you doing here? I asked, as I prepared myself to cast a magic bolt at the first sign of danger.
Relax, Sam,
she said as she glanced at my glowing hand.
I'm here to help. Come on, I have a safe house. We need to talk.
How do I know that you're not working for Kincaid? I asked skeptically.
Give it about 30 seconds and he'll show up. Then he'll kill us all, and you'll know that I'm not working for him. Or you can trust me.
We've got a safe house of our own, I told her.
Really? She said,
and her fox ears perked up along with her expression.
Then why the hell are you here? Listen, I was killed. I lost a level, and my pub was blown to pieces. The way I see it, you owe me a moment of your goddamn time.
What do you think? I asked my guildmates.
I trust her, said Kit.
Trinity glanced around.
If she was working for Kincaid, then he would already be here.
I agree, said Ember. All right, Cece, lead the way, I told her, eyeing her two bodyguards warily. She stepped through the portal, and with one last glance around to see who might be watching, I stepped through as well. I walked out onto a stone balcony overlooking a hazy mountain range. A quick glance around showed me an arched entry to the left that led into a lavish room full of fine rugs, large tapestries, and well-crafted antique furniture. Some of the same furniture sat on the large balcony, and beyond the half-wall the world opened wide. I assumed that we were in a castle or a fortress tower, but no other structures could be seen from my angle.
Care for a drink?
Cecilia asked over her shoulder as she strode through the swaying curtains and into the room. I waited by the portal until all my guildmates had come through, and then led them past Cecilia's bodyguards and into the room. A piano sat open directly across from me in the center of the room, and a large fireplace sat another 10 feet behind it, burning with low light. To the right of the fireplace was another archway to a dark room, and to the left was a hallway and a large sitting area. The high walls were decorated with various coats of arms, weaponry, and paintings depicting the many lands within the realm. Beyond the sitting area was a tall bookcase and a small bar, and Cecilia was already behind it, pouring amber liquid into crystal glasses. She downed a drink and refilled it, before carrying 4 crystal glasses over to us.
If your day's been anything like mine, you'll need this, she said, and handed us our drinks.
Where are we? I asked.
First things first, she said, offering up a toast as we gathered, to being on Kincaid's hit list.
We all tapped glasses and tossed back the potent liquor. Fire erupted in my throat, and I let out a slow breath in an attempt not to cough.
You going to explain why you brought us here?
Ember asked.
Of course,
said Cecilia, gesturing to the other chairs as she sat. I took the armchair next to her, while Kit and Ember sat on one of the love seats. Trinity, on the other hand, turned a straight-back chair around and straddled it so that she was between the bodyguards and her guildmates.
This is the Tower of Balarosk. It cost me nearly 20,000 gold to unlock it, but it was worth every penny. We are protected by about 100 different wards, and even if Kincaid could find it, it would take him days to get through the enchantments. So rest assured that you're safe here.
We're more worried about our safety in the real world, I said. If Kincaid is as dangerous as I've heard, then nowhere is safe.
He won't touch you in the real world, said Cecilia with a wave of her furry fox hand. You sure about that? Trinity asked. From what we hear, he sounds like a complete psycho. What have you heard? Cecilia asked with intrigue. That he tortured someone so badly in-game that they died in the real world, said Ember. Cecilia let out a sigh and sipped her booze. She seemed to be contemplating her next words very carefully. Is he really Arthur Gaines? I asked. That's the rumor, said Cecilia. Then why are you so sure that he won't come after us in the real world? Seems to me he's determined to wipe out everyone who gets in his way. You're still standing, she said, and I had to admit that she had a point. We didn't pose a real threat to him until now, said Kit. But you brought us here to keep us safe, so that must have changed. I brought you here so that I could level with Loverboy here. Talking to you lost me a level, and my pup. Do you know how much that place cost? Did you have in-game insurance? I asked, half jokingly. Sure, but I'll never get back everything I lost. Some of the stuff in there was irreplaceable. There's a madman out there killing players and blowing up whatever he wants, and all you're concerned about is leveling? Said Trinity with a scowl. We need to report these rumors to the police, and we need to do it now. We can't, said Cecilia. Not yet. Why not? Said Ember. Because we have no proof, and when it gets back to Kincaid, he'll make your gaming experience a living hell. Then what do you suggest? I asked. Just do nothing? Of course not, she said with a sly grin. I suggest that we get the proof we need, get him to admit it, and show the whole world. But first things first, you owe me a level. Chapter 15. I walked through the beaded curtains, and instantly a waft of jasmine incense found my nose. The room was full of draped fabrics, soft chairs, elaborate throw rugs, and most notably, a large round bed covered in pillows and furs that looked like it could sleep at least 10 comfortably. Cecilia was intent on testing out my special ability, and I did owe her one after all. I had gotten her into this mess, and I supposed that the least I could do was help her recover her lost level. Oh, lover boy, she sang from behind a silk screen that had a colorful dragon design on it. I closed the door behind me, and instantly the torches burning on the walls dimmed, and soft classical music began playing from somewhere in the room. Cecilia emerged from behind the makeshift wall. Well, one of her long red and white legs did anyway, and her tail, which curled around it alluringly. She stepped out slowly, gracefully, teasing me with her sultry curves held firm by black lingerie. Ever been with a fox lady before? She asked with a grin. Nope. Unless Kit counts. She's a kitty cat, silly, Cecilia said. Then she suddenly leapt across the room, clearing the 15 feet between us in a single bound, and landed on top of me. I caught her and staggered back, tripped on the edge of the bed, and fell into the ocean of thick fur blankets. Cecilia pulled open my black and green troll hunter robes and scratched a long line of red across my chest in the process. Ouch! Damn, woman, try not to kill me, I said, as hot pain seared across my chest. You'll live, honey, she said, before slowly licking my wound with her long tongue. She traveled down my chest, playfully clawed at my abs, and ripped my trousers open. An hour later, I limped out of the bedroom, down the hall, and came out in the sitting room where my guildies waited. Sam! Kit yelled and leapt to her feet. I'm fine, I said, raising a staying hand. Your health is at like 75%, said Trinity. What the hell did she do to you? Nothing he wouldn't do again, said Cecilia from behind me. She slapped my ass as she passed and moved to the bar to pour a drink, still wearing the black lingerie. You poor thing, said Kit.
She raised a hand and buffed me with a spell called Nature Healing, and instantly I began to feel my dozens of scratches and scrapes begin to heal.
"He's a level 15 now," said Ember. "It couldn't have been that bad." "All right, enough screwing around," said Trinity. "What's the game plan? How do we get Anna back and get this asshole to admit to torturing that poor player to death?"
"It's not going to be easy," said Cecilia, "but I think it's possible. All you've got to do is to infiltrate his guild's lair and allow yourselves to be captured."
"Captured?"
said Ember. "Yes, captured. Then he will no doubt attempt to torture you, which he seems to like to do. Then all you have to do is get him to admit everything that he has done." "First of all," I said, "I'm going to be the one who tries this, and I'm doing it alone. But even if he doesn't just kill me right off, and even if he does admit to everything that he's done, how the hell do we show the public?"
"We record his confession," said Cecilia, "with this."
She held up a small gold necklace set with a single ruby and offered me a sly grin. "What is it?"
"A new relic. They're rare now, but they'll be available to everyone sooner or later. They're basically video cameras. The creator named them Go-Pones. Cute, right?"
I imagine that Kincaid is familiar with all the new tech, and that kind of bling on a dude kind of stands out, I said.
"Don't worry about that. It can be made completely invisible with a single spell word," Cecilia assured me.
I thought about it for a moment. The plan wasn't half bad. Even though it entailed me getting my ass kicked, maybe killed, and definitely tortured. But what was torture to a man who had spent a year without any feeling? "All right," I said. "I'll do it."
"Excellent,"
said the foxy lady.
"Hold on," said Trinity. "What if something goes wrong? What if you end up wherever Anna is?"
I shrugged. "Avenge me?"
"That's not funny," said Kit. "She's got a point. You won't be helping anybody if you get yourself caught and tortured to death. I'd never be able to live with myself."
"Yeah," said Ember. She tossed her long silver hair back from her ebony face and leveled me with a steely gaze.
"We're a team, a guild. Hell, we're family. And if we do this, we do it together."
"Now that makes even less sense," I said. "What if we all get put in the same place as Anna? Then we'll have really failed. No, if something happens to me, then you guys work with Cecilia to bring this fucker to justice."
"Why don't we just keep leveling?" Kit suggested. "Then we can just kick his ass and beat the confession out of him."
"He's got access to the mainframe computers," Cecilia said, shaking her head. "He can potentially do whatever he wants in this world." "Then why is he only a level 20 whatever?" Trinity asked as she absent-mindedly combed through her long blonde ponytail with her fingers and eyed the bodyguard standing on the balcony.
"He's smart, patient," said Cecilia. "He doesn't want to be caught by the programmers or the bots that watch for cheaters. But if he thinks he can get away with changing a little something here and there, then he'll do it." "All right, so fighting him is out of the question," Ember said, as she walked to the bar and helped herself to another glass of liquor. "I don't see many other options besides what Cecilia suggested."
"I think I can get him to talk," I said, "unless anyone has a better idea." Trinity and Kit glanced at each other and shook their heads.
"Good, that's settled."
Cecilia rose from her seat, tail wagging, and motioned for us to follow her.
"Come on, we've got some potions to make."
"Potions?" I said. "For what?"
"To kill the pain when you get tortured."
I spent a few hours with Cecilia in her lab cooking up bubbling and stinking potions. The work was tedious, but in the end, we managed to create 2 strong potions that would help numb the pain that I was sure to face. It had been a long day, and after a meal cooked by an NPC butler that Cecilia said came with the tower, I retired to one of the many bedrooms with my guildmates and took some much-needed rest. I awoke the next morning to Trinity, Ember, and Kit giving me an enthusiastic BJ, and by the time we emerged for breakfast, I was a level 16, and the ladies had all leveled as well. While I ate my eggs and toast, I brought up my interface. Character: Samson Sullivan. Race: human. Class: mage. Level: 16, 0%. Health: 100%. Mana: 100%. Armor: 300. Stamina: 220. Strength: 80. Speed: 80. Vitality, 210. Spirit, 220. Arcane Knowledge, 80. Damn, my health points and mana really have gone up since level 10, I noted. I've got like 12,800 base points for both.
Rub it in, lover boy, said Trinity. I've got a few levels to go until I get there.
Yeah, well, don't be too jealous. Who knows how many levels I'm going to lose due to Kincaid?
Oh my God, said Kit, as she dropped her fork on the table and put her hand over her mouth. What if he just keeps killing you right down to level 0? You'll be done for good.
I hadn't thought about that, and I glanced at Cecilia for support.
I doubt he would bother, she said with a wave of her fire-red hand. He'll probably just torture you and heal you, then rinse and repeat.
Man, that makes me feel so much better, I said with a hefty helping of sarcasm.
Cecilia got up from the table and pushed back her curly red mane. I've business to attend to, but this is the safest place for you right now, so just sit tight until I get back. What business? Trinity asked with a hint of suspicion. Namely, I need to visit my associate. His name is Tweak.
The hacker? I said.
Yup. We're going to need him if we're going to broadcast your GoPwn feed to the world. There's a blasting range down the hall if you want to practice while I'm gone. Or you can work on your alchemy or whatever in the labs.
Cecilia turned toward the archway leading out into the bright sunshine, but then stopped amidst the flowing curtains.
I'll be back in about 12 hours. Make sure that your girls don't tire you out too much, Sammy. I'm going to want to level tonight.
With that, she turned and walked into the swirling portal, and with her went the 2 bodyguards.
That's bullshit,
said Ember after Cecilia had left.
You didn't owe her 2 levels, Sam.
I shrugged. She lost the pub because of me. Seems to me like I owe her big time.
And all she wants is to help bring down Kincaid?
Said Trinity. She glanced at the NPC butler washing dishes at the old-fashioned sink and motioned us all in closer.
What if it's a setup? Of course it's a setup, said Ember.
I thought I saw the butler stop for a moment and turn his head ever so slightly to the side, but as I watched, he continued to scrub pots and pans.
Why did you agree to Cecilia's plan, then?
I hissed under my breath.
Because we're basically prisoners here, and I was waiting to see what happened.
We're not prisoners, I told her.
Then let's leave,
Ember countered.
This is what I think, said Trinity. Cecilia is negotiating with Kincaid as we speak, but she is also putting in motion the plan we outlined last night. If she doesn't get what she wants from Kincaid, then she'll help us take him down. If he gives her what she wants, she's going to sell us up the river.
I don't know, I said. I liked the foxy lady, and she hadn't given me a reason not to trust her yet.
Oh my God,
said Ember, and her thin silver eyebrows frowned into a sharp V.
She's got you wrapped right around her furry little finger. No offense, Kit. None taken, said the cat lady pleasantly.
She was popping grapes in her mouth and piercing them with her sharp canines while she watched us with intrigue.
You've been too busy getting your knob polished by her to give this any real thought,
Ember concluded.
Yeah,
Trinity huffed and imitated Cecilia's voice.
I'll be in the mood to level tonight.
She rolled her eyes.
What a skank. She's just using you, Sam. I can't believe that you slept with her in the first place, said Ember, looking a little jealous. She's not part of the guild.
What was I supposed to do? I asked, arms wide.
Say no?
Trinity put in.
She probably gave you, like, a digital STD or something,
said Kit with her little pink nose all scrunched up. That exists? I said, absently scratching my balls beneath the table. Kit nodded excitedly. Trinity rolled her eyes, and Ember scoffed and waved me off. Look, I'm sorry that I slept with Cecilia. I'm just trying to do what I've got to do to get Anna back, I explained.
We know, said Kit.
She rubbed my arm and offered me a kind smile.
Well, you're our man, and we don't like to share with women outside the guild,
Ember informed me.
I second that, said Trinity.
All right. I glanced at the NPC who was still hard at work cleaning up the kitchen. Let's test your theory and see what happens when we try to leave. I pulled out the heartstone that would bring me back to the Aerok Mountains and indicated for the ladies to do the same. Then I began silently counting down with one hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I activated the Heartstone. Nothing happened. The butler stood up straighter and slowly turned to regard me with a quizzical smile. "What's your name?" I asked him. "I am Benjamin," he said with a small bow. "Benjamin Butler." "Catchy," I said. "Hey, Benji, how do we leave? Our Heartstones don't seem to be working." "Leave, sir?" "Yeah, bounce, boogie, beat feet. We need to go somewhere." "I'm sorry, but that isn't possible," he said, and turned back to his work. I got up from the table, indicating for the women to wait, and walked up beside him. "We need to leave now. Can you deactivate whatever it is that is keeping us from portaling back to Aerok?" "Those wards are there to keep you safe," he said, without looking at me. "You cannot be kept safe if you leave." "We'll worry about that," I said, as I backed up a few steps. "Now I want you to deactivate the wards." "I cannot do that." "Cecilia just left, so it isn't impossible, and I doubt that she is the only one who can lower the wards in and out of here." "You must remain here until she gets back," said Benjamin Butler. "Wrong answer," I said, and began to conjure a fireball. The NPC cocked his head at me like a curious dog, and I unleashed a spell at the center of his body mass. The fireball exploded against him, knocking him back a few inches, and the girls attacked with spells of their own. Shackles suddenly clamped around my wrists and ankles, and I was yanked back with my guildmates and slammed into the wall hard enough to drop my health by 50%. "Please remain calm," said the butler as he turned back to his work. "Cecilia will be back shortly." "Fuck you!" I yelled as I struggled against my chains. "Let us out of here, you prick!" Trinity joined in. We struggled against our bonds for a few minutes before realizing that it was pointless. "Now what?" Ember asked. But before I could answer, Dr. Marks suddenly shimmered to life in the center of the room. "Ah, there you are," he said affably. "Doctor!" I yelled. "Man, am I glad to see you!" "Halt! Intruder!" the butler yelled, and chains erupted from the walls and snaked toward Dr. Marks. But to my surprise, they went right through him. Dr. Marks tapped on the interface that only he could see, and a moment later Benjamin Butler froze. "That's better," he said. "You've got to get us out of here," I said. "No can do, Sam. You know the rules. I'm not here to save you." "What?" Trinity asked. "Why not?" "That is against company policy," the doctor explained. "I've been trying to get a hold of you, Sam, but this place is heavily enchanted. I know the guy who designed it. Brilliant man." "Why have you been trying to get a hold of me?" I asked. "Don't tell me that my parents want to visit again." "Not so much visit, Sam. Something has happened. Here, I'll let your mother explain." He held out his open palm, and from the crystal within, a beam of light shot out to create a hologram of my mother 5 feet in front of me. "Sam," she said, her eyes moving over me, over the girls, and then to the chains that held us pinned to the wall. "Are you in prison again?" "It's a long story, Mom. What's going on? Did something happen? Where's Dad?" "He's all right," she said, putting on a brave face. "There was an accident, a hit and run. Your father was banged up, but he's alive and doing well. I just thought you should know." "A hit and run?" I said, instantly thinking of Kincaid. "He was leaving work. The police said it was a van or something," she explained. Then I saw her eyes tear up. "Oh, Sam, I wish you weren't here in this terrible place. I wish you were home. Your father needs you right now." "Mom," I said, my heart breaking to hear what I already knew. "I can't talk to you there, but I can talk to Dad in-game. Next time bring him along and tell him I said to get well." "Okay," she whispered and reached for me. Her translucent hand went through my cheek as though I were a ghost. She pulled it back, eyes shimmering. "I love you," I told her. "Love you too," she said, all choked up, and then turned and nodded to the doctor. He closed his palm, and her hologram disappeared. "Dr. Marks, what the hell happened to my dad? Was it Arthur Gaines?" "Arthur? What do you mean?" he asked. Come on, Doc, you must know that Kincaid is Arthur Gaines's avatar.
I knew, but it is against company policy to divulge the real names of players. Then you must know how dangerous he is. You must have heard the rumors.
The doctor shook his head.
No, we haven't gotten any complaints against Arthur. Except yours, of course. But what happened to Anna happens all the time in-game. It all gets sorted out eventually. He must be stopping complaints from getting to the admins, said Trinity. There's a rumor that Kincaid tortured someone so badly in-game that the person died in real life, I said. Do you know anything about that?
We are aware of the rumors, he said.
Look, Doc, Kincaid, Arthur Gaines, has it in for me and my guild, and now my father is in a hit and run. Doesn't that seem suspicious to you?
Sam, these are pretty serious allegations, said the doctor. He crossed his arms beneath his brilliant white priest robes, and his brow furrowed in thought. Yeah, well, your programmers might want to start looking into him before more people get hurt. People say that he can hack into any system, change anything in-game that he wants. He is basically becoming a god, and if that happens, he's going to ruin it all for everyone, including the shareholders.
I'll look into it, said the doctor.
That's it? Ember said as she shook her chains. He killed someone and all you're going to do is look into it? If you really want to help, get us the hell out of here, said Trinity.
Please?
Kid added.
I can't do that. If developers like me start playing favorites in-game, it is going to piss a lot of players off, Dr. Marks insisted.
If that pisses them off, imagine how they are going to feel when they find out that you did nothing to stop a murderer, Trinity asked haughtily.
Look, said the doctor, a lot of people get a little carried away in-game. The environment is so realistic, so immersive, that it can play tricks.
No, don't even say it, said Ember. We aren't all imagining things. This shit is really happening.
I said that I would look into it, and I will, said Dr. Marks.
Thanks, said Kit with a feline grin.
I want my body out of that corporate building, I said. I'm a sitting duck in the real world. If Arthur wanted to, he could get rid of me in a heartbeat.
Sam,
said the doctor, looking at me like I was a little bonkers.
No one is going to try to kill you. Have you been listening? Trinity asked.
I believe that he has, said Kit.
Will you stop being so goddamn pleasant? Trinity told her.
Sorry, Kit said. She bit her lip and forced a scowl directed in the doctor's direction.
Answer the question, dirtbag. Is that better, Trin?
Trinity shook her head and let out a long sigh.
Look, the doctor interrupted. I've heard you all loud and clear, and I promise that I'll get to the bottom of this. In the meantime, please do try and enjoy the game.
With that, he vanished, but so too did our chains. Chapter 16. A portal opened where the doctor had been standing, and the girls and I wasted no time to wonder. We rushed through the portal and stepped out onto a brightly patterned throw rug. I glanced around and smiled. We were in Ember's hideout in the mountains.
Okay, that was cool, said Kit.
Looks like the doctor knows how to break the rules after all, said Ember. She plopped down on one of the many plush chairs and let out a sigh.
Now what?
Trinity and I joined her in the sitting room, but Kit walked over to the bar and popped the top on one of the dozens of bottles of elderberry wine.
Oh, God, I needed that,
she said as she came and sat down with a bottle in hand.
All right,
said Trinity. She accepted the bottle from Kit and took a swig. I've got an idea. It's a crazy idea, but I think it is the best option, given the danger to Sam. Let's hear it, I said. She offered me the bottle with a meek smile.
I think that we need to go and get you out of the corporate building, in the real world.
What? I said, nearly spitting out the wine.
I live in San Francisco, and I know where the corporate building is, she told the other two girls. Where do you live?
San Diego, said Ember.
But I don't think I could make it there. I can, Kit said with delight. I live in Tokyo. I could make the flight in 8 hours, I think.
Wait a minute. This is crazy, I said. Aside from the danger to you three if Arthur Gaines catches you, I'm kinda hardwired into the network. If my body leaves that facility, I leave the game. Yeah, but you'd be safe, said Trinity. And it would give the doctor time to investigate, said Kit. No, I said. I'm helpless in the real world, and I don't want you to see me like that. Besides, in here at least I can do something. In here I can fight back. Sam, said Ember softly. She placed a dark hand on mine. You shouldn't be embarrassed about how you look in the real world. You wouldn't understand, I said, and pulled my hand out from under hers. I need to do this. That fucker went after my dad. I just know it. And I plan on getting my revenge. Kidnapping my woman in-game was one thing. Stealing my gold was another. But going after people I love in the real world, he's crossed a line. You're so sexy when you're angry, said Kit, but I ignored her. I'm taking Kincaid down once and for all. No more screwing around, but I can't do it alone. I need my badass bitches. I need my guild. I'm with you, Kit exclaimed with a delightful little purr laugh and leapt to her feet. You're the guild leader, said Trinity, as she too stood before me. You had me at I need my badass bitches, Ember said, standing as well. I got out of my chair and opened my arms wide and brought them all in for a group hug. Thank you, I said as I held them tight. Don't worry, Big Daddy, Kit said as she kneaded my chest softly with her claws partially extended. We'll get Anna back. Big Daddy? I glanced down at her. She smiled up at me and winked. Trinity and Ember laughed, and the three of them pulled me down onto the nearest couch in a fit of giggles. Kit began kissing me, while Trinity and Ember both bit a side of my robe and began to pull it open. I would have loved to just forget my worries and spend a lazy afternoon having sex with my three badass bitches, but we wouldn't level because of it until the cooldown wore off, and right then, we needed to focus on the problem at hand. Sorry, ladies, I said, as I gently extracted them from my nether regions. We've got work to do. All right, Daddy-o, said Ember as she tied her blouse back up. What's the game plan? I stood and straightened my robes, wondering exactly what it was that we should do now. The girls thought that Cecilia was suspicious, and I might be a dumbass, and maybe sleeping with her had made me jaded, but I just didn't think that she would stab me in the back. As far as her butler trying to keep us there, well, he was just doing his job, and we had been safe there. That is, unless Cecilia did plan on selling us out, in which case my babes might have saved my life. I still thought that it was possible that Cecilia had dealings with Kincaid. It fit her M.O. as a social butterfly who dealt in secrets, but I felt that I could bring her to my side. Something about her told me that when push came to shove, she would back me instead of Kincaid, because she knew deep down that he wasn't good for the game. He wasn't good for anybody. One thing I was sure about, however, was that it had been Kincaid who had my father run over, and I was going to put the son of a bitch down. Sam, said Kit. Huh? Oh, right, the plan. We go ahead with Cecilia's plan. I've got the go-pone. I know how to use it. Now we need to get a hold of that dude. Tweak, said Kit. Yes, Tweak. Thanks, Kit. We get a hold of him, and we get him to hack into the system and bring Kincaid's confession to the world. Sounds legit, said Ember. But how do we find Kincaid's hideout? We don't, I said, and tapped the ruby pendant. We get him to come to us. Ah, said Kit. So, first things first, I said, clapping my hands together. We need to talk to Tweak. Anyone know where the dude lives? The girls exchanged blank glances. Shit. If Cecilia knows him, then he must frequent Aorok, said Trinity. She seems like she knows a lot of players in and out of the city, Ember countered. It's a start, I said. Kit twirled her staff and struck a fighting pose. And if we run into Kincaid and his goons, what then? She's got a point, said Trinity. He did blow up a friggin' pub to make a point. I don't think he cares that the dwarf city is supposed to be neutral ground. It doesn't matter, I told them all, and withdrew my heartstone from my robe pockets. Let's get buffed up and find Tweak. I'm done running from Kincaid. Someone has to stand up to that prick. And if one does,
Then maybe they all will. We stepped through our portals into Aerok 10 minutes later and found ourselves near the front doors that were still under repair from the mountain troll attack. I led the girls to the wand shop that the Minotaur had brought me to the day before and inquired with the owner, a real-world player, about Tweak.
I've never heard of him,
said the goblin, and we moved on down the street. We stopped at an eatery and asked around there as well, but no one seemed to know the guy. A lot of them had begun to give me strange glances, and I felt a tingle stalk its way up my spine. Any one of them could have been communicating our location to Kincaid just then, and everyone knew it. They knew who we were somehow, and they knew that Kincaid was after us. I grew tired of the looks and their disregard of our questions and climbed up onto a table. Hey, sorry to bother you all, but does anyone here know a dude named Tweak? Half the crowd turned their backs to me like quivering little bitches, and another quarter of the establishment seemed shocked that I would make a scene in public. They glanced around as if waiting for Kincaid to swoop down on a puff of smoke and smite them all. Fine, you bunch of cowards, I said to the room. If you see Kincaid, tell him I'm coming for him. You there, came a voice out of the street. I turned around and found 5 NPC guards from Riverton with 2 dwarven guards from Aerok. That's our cue, bitches, said Ember. Run! She threw something to the floor, and a moment later, the entire establishment filled with thick fog. I felt a hand grab my wrist, and Ember pulled me along through the place and out into the street. When we emerged from the fog, I noticed that everyone was accounted for and urged them all to follow me deeper into the city. But as I turned to hightail it out of there, I ran right into a level 20 dwarven guard. Halt there, laddie, he said as he pointed a long halberd at my unarmored chest. Ye be wanted in Riverton, and ye be spotted by their men. Ye just stay right where ye... Trinity's armored fist suddenly came out of nowhere and took the dwarf right in the jaw. He staggered back, and Kit leapt on his chest, cast a spell that sent writhing vines shooting out of her hands, and then leapt off of him in a backflip as the vines wound around his body. He hit the floor and began to tear the vines apart, and Ember yelled at us to go. Halt! Yelled the Riverton guards from less than 30 feet away. I led the girls into a blacksmith's shop, between the big anvils, past the heavily stoked fires, and back out into the street. We filed back into the crowd and crossed the street, then hopped into another shop in reverse direction when we came out. I thought we were home free as we turned the corner into an alley, and that's when I came face to face with Kincaid. Long time no see, he said from behind the low-drawn hood. I didn't even have time to think of a spell before he hit me with one of his own. It wasn't a fireball, and it wasn't arcane lightning. It was something much, much worse. Red-hot chains erupted from his palms. The ends were like spearheads, and they punched their way right through my chest, instantly dropping me to 20% health. I tried to think of a counter, but Kincaid laughed and yanked on the chains, pulling me into the wall beside him before I could react. Then I released a magic bolt that caught him in the chest and knocked him back, but a web of magical energy bloomed from the impact, signaling that his armor had absorbed most of the blow. Kit suddenly leapt on his back and stabbed him with a dagger, but the blade only bent against his armor. Trinity swung her sword in a blur of motion, striking him in the hip, but it glanced off his robes as well and did little damage. I blasted Kincaid with a fireball that erupted right in his face and received another crash into the wall for my efforts. I saw Kit go flying down the alley. Then Trinity cried out and fell beside me. Lastly, Ember appeared directly behind Kincaid, screamed, and thrust a dagger into his armor, through his body, and out of his chest. This time Kincaid cried out in pain, and Ember staggered. She looked to have used all her mana, and I tried to warn her as Kincaid cocked back and bitch-slapped her. The blow took her off her feet and spun her through the air. Anger surged in me like a tempest as Kincaid yanked the dagger from his back. I summoned Magic Bolt with the last of my strength, and ignoring the warning flashing on my interface, I released the spell right into the hole in his chest. A low woof sounded in his body cavity. His eyes lit up with electric light, and he offered me a look that suggested he had eaten bad shellfish as he staggered back. A crowd had gathered by then, and they watched in awe as I pulled myself to my feet and downed a healing potion, then chased it with a mana potion, and smashed both empty bottles on the floor. I hit Kincaid with a fireball that exploded against his wounded chest. Then my arcane lightning shattered the healing potion that he'd brought to his lips. He tried to summon a spell in his right hand, but I bum-rushed him and drove him to the ground. I laid into him with hammer fists that cracked his nose and bloodied his teeth. Then I pulled my short sword from its sheath and raised it high over my head. "Kincaid isn't invincible!" I roared loud for all to hear. Before I could strike, Kincaid suddenly became opaque and disappeared, and I got a sick feeling in my stomach when I realized that I had been fighting a body double. A heartbeat later, I was tackled by 5 Riverton guards. The guards pounded on me until my health was down to 5%, and then hauled me to my feet. The crowd murmured as the guards paraded me past, and I searched through swollen black and blue eyes for my girls. Then I saw them in the alley, and they were encapsulated in a crackling energy dome. Kincaid stood behind them and grinned at me. "He's right there!" I yelled and tried to point despite my shackled wrists. "Kincaid is over there!" "Shut up!" said one of the guards and backhanded me. As I reeled from the blow, I saw the girls just kind of shrink and disappear into an amulet around Kincaid's neck, and a heartbeat later, he was gone. Chapter 17. "You've got the wrong guy," I told the guards, but the stupid NPCs just ignored me. They had dragged me through a portal that led right into the Riverton jailhouse. I tried to fight the 2 men as they pulled me down the hall, but in my weakened state I could hardly stand, let alone escape. To my dismay, I was thrown into the cell that I had escaped from less than a week earlier. "I want to talk to a goddamned real human," I demanded, but they ignored me. Then I got an idea. "Hey, I need my doctor. I have a medical condition, and you cannot deny me an emergency lifeline." The guards had been walking away, but my true proclamation was like a plea for a parley to the NPCs. "Your doctor has been informed," said one of them, and they both returned to the jailhouse proper. I paced the cell waiting for the doctor. The guards had taken everything and replaced my robes with jailhouse burlap with a click of the interface, and I had hardly noticed. 5 minutes went by, and still no doctor. "Hey, I'm dying here," I yelled through the buzzing bars, but no answer came. My mind was racing with terrible possibilities. What was Kincaid doing with the girls? Where had he taken them? Were they in pain? Were they in danger? "Hey, I need the fucking doctor!" I screamed out the bars again. A human guard came striding down the hallway, and I breathed a sigh of relief, but the doctor wasn't with him. "Save your breath, you've made bail," said the NPC as he unlocked my cell door. "Bail?" I said as I walked out. I glanced down the hall and found Cecilia, arms crossed, hip cocked to the side, and wearing a mean-looking scowl. Her long bushy tail rose 1.5 feet over her head and slowly moved side to side, like a cobra ready to strike. "Where's the doctor?" I asked the guard. "Take it up with an admin," he said lazily, and guided me down the hall. Cecilia watched me expectantly as I walked toward her. She didn't look very happy to see me, but then again, I had just escaped from her magical tower. "I thought we had a deal," she said with a cocked brow. "Let's talk outside," I said, and glanced over at the room full of guards going over scrolls at their desks. "You going to give me my shit back?" My gear appeared in my inventory, and I swapped out the jailhouse garb for my troll hunter robes. "You're expected to return in exactly 1 week to answer the charges against you," said the guard who had let me out. "If you do not, we will—" Yeah, I said. "I know the drill." I walked out of the jailhouse with Cecilia close behind, and found the warlock and the big troll waiting for us, and to my surprise, they stood beside a huge red dragon. "Well," said Cecilia, "what the hell is going on? Why did you leave the tower? Hell, how did you leave the tower?" "Sorry, Cece, but I'm on to your game," I said, warily eyeing the dragon. The town was bustling with activity as low-level players went about their business. Some of them stopped to gawk at the dragon, and I began to feel very naked.
My game, she said with amusement. And what exactly is my game?
You're playing both sides. Tell me, how much were you going to get from Kincaid for selling us out? Her tail straightened, and the red hair running the length of her back stood on end.
So, she said,
looking to try to wrap her mind around what I had said.
You thought that I was going to sell you to Kincaid, so you break out, go to Aerok, make a scene asking around about Tweak, and then fight Kincaid on neutral ground, get your girls kidnapped, and get arrested. That's a hell of a plan.
What was I supposed to think? I asked.
That I was your friend? That I was trying to help? She said, arms wide. Now he's got your guild mates, and I'm seriously reconsidering our agreement. Why the hell would you think that I would sell you out to the guy who blew up my pub?
I don't know, I said. We tried to leave the tower, and your butler attacked us. What were we supposed to think?
Why the hell were you trying to leave in the first place?
The girls were suspicious, I said. We wanted to see what would happen if we tried to leave, and when the tower came alive and chained us to the walls, that was proof enough for us.
The tower is programmed to keep you safe, so is the butler, and obviously you were all safer staying put.
Yeah, well, where do we go from here?
She scoffed and walked away from me, shaking her head. Then she turned back around and pointed a finger at me. Well, you can start by thanking me, you ungrateful arsehole. How much do you think your bail was?
Before I could make a guess, she screamed the answer.
10,000 gold. I paid it gladly to get my friend, no, my lover, out of jail. And what do you say in return? Not a thanks, not even a fucking reach around. Instead, you accuse me of plotting to sell you out.
I'm sorry, I said. And thank you. I didn't know it was that much, but I'll pay you back.
Second, she interrupted, you can start trusting me. This is going to be hard enough to pull off as it is. Shit, maybe I'm better selling you off to Kincaid like you said, but I'm not going to. Do you know why?
Because you're a good person? I said sarcastically.
Yeah, arsehole, because I'm a good person. You think I want someone like Kincaid ruining the game? He needs to be stopped, and I thought that maybe you were the one to do it. I guess I was wrong.
She turned from me with disgust and started marching toward the dragon. I glanced around, wondering what the hell I should do. The doctor hadn't answered my call, which was unsettling, and I had no other allies in-game besides Cecilia.
Cece, wait, I called to her, and ran to catch up.
The warlock and troll blocked my path, and Cecilia stopped rather reluctantly and turned around.
I'm listening, she said, and folded her arms.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't know who to trust, but you're my only shot at freeing my guildmates. Will you give me another chance?
I don't know. Are you going to trust me this time?
Yes.
Are you going to follow the plan?
Yes.
She let out a slow sigh as her tail slowly swayed behind her.
Fine then. Get on. She turned toward the dragon and climbed a rope ladder hanging down from a big saddle, and I carefully followed and took the seat behind her.
Follow me to Tweak's place, she said to her goons,
and they both nodded and produced their own winged mounts, though neither of the small dragons came close to the red's colossal size. She slapped the reins, and the big red dragon suddenly stood to its full height. When it did so, I felt like I was sitting on the edge of a 3-story building.
You're going to want to strap in and put these on, she said, and handed me a pair of goggles.
I put on the eyewear and hurriedly strapped myself in with the leather straps. Once I was ready, she slapped the reins again, and the big red dragon took 3 quick steps and leapt into the air. My stomach turned as we began to quickly climb into the air, and I glanced down at the increasingly distant ground, instantly wishing I hadn't.
You better not puke on my new mount, Cecilia warned.
2 seconds later, the dragon banked right, and I gripped the saddle horn in front of me and squeezed my eyes shut tight. It took a little while for my stomach to settle, but the ride became bearable when the dragon leveled out and gently glided upon a warm airstream.
How are you holding up back there? Cecilia asked over the wind.
I'm all right, I said. Thanks again for bailing me out. I tried to contact my doctor, but for some reason he never showed.
What do you mean, your doctor?
I told her about my condition and how Dr. Marks was supposed to be looking into Arthur for me.
Are you nuts? She asked. You think you can trust someone who works for corporate?
He seemed pretty concerned with the allegations, I explained.
Of course he is, but that doesn't mean that he's going to want you to take this public. Did you tell him anything about our plans?
No, I didn't tell him anything. There wasn't time. He appeared in the tower to inform me of an emergency. He brought my mother, and he told me that my father had been the victim of a hit and run in the real world.
You think it was Kincaid?
She asked. That's exactly what I think.
Shit, Sam. I'm sorry to hear about your father. Is he all right?
Yeah, Mom said that he's doing well.
This is getting out of control, she said worriedly. If he's targeting people in the real world, then none of us are safe.
I'm sorry that I dragged you into this, I told her.
You didn't drag me into anything, she said with a glance back and a kind smile. It's not your fault that Kincaid's a psycho. But don't worry, we'll get the bastard.
The world spread out beneath us, and for the first time I saw the true grandeur that was Rebirth Online. I could see for miles as we sailed upon those warm currents. There were winterlands, deserts, jungles, vast plains, and mountain ranges speckled from horizon to horizon. I had heard of a few of the lands, but there were dozens that I had yet to venture. The colors of this digital world were brighter than those in the real one, but aside from that small detail, this world looked as real as any. And now, thanks to Kincaid, it had real-world dangers as well. We flew over the Beartooth Mountains, and to my surprise, a large green jungle spread out before us. Cecilia steered the Red Dragon down into a steep dive that felt like the world's tallest roller coaster. I screamed until my voice was hoarse, and mercifully the dragon finally leveled out. The tips of its long red wings skimmed across a placid river, but the beast dove again when the smooth water gave way to a 200-foot waterfall. Once again my stomach hit my throat, and I held on for dear life. We fell into the foggy spray at the bottom of the waterfall, leveled out, and then shot across the river like a crimson arrow. The jungle waited to swallow us whole, but Cecilia pulled up at the last moment and steered for the tallest tree in the forest. At the very top of the tree, spread across the expanse of its entire canopy, there sat a large 3-story house. Crooked chimneys stuck out of the lopsided building, which reminded me of something that the Weasleys from Harry Potter might live in. Hammocks hung about the boughs below, and to my surprise and delight, I saw little purple monkeys lounging in them while they drank from fine china. The Red Dragon seemed much too large to land on the roof of the house, but Cecilia didn't seem to share my apprehension. She brought the dragon around as we slowed and guided it to the rooftop. The dragon barely touched down, flapping its wings so that it was hovering above the treehouse. "This is our stop," said Cecilia. She unstrapped herself and tossed the rope ladder over the side. I followed her down, grateful when I touched down on the large green leaves that covered the roof. "I will call you when I'm ready," she instructed the dragon. The beast squawked before lifting off and disappearing to the south. "Yo, yo, yo, what's up, Cece?" came a voice behind us, and I turned to see a large purple ape poking his head up from a trap door in the roof. "Hey, Tweak," said Cecilia. She gestured to me. "This is Samson, the guy I was telling you about." "Oh, right. Awesome. Come on down," said Tweak. I followed Cecilia through the trap door and down a ladder that led into the wide-open main room of the treehouse. The place was awesome, and looked like something that an eccentric millionaire from the 1800s might live in. The pad was aptly jungle-themed and made mostly of bamboo. Stuffed panthers, tigers, snakes, giant rodents, spiders, and other weird creatures were set about all over the place. Maps, paintings, and banners littered the walls, and there were a few suits of armor and primitive-looking weapons lying around as well. Wicker furniture offered many places to relax among the stacks of leather-bound books, and the little purple monkeys were chilling on most of the furnishings. "They're harmless, unless you steal their fruit," Tweak told me with a big apish smile. "I like your avatar," I admitted. Tweak spread his arms wide and regarded himself with a small laugh. He looked a little ridiculous because he was wearing a full-on Indiana Jones outfit. "It's custom. I call my kind Homo Tweakus," he said proudly. "Tweak here is a regular wizard," said Cecilia. "I'm not going to argue with that.
he said affably, before spreading a long arm toward the kitchen. You want something to drink? I've got coffee, espresso. I've got some awesome Hindi Islands roast, too. Picked it up from a couple of pirates in Evermoon City. I'd love some. Black, please, I said. Same, Cecilia told him. Tweak offered us both 2 big thumbs up and went to work happily. He made us both a steaming cup of joe and waited while we tried it. This is wicked, I said. Hit the spot, said Cecilia. Tweak straightened proudly, then led us into a room beyond the kitchen. When I stepped into the room, I let out a slow, "Damn." Not a bad setup, eh? Said Tweak as he took a seat in one of the computer chairs set before the most impressive computer setup that I have ever seen. There were over a dozen screens, and stacks upon stacks of computers. How do you have computers in-game? I asked. Well, they're basically just mirrors of my setup at home in the static world, Tweak explained. I hacked into the game and added the reflections here. Totally unnoticeable to the novice programmers. Really cool, dude. Thanks. With his wizardly powers, Tweak should be able to hack into the system easily and broadcast your GoPwn feed to every looking glass in the game, Cecilia told me. Shouldn't be a problem, Tweak admitted with a monkey grin as he squeezed a headset over his furry dome. But the price is going to be steep. How steep? I asked. Because you're a friend of Cece's, I'll do it for a cool 100K, said Tweak. 100K gold or 100K USD? I asked. Gold, man. Pretty soon the Rebirth economy is going to go crazy. I expect gold to be worth 10 times as much as the US dollar within a year. Well, it just so happens that Kincaid has the 100K I started the game with, but I won't have it until he's dealt with. Said Tweak. That could be a problem. I can vouch for him, said Cecilia. Good enough for me, said Tweak, and he turned to one of his keyboards and began typing furiously. It'll take me about an hour before I can get through, but after that, I'm ready when you are. Great, said Cecilia. She turned to me and took a good long look at my body. Her tail danced alluringly behind her, and she bit her bottom lip. Wanna level up while we wait? Chapter 18. When Cecilia and I finally emerged from one of the many bedrooms in the treehouse, I was level 17 and she had reached level 14. She went to the bathroom to freshen up, and I tapped on my interface to check out my new stats. As I scanned my interface, I let out a slow whistle. Was that a catcall? Cecilia asked with a sly grin as she returned from the bathroom. No, I was just reading my new spell stats, I said. But you do look great, foxy lady. You're not so bad yourself, she said as she sauntered over to me and gave me a soft kiss on the cheek. You two going another round? Tweak asked as he peeked his head out his door. Because I'm all set. Cecilia shrugged and cocked a look my way. There's time for work and time for play, babe, I told her. Fine, she said with a playful pout. We joined Tweak at his workstation, and I couldn't help but notice that I could see him on one of the screens. I waved my hand over the ruby GoPwn pendant on my necklace, and as expected, my hand appeared on the screen. I see you've got my live feed working, I noted. Oh, he said, nearly falling back out of his chair with his white box of ramen. He sucked in a long noodle and pointed at the screen. Yeah, just came online like 2 minutes ago. Uh-huh, Cecilia said with a cocked brow. Tweak brought up an image of a big castle set on a cliffside overlooking an ocean. The castle was shiny, black, and menacing. Tall spires that jutted out from the main body of the spear-like castle like jagged teeth. Upon each of the spires there sat a dragon, some as black as the castle, others with hides of deep red. This is Ebone Castle, Tweak told us with an apish laugh. Get it? Ebony, Ebone. What a toolbox this guy is. Looks like a hell of a stronghold, I noted. It's located in Florencia, Tweak said, and zoomed out on the aerial view. About 200 miles from here. Where is here? I asked with a shrug. We be in the Zion jungle, man, he said with a long, slow laugh. But I can conjure you a portal there easily enough. The only question is, are you ready? No, I said with a nervous laugh. But that never stopped me before. Yeah, said Cecilia as she handed me the vials we had filled at her place. You should take these now so they kick in by the time you're captured. Thanks. I popped the tops and guzzled the potions, which tasted like fruity kid drinks. Tweak rose from his computer chair and led us into the larger main room. He cleared his throat, waved his hands, waggled his fingers, and said, "Zammo!" A portal suddenly grew out of a point of light, and on the other side I could see Ebone Castle in the distance. I took a deep, steadying breath and let it out slowly. "Come here, you," said Cecilia, and pulled me down to give me a long, passionate kiss. "You be careful. You hear me?" "I will. Once you get the confession, I'll portal your ass out of there," said Tweak. "Anywhere specific you'd like me to put you?" Airrock will be fine. I want to watch that asshole's expression when you stream the playback on the big looking glass in the middle of the market." "You got it," said Tweak. "Almost forgot." Cecilia waved a hand over my necklace, said, "Argenhold," and it suddenly became invisible. "There, you're all set." "Thanks, both of you. I couldn't have done this without you." "Don't thank me," said Tweak. "Just pay me on time." "You're welcome, Sam," Cecilia replied. "All right." I straightened my robes, unsheathed and inspected my blade before sheathing it once more. "Here goes nothing." "Sam, wait!" I had taken a step toward the portal when Dr. Marks spoke, and I quickly took my foot back and whirled around. "Doctor? It's about time you show up. What's wrong?" I asked, noticing how ashen he appeared. "Sam, we looked into it, and you're right." "What did you find?" I said, as I walked past Tweak and Cecilia and stood before the doctor. "No proof of the torture that you said he was guilty of, but other things. Disturbing things. He's got his digital finger in nearly every system. We sent security to his pod inside the facility, but he's locked himself inside and is starting to take over the facility systems as well." "The systems," I said, my mind racing. "Like my life support systems?" "We're not going to let that happen," said Dr. Marks, but then he began to twitch and fade. "Wait," I said, and reached for him. "Sam!" My hand went through him as though he were a ghost, and he turned static and suddenly winked out of view. "Shit," I cursed as I began pacing the room. "This is bad," said Cecilia, sounding more scared than I was. "I'm on it," Tweak yelled, and ran into the computer room. "I'll slow down his progress and give you some time. What room are you in?" "My body is in room 27, I told him. "All right, I'll keep that fucker away from you in the static world. You go get that confession and try to distract his ass. If he's fighting you, he won't be able to concentrate on hacking corporate." "I'm going with you," Cecilia said as she began buffing us both. "What? No, I can't let you do that. Love you, babe, but I wasn't asking your permission," she informed me. "Everything has changed. We've got to slow that prick down before he kills you in the real world." "Take the perps," said Tweak. He then cupped his big ape hands around his lips and let out a high-pitched monkey call. 24 purple monkeys ran into the main room, and those who had been lounging on the wicker furniture leapt to attention as well. Tweak said something to them in monkey talk, and they all began leaping up and down and pounding their chests excitedly. Dozens bounded through the portal, and others hurried outside to round up a bigger posse. "They'll make a circus of that place. Good luck," Tweak said, and returned to his computer. "All right," I said to Cecilia. "Let's do this." Chapter 19. Cecilia and I stepped out of the portal onto oily black stone. The purple monkeys were already hightailing it toward the castle, so we ran after them and prepared our spells. I conjured a fireball and felt it burning in my right palm, while Cecilia's entire body began to glow with holy light. I released my fireball and it sped across the black stone. It crossed the 200-yard expanse in a matter of seconds and exploded against the black castle. An energy force absorbed the blast, but that was fine. I hadn't been trying to cause damage, just alert Kincaid to our presence. It worked. 5 seconds later, the dragons sitting upon the spires took flight and began gliding down to intercept us. "Hurry," I said to Cecilia. "We'll never make it," she said as she pumped her arms and legs and glanced up at the flock of dragons sailing toward us. "Here."
She cast a spell on me, and I felt suddenly invigorated. I gained speed and was soon running 3 times as fast as I had been. I tried not to trip myself up on the rocks as I flew across the oily darkness, and we quickly outpaced the wild purple monkeys. Cecilia and I dove into an alcove created by the jutting spears as dragonfire licked our asses. I conjured my fire shield and got in front of Cecilia as the dragons unleashed their hellish fury. My shield held the flames at bay, and when the onslaught finally ended, I dared a peek. The dragons were circling back around, but they had picked up about a dozen purple hitchhikers. The monkeys rode upon the dragon's head, punching and poking the big eyeballs as the dragons thrashed about in midair, trying desperately to dislodge the purple monkey posse. "Knock, knock," came a voice in my ear. "Tweak, is that you?" I asked, and glanced at Cecilia.
"Who's there?"
she said hurriedly. "You are!" Tweak laughed apishly, and a moment later, a doorway opened behind us.
"Quit screwing around,"
Cecilia yelled at him and pulled me through the door. It disappeared behind us, and we found ourselves in a long onyx hallway. I could hear the chittering laughter of monkeys echoing in the big castle, and they seemed to be coming from every direction.
"Kincaid is in the highest tower, and so are your girls," said Tweak in our ears. "Follow the hall and hang a right up the stairs."
We did as he instructed and took the steps 2 at a time.
"At the landing, follow the hall to the left and take the stairs at the end,"
Tweak instructed. "Copy that," I said, as we reached the landing.
"Hey!"
a voice rang out. I spun around with a magic bolt ready in my palm and saw a goblin warrior glaring at us from the other end of the hall. "Catch!" I yelled, and unleashed my magic bolt. I didn't bother waiting to see if it hit, as I ran to the end of the hall to take the stairs. We climbed at least 7 stories up the spiraling staircase, and the heavy footfalls of the warrior followed close behind. Cecilia stopped for a moment at the next landing to set a magical trap. Once it was set, we rushed through the door and entered a large circular room. Given the view offered by the nearby window, I guessed that we had reached the highest tower.
"You're there! Good luck!"
said Tweak in our ears. Cecilia's trap went off in the stairwell, and the warrior cursed painfully. Before us was a large statue of Kincaid that looked to be still in progress, and when we walked left around it, we found the man waiting for us. Kincaid stood near a window on the other side of the room. He wore dark robes the color of bruised clouds that churned with power. His eyes glowed bright red as he offered me a smirk from behind his low-drawn hood. To his left, Anna and Trinity hung from the wall in chains, and to the right hung Ember and Kit. Their mouths were all gagged with cloth, but they had seen me, and they squirmed against their chains and tried to cry out.
"I've been expecting you,"
said Kincaid. "Let them go and I'll surrender," I said. He looked distracted for a moment, and I noticed how his right hand seemed to be typing on an invisible keyboard. "Hey, asshole, I'm talking to you," I yelled. He looked up.
"What makes you think that I need you to surrender?"
"Come on, Kincaid, let them go. This is between you and me."
"No, I think I'll keep them,"
he said, as his right hand continued to type. I knew that he was still trying to hack the systems in corporate, and I thought of myself lying there helpless in one of the underground facilities.
"You've caused me a lot of trouble, Samson Sullivan. Everything was going smoothly until you showed up. Now you've forced my hand."
I needed to distract him from his work, but I couldn't fire a spell at him when he was so close to my women.
"Aha,"
he said with a sneer.
"Room number 27. And what's this?"
Now both hands were typing furiously on the invisible keypad.
"You've got someone guarding you."
"You need to distract this dude," came the urgent voice of Tweak in my ear.
"Dr. Marks is on to you, Arthur," I said, and his brow furled at the mention of his real name. "Even as we speak, they are working to hack into your pod. It's only a matter of time before they get in. Then it's all over for you. Just give up now before you accidentally kill someone else, like the man who died in the real world because of your in-game torture." "You think that was an accident?" he said with a grin. "That was no more of an accident than what I'm going to do to you once I hack into your room. Just like I killed Torrance Green, I'm going to kill you as well."
I got you, asshole. Or perhaps, he said with a devious grin, perhaps I'll keep you alive, make you one of my minions. You and your little whores. Tweak, can you get the girls out? I whispered as I slowly stalked toward Kincaid.
I've got about all I can do to keep this asshole at bay, but I'll try, said Tweak.
Who are you talking to? Kincaid snarled as his fingers moved over the keyboard in a blur of motion. Ah, the troublemaker who has been protecting your room. Well, he won't be a problem much longer. Kincaid was interrupted by a dozen screaming purple monkeys who suddenly erupted from the doorway behind me. They charged across the room, whooping and shrieking and having a grand old time. Kincaid stopped typing to bring up his glowing hands, and I took the opportunity to launch a well-placed magic bolt right at his chest. Cecilia struck then as well, and cast a beam of golden light. Kincaid deflected my magic bolt, which ricocheted off his left bracer and blew a hole in the wall 3 feet wide. He deflected Cecilia's spell as well, and unleashed a short sword as the monkeys leapt at him.
Got him,
came Tweak's voice in my ear, and Trinity, Ember, Anna, and Kit were all freed from their chains. The girls' gear suddenly appeared on them as well, and they all sprang into motion at once. Trinity and Ember came at Kincaid with blades drawn, while Ember and Kit unleashed their most powerful offensive spells. Cecilia and I joined in, and together we all bombarded Kincaid with an attack that should have killed him. But Kincaid didn't go down. He absorbed every blow, brought his hands in toward his gut, and then with a primal scream, he unleashed the spells back at us all. My fireball took me in the chest and slammed me against the tall statue behind me. Cecilia was similarly knocked on her ass by her spell, and my guildmates cried out as they too were thrown back. "Get them out of here!" I screamed, as Kincaid turned with murder in his eyes toward Anna and raised his glowing sword. The blade came down, but to my relief, my guildmates suddenly disappeared. I sprinted across the room and unsheathed my sword as I went. Kincaid was ready for me, however, and swung his glowing blade to meet mine. His sword cut right through mine, chopping it in two. He spun again, bringing the sword around to cut me in two, and I hurriedly brought up my fire shield. It erupted from the back of my left hand and burst to life with a surge of flame, a millisecond before I would have been killed. We glared at each other, locked in battle. Cecilia suddenly surged forward with a glowing staff, and Kincaid was forced to use his blade to block the strike. That gave me the time I needed to unleash arcane lightning, which shot out of my fingertips and encased my opponent. He seemed unaffected, however, and shorn Cecilia's staff in two before ripping his blade up and across her body. Blood flew as Cecilia was spun around and hit the floor.
"I'm getting you two out of there," said Tweak.
"Wait," I said, knowing that I needed to keep distracting Kincaid.
"No can do," said Tweak in my ear. "He's drawing too much power. A killing blow from that sword might kill you in the real world."
I had no time to object as Kincaid and the castle faded away, and the next moment I found myself standing in Air Rock, right next to the charred gilded chalice.
"Sam!"
my guildies cried and ran toward me. Cecilia suddenly appeared on the ground beside me, and to my horror, I saw that her chest had been opened wide by Kincaid's blade.
"Help her!"
I yelled to Kit and Anna. They skidded to a stop beside me and unleashed glowing beams of healing light. Their magic encased Cecilia and lifted her off the ground like someone being abducted by aliens.
"Where's Kincaid?"
Ember asked.
"Is it over?"
I watched as Cecilia's terrible wound began to heal and shook my head. "I think it's far from over, but we got what we needed." I glanced up at the big looking-glass, surprised that Kincaid's confession wasn't yet playing. "Tweak, you there? Tweak?" Players had begun to gather around us, whispering amongst themselves. I heard my name and Kincaid's name, and something about a blood feud. Cecilia was helped to her feet once she was fully healed, and her tail wagged happily behind her.
"We did it,"
she said, and glanced up at the looking-glass.
"Any minute now, Tweak will play the confession."
"I don't know," I said, as I watched the replay of someone's questing play out on the big screen. "Something's wrong." Just then, A loud rumble shook the mountain, and the crowd became quiet. Everyone looked around, waiting with bated breath. I gathered my girls behind me and brought up my flaming shield, and a heartbeat later, a portal ripped apart the air in front of me. "Look out!" I yelled, as a streaking spell shot out of the portal. I brought up my shield in time, and the fireball crashed into it with an explosion of 1,000 glowing embers. The blast took me off my feet and deposited me on the ground 10 feet away. I scrambled to get up, ignoring the warning of low health flashing on my interface, as Kincaid strode through the portal. The crowd gave a collective gasp, for Kincaid was now 15 feet tall, and he had grown black wings that protruded from his back. He wore a cloak of black flame, and his skin had taken on a dark sheen. Power emanated from him like heat from a fire, and he scanned the growing crowd. A warning horn blared somewhere in the mountain, and dwarven NPCs suddenly appeared before me. "Halt, intruder!" said one, but Kincaid only laughed at the dwarf and his half-dozen comrades. The guards charged, but one after another they were swept aside by Kincaid's massive sword. They flew through the air screaming, and to everyone's shock and horror, they broke up into 1,000,000 pixelated pieces and faded to nothing. The crowd gasped and backed up from the insane mage. "Kneel before your new god," Kincaid commanded everyone in a voice that shook the dwarven halls. Trinity and Kit healed me as I rejoined them and stood defiantly before the maniac. "You're no god of ours, Arthur Gaines," I yelled. Kincaid's face twisted in rage, and he cocked back a glowing hand. I braced myself for the blast, but then the looking-glass flared to life, and my own voice echoed through the cavern. "Dr. Marks is on to you, Arthur. Even as we speak, they are working to hack into your pod. It's only a matter of time before they get in. Then it's all over for you. Just give up now before you accidentally kill someone else, like the man who died in the real world because of your in-game torture." Everyone, even Kincaid, glanced up at the looking-glass, where the feed from my GoPone was now playing. "You think that was an accident?" said Kincaid on the big screen. "That was no more of an accident than what I'm going to do to you once I hack into your room. Just like I killed Torrance Green, I'm going to kill you as well." The crowd gasped, and shocked murmurs began to echo through the cavern. "You think any of this matters now?" said Kincaid as he turned from the looking-glass. "This world is mine." He thrust his right hand forward, and I was suddenly pulled off my feet and yanked across the cavern toward him. Kincaid caught me by the neck, and I unleashed a magic bolt right in his face. The blast did nothing but elicit a grin from the mad mage. "I shall reshape this world to my liking, and I will start with you," he said, and I felt a strange burning sensation begin to spread through my entire being. I cried out in pain and hit Kincaid with magic bolt, fireball, and arcane lightning, but none of my spells had any effect. The burning became intolerable, and I watched in horror as my avatar began to pixelate. Then a spell hit Kincaid in the shoulder, and another hit him in the face. Ember suddenly appeared on Kincaid's back and thrust a dagger into his neck. Trinity struck as well, chopping into his leg with her big sword. But none of the attacks hurt him, and with a wave of his hand, the two women were engulfed in flames. "Behold," Kincaid bellowed, "for this is the fate of those who oppose me." He held me aloft and sent a surge of terrible power through my body. I clutched the big hand that held me and watched in horror as my skin began to crack and white light poured out. My tortured cry became fragmented and digital as the power grew unbearable. I screamed. Kincaid laughed, and my body suddenly exploded. Silence replaced the tumult, and I opened my eyes. I was back in my hospital bed at corporate. Dr. Marks was standing over me. He was yelling something to a nearby nurse. I watched, confused, as defibrillation pedals were placed on my chest. I felt nothing, heard nothing, and panic rose to a crescendo in my mind. I glanced at the heartbeat monitor as my vision blurred. and I tried to understand what I was seeing. The chaos surrounding my bed grew, but I was seeing everything in slow motion. I tried to speak. I tried to tell them to send me back to the game, but I was as helpless to communicate as I had been to defend myself against Kincaid. My body jerked as the defibrillator surged, and my vision began to fade. "I got you," came a voice through the fog of my mind. It was Tweak's voice, and with it came darkness. Sound rushed back to my ears, and I snapped my eyes open. Somehow, I was back in Aorok, and I was alive. But I couldn't say the same thing for half of the players in the Dwarf Mountain. Bodies littered the stone floor, NPCs and real-world characters alike. Fires raged in the destroyed shops along the south wall. Pillars lay in ruins, and Kincaid stood above the destruction, now 25 feet tall and wreathed in hellish flames. Those players who still drew breath bombarded Kincaid with hundreds of glowing spells, and more players filed in through dozens of shimmering portals. My ears rang and my head swam. I felt sick to my stomach, and the acrid stench of sulfur burned my nostrils. Fear for my mortal body surged through me as I tried to lift myself up off the ground. I searched for my guildmates in the carnage, but I couldn't find them. My vision was blurring again, and I could feel myself fading. "Sam!" said the voice of Tweak in my head. "Tweak, something's wrong. I can't. Kincaid overloaded your cerebral cortex with power in the form of that last spell. You've got to purge yourself of it, all right? Sam, are you there?" "I'm here. Tell me what to do." My vision went black, and I groped blindly as the sounds of battle bombarded me. "You've got to release the power. Do you understand? I'm uploading a new spell." I can't," I told him. But then I felt healing light wash over me. It felt as if I were being saved from death by the hands of angels. My mind cleared, the pain receded, and when I opened my eyes, I found Anna smiling down on me. "Hey, you," she said, and then she bent and kissed me as the embers of destruction slowly fell around us. "The spell should hit your interface any second now," said Tweak. I grinned up at Anna as words came into my field of view. "Congratulations, you've acquired Flame of the Dog Star. Now take that fucker out. LOL. Tweak." Pure white fire burst to life in my right palm and shimmered in Anna's big eyes. She turned around and yelled up at Kincaid as he laid waste to the defending players. "Hey, asshole! My boyfriend's back!" Kincaid turned to regard us with eyes that burned with jade flame. I strode past Trinity, and the crowd of tired defenders parted before me like the Red Sea. "You!" Kincaid thundered. "Game over, motherfucker," I said, and finally unleashed the toxic power coursing through me. The flame of the Dog Star shrieked out of my palm in one long, pulsing beam of brilliant light. Kincaid brought up his flaming shield, but my spell tore right through it, hit Kincaid in the chest, and exploded like the 4th of July. I fell to my knees, exhausted, and smiled to myself as Kincaid's smoldering body broke apart like a statue made of sand. Darkness consumed me, and the last thing I heard was Anna's pleading voice. Chapter 20. "Sam? Sam, can you hear me?" Light played against my eyelids and cascaded across my field of vision. I slowly opened my eyes and tried to speak, but I was no longer in the game world. I was in the real, static world, and I was in my real body. I blinked, and Dr. Marks offered me a relieved smile. "Thank God! I thought we had lost you there for a minute," he said, and then turned to the other gathered doctors and nurses and began giving orders. I had a million questions. What happened to my guildies? What happened to Cecilia? Was Kincaid really gone? Had they arrested him in the real world? But I couldn't ask the doctor anything. I was back in my shell, back in my living prison. "Everything's going to be okay, Sam," Dr. Marks promised. "Do you hear me? Everything's going to be fine. You just try and rest." Hadn't I rested enough already? I blinked my eyes repeatedly,
but the doctor only offered me a tentative glance as he took a holopad from the nurse. He moved out of my field of vision, and I helplessly tried to take in my surroundings. I wasn't in my usual room. This one looked much more like a hospital, with white walls, a white ceiling, and a plethora of equipment dedicated to keeping me alive. I lay there wondering if I could ever return to the game, and dread began to creep into my heart. I remembered my father as well, wondering if he was doing all right. My mother hadn't come to my side yet, which probably meant that I was still in critical condition or something of that nature. What the hell had Kincaid hit me with, I wondered. I remembered the power that I had wielded. The spell, Flame of the Dog Star, had been like nothing I had ever cast before, and I had a feeling that I would never know what it was like to harness such power again. Tweak had somehow hacked into my abilities, and he had saved my life in doing so. I fell asleep at some point in my waiting for the doctor, and my dreams were full of pixelated ghosts and ruined dwarven halls. Kincaid was there in my dreams, and he took the form of the devil. He stood 50 feet tall, with skin that burned like the sun and black eyes that smiled gleefully as he devoured my guildmates. I awoke suddenly, and my eyes, the only thing that could express my terror, jiggled in their sockets. Light blinded my right eye, then my left, and when it finally stopped torturing me, Dr. Marks was there looking down with concern. "Good morning," he said, and put on a pleasant smile. "What's going on?" I said, and my eyes widened as I realized that I had spoken. But the words hadn't come from my mouth. Rather, they had come from the doctor's holopad. "I've linked you through the implant so that we can speak," he confirmed. "What happened? Did I almost die? Is everyone all right? Is my father all right?" I said through the speakers of the holopad. I saw him put a hand on my shoulder, though I couldn't feel it. "I'll let your mother answer a few of those questions," said the doctor, and my mother walked up to the other side of my bed. She smiled at me and gave me a hug that I couldn't return, then sniffled and released me as she dabbed her nose with a handkerchief. "Hey, Mom," I said through the holopad, causing her to jump with a start. "Sammy?" she said, and looked from me to the doctor and then back at the holopad. "Yeah, it's me," I said as I blinked. "The doctor here is a regular wizard. How's Dad?" "He's good. He sends his well wishes. You've given us both such a start. But don't you worry. We're going to get you out of this god-awful place." "What?" I said, glancing at the doctor. "I'm staying, Mom. I'm staying in the game. Unless, is there a game left? Did Kincaid do something to the program?" "Rebirth Online is still up and running, Sam," said the doctor. "Sammy, that game almost killed you. It's been all over the news," she said, as she glanced at the doctor warily. "They say Arthur Gaines went crazy. He's the son of the CEO, you know." "We're very sorry about what happened, Mrs. Sullivan, and we are doing everything—" "Sure you're sorry," she said with a withering glance at the good doctor. She turned back to me. "We're going to sue the shit out of this corporation for what they did to you." "It's all right, Mom," I said patiently. "Arthur Gaines isn't a threat anymore. I defeated him in Aerok." "Is that one of your fantasy worlds?" she asked. "Well, Arthur isn't a threat in the real world anymore either. He's been arrested and charged with manslaughter and attempted murder, but they say that he's in a coma. Don't worry, honey." "I'm not worried," I told her. "And I'm not leaving the game. My friends need me, and I've got a guild. Well, a small guild. There are only 5 of us right now. But I absolutely forbid it," she said, shaking her head. "I'm sorry you feel that way, but I need to do this, Mom. I'm somebody in Rebirth Online. Don't you understand? I've got a great guild, and we're going to do amazing things. Hell, we already have. And it's the only way that I can make the money for the surgery that I need." "Oh, we'll get the money," she said, glaring at the doctor. "Like I said, we're going to sue." "No," I said sternly. "We're not. It wasn't their fault that Arthur went nuts, and he only came after me because I pissed him off. Look, I know you have my best interests at heart, but I'm not a child anymore. I'm a grown man. My decision is final." To her credit, my mother stoically lifted her chin and offered the smallest of nods. "I think that you're making a mistake," but your father would say that it's your mistake to make." She left shortly after, without so much as a word to Dr. Marks, and he glanced at me once she had gone with an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry about this, Sam. Corporate is still reeling from what happened, and we appreciate your understanding. Like I said, it wasn't your fault. Even after everything that happened," he said hesitantly, "you want to go back in?" "Hell yeah," I said through the holopad speakers, and my voice sounded almost as eager as I felt. "I mean, if it's possible. What happened anyway? Did Kincaid, almost short-circuit my brain or something?" "In layman's terms, yeah, something like that. But you reversed it somehow. That spell you performed traveled through his cerebral connection as a massive amount of data." "Did I really put him in a coma?" "No, don't let that weigh on your conscience. He did that to himself, messing around with the program." "When can I go back in?" I asked, eager to see my guildmates again. "Once your brainwaves return to normal for a period of 24 hours, I believe that you will be fit to return. Until then, try and get some rest," he said, patting my hand. I spent the next 4 days watching the news. It was kind of surreal, given that I was the hottest story in the country. Everyone knew about the paraplegic who had cracked the first virtual murder case. Reporters stood outside of Horizon headquarters, speculating on my condition. Others asked for an interview with me, and one station even offered $100,000 for an exclusive. Dr. Marks declined on my behalf. However, he teased the reporters that I might be ready for an interview inside Rebirth Online very soon. As the world speculated about my health, I was visited by my parents. Dad was doing a lot better and was walking around on his own already. Like everyone else, he had seen the news, and the lure of the spotlight was irresistible to him. He began giving interviews, and though I had insisted that I wasn't going to sue, he hinted at a lawsuit anyway. Kincaid's condition remained the same. Dr. Marks knew to give me any updates as they came in. I still felt bad about frying Arthur Gaines's brain. It had been self-defense, I knew, but my intention when joining Rebirth Online hadn't been to put someone in a hospital bed forever. My goal had been to get myself out of one. But there I was, waiting out the long hours, unable to move. I had learned many different types of meditation to help deal with my anxiety and the madness that came with being paralyzed. It helped a little, but the days continued to drag by as I waited to learn my fate. When the news finally came, Dr. Marks walked into my room wearing an expressionless face. My eyes followed him as he crossed the room. He stopped, looked up toward the ceiling as if collecting his thoughts, and took my hand. A glance down at me, a frown, and then, "You've been given the green light, Samson," he told me proudly. "You're going home." 6 hours later, I respawned right in the middle of Aerock, and what I found waiting for me took my breath away. To my utter surprise and delight, Anna, Trinity, Ember, Kit, Cecilia, and even Tweak and his purple monkeys were waiting for me. Behind them stood at least 1,000 players, all chanting my name. "Sam!" Anna cried and rushed into my arms. I hugged her tight, and we were quickly bombarded by the other women, who hugged me and showered me with kisses. "Big Daddy's back," Kit sang as she nuzzled her furry head against my neck. "What took you so long, lover boy?" Trinity asked. "We were about to go visit you in the real world," Ember added. "Sorry I took so long," I said, as Cecilia and Tweak strode over to us. The gathered crowd of players cheered my return, and Cecilia offered me a sly grin. "Good to have you back, Sam," she said. I gave her a hug and shook Tweak's hand. "Thanks, guys. I couldn't have done it without you." "Everyone's been watching the replay," said Tweak as he hooked a thumb over his shoulder. I glanced at the looking glass and grinned when I saw the highlights of my battle with Kincaid replaying in a loop. "It's all over the internet, you know," said Cecilia. "You're a viral sensation." "The man who saved Rebirth Online," said Kit in a sing-song voice. "I didn't do it alone," I admitted. "Samson Sullivan!" came a deep, mountainous voice from behind the crowd. The cheering stopped, and I instinctively brought my fire shield to life. But then I saw the speaker and dismissed my shield. At the other end of the cavern, standing 40 feet tall, was the guardian statue of the Aerock Mountains. "Samson, defender of Aerock, step forth!" came the thundering voice.
The girls offered me excited smiles and walked with me through the parting crowd. There were other mages, healers, warriors, warlocks, assassins, bards. Every class was represented here, as well as all the many races. I passed grinning elves, clapping humans, cheering drow elves, and beaming dwarves. The players shook my hand, patted me on the back, and chanted my name as I walked through the cavern and came to stand before the Guardian. The tall dwarven statue offered me a bushy-browed smile and cleared his throat, resulting in a sound reminiscent of an avalanche. "Samson, guild leader of heavy metal thunder, slayer of Kincaid, defender of Aerok, take a knee." I glanced around at my guildmates, and Anna whispered, "The world is watching," and offered me a wink. I gulped and took a knee. The Guardian produced a sword at least 20 feet long and brought it down inches from my left shoulder. "Samson, I name you a Guardian of Aerok, and bestow upon you 3 gifts for your part in the victory over the tyrant Kincaid of Ebone Castle. First, please accept this monetary gift." I watched in amazement as the gold icon on my interface opened up, and the number began to quickly climb. 2 digits, 3 digits, 4, 5, 6. When the numbers finally stopped spinning, I nearly fell over. I suddenly had 500,000 gold in my account. I didn't know if the corporation was trying to buy my silence or reward me, but I didn't much care at that moment. "How much did he get?" people in the crowd asked in various ways, but I wasn't about to tell them I had 500,000. "Second," the Guardian boomed, and silenced everyone, "I present you with Ironheart, the staff of Aerok, forged from the very heart of the mountain. It is as strong as the earth's iron core and will serve you well in your future endeavors. Should you ever find it out of reach, simply say its name, and it shall return to you." A glowing iron staff suddenly appeared, floating in the air in front of me, and I reverently reached out and took it. A quick surge of power washed through me, and I marveled at the ancient runes covering the entirety of the relic. My interface showed that it was a mythical item, and its stats nearly made me fall over. "As your skills increase, so too will the staff's power," said the Guardian. "Thank you," I said with a bow. The crowd oohed and awed at the legendary item, and others shushed them as they waited to see what else I would be given. "Third," said the Guardian, and my troll hunter robes began to pixelate and shimmer. "I bestow upon you the robes of the last Mage King." The troll hunter garb was replaced by light blue robes with shimmering silver stitched along the seams. Ancient runes like the ones on my staff covered the smooth fabric, and they pulsed with mysterious power. The hemline perfectly accommodated my height. The collar was crisp, firm, and stopped just short of my jawline. Wearing it, I felt deep honor, overwhelming pride, and profoundly humbled. "I thank you again, Guardian, but I did not defeat Kincaid alone," I said, extending my hand toward the crowd. "My friends helped, as did hundreds of other players. I'm sure that many of them are here today, and I think that they deserve recognition as well." The Guardian hummed as he mulled over my proposal, and the crowd waited with bated breath as they anticipated his answer. "I see the wisdom in your words, Samson, Guardian of Aerok. Therefore, as a token of my appreciation for their efforts in defending our great city, I have decided to grant them each a reward as well." The Guardian extended his arms wide as he looked at the gathered crowd. "Many of you gave your lives in defense of Aerok, and so life shall be your reward." Every single player, myself included, began to glow. Then a message appeared on my interface. Blessing of the Guardian. Level 18 acquired. "Holy shit!" someone in the crowd yelled. "Level 21, hell yeah!" another triumphantly announced. "Thank you again, defenders of Aerok," said the Guardian, and with a small bow, he returned to his post. The crowd cheered and began to chant my name, and someone who sounded a lot like Kit started a speech chant that was soon taken up by all. My girls ran up to me and showered me with kisses. and the crowd went wild. Right about then, I felt like the luckiest guy in the world. "Friends, fellow defenders of Aerok," I said, opening my arms wide to the crowd. "Thank you for this. When I woke up 4 days ago, I didn't know if I would ever be able to return. That thought scared me more than the potential damage that had been done to me by Kincaid's incredible spell. You see, this isn't just some game to me. This isn't something I do to pass the time. This is all I've got." I looked around the crowd, and I saw compassion on many of the players' faces. While in my mini-coma, I had gone viral, and everyone knew the story of Samson, the paralyzed gamer who saved the virtual world. My story was all over the real world and the game world. I was a legend, but I was also a mystery. I had declined all interviews while waiting for my diagnosis, but now I had everyone's attention. Now was the time to speak up and speak out. There has been a lot of controversy over what happened with Arthur Gaines. People are saying that the game has become too real. They're worried that another madman might figure out how to game the system and cause harm in the real world. Right now, as I speak, people are calling for Rebirth Online to be shut down. The crowd booed, and I stalked around the wide circle to let their anger fester. "But can a game be too real?" I asked. "What does too real even mean? To say that a game is becoming dangerous because it is too realistic, then what does that say about reality? What does it say about the real world? Shit, I was paralyzed by a drunk driver in the real world. Does that mean that it's too dangerous to participate in?" "Hell no," Kit yelled. Half the crowd laughed, and half the crowd repeated her proclamation. "Bad men rise to power in the real world all the time, but good people take a stand. And this world is no different. There will always be Kincaids out there vying for power, ready to hurt anyone to get what they want. But there will always be people like you and me ready to stand up to such tyrants. For as long as I live in this world, I will give everything I have to defend it." The crowd cheered, and magical spells shot into the air and exploded like fireworks. Music started up at many of the nearby taverns, and the celebration began. "That was a wonderful speech, Big Daddy," Kit purred as she clawed my chest. Anna faced me and wrapped her arms around my neck. "Now that that's over, how about we go back to your place and level," she said. Then she glanced at the other girls and added, "It's definitely my turn." "We discovered that we didn't have to take turns," said Ember with a sly grin. "Oh? Yup," said Trinity. "He can level us all at the same time." "Well," Anna said as she ran a finger down my chest, "I'd really like to see that." "Hey, Tweak!" I shouted over to the dancing ape. "What's up, playa?" he asked as he danced with his purple monkeys, who also happened to be huge chick magnets. "You mind if I use your treehouse for, a day?" "You got it, baby. Leave it like you found it," he said, and tossed me a glowing crystal on a keychain that also sported a rabbit's foot. "Thanks, man," I shouted over the music. Then I noticed Cecilia dancing with one of the monkeys and throwing me glances. "You want to come?" I offered. "You call that a pickup line?" she said as she sauntered over to me. The girls fanned out in front of me and let her in close. "You want to grind and level?" I said with a laugh. "That's better," she laughed and wrapped her arms around my neck. The girls all gathered around, pressing their bodies close to mine, and I couldn't help but smile from ear to ear as I activated the homing crystal. Somehow, everything had turned out all right. I had a shitload of gold, 5 beautiful women at my side, and I was a legend. So far, my life in Rebirth Online had been incredible, and the adventure had only just begun. This concludes Rebirth Online by Michael James Plouffe. Narrated by Tristan Morris. Copyright 2018 by Traveling Bard Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Michael James Plouffe and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio
a division of Recorded Books, presents Rebirth Online 2 by Michael James Plouffe, narrated by Tristan Morris. Chapter 1. "You ladies ready?" I asked, as I stood in my Troll-Slayer robes before the large iron door. We had finally fought through the crypt to the boss's lair, and everyone was still panting from the fight in the last chamber. "Ready and willing, Big Daddy," said Kit. "Hold on, lover boy," Trinity urged before buffing us all. Stone skin, 25% armor, duration 15 minutes. "And ready," she said proudly. I performed the spell to conjure my fire shield, and a moment later it erupted from the back of my left hand with a roar. The shield glowed like molten metal, illuminating the big door and casting a crimson sheen on my guildmates. They all wore their Troll-Slayer armor as well, oil black with jade accents. But we weren't about to face a troll. What waited for us was much worse. I steadied my breathing, clutched the wooden stake in my sweaty left hand, and pushed through the big doors. Ember immediately moved into the shadows and crept along the wall to the right of the threshold. I made a quick sweep of the crypt, noting the 5 hellhounds 30 yards away, lying at the base of a raised coffin. The hounds had no skin, and their slick red muscles corded as they perked to attention. Above the beasts' heads, their titles and levels were revealed. Guardian of Drakvisha, Hellhound, level 25. The hounds were the least of our concerns, however. What we feared most was what they were guarding. On any given day, the hounds would have given us all a run for our money on their own, but we had recently attained some very expensive meat that was needed to finish the quest, and I prayed to Rebirth Online gods that it worked. Ember had the package of rare demon meat, and as the dogs became alert to our presence, she tossed it behind the casket, whispering, "Go get it, you mutts!" It worked, and the demonic dogs raced around the casket to get at the delicacy. They fought over the prize like starved animals, growling, barking, ripping, and tearing at the package. Knowing that we had precious few seconds to act, I rushed across the chamber with my guildmates in tow. Ember was the first to reach the casket, but as she did, the lid suddenly blew off its hinges and slammed into the ceiling. Trinity used her warrior charge and shot across the crypt, slamming into Ember and pushing her out of the way just in time as the heavy lid hit the floor. Anna, Kit, and I raced to our guildmate's aid as the vampire shot out of the coffin in an oily mass of dark bat wings. Drakvisha, Vampire, level 30. I conjured a magic bolt and unleashed it with a primal cry that was full of bravado but fueled by terror. The spell hit the vampire in the chest and left a steaming hole in its wake. The vampire turned dead black eyes my way and grinned, revealing row after row of nightmarish fangs, and to my disappointment, the wound healed. "Shit," I said, a split second before the vampire shot across the crypt right at me. Spells from Anna and Kit streaked through the darkness and found their mark, but they had little effect on the monster. I brought up my fire shield and prepared myself for the blow, as the vampire's deafening screech filled the crypt. A split second before the vampire collided with me, Trinity was there in all her badass blonde bitch glory. She shoulder-slammed the ebony terror, and the two of them rolled away in a knot of flailing limbs and oily wings. Before I could act, Ember leapt on the vampire's back and cocked back her wooden stake. The vampire turned as she struck, causing her to miss his chest, and backhanded her with one long, thin arm. Ember spiraled through the air and was surrounded by Anna's healing light as Kit wrapped the vampire up in thick vines that erupted from her palms. Trinity rolled out from under the beast, and I hit the vampire with a fireball that blew off its left arm. I hit it again and again, and I stalked toward it. The sight of Ember being struck like that had left me seeing red, and I ignored my mana drain as I launched fireball after fireball at the monster. When I was done, both Kit's vines and the vampire's skin hung ragged and shredded, but I was just warming up. As the demon tried to heal itself, I pulled the water skin of holy water off my shoulder and doused the vampire. The holy water hissed, bubbled, and burned deep through the ebony skin. My guildmates had holy water of their own as well, and they too doused the shrieking vampire.
It writhed and tore at itself, and though the wounds inflicted by my fireball healed quickly, those deep wounds caused by the holy water did not. Trinity rushed forward and struck like a viper, impaling the vampire with her wooden stake with such force that she pinned the creature to the wall. She stepped back, blew the hair from her forehead haughtily, and gave the vampire the middle finger as he dissolved with a withering cry. Loot flew into our bags, and a new notification popped up on my interface. Congratulations, you have attained level 20. Finally, I said, having known that this victory would most likely push me over the edge and out of the teens. Must be nice, said Trinity, as she pulled the stake out of the wall with a powerful jerk. I do all the work and you level. Don't worry, sweet tits, I said with a wink. I'll make it up to you later. Holy shit, said Kit, and we all turned our attention to the loot floating toward us. 100 gold each deposited itself in our packs, and the only thing remaining of the vampire's corpse, 5 of its fangs, rose into the air. One of the fangs floated toward each of us, and I held out my hand to accept the gift. As soon as I did, it fell into my hand, and a notification popped up in the center of my field of view. Fang of Drakvisha. 100% vampiric resistance when worn. Oh, good. I hate vampires, said Kit. Just then, another icon floated from the ashes of the vampire. Looking like a tiny piece of pie, the icon disappeared once it reached me and was instantly deposited in my pack. I tapped on the icon floating before me. Slice of life. 100% health regeneration when consumed. 1 use. That'll come in handy, said Anna. Yeah, a little overkill though, don't you think? Said Ember. I mean, you can't ever use the whole thing. No one can eat anything if they're already dead. The programmer should have made it a 99% increase in health. Why? Said Anna. What's the friggin' difference? It's a waste of a percentage, Ember countered. What does that even mean? Ember waved her off and rolled her eyes. Come on, let's get out of here before those hellhounds are done eating. Good idea, I admitted. I've got to see my trainer. How about we all hit Cecilia's place and celebrate? How about instead we go back to our place and we all level together? Then we can all celebrate being level 20, said Trinity. The girls all looked to me expectantly. How can I say no to that? I asked. We used our portal stones to return to our new home. Since returning to the game a week before, we had purchased a small but comfortable tower in the Beartooth Mountains, accessible only by air or portal. The tower sat on the western face, on the side of the mountain opposite the dwarf city of Aerok. The tower, affectionately named the Tower of Love by the girls, was 4 stories high and overlooked the mountain range and distant ocean. Its living quarters were a reflection of each of my guildmates' tastes, and was full of soft couches, sofas, love seats, chairs, and, thanks to Kit, about a dozen beanbags lined the circular living space. Paintings adorned the stone walls, most notably a 10-by-10 portrait of me and my ladies that we had commissioned from an NPC in Aerok. We left space in the portrait for more guild members, though we liked things just the way they were for the time being. Since my victory over Kincaid and my overnight celebrity status, women had been coming out of the woodwork in-game, wanting to join my guild, Heavy Metal Thunder. We would of course need more members if we planned on competing with the larger guilds at higher levels, but I figured that when we met the right woman, we would know it, as had been the case with each of them so far. When Anna, Trinity, and I had started the guild, it had felt right. Then Ember came along, and she fit right in. We hadn't expected Kit, but she had come at just the right moment, skipping along down the road and singing a silly song as her tail swayed happily behind her. Cecilia was a contender for a spot, and the girls had even urged her to join the guild. But the fox furry wasn't in this for the questing or the fame. She was a businesswoman. Like many, she was hoping to get rich from the game once the corporation's stocks went up and in-game gold became more than US dollars. As a reward for her efforts in stopping Kincaid, the King of Aerok had commissioned for her pub, the Gilded Chalice, to be rebuilt at his expense. The place was already up and running again, and business was booming. "Hey, lover boy," said Trinity from the large 4-poster bed. "You going to stare at that portrait all day, or are you going to come and play with us?"
I turned from the portrait and found the girls all sprawled about the bed, naked. They were all laying on their stomachs in a row, propped up on their elbows, and their beautiful asses were arched upward. My robes hit the floor, and my trousers soon followed. I sauntered over to them as they smiled up at me, each eager to be the first to take me in their mouth. Somehow, they all managed to get their lips around my shaft, and they went to work on it like it was the last popsicle in a desert world. 2 minutes of that left me about to pop, and the girls knew it. They pulled me onto the bed and covered me with kisses, all but Kit, who continued licking me teasingly. Trinity began to position herself to sit on my shaft, but Ember pushed her playfully and tried to take her spot. The roughhousing led to the two girls rolling and wrestling across the bed, and Anna quickly claimed the prize that they had sought. She rode me like a cowgirl going for the gold, and orgasmed quickly, her body convulsing as she clung to me. Kit took her place and playfully nibbled at my ears as she rode me. When she finally climaxed, she bit my earlobe so hard that she drew blood. "Yow!" I said, feeling my ear for blood. "Meow to you too, Big Daddy," Kit purred contentedly as she rolled over. Ember hurriedly hopped onto my magic stick before Trinity could, so the frustrated warrior sat on my face instead. A half-hour later, another notification appeared on my interface. "Congratulations. You've reached level 21. As the sun was setting, we all lay in the giant bed, basking in the afterglow of our leveling. We watched the sun set over the ocean and talked about the most recent quest. It was nice to have things back to normal, and to actually get a chance to enjoy the game. We were doing good together as a guild, and we had a promising future in-game. Life was good. Eventually, we all pulled ourselves out of bed and cleaned up, and as I waited for the girls to get ready, I watched the latest feed coming from the looking glass mounted above the fireplace. The highest guild in the game, the Crimson Dragons, were in the process of raiding a lower-level guild's fortress. Tensions had been escalating between the level 40 Crimson Dragons and the level 38 Furry Cat Guild, the Persian Army. Everyone in Aerok was anticipating the inevitable fight, one that would leave the victor with the other guild's property and would send the losers back a level on top of it all. "Hey guys, you gotta watch this," I yelled toward the powder room. Kit came skipping out, half her face covered in a sweet-smelling powder. She leapt over the back of the couch with angelic grace and snuggled up to me. "Who's fighting, Big Daddy?" I put an arm around her. "The Crimson Dragons and the Persian Army." "It's Persian Army," she said musically, as she sat up with intrigue. "What did I miss?" said Trinity, as she rushed into the room, combing out her long blonde hair. Ember followed close behind, and Anna came from the kitchen with a bottle of wine, 4 glasses, and a bottle of beer for me. "Thanks, babe," I said, pulling her into my lap. "You didn't miss much," said Kit. "TCD is just approaching the castle." A thought occurred to me, and I laughed. "Wow, the programmers are really screwing the Crimson Dragons if the Persian Army—" "It's Persian Army," Kit turned and yelled back at me. "Whatever," I said. "If they're watching this, they're going to be tipped off." "I don't think the Crimson Dragons care," said Ember. "So much for the element of surprise," Trinity huffed. We watched enthralled as over 30 red dragons flew through the moonlit sky. The moon was nearly full, and the video feed looked to have been altered so that the Guild of Dragon Riders stood out easily. They rode through dark clouds with the moon at their backs, dragon scales glowing in the silver beams, and the armor of the riders shimmering like diamonds in the sky. The viewpoint shifted to the battlements of the Persian army's castle, and NPC guards could be seen rushing to their battle stations. They leapt onto large dragon harpoon launchers that could be controlled with foot pedals to swivel left and right, while the weapons moved on another pair of tracks up and down. In this manner, the NPC guards homed in on the approaching terror of dragons and let loose their glowing lances. The projectiles zipped through the air like streaking stars, but to everyone's surprise, the dragon lances went right through the winged beasts without hurting them. "Did you see that?" Kit gasped. "They're an illusion," said Ember. "Look, the real dragons are right there above the castle." The view shifted upward and panned back,
exposing the attackers. The NPC guards didn't have a chance, as a moment later, 30 dragons unleashed their fire down upon the battlements. Flames engulfed the castle and the guards who died to protect it, sending them screaming and leaping off the sides to fall to their death. When the flames finally subsided, the attacking guild leapt from their mounts and landed upon the charred battlements. They rushed into the castle through the arched doorways, and the camera followed them inside. Smoke filled the gloomy stone rooms, and for a moment it was hard to make out what was happening. But then a wizard among the guild cast a spell and pulled wind into the castle, quickly clearing out the smog. As soon as the smoke cleared, dozens of animated suits of armor came into view. They glowed green and moved mechanically as they unsheathed their broadswords. The attacking guild's 6 warriors rushed the group and made quick work of the enchanted suits of armor, leaving them in pieces on the ground. The guild fanned out, searching the many rooms, towers, and ramparts of the castle, but they found no sign of the Persian army. The guild leader told them to hold their positions as a timer appeared, ticking off the minutes until the Crimson Dragons had full control of the castle. We all waited with bated breath to see if the defending guild would suddenly appear, but for 5 long, tense minutes, nothing happened. The Crimson Dragons could have control of the castle in less than 5 minutes, at which time they would own it.
Why aren't they even trying to defend?
Kit pouted. Maybe they just knew they would lose, and decided to hand over the castle anyway, Anna suggested.
No,
said Ember.
It must be a trap.
A Crimson Dragon warlock suggested the same thing to his guild leader, and 5 seconds later, the castle began to glow bright red.
"Retreat!"
the guild leader yelled.
"It's a trap!"
His words were lost to an explosion that made us all jump. The camera view was suddenly engulfed in rolling flames, and when the angle changed to a position farther away, the size and grandeur of the explosion was made clear. The entire castle had completely disappeared. Rubble shot into the air as though the castle had been sitting on top of a volcano. Kit cheered and bounded around the room excitedly.
"Woohoo! Score 1 for the furries."
"Well, that was dumb," said Trinity.
"The Persian army sacrificed their entire castle. What was the point of that?"
"To drop the other guild down a level," said Ember.
"Well, they could have actually tried."
"I agree," said Anna.
"That castle was probably worth 1, maybe 2 million gold.
Not really worth knocking another guild down a notch." "Yeah, well, the furries won," I added. "And I bet that they're already positioned at the Crimson Dragon stronghold." No sooner had I said it than the smoldering image on the looking glass changed. Another castle appeared, this one sleek and elegant, with jutting towers that arched outward as they bloomed from the oval center keep. The fortress sat atop a tall butte and was surrounded by desert and rock formations that reminded me of those found in New Mexico.
"That's the Crimson Dragon stronghold in the sands of time," said Anna. "And that's the Persian army,"
Kit announced happily, as she leapt onto my lap and clung to me, quivering with anticipation. My eyes locked on the looking glass as dust began to waft up from the dry and cracked earth. The camera zoomed in on the disturbance, which was quickly descending upon the fortress. The Persian army raced across the desert on raptor mounts the size of Clydesdale horses. The Crimson Dragons had begun to arrive back at their fortress from the graveyard, but they were too late to put up a proper defense. The raptors brought the furry army to the face of the butte, and the furries climbed up swiftly, digging in with their sharp claws. They overwhelmed the scrambling defenders with an attack that disorganized and decimated the Crimson Dragons. 10 minutes later, the tower belonged to the Persian army.
"Holy shit," I said.
"The furries dropped them 2 levels."
"That was crazy,"
Trinity agreed, wide-eyed.
"The Crimson Dragons must be so pissed,"
Ember said with a musical laugh.
"Let's go get that drink," said Anna.
"I want to see if the Crimson Dragons show their faces in Aerok." We used our heartstones to portal to Aerok and sought out our respective trainers. I had recently been trying to pull up my spell damage, so I spent the 60 attribute points I had gained from leveling twice on arcane knowledge and spirit, bringing them both over 250. When I got to Cecilia's place, I found my guildmates in a booth near the back of the pub. When Cecilia saw me, she sauntered over to us with a sly grin on her foxy face, as her bushy tail swayed behind her. "You five look like you've been up to no good," she said as she hip-bumped me and slid into the booth beside me. The booths were large, and the 6 of us fit comfortably enough. Anna scooted over to my left, while Trinity, Ember, and Kit sat across from us, sipping their drinks.
"We just defeated a nasty vampire and leveled," Kit said happily. "Now we're all in our 20s.
Cecilia's purr was deep and musical.
"You're grinding right through the ranks, I see."
"Hey, Samson," said an elf hunter who recognized me as he passed. I offered him a nod and a wave. Ever since making headlines, I was recognized all the time in public. People even wanted my autograph, so me and the ladies had mostly been laying low. The attention was wearing off, however, which was just fine by me. "The offer still stands, Cece," I said. "Join Heavy Metal Thunder, and pretty soon we'll be taking on guilds like the Crimson Dragons."
"That was a hell of a battle, huh?"
she said happily.
"You should have heard it in here when it was playing live. We must have had 400 players hooting and hollering."
"Has anyone heard from the Crimson Dragons?" I asked. She shook her head.
"No one has seen them. They're probably licking their wounds in a secondary hideout."
"Attention, citizens of Rebirth Online," said a voice that I knew well. I turned to look at the many looking-glasses that Cecilia had mounted throughout the pub, and on them I saw Dr. Marks. He stood in full priest robes against a nondescript background, looking directly at the camera. The crowd quickly quieted. "Rebirth Online is experiencing technical issues, and for everyone's safety, we at Horizon Corp suggest that everyone avoids conflict of any kind. For reasons that we have yet to discover, players are instantly dropping to level 0 when they die in-game, and are being sent directly to the underworld. Furthermore, the bug is affecting everyone's ability to log off. We expect to work out this bug in the next few hours. Until then, we suggest that you get to a neutral zone immediately and await further instructions." Chapter 2. The message started over from the beginning, and a text version popped up on my interface at the same time. I acknowledged that I had read it and swiped it to the side. "This is crazy," I said, sharing a mystified expression with my guildmates. The slow but steady murmur of the pub patrons changed from surprise to concern as people began to confirm that they couldn't log off.
"People are dropping to level 0 instantly?"
said Kit with astonishment, as she tapped at her own interface with frustration.
"He said that they were trapped in the underworld, too," said Ember. "I bet the entire Crimson Dragon Guild is trapped down there.
And they've lost like 40 levels, said Trinity.
"That's crazy."
Anna shook her head.
"There's no way that the programmers are going to make them start over."
"Well," I said, "whatever the reason, Dr. Marks says to lay low. I say we go chill at Tweak's place until this all blows over."
"Good idea,"
said Ember, as she glanced around.
"There are too many people here."
"You want to come?" I asked Cecilia. She surveyed her pub and nodded.
"They can get along well enough without me for a while. Let's go."
I found the talisman in my inventory that would bring me to Tweak's place, and allowed a moment for all my guildmates to each lay a hand on me. I enabled the talisman, and a heartbeat later we were standing in front of a rope ladder at the base of Tweak's treehouse. I allowed the ladies to go first, and followed them up about 60 feet to the bamboo pad in the trees. As soon as I reached the eastern deck, I knew that something was wrong. I didn't see anything amiss, I just felt it.
"Something's wrong,"
said Ember, taking the words right out of my mouth. She held a hand up and indicated for us to stay back. A moment later, she enabled her Shadow Step spell and became nearly invisible. I positioned my hands to begin conjuring a fireball and moved in front of Anna and Kit as they buffed us all with wards and healing spells. Trinity held her ground in front of me, ready to pounce with Warrior's Charge at the first sign of danger. Ember slipped through the beaded curtains, nearly invisible, and I held my breath and listened. The sounds of the jungle answered my auditory inquiry. The trill of a small animal warned of something in the trees nearby. Heat bugs serenaded us with their maddening one-note song. Birds of every size and variety sang their courtship songs in the surrounding canopy, and the occasional chomp of a lucky hunter's jaws sounded. followed by the death mewl of some unfortunate creature of the jungle. From inside the house, I heard nothing. No, it was a sound deeper than nothing. It was empty, hollow, devoid of spirit or soul. I don't know if it was the tension in the surrounding jungle or the recent warning from Dr. Marks, but my spiritual hackles were on high alert.
"All clear," came Ember's voice. "Sam, you've got to see this."
I followed Trinity through the beaded curtains and emerged into Tweak's humble library, which, ironically, was full of tables and e-book readers. I passed the only true bound book and scanned the cover. The Shamanic Arts, a Guide to the Mystic Realm. We walked through the library and entered the eerily quiet sitting room. Off to the right was the kitchen, Tweak's extensive virtual coffee collection, and kebabs that were still steaming. I smelled chicken and onions, but the scent did nothing to lend color to the bleak atmosphere. Whatever had left this place so quiet had happened recently. I scanned the place and found the first dead purple monkey. It lay slumped against the kitchen island in a pool of blood. I found another dead monkey a few feet away, and then another, and another. "What the hell happened here?" I asked absently, as I laid my eyes on 2 charred monkey corpses.
"Tweak!" Cecilia called out. "Tweak, are you here?"
My eyes followed her to Tweak's computer room, and my heart ached with fear that she might find what we all feared.
"Oh no,"
she said from the threshold. I raced to her side and found what I feared. Tweak was sitting in his computer chair facing us, but he was holding his own head in his hands. Someone had shoved a flat-screen monitor into his neck cavity, and the screen suddenly flickered to life as we all gathered around. 2 eyes made entirely of fire opened on the screen where Tweak's eyes might have been, and a smile of writhing flame greeted us. "See you in hell, Samson." The screen and the flames blinked out, and I was left to stare blankly as my heart fluttered in my chest. I rubbed the sore spot. Sometimes the game was too damn real.
"What the hell was that?" said Kit.
"Was it?" Anna whispered, and the name that she couldn't say echoed in my mind. Kincaid. "No," I said. He's in a coma. Besides, he's not hooked up to the game." Anna shivered, and I knew why. The voice had sounded like Kincaid.
"Poor Tweak,"
said Kit, as she pushed past us and placed her hand on his leg. She glanced back at me, teary-eyed.
"His body didn't fade. Is he stuck in the underworld like the others?"
"Look," said Ember. She snatched the necklace that Tweak was wearing and held up the Go-Pone pendant.
"Do you think he caught his killer on it?"
Kit asked with hope veering on hysteria. Her tail was between her legs, and I knew that she was scared. But we had to get to the bottom of this.
"Only one way to find out,"
said Cecilia, taking the Go-Pone and plugging it into one of the many ports on the stack beside the desk. She typed furiously on a nearby keyboard and tilted one of the screens our way.
"This is 20 minutes ago,"
she said, as the video began to play. The angle was from Tweak's point of view, and he looked to be running diagnostics on the device. He toyed with a couple of different filters for a few minutes, when there suddenly came a loud bang from somewhere in the treehouse. The angle shifted as Tweak got up and turned to the door. His monkey friends began screeching then, and Tweak rushed out of the computer room.
"Holy shit,"
said Trinity.
"Sam, that's you."
I stared at the video feed, unable to believe what I was seeing. It was me, and Tweak's confusion in the video matched my own.
"Sam?"
he said quizzically. On the screen, my doppelganger grinned wickedly and released a magic bolt that dropped Tweak to the floor. The camera was now aiming at the ceiling, and as my face came into view, a chill ran down my spine. "See you in hell, Tweak," the doppelganger said with a mischievous grin, before blasting him with another spell. Anna paused the image on my grinning face and glanced over at me with an apprehensive expression.
"Someone set you up,"
said Ember, as she turned from the video feed and peered through the nearest window.
"She's right," said Anna. "We should leave, now." "Wait," said Kit.
She performed a resurrection spell on Tweak, but nothing happened.
"It's no use,"
said Cecilia.
Tweak's trapped in the underworld like everybody else who's died recently. There's nothing we can do for him now. We can find out who did this and get revenge, said Trinity. But first we've got to portal back to Aerok and... Something heavy landed on the roof of the treehouse, and we all rushed to the closest window to peer outside. Shit, I said, as I saw more than a dozen dragons descending on our location. Let's get the hell out of here, said Ember, pulling out her heartstone. We all followed her lead, but when I tried to enable the device, a message popped up in my field of view. Cannot use device when engaged in combat. A second later, a were-lion burst through one of the doors leading out to the balcony, and behind him came 6 more warriors. My guildmates and I quickly took up defensive positions, and I noticed that more were-lions were filling in behind us. Stand down, Cecilia told the were-lions. This isn't what it looks like. The lead were-lion was well over 6 feet tall, and like the others, he wore golden armor to match his gilded mane. His face was that of a lion, but his body was humanoid, and he stood tall on 2 legs. Thick dreadlocks bloomed from the top of his round head, giving him a distinctly Rasta look. What this looks like, he said, eyeing our group slowly, is a murder scene. It is, said Cecilia, but we didn't kill him. We're Tweak's friends. Tell that to the chief, said the leader, before nodding to his men to take us. Don't fight, Cecilia told us. I know the chief. Everything will be all right. I didn't like it, but we really had no choice. The girls looked to me for guidance as the were-lions surrounded us, and I offered them a nod. Do what they say. The dragon-riding were-lions took our weapons, packs, and enchanted jewelry, and tied our hands behind our backs. Then they brought us outside, where a dozen dragons waited. After being roughly tossed across the saddles, we were whisked off to the were-lion village. The village had been erected in the middle of a natural clearing on the banks of a raging river. A large slab of stone protruded from the earth opposite the river, creating a natural shelf that blocked out the sun as we descended. Beneath the slab was a large cave entrance, and built around the mouth and leading to the river were dozens of bamboo domes. The were-lions pulled us off the saddles with ease and unceremoniously deposited us in the dirt. Hey, said Trinity, which only got her a spear aimed at her face. I demand to speak with the chief, Cecilia yelled, as bamboo cages began to lower from the thick canopy overhead. The chief is busy, said the leader of the dragon riders. Come on, I protested, as I was dragged to one of the cages. This isn't necessary. We didn't do anything. My pleas went ignored, and I was shoved into one of the cages. The door was slammed shut and locked with a spell word, and I was hoisted up into the trees. My guildmates and Cecilia were lifted as well, and we all shared frustrated glances as we swayed on creaky ropes. Well, this is just fucking great, said Trinity as she slumped down. Sit tight, said Cecilia. The chief will see us and we'll clear our names. How? I asked. If they see the GoPone feed, we're as good as dead. Do you think they'll execute us? Kid asked fearfully from the cage to my right. Probably, said Ember. Then we'll end up stuck in the underworld like all the others. Quit trying to scare Kit, said Trinity. I'm not scared, the Catwoman said abashedly. No one's getting executed, Cecilia assured us all. Try and relax. The chief will see us before you know it. I sat back in my bamboo cage and watched the comings and goings of the were-lion tribesmen below. Well, I shouldn't say tribesmen. There were 3 times as many females moving about below, and more than half of the dragon riders had been female. The night dragged by as we waited, and I spent my time mulling over the details of Tweak's murder. Whoever had set me up had done a pretty good job, but what was their endgame? Were they trying to get me and the girls killed? If so, why didn't they just come after us themselves? It seemed like a lot of unnecessary work to set me up for murder if the end result was my demise. Maybe they were trying to tarnish my reputation by framing me for Tweak's murder, or maybe they were just toying with me, trying to get me out of their way. But why? Until I knew who I was dealing with, I couldn't begin to understand their motives. But one thing was clear. If we didn't convince the chief of our innocence, then we were doomed. I couldn't help but think the recent glitch that had people crashing to level 0 and Tweak's murder were related.
and my mind kept drifting back to Kincaid. While I knew it was impossible for him to be doing this, I didn't put it past his angry former guildmates. The chief finally emerged from the mouth of the cave just before sunrise, and he took his sweet time striding across the village to the throne that awaited him. He was taller than most, with long black dreads, some beaded or wrapped in bright red, yellow, and green strips of cloth. He wore light golden armor that took on a deep red hue as the horizon burst with colors of sunrise. His dark eyes regarded us all fleetingly, and he waved a lazy hand toward the standing guards. Our cages were slowly lowered to the ground, but they stopped about 5 feet above it, and the bottoms suddenly dropped out. Kit yipped as we dropped to the ground, and Trinity mumbled curses under her breath as she stoically rose to her feet. The chief looked us over with a scowl. The punishment for murder committed inside our territory is murder. How do you plead? Chapter 3.
We're innocent, Your Highness, I blurted. Tweak was a friend of ours. Why would we—
You see the throne I'm sitting on? The chief interrupted. Many years ago when I was a boy, powerful white men came with their powerful dragons. They came for our trees. They came for our water. They came for our females. My father, the chief, the great gong, took the counsel of the peaceful monks and told the dragon men to go home, to leave us in peace. The next morning, he awoke to find the dragon men had not heeded his words, but had already claimed their first victim. They uprooted my father's tree, planted for him by my father's father on his day of birth. When the great gong saw this, he forgot the words of the peaceful monks. He saw in his mind's eye what these white men would do to the land, to his father's land, and he took action. I waited for him to continue, but after about 10 seconds, Kit yelled, "Then what happened?" He and his warriors killed every last dragon rider, and we took the dragons for ourselves, said the chief.
What's your story got to do with us? Ember asked.
The chief ignored her and stared at me with a mix of disgust and anger. You are a rich white man, Samson Sullivan, and rich white men get what they want no matter the cost. You frequented Tweak's treehouse. Now he is dead, and it is you I find at the scene.
What? I said. You think that I killed Tweak for his treehouse? What is this, 3rd grade? And just because I'm white doesn't mean that I'm some kind of greedy asshole.
The chief eyed me dangerously and gestured to the female witch doctor beside him. She produced a mirror from her pocket and handed it to him. Explain this, he said cryptically, as he turned the mirror around. On it, the footage from Tweak's go-pone was playing on a loop, showing my grinning face over and over.
Someone is setting me up, I said. Chief Marley, please, said Cecilia. You know me. You know that Tweak is a good friend of mine. Sam is a good man. You must be aware of what he did for this world only a week ago. He saved us from Kincaid. That's got to be worth something.
I am aware of his accolades, said the chief, but that does not make him immune to justice.
Come on, I said, a little too aggressively. Spears were promptly aimed at my face, and I put up defensive hands and stepped back. I'm sorry, but you must know that there are many trinkets and spells that can change a person's appearance. That person on the video feed isn't me.
Prove it, he said.
I shook my head and looked to Cecilia for guidance. She opened her mouth to speak, but the chief cut her off.
I have heard enough. I will make my decision by tomorrow morning, he said with a growl.
Wait, I yelled, and took a step forward. A spear handle to the gut promptly took my breath away, and the cage that I had fallen through was lowered once again. The girls pitched a fit when the guards tried to get them back in their cages, but without our weapons and with the mana drain shackles on our wrists, we were helpless. Hey! I yelled at one of the female guards roughing up Kit. Leave her alone! That got me a spear shaft to the temple, and when I woke up, I found myself once again swaying in the cage, high above the ground. Sam, "Are you all right?" Cecilia asked when I opened my eyes with a groan. "No," I said as I blinked away the blood that had seeped into my eye. "What are we going to do?" Kit asked frettingly. "We're going to get the hell out of here is what we're going to do," Ember whispered conspiratorially. I pulled myself to my feet, which was hard, given the swaying of the cage and the dizziness that still plagued me from the blow to the head. "What are you doing?" Cecilia asked Ember. I saw her working something in her hands, and upon closer inspection, I determined it to be a small blade. Where she had been keeping it, I could only guess. "I'm getting us the hell out of here," Ember said as she sawed at the ropes binding her wrists. "I wouldn't do that," said Anna. "Those are enchanted." Too late. An electrical surge suddenly coursed through Ember, leaving her rigid. When it finally subsided, she dropped the blade and fell in a heap to the bottom of her cage. "Ember!" Kit yelled. "You all right?" I asked the dazed drow assassin. "No," she groaned. "Nobody else try anything stupid," Cecilia warned. "The chief will hang us for sure if we try to escape. Just sit tight. I think there's a good chance that he'll decide to let us go." "A good chance?" said Ember. "Are you nuts? You saw how he looked at us. We're screwed." "Are we going to end up stuck in the underworld?" Kit asked. "If we do, then at least we'll be together," I reminded her. She nodded and blinked away tears. The sweltering day dragged by, and at some point in my fretting, I fell asleep. The swaying of the cage woke me shortly before dawn, and I realized that we were being lowered once more. This time, we were ready for the bottoms to drop out, and when we landed, we were greeted with a dozen spears aimed at our chests. The chief sat upon his throne and gave a great, growling yawn.
"I have come to a decision,"
he said sleepily. I glanced at Anna to my right and Cecilia to my left, then back to the chief, hoping that the word innocent came out of his mouth.
"I find you all guilty of murder."
"That's bullshit," Ember yelled. The witch doctor beside the chief growled and shot her hand forward. A heartbeat later, Ember's protests became muffled as a gag suddenly appeared in her mouth. "Please," I pleaded. "You've got the wrong—" A gag suddenly appeared in my mouth as well, and the chief waved us away. We were led to a large cage, but this one was not meant to hold us prisoner. It was an elevator lift that brought us to the top of one of the tallest trees in the jungle. The guards led us from the lift to the wide branch that stretched more than 50 feet out over the distant ground below. I glanced over the side and soon wished that I hadn't. The drop was at least 100 feet. 6 nooses awaited our necks, and though we tried to fight the guards, the ropes were put around our necks and pulled tight. The chief stepped off the lift a moment later and strode out onto the wide branch as the guards kept us at bay with their jagged spears.
"Any last words?"
the chief asked with a smirk, but my mouth was gagged and my protests came out as an incoherent muffle. Drums began to echo from the nearby branches, and the chief lifted his hand. I tried to ease the girls' fear with a reassuring look, but their wide eyes showed that I was failing. I mentally prepared myself for death by hanging and closed my eyes. I expected to be pushed off the branch at any moment, to plummet nearly 100 feet and have my neck snapped by the rope. But for many long moments, nothing happened. A cry suddenly tore me from my grisly ponderings, and I opened my eyes. Again the noise sounded, and I finally found its owner. A little purple monkey was struggling to climb up to the branch that we stood on. Dried blood was caked into the purple fur on the side of its head, and its right arm appeared to be broken. Nonetheless, it made it up and scampered over to the chief.
"Wait,"
the chief told his guards. The monkey pointed at us, then off into the distance, before going off with a frantic string of monkey talk. The chief apparently understood the little purple dude, for he glanced back at us pensively.
"Are you sure?"
he asked the monkey. A nod and a screech. A rumbling purr rattled around in the chief's throat, and he turned to the guards.
"Untie them. It appears that they are indeed innocent."
I breathed a sigh of relief, and Kit squealed happily. The guards removed the nooses, untied our wrists, and pulled out the gags. Thanks, little dude, I said to the monkey. What did he say? Cecilia asked the chief.
He says that you are innocent, that the man who killed Tweak was an impostor that appeared from the shadows, said the chief.
We told you we were innocent, said Kit,
offering the chief the evil eye. Yes, I apologize. Please, let me make it up to you.
How exactly do you intend to do that? Ember asked.
Come, dine with me, and let us see if we can get to the bottom of this, the chief offered.
We had all been strung up in cages all night, and aside from being thirsty as hell, we were starving. A table was set at the center of the village, and we gorged ourselves on grilled meat, fruit, and nuts as the chief spoke with the purple monkey. What's he saying? I asked the chief.
Little Tukaka here says that his friends who died with Tweak have not returned from the spirit realm either, said the chief.
Wait, NPCs are becoming trapped in the underworld as well? Anna asked.
Correct,
the chief said with a solemn nod. Does Tukaka know if it was an NPC who killed Tweak? I asked. The chief glanced at the monkey, but Tukaka shrugged.
Whoever it was, said the chief, they were trying to frame you for your friend's murder.
How did you know that something was amiss at Tweak's in the first place? Cecilia asked. The chief pulled a pendant from beneath his armor.
Tweak and I have been friends for some time, and I gave him the twin to this pendant in case he ever found himself in trouble in my jungle.
Whoever set us up must have known that we were headed to Tweak's place, said Trinity. And if they knew where we were then, it stands to reason that they know where we are now, I added. Kit glanced around at the surrounding jungle warily.
Fret not, said the chief. You are safe here, and I will do everything in my power to assist you in finding Tweak's killer. Tell me, do you have any enemies? Anyone who would want you dead?
Kincaid's former guildmates were pretty pissed about what happened, I said. My guess is that it was them. But I thought they were banned from the game, said Kit. That's not likely to stop them from creating new avatars, said Cecilia. Even if they did get back in, there's no way they could have already reached a high enough level to kill Tweak, said Ember. Good point, said Trinity. Well, said Cecilia, we're not going to find out anything hanging out in the jungle all day. We need to get back to Aerok if we're going to find some answers. Chapter 4. We bade the chief and the villagers farewell, and as soon as I stepped through the portal to Aerok, I knew that something was terribly wrong. The dwarven halls smelled of burned flesh, sweat, and blood. The mood of the NPC guards that rushed about was dour, and the haunted eyes of the real-world players gravitated downward. The usually boisterous crowds in the busy halls spoke in tired groans or hushed whispers. What the hell happened here? I wondered aloud. Look, said Kit as we came to stand before Cecilia's pub. The looking-glass above the entrance was replaying footage of the night before, and in it a horde of undead monsters was attacking a mountain stronghold. Holy shit, I said as I realized the location. That was here, just outside the doors. Cecilia led us into the quiet pub and gestured one of her waitresses over to her. A cute deer furry hurried over to us and gave Cecilia an urgent hug. Oh my God, Cece, I'm so glad that you're safe, the young furry said with teary eyes. Bambi, what the hell is going on? Cecilia asked. Last night the undead marched from the valley below and began attacking Aerok. Oh, Cece, it was terrible. There was all manner of undead zombies, dragons, and bat-like beings, too. They came and they just kept coming. We tried to hold them back, but they were just too many. And when one of our people died in the fight, they too rose from the dead and moved against us. So many people died, and now they're all trapped in the underworld, just like the rest of us are going to be. Bambi gripped Cecilia's arm tight and looked us all in the eyes, one at a time. They're going to come back tonight, and they're going to kill us all. Well, I said with a small grin, at least we'll all still be together. Bambi looked at me incredulously. Are you seriously joking about this? The underworld is basically, hell. I thought that there was a whole group of players that tried to get to level 0 on purpose,
Aren't they like crazy BDSM peeps? I said half-jokingly.
The underworld is a place of pain and torture, said Bambi.
Yeah, but if we all end up there, then what's the worry? We can kick all the weirdo perverts' asses and take over the underworld ourselves.
It's not like that, Sam, said Cecilia. In the underworld, magic doesn't work, and everyone is basically helpless.
Where'd you hear that? Said Trinity.
I try to stay on top of the gamer boards, Cecilia explained lazily.
My respect for the underworld, and indeed my fear of it, had become keener with every word that Cecilia spoke. I hadn't known the place was that bad, and I really hadn't been worrying that much about going there. I'd figured that the programmers would figure out a glitch soon enough, and then even Tweak would be reborn and restored to his level. I need to go talk to the doctor, I told the girls. You girls hanging out here for a while?
We shouldn't split up,
Kit said. She pulled herself close to me and dug her claws into my robes. I carefully detached her from me and smiled. I'll just be around the corner.
Come back soon, said Cecilia.
I'm curious to hear what the doctor says. I left with a nod and hooked a right out the door. The streets were quiet and solemn, so it wasn't hard to find a dark corner to try and contact Dr. Marks in private. With a tap and a few swipes of my interface, I brought up the icon to contact the doctor personally. Then I waited. I expected him to come up on the emergency video feed, but I was surprised a few minutes later by a tap on the shoulder. I turned with the beginnings of a fireball sparkling between my hands, then let out a sigh of relief when I recognized Dr. Marks. He grinned at me from behind the high white collar of his robes. "You're jumpy," he said matter-of-factly. I got the impression that I had interrupted important work and decided to make it quick. "Doc, what the hell is going on? Tweak was murdered, and I was framed. My girls and I were almost hung by the Lion Zion tribe." I glanced around at the alley we stood in. "Does this have something to do with Kincaid's old guildmates?" The doctor frowned, and his eyes told me that I had hit the nail on the head. "Doc," I said against his silence, "we don't know how the hell this happened, Sam. And listen to me, this is top secret. The only reason that I'm telling you is because I think you're a major target." He looked to the end of the alley suddenly, and I looked as well. We waited and listened. After about 10 seconds, the doctor looked me in the eyes again. "Sam, somehow Arthur Gaines's consciousness has been transferred to Rebirth Online." "What? That's crazy," I said skeptically. "Crazy but true. Arthur Gaines is nowhere near an access point in the real world. He's in a deep coma, but somehow his consciousness was transferred to the Rebirth Online underworld when you defeated him. He defeated the Lord of the Underworld in under a week, Sam." "Wait a minute. Did you say that he's the Lord of the fucking Underworld?" "It looks that way, and we believe that he's behind the Instant Zero glitch that everyone who dies in-game is experiencing. He can't escape the Underworld, so he's bringing everyone else to him," I realized. "Exactly," said the doctor. "But can't the programmers step in and do something? I mean, Jesus, Doc, if this kind of shit keeps up, Rebirth Online is going to get shut down. Corporate doesn't want to do anything that might injure Arthur in the real world. They're afraid that any attempt to defeat him would be basically deleting him. He's not a real player, he's not quite an NPC, he's something new." "So what are you saying? Rebirth Online just becomes Kincaid World? What about all the players who can't log off?" "We're working on it, Sam, but you've got to understand that this might be it. Corporate is considering pulling everyone's plug and leaving Kincaid in here in his own NPC world. Until we understand the link between Arthur Gaines and the new Kincaid, our hands are tied." "This is crazy." Dr. Marks offered a sympathetic nod. "Listen, Sam, between you and me, there might be a way to trap Kincaid in a..." A sword suddenly burst through his chest, cutting right through his magical armor and speckling me with blood. Dr. Marks gripped my robes as his eyes grew wide with surprise and terror. "Sam!" Blood poured out of his mouth. "You've got to trap..." The sword suddenly sliced up through his chest and neck, splitting his head. He fell over in a bloody heap, and his assailant was exposed. A short, lean goblin assassin glared at me with green-black eyes. Snot hung from his long, crooked nose, slowly dripping on his matte leather armor. When the sword burst through the doctor's chest, I had instinctively begun the hand gestures to produce a magic bolt, and a heartbeat after seeing the assassin's smug face, I unleashed my spell. The streaking blue bolt of energy screamed out of my palm and slammed into his chest with enough force to pick him up off his feet and deposited him 15 feet away near the alley opening. I raced after the goblin and brought up my fire shield as I went. The spell destroyed his armor's magic resistance, so I wasted no time in conjuring a fireball and thrusting it out ahead of me. But the goblin produced his own shield by enabling an enchanted bracer, and after deflecting my spell, he leapt to his feet to meet my charge. I unleashed scorched earth, setting fire to the entire alley. The goblin leapt over the flames and flung 3 daggers at me as he descended. My fire shield deflected the projectiles, and I leapt to meet him above the flames. My speed and strength were now nearly 3 times as high as they had been when I entered the game, and my leap brought me 10 feet into the air as I crossed a span of 15 feet. My sword swept aside the thrusted dagger as we met in the air. We collided shield to shield, but my greater weight gained me the advantage, as he was thrown off balance and bounced off me to crash into the wall. He landed on his feet like a cat, as I too hit the ground in a crouch. I had produced another fireball as I was landing, and thrust my arms forward when I hit the ground. The goblin and I had traded orientations, and I was now between him and the street. He leapt 10 feet straight up as my fireball zipped by, barely missing his crotch, and retaliated with a stream of daggers that shot from his open palm. I crouched behind my fire shield and ducked as the enchanted daggers pounded into my shield. My armor meter slowly drained as I endured the onslaught, but I kept an eye on the goblin through my semi-translucent shield of fire. He was racing toward me as he unleashed his barrage, and I cocked back my sword to strike once the last dagger had been deflected. I swung at the goblin as he came into range, but to my surprise, he suddenly disappeared. He appeared in the corner of my eye behind me, but before I could turn my shield to block, he stabbed me in the side with a quick thrust of a black dagger. My enchanted robes absorbed the blow, but a warning appeared in my field of vision. Warning: armor below 10%. The goblin assassin disappeared again, and I turned in anticipation of the move and thrust my sword out into the empty air. He appeared in front of the tip of the blade at the last second, and my blade broke through his armor and impaled him where he stood. I pushed the sword deep and spun away from a dagger strike, letting go of the sword in the process. I spun away from the blow and conjured a magic bolt as I came back around. The spell ripped through the air and hit the goblin in the right cheekbone, obliterating a quarter of his face and skull. He hit the ground and began twitching, his one eye jiggling as it tried to focus on me. I bent down and grabbed the goblin by the unmarred left side of his head. "Who sent you?" I demanded. The goblin only laughed as green blood oozed out of the hideous wound. "Who sent you?"
See you in the underworld, Sammy.
His one good eye rolled back in his head, and he let out his last breath. I staggered back from the corpse as it suddenly burst into flames, and 1,000 little black spiders with skull and crossbones on their bulbous abdomens were born from the flames. They came scurrying after me, and I cast scorched earth as I retreated. Flames burst from the ground, completely consuming the spiders, and I let out a sigh of relief. I glanced around to make sure there were no other surprises in store for me, and quickly exited the alley. Chapter 5. The girls were waiting for me at the pub, and I ordered a beer as I joined them. "What happened?" Anna asked. The look on her face told me that she could tell something was wrong. I told them what Dr. Marks had said, and how he had been killed by an assassin while he was trying to tell me how I might defeat the glitch that called itself Kincaid. "Kincaid is the lord of the underworld," said Cecilia with disbelief. "That's what the doctor said, but it's not really Kincaid. I mean, I don't think so anyway. Arthur Gaines is still in a coma, but it seems that somehow his consciousness was imprinted on the game when I defeated him. And now he's gunning for you," Ember surmised. "Yeah, and for whatever reason, he tried to frame me for Tweek's murder." "But why?" Kid asked. "To keep Sam distracted," Anna told her. "If there is anything that this new version of Kincaid fears, then it's definitely Sam. But why go through all this trouble? I asked. Why not just send his minions to kill me?
Maybe he doesn't want you in the underworld, Trinity suggested. If he truly fears you, then he won't want you in his realm at all. He may have simply been trying to get you locked up for the crime.
I don't know, I said. I can't imagine the Lord of the Underworld being afraid of a mid-level mage.
The doctor said something about possibly being able to trap Kincaid, Cecilia reminded us. Do you think he meant like in another realm in-game?
Your guess is as good as mine, I told her. If Dr. Marks is trapped in the underworld like the other players, then the only way to find out what he meant is to go there as well, and I have no intentions of doing that.
Yeah, well, you might not have a choice, said Ember. The undead are going to attack Aerok again tonight, and it won't be long until everyone in Rebirth Online, including the NPCs, are all down there with him.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that, said Trinity.
Come on.
Cecilia got up from the table and finished her beer in one long swig. We've got about 8 hours until nightfall, and we're going to have to defend. Might as well level up while we've got time. We retired to Cecilia's quarters in the back of the pub and piled onto the bed. I was a little distracted, given recent events, but when the 5 women all stripped out of their clothes, I forgot all my troubles. I emerged from Cecilia's bedroom an hour later at level 22, and a notification informed me that I had 30 attribute points to spend. The girls all needed to go see their trainers as well, so we all went our separate ways with intentions on meeting back up at the pub. As I walked through Aerok, I couldn't help but notice how scared and defeated everyone looked. The place was packed with players ranging from low to mid-level and all the way up to the 30s. But even the higher-level players looked concerned. I found my trainer and spread my attribute points around evenly across my 6 attributes. After a quick scan of my character sheet, I decided it might be smart to stock up on some potions and weapons. I still had over 500,000 gold in my account, given to me as a reward for saving Aerok, and I figured now was as good a time as any to spend some of my money. I made my way into the apothecary shop and picked up some major mana and health potions, as well as 6 necklaces for me and the girls that would offer 50% resistance against necromantic power. Other players seemed to have the same thing in mind. With the night soon approaching, they were eager to empty their bank vaults and buy up just about everything they could get their hands on that might help them in the coming battle. The wand shops that I entered had been just about stripped bare, but I did manage to get my hands on a very expensive wand that the owner of the shop said would unleash a devastating area of effect spell. By the time I met back up with my guildmates at Cecilia's pub, it was 6 o'clock, and nightfall was less than 2 hours away.
"Want a shot?" said Kit as she tossed back a drink.
"Are you girls drunk?" I asked, none too amused.
"Relax, lover boy," said Trinity. "This is Cecilia's special magic juice."
Cecilia handed me a drink and nodded.
"It'll buff all your stats by 10% for 6 hours. Trust me, you're going to need it."
"Oh, thanks," I said, and handed out the necklaces. "Here, I got you all something."
"Necromantic resistance," said Ember. "Smart."
"Thanks, Sam,"
said Kit, offering me a kiss on the cheek. "I don't know how much use it'll be," I said, as I glanced at the playback of the battle from the night before on the looking glass above the bar. We spent the few hours before nightfall preparing for the coming battle, and though the mood was dour in the Dwarven city, the pending doom brought all the players together like only a common enemy can. The guardian statue of Aerok came alive shortly before sunset, as all the players in the city gathered near the big gilded doors.
"Defenders of Aerok," he said as he raised an axe that must have weighed over a ton. "Evil stirs in our world beyond our halls. Only together shall we defeat the scourge that seeks to destroy all. I enlist you all to give yourselves to the cause fully, to fight when you nary have the strength to do so, to stand tall and defend against those who would see our great mountain burn."
A prompt appeared in my field of vision, and I noticed that others had been given the same message. "You have been tasked with defending Aerok. Will you accept the call to arms? Yes or no?" I tapped on yes and nodded to my guildmates. Few in the group of thousands chose not to accept the task, and those who did filed away from the door with their heads bowed low.
"The gods shall sing of your bravery,"
the guardian told those of us who remained. Outside, a horn blared shrilly. The crowd stirred, and I heard angry proclamations issue through clenched teeth, along with brave reassurances to those whose mettle was shaken by the thought of the coming nightmare. "To the battlements!" said the defender of Aerok in a voice that shook the cavern. NPC dwarven defenders rushed for the wide staircases on each side of the doors, and the players began to file up them as well. My guildmates and I followed the crowd to the right staircase and hurried up to the battlements as the drums of war began to beat outside. The battlements at Aerok's main door spanned 500 feet from one end to the other, but there were 7 of them stacked one on top of the other with about 20 feet of space between each one. My guildmates and I raced out onto the 3rd-level battlement as the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Hundreds of other players and NPC dwarves filed out onto the battlement as well, and Kit gasped when she saw the army marching toward us. "There must be 10,000 of them," said Ember with venomous ire. It was hard to make out the army from such a distance, but it appeared that they had giants with them, as well as trolls, goblins, and great winged demons. I looked to the sky and saw scores of ragged-winged bats and dragons flying overhead, waiting for the command to attack. "Who leads the army?" I asked. "Kincaid can't escape the underworld, but he must have commanders." "I believe that he is controlling them all himself," said Trinity. "Look at how their eyes glow with hellish green light." It was true. Thousands of tiny green lights, the eyes of the undead horde approaching the mountain, glowed like lightning bugs from hell in the valley below. Mist came down from the mountains and filled the valley, creating an eerie green fog. "Well, I'm not sitting here and waiting for these assholes to attack," said Cecilia. She produced a red figurine and spoke the name of her dragon. A red spark of light floated out of the figurine, flew 3 circles around her, and then sailed out over the edge of the battlement. An ear-piercing roar issued from the spark, and with a flash of light, the dragon suddenly appeared, hovering before us, huge and fierce, and looking ready to fuck shit up. I noticed that the 100-foot-long red dragon had 6 saddles, and each appeared to have a cannon attached to it. "I recently upgraded Crimzar to battle mode," Cecilia said proudly. "What you think?" "Sweet," Kit whispered. "Hell yeah," said Trinity. "Cece, you're awesome. Did I ever tell you that?" I asked. "Come on," she said as she ran to the ledge and jumped off. The girls and I followed Cecilia's lead and leapt off the battlements and onto the red dragon. We strapped ourselves into the saddles as Cecilia gave us a crash course of how to use the enchanted cannons. They were connected to the saddles, which could be swiveled left or right by twisting the left control in the desired direction. Meanwhile, the cannon could be aimed up or down with the right side handle. I felt a little bit like a young Luke Skywalker in one of the Millennium Falcon's gunner bays. "This is way too cool," Kit declared, as she spun her saddle around with a mischievous laugh. "All right, let's do this," said Cecilia in the forward saddle in front of me. The dragon banked right and swooped down toward the valley full of undead. As we glided over the screaming horde, Cecilia tilted the dragon to the right, and we got our first chance to try out the cannons. The trigger was located on the right handhold, and I wasted no time squeezing off around. A thunderous retort issued from the end of the long barrel, and to my delight, a cannonball-sized glowing orb exploded out of the end. I watched its trajectory as it was followed closely by 5 more fired by the women. The enchanted cannonball slammed into the ground in the middle of the horde and exploded like a Patriot missile. Scores of undead monsters were instantly disintegrated upon impact, and I let out a whoop of delight as copper, silver, and gold coins shot through the air and deposited themselves in my inventory. "Incoming!" Ember yelled behind me. "I see 'em," Cecilia said coolly. She pulled back on the reins, and the dragon suddenly barrel-rolled before ascending through the green mist toward the clouds. 6 giant bats with half-shredded, leathery wings nearly clipped us as they flew by. I turned my gunner saddle around 180 degrees and let loose another enchanted cannonball, but it missed the last bat by a long shot. "They're gaining," Kit warned from the back. The cannons needed a 5-second cooldown, and once my timer hit 0, I fired upon the bats that were now hot on our trail. "Die, die, die!" Kit screamed as she squeezed off another shot. The others fired as well, and 2 of the bats exploded in a puff of green mist. The 3 remaining bats swooped down toward us, and I took out another with a blast to the face. Trinity scored another hit, but the last remaining bat got through the barrage and opened its little mouth. From the dripping maw came a glob of green acid that hit our dragon in the wing and burned right through. The dragon roared, then abruptly spun around in midair and bit the bat in 2. With the girls' help, we took them all out, and Cecilia steered the dragon around for another pass at the undead horde. Other players had summoned their flying mounts, and now the sky above the valley was thick with hundreds of dragons, bats, and to my dismay, large winged demons. Dogfights ensued, and streaking multicolored spells ripped through the air. The demonic dragons that fought for the undead spewed terrible green fire, and the bats spit acid and shot laser-like beams out of their eyes that ripped through dragons and riders alike. I looked to the Airrock battlements as we dove for another pass, and my heart sank. Thousands of undead were descending upon the mountain door, led by a group of 50-foot-tall trolls. The Guardian of Airrock had been joined by a dozen other stone defenders, but it was apparent that they would soon be overwhelmed. "Cecilia," I began. "I see them," she said over her shoulder. "Everyone aim at that big ugly green bastard." Her dragon shot across the valley, straight at the giants that marched on the mountain door. We came up behind them and unleashed a barrage of enchanted cannonballs on the tallest of the giants. Our cannonballs slammed into the creature, but it was shielded by a magic enchantment, and our projectiles only took a fraction out of the creature's green armor bay that floated above its head. But other players had the same idea as us, and they relentlessly attacked the giant with spells, enchanted harpoons, and cannonballs of their own. Cecilia pulled up, and we flew almost straight up the mountain face before twisting in the air and coming back down to finish off the now badly injured giant. I aimed carefully and fired when we were as close as Cecilia would dare to get, and my cannonball tore through the air and slammed into the monster's head, which exploded in a satisfying shower of gore and green ichor. "Fuck yeah!" I screamed as we barrel-rolled over the horde of undead monsters. Experience points appeared like a ticker tape across my field of view as we wreaked havoc on the undead army. But our efforts did little to thin the overwhelming numbers that we faced. Other dragons and riders were steadily falling from the sky, and Cecilia had all she could do to not slam into the unfortunate souls that fell screaming to their deaths with their bloody mounts. I was about to unleash another barrage on the horde below, when a dragon suddenly appeared off our right wing and doused us with green, hellish flames. I instinctively ducked as the fire rolled over us, and our dragon let out a pain-filled roar. I expected to be turned to smoldering ash, but a sparkling magical force field suddenly flared to life and stopped the flames from touching us. "We can't take many more direct hits like that," Cecilia yelled from the forward saddle. "Keep those fuckers off our wings or warn me next time." "We're trying," Ember yelled as she fired her cannon at an approaching bat. "We've got a demon on our trail," Trinity called from the back. I spun my gunner saddle around and nearly shit myself when I bore witness to the beast that hunted us. It must have stood over 100 feet tall on land, and its wingspan was nearly as wide as the red dragon's. Its crimson skin was covered in smoldering embers, and its eyes pierced my soul like lasers. In its right hand, it held a wicked 50-foot-long pitchfork, and in its left was a flaming whip. I let out a defiant scream and fired at the thing's head, but the demon only grinned and batted the cannonball away with the long pitchfork. Cecilia tried to shake it, but the demon was more agile than our red dragon. I watched helplessly as the flaming whip suddenly snapped forward and wrapped around our dragon's tail. We were all jolted forward as the dragon cried out in pain as it was pulled nearly to a stop in midair. There was no time to give warning as the demon thrust its pitchfork forward and stabbed it right through the dragon's exposed belly. The 3 prongs exploded up through the dragon's shoulders, nearly skewering Cecilia in the process. The dragon let out a heart-wrenching cry and went limp as the demon yanked the pitchfork out, and we held on for dear life as the dragon began to fall like a stone. I couldn't find the demon in the air as we spun and plummeted toward the ground, but it must have found another target. Cecilia cursed and cried for her dragon to pull up as we fell, and at the last minute, she managed to level us out. The dragon's head lolled from side to side as it tried to stay conscious and land us safely, but its lifeblood poured out as its massive heart pumped with exertion and fear, and we crashed into the demonic horde near the mountain door. Cecilia's dragon went out with a fight, spewing fire as it careened into the undead army and skidded to a stop at the base of the mountain. I was violently jolted in my saddle, but the straps held, and as the smoke wafted up from the crash site, I spun my head around to see if anyone was hurt. The girls groaned and cursed, but they were all still alive. "To the door!" I yelled as I fumbled with my straps. We all unstrapped ourselves and scrambled down the dead dragon's back as undead goblins, ogres, and all manner of undesirables descended upon us. There were a few hundred NPC dwarves and real-world players making a stand upon the wide steps leading up to the door, and they offered us cover as we rushed toward them. Once we reached the safety of the threshold, I turned and unleashed a fireball into the advancing horde. They came on like a stampede of bulls, and indeed there was an undead minotaur or two among them. I glanced overhead with hope that soon died, as I realized that no more allies remained to police the skies, and now all the dragons that circled above were part of the undead army. My guildmates and I stood shoulder to shoulder with the other defenders and fought to keep the horde at bay, but suddenly a necromancer appeared among them and cast a spell on Cecilia's fallen dragon.
"Leave him alone, you son of a bitch!"
Cecilia screamed, but a heartbeat later, the defeated dragon rose from the pool of blood that had been his deathbed and turned his snarling maw our way. I cast scorched earth at my feet to give the group a fire resistance buff and pulled Ember and Kit down with me as the dragon fire rolled over us. There were other mages in our group, and a few of them had cast the same spell, leaving us virtually impervious to fire. The defenders up on the battlements continued their onslaught, bombarding the horde with hundreds of spells, debuffs, enchanted arrows, spears, and even boiling tar. Despite our efforts, the undead army kept on coming, and soon it was clear that we wouldn't last long outside the mountain.
"Fall back!"
the giant guardian of Aerok cried as he leapt over us and landed among the vicious undead. They clambered up his thick legs like ants defending their mound, but he kept on fighting. "Come on!" I urged the girls as the horde pushed past the guardian. Cecilia, Trinity, Ember, Kit, and Anna raced for the door with the other defenders as I unleashed arcane lightning at the undead clambering up the stairs after us. I had almost made it to the door when a 15-foot-tall troll broke through the crowd and charged straight for me. I conjured a fireball, which exploded against his chest, but he continued to charge and cocked back a tree-sized club. I brought up my fire shield in a desperate attempt to deflect the strike, but then Trinity came leaping into my field of view and took the blow instead. A moment later, the giant's head exploded under the impact of the guardian's axe, and the big stone dwarf yelled to me, "Go!" Trinity had been hit hard, and she now lay in a heap to the right of the mountain door. I raced over to her and dropped to my knees on the charred stone. "Trinity!" I yelled, shocked by all the blood and her broken form. "Help! I need a healer!" A priest raced out of the now closing door and rushed to our aid, but he was suddenly incinerated by demonic flames.
"Sam!"
Trinity croaked through bloodied teeth as I held her. "Why would you do that?" I asked as I held her.
"I'm a tank, lover boy. That's my job."
"Trinity!" Her eyes held me in a dead stare, and I felt rage begin to boil inside of me. Trinity was dead, but there was no way that I was going to leave her body to these monsters. I scooped her up and raced for the door with the demonic horde hot on my heels. Chapter 6. After Trinity died, my remaining guildmates and I took to the battlements to exact our revenge. I could see in their eyes that they felt the same way that I did, and I was pissed. I should have been used to the idea of my friends dying every now and again. I mean, it was part of the game, but now it was different. Trinity couldn't be resurrected, and she wouldn't be found chilling out at the cemetery anytime soon. She was now trapped in the underworld, and there wasn't a damn thing that I could do to help her. So instead, I took my frustrations out on the undead who had taken her from me. From the battlements, I rained down fireballs, arcane lightning, magic bolts, and set the ground aflame with scorched earth. When my mana drained to near zero, I guzzled down a mana potion, and when again my blue bar came close to empty, I drank another. I sucked down bottle after bottle of mana potion, lighting into my enemies with a ferocity that I seldom felt. Heads exploded, chests blew out through backs, gore splattered any who stood too close to my targets, but still the demonic horde came. Real-world players and NPCs alike desperately defended the mountain from the nightmarish onslaught, but the attacking army's numbers were too great. The undead overran the battlements. Ragged-winged dragons, giant bats, and red-eyed demons rained destruction from above. Mountain trolls bombarded us with massive boulders that caused the battlements to shudder beneath our feet. Clerics and wizards tried desperately to keep the collective energy shields up, but they were slowly losing the struggle. When a two-headed giant launched a stone the size of an 18-wheeler, the battle took a turn for the worse for the defenders. The monolithic stone slab took out the entire third level of the battlements. I pulled the girls back into the alcove as the shattered battlements dropped down onto the second and continued onto the first. Dust and debris blinded us as we huddled just inside the threshold to the mountain with the others who had been quick enough to take cover. The vicious screams, growls, and mewling groans of the undead came closer, haunting us from the other side of the dusty veil. "Come on!" I yelled as I pulled Kit to her feet. She was tired. We all were. But we had to get into the city proper before the dwarves sealed off the battlements. "Fall back, defenders of Aerok," said the decapitated head of the Guardian from beneath a pile of rubble to my right. "This way," said Anna, and a shining beacon cut through the thick dust and detritus. We scrambled through the tunnel leading to the city as the mountain shook and rumbled. NPC dwarves were guiding the exhausted defenders out through the narrow passages, and when we finally got through, large boulders were rolled into place. When we stumbled out into the main hall, we dropped in a heap and lay in the smoky gloom, exhausted. I had never felt so tired in my life. Every fiber of my being screamed for rest. My eyes felt swollen and itchy, and my temples throbbed. The fatigue wasn't only mental and physical, but spiritual as well. Casting so many spells for such an extended period left my mind muddled and foggy. Mana potions had given me the magical energy to continue, and health potions had kept me standing, but there was no replacing sleep. "I can't do it," said Kit, as I stood on shaky legs and tried to pull her and Anna up to me. "We've got to get away from the—" Ember began to say, but a massive explosion silenced her quickly. Fire and molten stone washed over us, and had it not been for Anna's quick thinking, we would have all been killed. The elf healer brought up a dome-shaped energy shield at the last moment, and the raging pyre blew over us harmlessly. When it died out, Anna passed out and dropped to the floor. I scrambled over to her and heaved her over my shoulder, calling back to the girls, "Let's get the hell out of here!" Ember and Cecilia helped Kit to her feet, and together we raced across the dwarven hall towards Cecilia's pub. Explosions continued to shake the mountain, and I turned just in time to watch the big mountain doors blow inward. Flames followed their metallic protest as they crashed to the floor, and the largest dragon I had ever seen leered at us through the hole it had created. Milky green eyes found me, and I swear the dragon grinned. It reeled back suddenly, purposefully, and inside its open maw I beheld a churning ball of green flame. The dragon's head shot forward as I urged the girls toward the pub. I thought at any moment we would be incinerated and join Trinity in the depths of hell, but the flames unexpectedly winked out with a hiss. I snapped my head around to see what had happened, and that's when I saw glorious sunlight pouring in through the destroyed doorway. "It's the sun," said Kit, crying tears of joy. We watched with shimmering eyes as the undead army that had begun pouring into the mountain went up in smoke, and soon the hall was as empty as a tomb. The girls and I then wordlessly shuffled through the pub towards Cecilia's pad. I barely remember climbing up the stairs, and I'm not sure how I found the bed, but once I did, I didn't wake up for 8 hours. I walked through the cemetery in my hometown on a crisp October night. I was vaguely aware that I was dreaming, but the fear that I felt was real. The night held an eerie feeling. I sensed 100 eyes on me, and the distinct feeling that I was not alone left the hair on my arms standing straight. The wind howled through the dead trees, whose gnarled branches reached like skeletal fingers. "Sam!" The voice came from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It was faint but urgent, close yet far away, as if spoken across the great expanse of time and space. "Trinity?" I said as I turned a slow circle. She answered in a voice like the haunted wind, calling to me pleadingly, desperately. "Sam!" "Trinity, I'm here!" The wind picked up and blew a cyclone of autumn leaves across the old headstones. An owl hooted in the distance. The trees creaked menacingly. And that's when I saw the ghosts begin to rise from their graves. The dead and rotten corpses of humans, elves, dwarves, and furries dug themselves out of the earth, their empty eyes instantly finding me. I tried to turn to run, but I suddenly found myself frozen where I stood. "Samson," they hissed in voices as ragged as their flesh. Dozens of the risen dead shuffled toward me, arms extended and heads twitching on thin necks. Some of the zombie-like creatures were missing their jaws, others were missing limbs, and a few legless abominations clawed their way toward me across the damp earth. "Sam, please, you've got to help me," came Trinity's pleading cry. I struggled to move, but I might as well have been back in my hospital bed. As the undead surrounded me, I screamed in frustration and terror. One of them grabbed a hold of my right arm and bit down deep, tearing back the flesh like a rabid dog. "Sam, wake up!" I snapped upright in bed and grabbed a hold of the person that held me by the shoulders. "It's me, Sam," said Ember. "You were having a bad dream." "A dream?" I said shakily as my mind began to clear. "It's okay, Big Daddy," said Kit as she wrapped her arms around me from behind and hugged me tight. I fell back onto the bed in the comfort of my guildmate's arms and breathed a sigh of relief. Trinity's voice echoed in my mind, but farther away this time. With a tap to my interface, I brought up the time and was surprised to see that I had almost slept through the entire day. Glancing around at my sleepy-eyed women, I realized that they had as well. "Jesus," I said, as I forced myself to sit up again. "It's 2:00 in the afternoon. The undead are going to attack again in less than 5 hours." Kit groaned and buried her face in my lap. "We're not going to survive another attack like that," said Cecilia beside me. "We might as well prepare to enter the underworld tonight," said Ember. "Come on, guys," I said with as much confidence as I could fake. "Don't lose hope." "They're right," said Anna. "There is nowhere to go that is safe. The entire realm is being overwhelmed by the undead hordes. The programmers will figure out something," I told her. Kit scoffed. "Good luck with that." "There's got to be something they can do," I said, mentally trying to puzzle out a solution. My father might have been a gruff man, but he was also as stubborn as a mule. He had taught me that there was always a solution, no matter the problem, and the lesson had stuck with me. "Well, no matter if we survive or not, we should level," said Ember. "It's our best defense." The girls all shared a glance, and before I could offer up my opinion, Anna leaned over and kissed me. Clothes hit the floor, and 8 hands explored every inch of my body. Some of yesterday's exhaustion still plagued me, but my body responded with enthusiasm to their groping hands. Ember took me in her mouth, and Kit and Cecilia soon joined her, as I feasted on Anna's womanhood. Their tongues teased me until I couldn't take it anymore, and I flipped Anna onto her back and took her urgently. My thrusts produced melodic moans of passion in Anna, as I kissed Cecilia and then Ember, who offered up one of her pert violet nipples for me to tease with my mouth. I put my hands to work pleasing Cecilia and Kit before bringing Anna to climax and taking Ember from behind. 5 minutes later, Ember clung to me as her body convulsed deliciously, and I gently laid her down and withdrew. Kit was on me in an instant, jumping onto my lap as I fell back and eagerly straddling my throbbing manhood. She cried tears of joy and clung to me as she gyrated. Sharp claws teased my chest as she arched her back and rode me urgently. She burst with teary-eyed laughter as her orgasm subsided, and she joined Ember and watched as I made love to Cecilia. The terror of the night before, combined with the urgency of our situation, did something to the girls, and they all took another turn with me before they collectively brought me to climax with their wonderful tongues. I exploded into Ember's mouth as she moaned and swallowed everything I gave her. As I lay there laughing happily and shuddering from the aftershocks, Ember sat up and grinned as she wiped her mouth.
"You're fucking delicious," she said seductively.
"You're not so bad yourself," I said sleepily. To my further delight, a notification came up in front of me. "Congratulations, you've reached level 23. New spell unlocked. Fire Vision. See nearest trainer to learn more." "I unlocked a new spell," I told the girls.
"Me too,"
said Cecilia and Ember in unison. They glanced at each other and smiled.
"So did I,"
said Kit with delight as she scrolled through her interface.
"Mother Nature's Fury."
"Sounds pretty intense," said Anna. Kit nodded excitedly. "Let's get cleaned up and get to work," I told them all. "We don't have much time before the next attack, and I want to see if the Dwarf King has a plan."
"If only there was a way to keep it daylight out," said Kit. "Sunrise saved us this morning."
"That's it," I said, my mind racing.
"What?"
said Kit with a quizzical expression. "The sun," I said. "This is a game world, right? So I don't see why the programmers can't just stop the day's progression. If the night doesn't fall, the undead won't be able to rise."
"You're right,"
said Cecilia, her fox tail swaying excitedly.
"All they have to do is pause the day cycle. Then maybe they'll have time to figure this all out."
"I'm going to try and contact Dr. Hamilton," I said, as I brought up my interface and tapped on the emergency contact icon.
"What is it, Sam?"
he said, looking like I had disturbed him from important work. "Where's Dr. Marks?" I asked, knowing and dreading what he would say. "Trapped in the underworld," he said evenly.
"Jesus,"
I said under my breath.
"What did he say?"
Kit asked. I was the only one who could hear the doctor, and the girls stared at me expectantly. "Have the programmers figured anything out?" I asked the doctor. "I cannot share that information with you, Sam." "I get it," I said. "Listen, we had an idea to help stop the undead from killing everyone and sending them to the underworld." "I'm listening." "Stop the sun," I said. "What?" "Stop the sun," I repeated. "If the programmers can stop night from falling, then the undead won't be able to rise." Dr. Hamilton was shaking his head before I was finished. "That's extreme, Sam. A change like that could have catastrophic effects on the entire game. And if the game crashes at a time like this, well, I don't know what might happen." "Is it really that big of a deal?" I asked. "Yeah, it is. All the animals and vegetation in the game are programmed to follow the daily cycle, and if that cycle were to apparently be put on pause, it would wreak havoc." "Kincaid is already wreaking havoc," I said, "and I don't think that Aerok can withstand another attack tonight." On the screen floating in front of my face, Dr. Hamilton glanced around conspiratorially. He leaned in closer to the camera and whispered, "To tell you the truth, Sam, I don't give a shit what happens to Arthur. Horizon Corp stocks have dropped 76% since news of this latest glitch got out. If it was up to me, the new Kincaid would simply be deleted. But his father owns the company, so obviously that is out of the question." "Dr. Marks said something before he was killed by the assassin," I said. "He said something about trapping Kincaid, but that's all he managed to tell me. Do you know what he meant?" Dr. Hamilton glanced around again.
"Yes, Dr. Marks and I talked about this. We believe that if we can somehow quarantine Kincaid, then perhaps we can stop what is happening and prevent any damage to Arthur Gaines at the same time.
How do we trap him in another realm? I asked.
It won't be easy, and it will take someone getting in close.
By someone, I assume that you mean me, I said with a sprinkle of sarcasm.
You're the one who contacted me,
Dr. Hamilton reminded me. Fair enough, I said with a reluctant sigh. What do you need me to do?
Chapter 7. He wants us to do what?
Kit said, and leapt from the bed. The girls gathered around, pressing me into a quick confession. He said it's the only way. We've got to get ourselves killed, infiltrate the underworld, and face Kincaid. Then I activate this. I held out a pulsating golden orb. The golden light shone in my guildmates' eyes, and slowly they all glanced up at me.
Get ourselves killed?
Said Ember, crossing her arms.
Infiltrate the underworld?
Anna said with a raised brow.
And face Kincaid?
Kit bit the tip of a claw nervously.
What does that do? Cecilia asked.
I glanced down at the swirling golden orb. Inside, there looked to be a contained storm of golden flakes churning in gilded lava. It is supposed to send Kincaid to another realm, I explained.
Then Dr. Hamilton decided to help. Good.
Not quite, Cece, I said to the Foxia lady. He's kind of gone rogue. He says that the programmers are unable to do anything for fear of hurting Arthur Gaines.
That's stupid, said Ember, shaking her head. Whatever Kincaid is, he's not Arthur Gaines. There's no way in hell. I mean, come on. What are they afraid of disturbing? Some kind of spiritual connection? That's some Silicon Valley digital hippie bullshit.
I shrugged. This looks like our only shot at saving Tweak and Trinity, not to mention everyone else trapped down there.
Well, why don't they get someone else to do it? Said Kit.
She then stomped her foot and clenched her fists, saying,
Hairballs! We just saved the freaking world. What's your problem?
Ember asked, looking at Kit like she was a wet dog.
Since when don't you like a quest? Since I don't think facing the Lord of the Underworld on his turf sounds like a good time, you psycho. We could all end up trapped down there. And since when is this shit our responsibility?
I took Kincaid out, I said, standing tall and clutching the glowing orb in my fist. I made Kincaid what he is, and I've got to clean up my mess.
Sam,
said Cecilia, leveling me with her bullshit detector eyes, you're a pretty awesome guy, and a hell of a lay, but you're not Superman. You sure about that? I offered her my best once-over and a wink. She laughed, shaking her head. You're incorrigible. I'm a lot of things, babe, but a coward isn't one of them. I defeated Kincaid once, and I can do it again.
Last time you had Tweak's help, said Kit, but now he's dead.
You don't have to help if you don't want to. But I've got to do this, I told her.
Of course we're going to help, Ember declared, and threw Kit a frown. We're guildmates. No matter how crazy Sam's ideas are, and they are crazy, we've got to stick together. That's what guildmates do.
There's no debate to be made, said Anna, glancing around at us all. We're in this together. We all know that. The question is, what do we do next? We get ourselves killed, I said.
Yeah, said Kit. But how? I'm not killing myself, and I'm not killing any of you either.
I don't think I could do it either, Anna admitted. We all glanced at Ember, and the dark elf raised a silver eyebrow.
Why are you all looking at me? I'm an assassin, not an asshole. I'm not killing you all.
Don't look at me, said Cecilia.
Speaking of you, said Ember, are you in or are you out? Tweak's your friend too.
Of course I'm in, said the foxy lady. I can't kill myself either, and I'm definitely not killing any of you, I said when the looks turned my way.
Then what do we do? Kit asked.
The undead are going to attack tonight, I reminded them. I guess we've got to battle to the death. We all agreed on the plan, so naturally we went into the city to gather as much shit as we could that would help us survive in the underworld. My first stop was to the mage trainer to learn my new spell, Fire Vision. I found the trainer working with a group of high-level mages, but one of his doubles hobbled over to me to help instead. I nodded to the other mages, and they returned the greeting. Their eyes showed their fear, and the hope that sparked inside them when they saw me. I had never seen such a look before. For most of the last year of my life, I had been trapped in a body that no longer worked, and I had gotten used to the sympathetic looks. But for some reason, it was harder to get used to being looked at with reverence rather than pity, to be seen as a savior rather than a cripple, to be seen as a hero instead of an unfortunate.
"What can I do for you?" "Ah," said the trainer as he noticed my level. "You're now a level 23 fire mage, and therefore you must be seeking to learn fire vision."
"Yes, sir," I said with a respectful bow.
"Excellent, excellent, I say. Come with me, and I shall begin with Volume 1 of—"
I was hoping to just learn the hand gestures," I admitted.
"Just learn the hand gestures," he said,
looking shocked and confused and disgusted all at the same time.
"Oh, yes, I remember now. You like to take the easy way."
"That's not it. I'm just pressed for time. I've read up on the other spells."
"Have you now?"
he asked as his bushy right eyebrow slowly crawled up his wrinkled face like a silver caterpillar. "Ask me anything," I said confidently, and inwardly hoping that he wouldn't call my bluff. I should have read the tomes by now, and I intended to, but I had always learned better by doing. To my relief, the trainer didn't ask me anything. Instead, he shook his head and turned from the giant bookshelf he had been heading for and turned to me.
"Always in a hurry," he mumbled to himself. "You know, there is more to magic than flashy lights, green fires, and farts that don't stink."
"What?" He grimaced and kind of cocked his hip to the side. What followed was the longest, loudest fart that I've ever heard. "That was epic," I said with a smile and began to clap. He grinned and then waved me off. Then, with a grumble and a cough and a flexing of the fingers, he showed me the hand gesture. He made the OK sign with each hand, then brought the tips of his pinched fingers and thumbs together like kids do to make imagined eyeglasses. Then he brought them up to his eyes. "That's it?" I asked.
"No, that's not it, but you don't want to learn the hard way now, do you?" he responded flippantly.
I mimicked the gestures and brought my makeshift glasses to my face. I felt a little silly doing so, but then my vision suddenly flared to life. "Son of a bitch!" I yelled. The mage trainer laughed.
"It takes some getting used to. You would have known that, but you—"
Yeah, I said as I squeezed my eyes shut. "Just tell me how to turn the damn thing off."
"Nonsense. You've got to learn to use it, so start learning."
I opened my eyes again, and once more the world around me flared with intense red light.
"What you're seeing are heat signatures," said the trainer. "Look away from me. Focus on the wall instead."
I turned my head and opened my eyes once more, and the glow was much dimmer than it had been. Looking at the wall, I was amazed to see faint humanoid outlines on the other side, as well as other glowing heat signatures. "This is pretty cool," I admitted.
"Cool?" said the trainer, confused. "If anything, it's hot."
"Right.
It is most useful when trying to determine if there are people around corners, locating dragons inside cold dens and the like."
"Is there any way to dial it back a bit?" I asked, once more glancing at him and finding the glow emanating from him too hard to handle.
"You'll get used to it," he said lazily.
"How do I shut it off?"
"The same way that you turned it on," he replied. "Now, if you have no other business, I must get back to those who actually wish to hear the lore behind the spells they are learning."
I performed the hand gestures once more and brought them to my eyes, and to my relief, the spell went away. "I need to spend my attribute points," I reminded the trainer, and with a sigh, he asked me where I would like to apply them. I decided to put them all into spirit, and then made my way to the main marketplace. The place was bustling with activity, and it soon became apparent that people were coming from all over the realm to take refuge in Aeroc. I passed groups of people speaking with their friends, and overheard stories of the undead rising up all throughout the land, and marching through villages, towns, and even cities. There were still a few strongholds standing, like Aeroc, but I didn't think it would stay that way for long. As it turned out, I was not alone in my prognostication. A few freaked-out noobs were huddled together and crying, and though many of the other higher-level players regarded them with amusement, they too were afraid. I found Ember in one of the weirder shops in town, which was run by an old portly witch with gnarly salt and pepper hair.
You learn a new spell? Ember asked absently as she inspected a shrunken head.
Yup, it's pretty cool. Lets me see heat signatures through walls and shit, I said proudly.
That'll come in handy.
What's that? I asked, indicating the artifact in her hand.
It's supposed to be the shrunken head of a witch doctor. The witch says that it'll ward off evil spirits, but I think she's just batshit crazy, she said with some frustration.
Kit and Anna soon joined us, and we all left the crazy witch's shop to go see a shaman that Kit said she knew well.
He's an NPC, but I swear you can't tell at all,
Kit explained as we walked through the city.
He's really into the underworld and claims to know everything about it. If anyone can help us prepare for that place, it's him.
She led us to a large stalagmite situated far away from the rest of the main trading hall, where the sounds of the busy crowd were replaced by the slow dripping of mountain spring water and the occasional flutter of unseen bat wings. Kit knocked on the crooked wooden door of the stalagmite, and I glanced at the lone window beside it and saw a quick flash of movement behind the ragged curtains.
"Who's there?"
came a high-pitched voice that reminded me of the Lollipop Guild from Wizard of Oz.
"It's me, Kitty Cat," said Kit.
"Ah!" came the comical voice, and a moment later the door flew open. The little gnome man standing in the door was dressed in a fine green suit with golden trim. His shoes curled up at the tips, and he wore an old top hat that looked like it had been made from bat wings.
"Welcome, Kitty, welcome," he said jovially.
"Hello, Bogmeyer," Kit trumpeted. She offered him a greeting and a hug, and he scowled at me over her shoulder as she bent down to embrace him.
"Who's the meat stick?"
he asked gruffly, eyeing me up and down. I held out a hand. "Samson, nice to meet you." He ignored the gesture and ogled Anna, then Ember.
"Well, hello, ladies," he said with a small bow. "These are my guildmates that I've told you about," said Kit happily.
"Nice," he said in a dreamy voice.
"Come on in. I've just put on tea."
The inside of the little gnome's stalagmite abode looked to have been carved out by hand, and it reminded me of Yoda's pad on Dagobah. There was a small fire burning in the fireplace, and something that smelled disgusting boiled in the cauldron above the flames. The walls were lined with old glass jars full of all things strange and gooey, and various herbs hung from the low ceiling in the cooking area. There wasn't enough headspace for me to stand upright, so I awkwardly bent and shuffled to the old moss-covered couch. We all sat down on the rumpled old couch and waited as the gnome took his sweet time pouring our tea into mismatched cups and saucers. He placed the drinks before us and waited expectantly, his big eyes wide with anticipation. I sipped the tea and nearly puked. It tasted like Bigfoot had dipped his balls in it.
"Good, isn't it?"
he said proudly. I hummed and nodded agreement. He eyed me suspiciously and glanced at the girls.
"What's in this?"
Ember asked with a barely contained grimace.
"Guano, old man's beard root, mushrooms, and a few other ingredients that I care not to divulge," he said.
To my left, Anna made a low retching noise and covered it up with a cough.
"It's delicious,"
said Kit with a smile. Bogmeyer looked very pleased with himself. He nodded to himself and climbed up into his big chair.
"What can I do for you, pretty kitty?" "We are going to die tonight," Kit said happily, "and we need something that—" "What?" said Bogmeyer, frowning at the cat lady. "Surely you've heard about the undead attacks," said Ember impatiently. "Of course I have, but what makes you think that you will die this night? What do you know that I have not gleaned from the spirit world?"
"Oh, nothing," said Kit. Her poker face was terrible, and I was afraid that she was going to give something away. "What she means is," I said quickly, "is that if we die, we will need something that can help us in the underworld." Bogmeyer completely ignored me and continued to stare at Kit.
"Yeah, that's what I meant," she told him. "Everyone is dying and instantly hitting level 0. We figure that it's only a matter of time before it happens to us as well. So we were wondering if you have anything that might help us down there." "I can do little more than offer you a blessing," said Bogmeyer gravely. "For when you die and enter the underworld, you bring with you nothing that you had in this realm. The underworld is a place of nightmares and madness. Up is down and down is sideways. Magic doesn't work the same down there. Everything is different."
"You seem to know a lot about it," Anna noted.
"Maybe I do," he said with a small grin.
"Have you ever been there?" I asked.
"Of course not," he said, shaking his head. "No one comes back from the underworld."
"Then how do you know so much about the underworld?" I asked. He let out a long sigh, as though I was the biggest cockblock in the world, and I could be doing better things just then, like pounding salt.
"I can communicate with the spirits."
I glanced at Kit and showed her my skepticism, but she didn't seem to share it.
"Can you bless us, Bogmire?"
Kit asked.
"Anything you can do to help would be very welcome."
The gnome's scowl, which had been aimed at me, instantly turned to a bright, crooked-toothed smile as he turned toward Kit.
"Of course I can, but I don't think your boyfriend here is going to like the price."
"How much?" I asked. "And what will the blessing do?"
"I have a number of different blessings that I offer, and none of them are cheap," he said. "For instance, I could bless you with a resistance to the undead, which would serve you well in the underworld."
"And would no doubt cost an arm and a leg?" I offered.
"Not an arm and a leg. 50,000 gold, he said snidely.
A laugh burst from me, and I glanced around at the ladies. "Welp, I've heard enough. Let's do something useful with our—"
"You doubt my abilities?"
Bogmire yelled and shot to his feet. "I haven't seen any proof of your abilities," I said, arms wide.
"He's right,"
said Ember.
"For all we know, you're a charlatan."
Kit gasped. Bogmire scowled. But Anna, ever the diplomat, stood and moved between us.
"We would be happy to pay for your blessings, Bogmire," she said in a soothing voice that instantly put him at ease. "But you must understand our need for proof of your abilities before we commit to such a deal." "I'd love to see what you can do,"
Ember added alluringly, which was the icing on the cake.
Well then, why didn't you say so?" he said, and moved to a table near the fire. "Come, and I will show you my power."
He led us to a round table set with a purple velvety cloth, and I almost laughed again when I saw the crystal ball sitting at the center of the table. Kit offered me a big-eyed glare that told me to keep my mouth shut, and I quietly took a seat.
"Now," said Bogmire, "what is the name of your friend?"
"Tweak,"
said Kit. Bogmire nodded and settled into his high-backed chair. He cracked his knuckles and lit a long incense stick, then began chanting in a language that sounded like pure gibberish. I shared a look with Anna, who seemed to still be on the fence about the little dude. To me, he seemed like he was full of shit, probably just preying on Kit because she tended to be a little too naive and trusting. But then he did something that changed my mind.
"I call upon the spirits of the underworld," he said rhythmically. "I speak to those who dwell in the darkness and haunt the halls of the Dark Lord. Hear me."
The crystal ball began to glow and churn with magical, multicolored light, and Kit let out a long purr. I glanced at Anna, and she offered me a shrug.
"I call the one named Tweak, he who was recently slain. Come to me, be not afraid, for mine is the power of the—"
"Who said that?" came Tweak's voice from the crystal ball.
"Tweak!"
Kit screamed. "Holy shit," I said, leaning forward. "That really you, dude?
Kit? Sam? Where are you guys?"
The swirling light in the crystal ball stopped churning and slowly morphed into Tweak's face.
"I am Bogmire,"
the gnome said dramatically, and offered me the stink eye.
"I am a very powerful medium, among other things, and I have created a link to the underworld with my incredible magic."
I fought the urge to roll my eyes.
"That's dope," said Tweak,
and the image panned back to reveal our purple-haired friend, who appeared to be naked and covered in chains. Beside him was a naked red succubus with giant breasts and a whip in her right hand. "What the hell?" I said.
"Oh my,"
said Kit, covering her mouth in shock. Tweak was tied to a saltire, and the succubus was repeatedly whipping his bare ass. He looked more embarrassed than afraid, and I thought that I could see him blushing. "So," he said, glancing around the room, and obviously unable to see us, "can you guys, see and hear me?"
"Yup," said Ember with a chuckle.
"Silence, sex slave," said the succubus, seemingly oblivious of the rest of us.
"Sex slave?" said Anna with amusement. Tweak let out a sigh as the whip fell across his ass again.
"This bitch is freaky, man. You have no idea what it's like down here."
"Doesn't look that bad," I said, admiring the succubus's cherry-red nipples.
"Dude, you don't know the half of it."
Tweak let out a yelp when his mistress whipped him again, and he glanced back at her.
"Damn it, bitch, I'm talking here."
"You will address me as Mistress Orgasma," the succubus screamed.
"Any chance that you've got a plan to get me the hell out of here?"
Tweak asked.
"No, sorry," I said. "We're actually planning to join you."
"You crazy?"
he said disbelievingly.
"You see this bitch's collection of strap-ons? It's the only way to stop Kincaid," said Kit.
I flinched and glanced at Bogmire, but he looked all caught up with keeping the link to the underworld open. Still, I knew that he must have heard her.
"What can you tell us about the underworld?"
said Ember.
"Any information will help."
"This place is nothing like I thought it would be. Sure, there's fire and lakes of lava and all that shit, but it's a real freak show. Everyone's darkest desires come to life down here."
I glanced at the succubus, who was now strapping on a big floppy dildo.
"Oh, yeah?" I said with a laugh. "Well, looks like your dreams are about to come true."
He glanced over at the succubus, and his eyebrows nearly leapt off his head.
"Yo, man, she didn't come from my head."
"Sure," said Ember with a snicker. "Tweak, focus," said Anna, throwing me and Ember a scowl. "What do you know about Kincaid, or the location of his lair?"
"His tower's in the middle of the 7th level," said Tweak. "Right smack dab in the middle of about 1,000,000 dungeons. It's crazy. I was free to roam for a little while before Orgasma here lured me into a dungeon, and I got a good idea of how big the city is."
"How big is it?" said Anna.
"Like 3 times the size of New York City. Kincaid's place is this huge onyx monolith that stands like a mile high or some stupid shit."
"Will it be hard to infiltrate?" I asked.
Tweak laughed.
"Is it hard to lick your own balls? Why the hell would you want to do that anyway? Aw, shit. You're not thinking of taking him on again, are you?"
I glanced at Bogmire.
"We'll speak about it more when we meet up."
"I cannot hold the connection much longer,"
said Bogmire, and Tweak's image began to fade.
"Listen, Tweak, you've got to get free," I said, as the image began to fade. "And you've got to find us somehow when we die and enter the underworld. Tweak?" The crystal ball went black, and I glanced at Bogmire, who looked tired from the effort. "Did he catch that last bit?" I asked.
Yes, of course. Now," he squared on me from across the table, "are you still interested in purchasing my wares?"
Bogmire told us more about what he was capable of, and after some negotiation, we bought a blessing that he said would give us a resistance to dark magic, as well as one that he assured would allow us to cast our spells normally in the underworld. I had my reservations as to whether the spells would work, but I had to try. By the time we emerged from the smelly stalactite abode, it was nearing sundown, and we strode to the front gates to join the other defenders. Soon, the undead would attack. Soon, we would all die. Chapter 8. Our small army stood before the doors as the undead horde tried to break them down. The dwarves of Aeroc had repaired the doors and the battlements with their incredible stone magic, but the undead made short work of the fortifications. Our army of real-world players were 1,000 strong, but I saw nothing but grim resignation on the faces of those around me. They intended to fight to the bitter end, but they knew that none of us would survive the night. The dwarves seemed to understand this as well, but they stood unafraid, ready to defend their halls to the end. "You girls ready for this?" I asked, and glanced at my women.
"No,"
said Kit in a shaky voice.
"Bring it on,"
said Ember.
"You're all nuts,"
said Cecilia, who had joined us after we spoke to Bogmire.
"Isn't that why you love us?"
Kit asked with a cute smile. Cecilia shook her head with amusement.
but then jumped when a large blast of magic shook the giant doors.
"Prepare yourselves, defenders of Aeroc,"
said the stone guardian. He extended a hand and cast a single spell on the entire group, and a moment later a notification appeared on my interface. Blessing of the Guardian of Aeroc. 100% resistance to necromantic magic. Duration 15 minutes. The blessing washed over me like a gentle Caribbean wave, and it couldn't have come at a better time. For a moment later, a demon appeared in the doorway and opened its foul mouth and released a cloud of noxious green fog. The hell-born beast stood at least 50 feet tall, and his long, veiny wings filled the threshold. As the fog spread throughout the chamber, wizards, mages, and druids cast spells that would repel the toxic plume and sent it blowing back through the mountain door. The undead horde poured through the threshold as the demon let out a terrible cry. 1,000 multicolored spells streaked from our army toward the advancing horde, but the undead army had magic users themselves, and they brought up powerful shields to protect the other casters and legions of skeletal warriors. While the casters among us were busy bombarding their counterparts, our tanks charged forth and tore into the front line of sword and axe-wielding abominations pouring through the door. As I unleashed my barrage of spells, numbers floated up on the heads of the undead that I had hit, indicating the damage that I was inflicting. Coins continuously floated through the air toward me from destroyed skeletal bodies, and my loot bags were quickly filling. But I wasn't concerned with loot. I was focused on inflicting as much damage to Kincaid's army as I possibly could. The monstrous demon that had gassed the chamber stomped through the hall and crushed everyone who got in his way. But then the Guardian of Aeroc intercepted the hellspawn, crashing into it with his massive warhammer. I turned my attention to the demon and unleashed a streaking magic bolt, and other casters followed my lead. The monster staggered to the side as he took the hundreds of blows, which gave the Dwarven Guardian a chance to get a clean strike with his massive weapon. The blow took the demon in the side of the head, snapping one of the curved horns and cracking the red skull like a pumpkin. The demon let out a haunted howl and suddenly fell into 1,000,000 pieces. The Guardian cheered for his victory, and we with him, until we realized that the many shattered pieces of the demon had turned into dog-sized scorpions. "Scorched earth!" I heard a fellow mage among the crowd yell out. I cast the spell in unison with a dozen others, and the stone floor in the middle of the two armies suddenly burst into flames, creating a wall of fire 20 feet tall. Through the pyre came screeching abominations engulfed in flames, but our tanks and the dwarven NPC warriors made short work of them. A chorus of hellish shrieks announced the arrival of an army of winged demons, dragons, and massive bats. The dwarven halls erupted in chaos as the advancing horde overtook the dwarven warriors and charged toward us. "Fall back!" I yelled to my guildmates, but I could only find Anna and Ember in the tumult. "Kit! Cecilia!" I called out. "Here!" Cecilia yelled and shouldered her way through to us. The hall had turned into a mosh pit from hell, and I knew that finding Kit was going to be nearly impossible. I could only hope that she would know to fall back to Cecilia's place. "Stay with me!" I yelled back at them, and began racing deeper into the hall. The very flames of hell followed us as our army dispersed and the lines fell apart. Dragons were bathing the retreating players with green hellfire, while the demons shot white-hot beams of death from their glowing eyes. I was hit in the left shoulder by one such beam, and terrible, searing pain shot through my arm. I glanced over at the wound and found that the edge of my shoulder had been shaved off like a slice of Thanksgiving turkey. "Sam!" Anna cried when she saw the grave injury. She placed a glowing hand over the wound, instantly taking away the pain, and we rushed through the crowd toward the pub. We had barely skidded inside when green fire filled the entire chamber, blowing in the windows and setting fire to the booths situated by the walls. A few dozen other players had retreated into the pub, but I didn't see Kit among them. "We're so screwed," said Ember as she placed traps in the doorway and near the windows. "I can't think of a better place to make a last stand," said Cecilia. She grabbed a nearby tankard and guzzled down the contents. "I think Kit is dead," I said. "Yeah, well, we'll be joining her soon enough," said Ember. Cecilia went behind the bar and pulled a lever on the wall,
and a glowing energy shield came to life in the broken windows and doorway. Smoke, fire, and the screams of the dying filled the chamber beyond, as skeletons and the minions of the underworld fought to break through. I imagined Kit dying out there in the smoldering cavern, and anger washed over me that left my hands burning with fire. I had known this would happen, and I knew that she wasn't really dead. But that didn't stop the situation from being traumatic. The game was so realistic that the violence sometimes got to a person, and it was getting to me now. "You all right?" Anna asked, as the murderous demons slammed against the energy shield, their demonic eyes filled with murderous glee. "No," I said with a laugh. "Drop the shield," said Ember. "If we're going to do this, let's fucking do it." Anna, Cecilia, and I shared glances as Ember danced on her toes with twin daggers in hand. "On the count of 3? Cecilia asked from behind the bar. "Okay," said Anna. I nodded, produced my fire shield, and unsheathed my short sword. Cecilia grabbed a hold of the lever and offered me one last smile. 3, 2, 1. Cecilia lifted the shield, and the undead monsters poured into the pub. I unleashed scorched earth and engulfed a dozen monsters before unleashing a fireball that blew a demonic minotaur back out the window. A dwarven NPC that had been risen by one of the attacking army's warlocks charged straight at me with a big axe cocked back. My fire shield absorbed the blow, and I thrust my blade into the dwarf's neck. Another monster, this one an elven zombie, extended a hand and hit me with a streaking green fireball that blasted against my enchanted robes and dropped my health to 75%. Anna's buffs helped me to heal quickly, and I retaliated with a magic bolt that took off the creature's head. My stats had gone up considerably since I entered the game at level 10, and my fireball spell was now the size of a basketball. It ripped through the chest of 3 skeletons and slammed into a demon trying to climb through a broken window. Ember darted around the room as Anna and Cecilia bombarded the attackers with debuffs and curses that slowed their advance. We held off the demonic horde for what seemed like hours, but it was probably only minutes, and to my dismay, a notification soon appeared in my field of view that told me the Guardian's buff had worn off. Ember fell first among us, overwhelmed by the army of skeletons that crashed through the burning wall and covered her in a mass of writhing bones. Anna ran to her aid as I blasted them with fireballs, and she, too, was taken down. Cecilia and I stood back to back, and soon the monsters were upon us. I went down under the weight of my enemies and felt them tearing at my flesh with their wicked claws. Daggers and swords stabbed through my robes. An axe took off my right hand, and my skin was torn from my body by ravenous zombies. My health steadily ticked down as I endured the pain and prayed for a quick death. I was still at 20% when a demon pulled the skeletons off me and tossed them aside. He then grabbed me by the neck and raised me high. I clutched his massive wrist as he held me aloft, and to my terror, his mouth opened unnaturally wide, and he slowly pushed me into it. Then the jaws came down, and my world of pain was replaced by blessed darkness and eternal quiet. 3 words appeared before me, and then I was falling down, down, down into the void. You are dead. Chapter 9. When I opened my eyes and looked around, I found myself in a torchlit alley. Pain coursed through my body, and the wounds that I had sustained from the undead horde were still bright red and raw. My agony was unbearable, and I shakily brought up my interface and selected a healing potion. I guzzled it down like a man dying of thirst, and groaned against the pain as my wounds slowly healed. I couldn't imagine what it would have been like to be unable to heal my wounds and to fester in agony there in the dark hall. But Bogmire had blessed us with a spell that allowed us to retain our gear and spells in the underworld, and now his price of 50,000 gold seemed like a steal. I stood shakily as the last of my wounds healed, and I took a moment to get my bearings. At first, I had thought that I spawned in an alley, but a closer look told me that wasn't true. Rather than buildings to my left and right, there was a 20-foot-high wall that was as smooth as glass and red as blood. Looking up,
I noticed that the walls didn't reach to the ceiling, for there was no ceiling to be seen. Instead, blood-red storm clouds churned a few 100 feet above the high walls, and silver lightning raged within. I looked left and then right down the long corridor and decided to go right. When I got to the end of the hall, 2 options lay before me, and I quickly realized that I was in a giant maze. I backtracked and went to the other end of the corridor, and again I was faced with 2 options, left or right. I decided to go left, and again took a left at the end of that hall. Nothing changed overhead, and there were no landmarks to help me navigate down there. It didn't help that the smooth red walls were unchanging as well, and I must have traveled aimlessly through the maze for an hour. Frustration and dismay were beginning to set in as I turned yet another corner. I expected to find 2 more identical pathways branching out from the intersection, and I was surprised to find a large 4-poster bed and 7 scantily clad succubi lounging upon it. Their skin was crimson and their lips like blood, but what took me about them was their incredible beauty. "Hello, Samson," said the closest succubus. She crawled like a cat across the long bed, and I was hard-pressed to take my eyes off her big, hanging breasts. Her nipples were at least an inch long, and a slow grin spread across her exotic face as she watched my eyes. Despite my reservations, my manhood swelled to attention beneath my robes. "We've been waiting for you, Sam," as she slowly slid her fingers between my legs and moaned softly. My dick told me it was party time, but my brain told me turn around and haul ass out of there. Images of Tweak tied to a saltire and being whipped by his demonic mistress sobered me quickly, and I waved at the ladies and turned around. "Sorry to bother you," I said, and hurried to the nearest turn. "Where are you going, Samson?" came the pouty reply. "Please, Samson, we've been waiting so long for a real man." "Don't turn around, Sam. Don't look back. Just keep walking," I said to myself. I left the horny demons behind and wandered for another 15 minutes before coming to yet another dead end. This one didn't have a bed like the other, but a bubbling, circular pool. When I saw who was soaking in it, I nearly fell over. "Hello, Sam." It was Penny Hawthorne, my high school crush. She had been 2 grades ahead of me, and I don't think that she even knew that I existed. But now, here she was in front of me with a mischievous grin on her beautiful face. She stood up in the pool, and I gulped. Her breasts were small and perky, with dark brown areolas and erect nipples. She took a step up to the stairs leading out of the pool, and I saw that she was completely hairless below the waist. My eyes instinctively darted to her tight slit, and the image of my high school crush standing naked before me lit a fire of passion inside my loins that was hard to ignore. "Oh, Sam," Penny said alluringly as she touched herself. "Come inside. The water is so nice." I took a step forward, unable to take my eyes off her amazing body. She offered me a delicious grin and turned, offering me a view of her beautiful ass. For a moment I forgot that I was in the underworld. I wanted nothing more than to take Penny right there in the pool, to bring to life my teenage fantasies. Penny reached for me as I approached and pulled me closer. Our lips met, and my passion surged. My hands traveled over her breasts, down her back, and cupped her plump ass. And that's when I felt the leathery tail. I pulled back and realized that Penny had changed into a grinning succubus. "I can be anyone you want, Sammy." I pushed away from the succubus, cursing myself for falling for her spell, but she wasn't going to let me go so easily. She grabbed a hold of me and leapt into the air as her wings spread wide. I instinctively gripped her tight as we rose over the tall maze walls. We floated high above the smooth red walls, and I saw firsthand the grandeur of the maze. It was at least 5 miles wide and just as long, and inside the red corridors I could see other players meandering about, as well as the traps that lay in wait. I considered stabbing the succubus with my sword, but the fall was nearly 100 feet, and I didn't think such a fall would end well for me. Besides, I needed to get out of the maze. The succubus flew over the edge of the maze with me pressed tight against her. and I waited until she landed to make my move. Once we touched down, I pushed her away and performed the hand gestures to bring up my fire shield. "Back off, bitch," I said, as my fire shield blazed to life. The succubus clutched her chest and stepped back, looking hurt.
"Why would you say such a thing?"
"I know what you're up to, lady, and I don't have time to play sex slave right now," I told her as I glanced around at my surroundings. She'd landed us on a natural shelf overlooking the giant maze, and behind her I could see numerous openings that led into dark tunnels.
"I pulled you out of the forever maze, and this is the thanks that I get," she said, crossing her arms over her crimson breasts angrily. "Well, fuck you, Samson Sullivan."
"Wait, how do you know my name?" She scoffed.
"Everyone knows who you are. You're the one who defeated Kincaid and sent him into the underworld. Thanks to you, he's now the most powerful being in the entire realm."
"You pulled me out of the maze," I said carefully. "Why?"
"Why?"
she said with a laugh, as though the answer should be apparent.
"Because I want out of this hellhole, and if anyone can get me out of here, then it's you."
"So you don't want to make me your eternal sex slave?" She grinned wickedly.
"The thought had crossed my mind, but no, that is not my intention. I want to help you, and in return, I want out."
"Can you help me find my friends?" I asked. She nodded.
"Of course."
I didn't know whether to trust her or not, but I really didn't have many options. I could tell her to piss off and try to maneuver the underworld on my own, but I knew little about this place, and I had no allies. "What's your name?" I asked.
"Nanaya,"
she responded. "That's a beautiful name," I said, hoping to turn the tables.
"Thank you,"
she said coyly. Do you, have any clothes?" I asked with a small laugh. "It's kind of hard to concentrate when you're naked." She grinned at me and allowed me the amazing view for a few more seconds before snapping her fingers. When she did so, a black leather skirt and bikini top appeared on her body.
"Better?"
she asked. "Yes, thank you." Lightning illuminated the churning red clouds overhead, and Nanaya glanced up with concern.
"We should move on,"
she said, and moved toward one of the tunnels. I investigated the darkness of the tunnel warily, and Nanaya noticed the look.
"Are you going to trust me or not?"
she asked. I looked up at the churning sky, glanced back at the maze, and let out a sigh. "All right, here's the deal. You help me find my friends, and I'll do everything that I can to get you out of here. Deal?"
"Deal,"
she said happily. I followed her into the darkness, and the pungent stink of sulfur hit me like a punch in the nose. The smell had been faint in the maze, but now it was hard to escape. Nanaya glanced back at me, noticing my discomfort, and asked what was wrong. "The smell," I said, covering my nose.
"Oh, that. You'll get used to it,"
she assured me. The tunnel opened wider as we went, and Nanaya whispered a word in a language foreign to me. A second later, a small fire sprang from her extended right hand. The flickering flame played against the dark red tunnel walls, and I saw long scratch marks there in the stone, along with what looked to be fingernails embedded in the cracks. I glanced at Nanaya again, second-guessing the wisdom of my choice to follow her, but I was already committed, and although I couldn't tell what level she was, I was confident that I could handle her if push came to shove.
"Just a little further ahead, the tunnel opens up,"
the beautiful succubus explained.
"Beyond is the dungeon of remorse. Let me do the talking, and don't let anyone sense your fear."
"Who said I was afraid?" I replied with as much bravado as I could muster. She glanced back and offered me a knowing grin and continued down the long tunnel. "So, what's it like living down here?" I asked.
"It was a lot better under Baalzatan," she said,
and seeing that I didn't recognize the name, she added,
"He was the previous Dark Lord."
"Gotcha."
"Now that Kincaid has risen to power, it really sucks." He's hell-bent on invading the surface world, and he's forcing everyone to join his army.
I thought that you wanted to get to the surface world.
I do, she said, but I don't want it to turn into a nightmare like Kincaid plans on doing. I want to go to the surface world because it's the opposite of this smoldering shithole.
Makes sense, I said, still not knowing if she was an NPC or not. She sure seemed human, but the NPCs were programmed so well that one could never be sure. I thought it would be rude to ask if she was a real-world player, but then again, if she was an NPC, she might take the inquiry as a compliment.
What?
She said, glancing back at me.
You look like you're puzzling over something,
she elaborated. You're very perceptive, I said with a nervous laugh. It's just, I can't tell if you're real or not. She stopped and turned in the tunnel to offer me a deep scowl.
You think I'm one of those mindless NPCs?
Not mindless, no. But if you're a real person, how did you end up a succubus in the underworld? I wasn't aware that was even an option in-game.
It isn't, she said with a sigh. I've been down here for months. Up top, I was a human warlock, but I summoned a powerful demon before I was strong enough to control it. The fucking thing killed me over and over until I was level 0, and then dragged me down here. I was his prisoner for weeks, and it was him who turned me into a succubus. But I got the last laugh in the end.
Really? How? She grinned wryly.
I cut off his balls and fed him to a lava monster.
Oh, I said, cupping my own family jewels. A laugh escaped her that seemed to brighten the darkness. So if you get back to the surface world, will you get your human body back?
I don't know, but I intend to find out. Come on, the dungeon is just up ahead, she told me, and together we continued through the tunnel. Your friends might be in there, but I can't make any guarantees.
Do you know where Kincaid might be found? I asked.
Why the hell would you want to find him? She asked.
I shrugged. I've got my reasons.
There are 7 levels to the underworld, and 7 bosses. Kincaid is the boss of the 7th level, and therefore the most powerful being down here. As far as I know, he stays in his tower.
We soon came to an opening in the tunnel, and the tortured wails and cries of the dying echoed from deep within. Beyond the threshold, a deep red glow issued sporadically, as though cast by the flickering flames of a giant bonfire. A large iron gate separated us from the dungeon beyond, and on the other side stood a 10-foot-tall ogre with glowing red eyes.
"The hell you wantin'?"
he asked gruffly.
"To get inside, genius," she said sarcastically. "What the hell do you think I want? I've got this sweet little human to play with, and I want to use a cell."
The ogre ogled me.
"He ain't looking like prisoner." "He's under my spell, shorty. Just open the gate, will ya?"
After a few more seconds of deep consideration, which looked to make the demonic ogre's head ache, he finally opened the gate and let us through.
"Thanks, Tiny,"
said Nanaya as she sauntered past. I tried to ignore the ogre's intense gaze and followed Nanaya into the dungeons. It was lined on both sides with cells, and inside were real-world players being tortured by a variety of hellish creatures. I can't believe that some players try to hit level 0 so they can live and play down here, I said.
"Yeah, well, they're freaks, you know. Some people like the torture, the kinky sex," she explained.
"I'm all about kinky sex," I admitted, "but I can't imagine why anyone would want to endure torture, and I can't believe that the programmers allow such a thing."
"Yeah, well, they're getting a lot of flack from it, too. There have been lawsuits and all that, but everyone signs a waiver when they begin the game. Not much to be done after that."
"I guess," I said, as I watched an elven player being whipped in one of the cells to the right.
"What do your friends look like?"
Nanaya asked. "They're all women, except for one," I said, smiling when I thought of them. I explained what Anna, Ember, Trinity, Kit, and Cecilia looked like, and then told her about Tweak.
"A purple ape," she said, turning to regard me with recognition. "Why didn't you say so sooner?"
"You've seen him?" I said hopefully.
"Yeah," she said with a frown. "He's pretty popular down here."
"That can't be good."
"Come on. I know where he's being kept. At least I think I do. He's been tossed around so much, it's hard to keep track of."
"Tossed around?"
"Yeah. Like I said, that purple ass is pretty popular."
Chapter 10. As we walked through the dungeons, the demonic guards eyed me dangerously. Some of the players recognized me as I passed by their cells, and they pleaded with me to help them out. The guards took notice and glanced my way, but I kept my head down and followed Nanaya like an obedient slave.
"Samson!"
one of the prisoners cried out, and I glanced over quickly at the elven woman chained to the wall.
"Please, Samson, save us!"
That got the demonic ogre guards' attention, and one of them suddenly blocked our way with a long, fiery halberd.
"Wait just a bloody minute,"
he said as he scratched his head and turned to his counterpart across the hall.
"Ain't I heard that name before, Gornak?" "Me's thinking Drendal is right,"
said Gornak, eyeing me stupidly.
"You two big boys look smart,"
said Nanaya. She glanced back at me and nudged her head down the hall. Then, to my surprise, her body transformed into a big, fat ogre woman. The two ogres grinned wide, and Gornak forgot all about me. He set his halberd against the wall and shuffled over to Nanaya with his big gut jiggling.
"Drendal likes,"
he said, as Nanaya teased them both with her plump form. I snuck around the guards and continued to check the cells. There were human players, dwarves, elves, minotaur, and goblins, but no Tweak. Soon, Nanaya joined me in her succubus form and took the lead once more. "What did you do to them?" I asked with amusement. She shrugged.
"They're a dumb lot. I told them I wanted to play hide and seek. They're laboriously counting to 1,000 as we speak."
"Nice. Can you change into any form you want?"
"Yeah,"
she said as she continued down the long corridor.
"But it has nothing to do with being a succubus. It was my special power from the beginning."
"That's pretty cool."
"What's yours, if you don't mind me asking?"
"I can level by having sex," I said. She glanced back at me, grinning.
"Are you serious?"
"I sure am," I said proudly. "My guildmates say I've got the magic stick. Not only do I level when I achieve orgasm, but so do my partners."
"Partners?"
she said with intrigue. "Anna, Ember, Trinity, Kit, and Cecilia. Although Cecilia isn't really in the guild. We're working on it, but she likes to work alone."
"So, you guys just lay around screwing and leveling all the time?"
"Sometimes, but my special power has a 12-hour cooldown, so we do quests and stuff in between." She shook her head with amusement and turned right. This tunnel led to a dark staircase, and from the chambers below, the smell of sweat and blood wafted up on a current of thick sulfur.
"I think your friend is down here,"
Nanaya whispered.
"I'll take care of the guards, but once we find him, be prepared to fight."
"What level are these guards?" I asked. "Nothing registers on my interface."
10 to 20, she said. "This is the first level of the underworld, and you generally don't find many NPCs over level 20. But that doesn't mean the bosses aren't badass."
I nodded understanding and mentally prepared myself for battle. We moved down the stairs slowly, and soon the sounds of the tortured found my ears. Metal clanged on metal, a raging fire burned somewhere in the distance, and deep laughter met the chorus of pain. When we reached the landing, we stopped, and Nanaya looked to see if the way was clear. This dungeon wasn't a long hall full of cells, but rather a wide-open chamber with a pool of bubbling lava in the middle. Dozens of players hung from their toes above the lava, moaning and groaning and pleading for their lives. I watched horrified as one of the players, a dwarf, was lowered into the lava by a laughing ogre guard. The dwarf disappeared beneath the surface and emerged a few seconds later when he was pulled up. but all that was left of him was a screaming skeleton. To my surprise, a warlock standing off to the right hit the dwarf with a beam of pulsing green light, and his body was completely healed. There was a small reprieve from the pain for the dwarf, and then he was dipped again. "I can't fucking believe the programmers are allowing this," I said angrily. "Shh," Nanaya hissed, pointing to the right. Then I heard a voice I knew well, and my heart skipped a beat. "Trinity?" I said aloud, and moved to peer deeper into the chamber. "You lost, slave," came a deep voice, and a red-eyed ogre came storming over to me. "He's with me," said Nanaya, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me into the chamber. "It's Trinity," I said in a hushed voice, as she led me around the pool of lava. "She's in here somewhere." Again, Trinity's faint scream found me, and I told Nanaya that it was coming from the right side of the chamber. She led me that way, brushing by inquiring ogres and flipping them the bird as she went. The circular chamber was bigger than a football field, and all manner of torture devices were on display around the lava pool. There must have been a few hundred players down there, and as many NPC guards, mostly ogres. I spotted Trinity, and my heart skipped a beat. My elation was short-lived, however, as I saw what was being done to her. She was naked and tied to a whipping post, and 2 ogre women were taking turns flogging her with fiery whips. Deep red slashes covered her back, shoulders, ass, and legs, and her body trembled with pain. "Wait," said Nanaya, grabbing me by the arm when I instinctively began toward my guildmate. "I've got to get her out of there," I said through clenched teeth. "Yeah, well, you're not going to do it with violence. In case you didn't notice, we're badly outnumbered. Let me do the talking, all right, stud?" I nodded, ready to conjure a fireball and light into anyone who got in our way. "You two," Nanaya said in an authoritative voice. "Why hasn't this prisoner been delivered to my dungeon?" The 2 ogre females stopped whipping Trinity and turned to regard Nanaya with deep frowns.
"Who you, anyway?"
said one.
"Yeah, who says this your prisoner?"
said the other. "Underlord Dire Mordar, that's who," said Nanaya. "This prisoner was supposed to be delivered yesterday, and in good condition. Now, if you don't want to suffer the wrath of Dire, then get her down from there, heal her wounds, return her clothes, and hand her over to me." Trinity shakily tried to turn her head to see what was happening behind her, but she seemed not to have the strength. The 2 ogres looked at each other quizzically, but Nanaya didn't give them time to confer with each other. "You've got exactly 2 fucking seconds to hand her over, or you'll feel the wrath of—"
Okay, geesh,
said one of the females. They hurriedly untied Trinity, and when she fell to the floor and turned to see her rescuer, her eyes went wide with recognition. I pressed a finger to my lips, and she nodded understanding. The ogres healed her wounds with strange-looking talismans and returned her armor to her before stomping off sullenly. "Sam, is it really you?" Trinity asked me shakily. "Yeah, babe, it's really me," I said, and wrapped her in my cloak. "Don't speak until we find somewhere more private," Nanaya said, and nudged her head forward. I gathered up Trinity's armor, and we followed Nanaya around the stinking lava pool to a dark tunnel. A spell word from the beautiful succubus had a fire burning in her palm, and she used it to guide us through. The air was hot and heavy in the small space, which now seemed more like a chimney for the rancid fumes coming from the lava pool than it did a tunnel. To my relief, we finally abandoned the tight quarters for a chamber that branched off from a fork in the tunnel. The chamber led us to a long shelf that hung out over a gaping chasm, and Nanaya finally gave us the all-clear. "Are you all right?" I asked Trinity. She looked haunted, and nothing like her tough, usual self. Her eyes were bloodshot and ringed with dark circles. Her lips were cracked and dry, and her hair was gnarled and dirty. "I'll live," she said with a sniffle. "Where are the others?" "I don't know," I admitted, and proceeded to tell her everything that had happened since she died. "Aorok fell?" Trinity asked, her eyes wet with emotion. I nodded solemnly. We can only assume that everyone in Rebirth Online is dead and here with us in the underworld."
"Then where the hell is everyone?" Trinity asked.
"This is a big place," said Nanaya. "But if what you say is true, then most people will likely be brought to the city."
"Hellgrind?" said Trinity. A nod. "Have you been there?" I asked.
"No, but those fat fucks that were torturing me talked about it all the time."
Trinity looked at me with purpose burning in her eyes.
"You said that you were blessed or something to keep your powers down here?"
"Yeah," I replied.
"Good. Let's go back there and kill every one of those sons of bitches."
"That's a bad idea," said Nanaya.
"Thanks for your concern," said Trinity, "but I'm going to cut their balls off with or without your help."
"I think Nanaya's right," I said. "There are dozens of ogres back there, and if we're all captured, then our whole plan is a bust." Trinity took a step toward me, her nostrils flaring and her eyes burning with rage.
"They tortured me, Sam. They broke my fingers, hands, arms, and then they healed me. They burned me, cut me, whipped."
Trinity broke down, and I pulled her into a hug. Nanaya shifted uncomfortably and moved to the entrance to stand guard.
"I'm sorry,"
I told Trinity, as I gently rubbed her back.
"I'm sorry that I didn't come for you sooner. But I promise you'll have your revenge." "Then help me kill them," she said,
looking up at me with teary eyes.
"Those NPCs aren't the ones who need to pay, Trin. Kincaid needs to pay, and I'm going to make sure that he does."
She studied my eyes, looking into one and then the other. Then she nodded and broke down again. I held her for a long time, and she wept and shook in my arms. After 5 minutes, the moment passed. Trinity sniffed, wiped her eyes on my cloak, and kissed me on the cheek. I helped her into her armor, and once fully dressed, she unsheathed her sword and inspected it in the red glow of the cavern walls.
"What's our next move?"
she asked, with all the seriousness of a warrior behind enemy lines. "We find Tweak, the rest of our guild, and then we give this to Kincaid and end this nightmare once and for all," I said, and held out my hand to show her the glowing orb. Trinity looked to the orb, glanced at Nanaya, and then closed her hand over mine. I glanced at Nanaya, who grinned ironically and shook her head before returning to her vigil. "You ready to do this?" I asked. Trinity nodded.
"Let's go find our girls."
Chapter 11.
"This way,"
said Nanaya as she slowly stalked through the tunnel. We had been traveling through the first level of the underworld for more than an hour, and my mouth was as dry as Texas tumbleweed. Trinity had been without water for almost 2 days, and she drained the entire contents of one of my water skins as we explored the network of red caverns. Trinity and I were dead in-game, but existence in the underworld was a lot like that of the surface world. We weren't spirits, we were simply in another realm. Of course, none of Trinity's magic worked down here, but she still had her base stats, and that alone was impressive. And unlike me, she took her training seriously and was always moving through her offensive and defensive stances. When we weren't busy questing or lounging around in bed, Trinity could be found at the warrior trainers in Aerok, trying to hone her skills. Nanaya held up her hand as we came to the end of a cramped tunnel. The succubus peered her head out, looked left, then right, and suddenly disappeared into the darkness. Trinity and I glanced at each other, then listened and waited intently. A grunt and a groan of pain sounded in the darkness. Then the sound of a body hitting the floor found our ears. A moment later, Nanaya appeared in the tunnel's mouth and curled a finger in our direction. I followed her out of the tunnel and into a massive chamber with Trinity close behind me. Remembering my fire sight, I enabled the spell and readied myself for the blinding glow that I assumed would be produced by the hellish conditions. To my surprise, the walls only vaguely came into my view. They were more of a gray outline than anything that seemed solid, but through them I could see the heat signatures of 6 creatures that I didn't immediately recognize.
"Your friend is being kept in a dungeon on the other side of this cavern," said Nanaya.
I can see the heat signatures of 6 creatures deeper into the cavern, I told her. They're far away, maybe 300 yards, but I can't tell what they are.
They're most likely fire trolls, said Nanaya. They guard this part of the underworld.
Can we take them? Trinity asked.
Are you nuts?
Said Nanaya, and her pointed red tail shot up in unison with her eyebrows.
Just answer the fucking question. No, we can't take 'em, said Nanaya, laying on the attitude. I know the leader of this part of the underworld. He's a bloke named Piggin. We'll just play like you're my prisoners, and the guards won't give us any trouble. I'll just tie some rope to you loosely and...
Ha! Trinity laughed. Apparently, she had been thinking the same thing that I had.
You expect us to let you tie us up and march us into your buddy's territory?
Nanaya ignored her and frowned at me.
I thought we had a deal.
We do. But come on, Nanaya. You can't expect us to do something so naive.
So you don't trust me,
she said with obvious annoyance.
No, we don't,
said Trinity.
We just met, I said,
not unkindly.
You've seen the orb that I intend on using to defeat Kincaid? Obviously, we have to be careful.
Nanaya stomped over to us, and flames burst from her small horns. Trinity unsheathed her sword and stood before me defensively. The succubus stopped in front of us, then tapped at the air. It took me a moment to realize that she was tapping on her own interface, and a moment later, words appeared above her head. Nanaya, level 33, succubus warlock.
There, you assholes. There's your proof,
she said in an injured voice.
I'm a level 33, and I could kick both of your asses in about 2 seconds flat, then steal your fucking precious orb. But I haven't. I helped reunite you, and I've led you here to find your stupid purple monkey friend.
He's an ape, said Trinity.
Whatever,
Nanaya screamed, and the flame coming out of her horns flared 3 feet high. Take it easy, I told Trinity, as I walked past her and stood before the sulking succubus. She stood with her arms crossed over her perky red breasts, and her bottom lip drooped.
There's nothing you can say, she told me. Just let's go and find your friend, and then you can be rid of me.
It's not like that, I said, trying to be sympathetic. Trinity's the head tank for my guild. She's a warrior, and it's her job to think of our protection. I trust you, and I hope that you can trust me moving on. Nanaya glanced at Trinity.
Tell her to apologize.
What? Said the warrior. Trin, I said, offering her a glance that begged her not to rock the boat further.
Fine,
she said, turning to face Nanaya. I'm sorry that I was a little paranoid about your intentions, but if you lead us into a trap, or in any other way try to sell us out, I'll rip off your wings and feed them to you. Deal?
You're a real bitch, you know that?
Said Nanaya. Yeah, so? Nanaya and Trinity stared at each other for 5 tense seconds, and then surprised the shit out of me by bursting into musical laughter. They laughed their asses off, and I shook my head and chuckled with them. You two are straight up bonkers, you know that? Once they had settled down, Nanaya loosely bound our hands in rope and guided us through the cavern. The wide-open space looked like it had been formed from melting candle wax. Stalagmites loomed 50 feet high in places, and their counterparts reached down from the ceiling, dripping sulfuric liquid onto the cavern floor. The whole place stunk like the devil's ass, and I found myself yearning for fresh air. The first guard we approached offered Nanaya an upward nod as she passed, but the second wanted to know more about the prisoners that she had with her.
Who they?
Said the big troll. His skin was rough and gray like cooled lava, and a fiery glow issued from the cracks in it. Beady eyes burned like embers above a bulbous nose, and hot breath that smelled like a campfire issued from his mouth.
They're my prisoners. What's it look like? Said Nanaya. I'm here to see the boss, so unless you want to explain to him why you made me late, I suggest you move your fat ass.
The troll's beady eyes widened a bit when Nanaya mentioned the boss, and he scratched the back of his head, kicking at the ground like a shy little boy.
I's just asking.
he said dumbly, and Anaya offered him a scowl before stomping past him with Trinity and me in tow. The other guards had heard the exchange, and they either ignored us or offered Nanaya a weak greeting when she passed.
"They've got a lot of respect for you,"
Trinity noted, and added suspiciously,
"Why?"
"Because I've got a brain in my head,"
said the succubus.
"Underworld NPCs are used to pushing around real players all the time, but they are total morons. I think the programmers didn't want to waste too much energy on them, and my power freaks them out, too."
"What power?" said Trinity. Nanaya's body suddenly morphed, and she became a perfect replica of the blonde-haired warrior.
"Holy shit,"
said Trinity.
"Pretty cool, huh?"
said Nanaya in the warrior's exact voice. I looked from one to the other, and I wondered what it would be like to have sex with two Trinities. I'd never done twins before.
"Yeah, cool,"
said Trinity, looking disturbed.
"But creepy as hell. Turn it off."
Nanaya grinned.
"Like I said, my power freaks out stupid people."
The succubus changed back into herself, and we continued through the cavern. When we got to what I thought was the end, we turned a corner and stopped. Before us was another cavern, but this one was at least 5 times the size of the last. At the center stood a square black tower, at least 20 stories high, and above that, long, reaching stalactites loomed. Dark crystals littered the underground chamber, bursting from the floor like the lances of the gods, some 20 feet long and thick as oak trees, others as thin as swords. Pillars formed where the stalactites and stalagmites met, and I could make out little doorways and spiraling walkways that had been built around them. The small city stunk like refuse and death, and the sounds of the tortured echoed from its walls like a macabre chorus.
"What the hell is this place?" I asked.
"Baal's wart,"
said Nanaya with not a hint of humor.
"Don't speak to anyone. Don't look anyone in the eye. And above all else, act like you're afraid."
"Who said we would need to act?"
I replied with a small laugh. Nanaya offered me a sympathetic smile, then turned and pulled our ropes like she was dragging us along.
"I don't like this,"
said Trinity out of the corner of her mouth.
"Me either, but I trust her."
"You trust every pair of nice tits that you meet, lover boy."
"That's not true."
"Yes, it is."
"Okay, maybe it's partially true," I admitted.
"But she wants out, and she knows that I'm her best chance."
"Oh, yeah? Why's that?"
Trinity asked.
"Don't get me wrong, you're a kick-ass mage and a hell of a lay, but why is it up to you to defeat Kincaid once again?"
"I kind of volunteered," I said. She rolled her eyes.
"Of course you did. Dr. Hamilton entrusted me to get this job done, and that's exactly what I intend to do. If we can't stop Kincaid, then it's really game over this time, and for good. I can't imagine what the outcry is like in the real world about what's going on."
"They'll probably shut the game down either way," said Trinity.
"I hope not. I can't imagine returning to a life in a hospital bed."
"Shh," Nanaya hissed back at us with a scowl. We entered the city and followed Nanaya through the streets in between pillars and stalagmites. The inhabitants of the cavern that made their homes in the rock formations turned out to be miniature little demons. They looked like cherubs, except for the dark crimson skin, the black wings, horns, and fiery halos hanging over their heads. I wanted to ask what the little devils were called, but I was supposed to be keeping my mouth shut. I was also supposed to be acting scared, so I kept my head down and feigned terror as I glanced from side to side with mock paranoia. The little devils weren't the only ones who lived in the city. There were also more fire trolls, ogres, and even demons shuffling about through the cavern. Baal's wart was like any other city on the surface, aside from the stinking sulfur smell and the lofty dungeons from which the sound of terror issued. It had pubs and brothels, shops and markets. There were blacksmiths all throughout the city as well, likely working hard to keep up with the demand for torture devices. I shivered at the thought and ducked my head when a tall demon glanced my way. The stink and the heat were beginning to get to me, not to mention the disgusting creatures that infested the streets. There were cats and dogs, but the poor creatures had no skin, and their wet red hides glistened in the glow of the crimson cavern. Other creatures seemed to be a cross between different species. I noted one coming toward me and steered wide. It had the skinned body of a lion and the head of a man, and it sniffed at me as we passed.
Piss off!
Nanaya yelled at the beast. It growled in return, but kept on going.
I could use a pretty little whore like you,
a brown goblin with a nose like a chili pepper said to Nanaya as we walked by. He stood in front of a small stalagmite with windows carved into it that displayed naked people in cages. The crooked sign over the door read Brick Turd's Torture Emporium.
Is that so?
Said Nanaya, and her tone of voice told me that there might be trouble.
A little hussy like you'd fetch me a pretty $1,
the goblin said with a grin. Then his eyes shifted toward Trinity. Nanaya stopped in front of the goblin and put her hands on her hips, cocking one to the side.
You wouldn't know what to do with a woman like me, Brick Turd.
Is that so?
He said menacingly.
That's so,
said Nanaya, unwavering. A few tense moments passed, and I noticed that we had gained some looks from the ghouls haunting the city streets. Then a big dumb-looking ogre walked up behind the goblin from inside the building, and seeing Nanaya, he pushed Brick Turd aside and charged toward the succubus. I started conjuring a fireball when the ogre charged, but I abruptly stopped myself when Nanaya happily called out the fiend's name.
Wally!
He guffawed and wrapped his big arms around her in a bear hug.
Wally Mistnan,
he said as he buried his big round face in her hair. Now that the danger had passed, I looked closer at the ogre, who reminded me of Sloth from Goonies. He was at least 7 feet tall and built like the Hulk. Rather than green skin, however, Wally's was gray and ashy.
I missed you too, Wally,
said Nanaya. The goblin laughed.
Now that he's all grown up, you can take the big stupid bastard off my hands.
I will, Brick, thanks.
Come on in, then.
The goblin turned and shuffled into his emporium.
You've got that look in your eye, and I can tell you want something.
Come on, Nan. Come see my mushroom collection,
said Wally, as he bounded back into the place, pulling her along with him. Trinity and I were in turn yanked forward by the rope around our wrists and stumbled into a wide circular room with dozens of tunnels branching off. The place was furnished like a torture museum, except the poor bastards in the many devices were real. Human, elven, and gnome females hung naked inside of large bird cages, and others were chained to the wall. There were men as well, stout dwarves, effeminate elves, and even a minotaur dressed in leather. They chewed the bits in their mouths, and their eyes pleaded with me to help them. I read the names floating above their heads and noticed that they were all level 0.
Come back to my office after Wally is done with you,
said Brick Turd, before looking at me and Trinity.
I'm assuming you're here to sell me these two?
Nanaya turned from Wally's persistent ramblings about his mushroom collection and shook her head.
No, not these two. They're special.
Brick Turd hummed knowingly.
Have it your way.
Wait here,
Nanaya told us as Wally pulled her down a hall to the left.
I'll only be a little while.
Trinity and I waited in silence, trying not to gain the attention of the patrons who came and went. The sounds of the dying issued from the many tunnels branching off from the main room, and listening to it began making me sick. Trinity kept shooting me horrified glances, and I knew what she was thinking. How could Nanaya be friends with a goblin who ran such a place? I was wondering the same thing. Nanaya sure seemed friendly with the goblin, and the ogre Wally was practically in love with her. He had treated her like a sister, which was even more perplexing than her relationship with Brick Turd. Nanaya didn't return for nearly a half hour, and when she did, she offered us a sympathetic smile.
Sorry, Wally hasn't seen me in a while, and he's always...
What the hell are we doing here? Trinity blurted out, and a short, stocky demon that had been entering the place glanced at the warrior with a frown.
Never question me again!
Nanaya screamed at Trinity, then slapped her across the face. Trinity flared her nostrils, and her ears turned bright red.
Trin?
I hissed out of the corner of my mouth. Trinity seemed to remember the ruse we were trying to pull off, and bowed her head, saying grudgingly,
"I'm sorry, mistress."
Nanaya shook her head and pulled us down the hall.
"I'll do the talking," she said,
and knocked on a door at the end of the corridor. Brickturd answered the door and led us into his office. Nanaya indicated a shabby couch in the corner with springs sticking out of it. We took a seat as the goblin settled in behind his big desk.
"Now,"
he said, lacing his hands over his little potbelly,
"what can I do for you?"
"I'm looking for a player named Tweak," said Nanaya.
"Tweak?"
The goblin stroked his chin and looked to the ceiling.
"He's a purple ape, one of a kind. You would know him if you had seen him."
"Ah, yes," said Brickturd with a laugh. "That one brings a steep price."
"Who's pimping him out?"
"Last I heard, he's been sold to Madame Meglamon."
"Fuck," said Nanaya. "Well, I need you to buy him from her for me."
Brickturd guffawed.
"With whose money?"
"Yours," said Nanaya.
"You're out of your mind. Need I remind you that it was me that gave you your freedom, and at a great loss, I might add?"
"I saved your life, you ungrateful little turd."
"From demons that pissed you off," he fired back.
"Listen," said Nanaya, reining in her anger. "You do me this favor, and I'll make it worth your while."
"Oh, really? How?"
he said, eyeing her up and down. "A war is coming, Brick, and Kincaid isn't going to be victorious. And when he falls, the power structure is going to shift. There is a lot of money to be made if you gamble on the right team."
"I don't take sides, Nanaya. You know that."
"Bullshit," she said with a laugh. "You've been trying to depose Piggin for years behind the scenes."
"I may have done him some favors," said the goblin.
"Well, I'm about to go speak with him about something that will change everything. And if you do me this favor, I'll make sure that your name comes up."
"That's pretty vague."
"That's all you're getting," said Nanaya. "Take it or leave it. There are plenty of people out there who'll jump at the opportunity to help me. I just thought I'd offer it to you first, given our history."
The goblin sat back in his too big chair and thought for a long moment.
"Fine,"
he said at length.
"Give me a few hours and I'll have your purple ape. You just better make good on your promise."
"Don't I always?" Nanaya asked.
Chapter 12. 2 hours later, Tweak came limping into the office, led with a glowing chain by a pair of succubi.
"Tweak!"
Trinity cried and leapt from her seat. He almost fell over when she bowled into him, and one of the succubi yanked on his chain, pulling him away from Trinity.
"Get this horrible thing off him!"
the warrior demanded.
"Do not speak to me, slave!"
the succubus yelled back.
"Trinity, sit down,"
said Nanaya. I pulled Trinity back while Nanaya spoke with the two succubi, and once payment was made in full, they released Tweak. He fell to the floor, and Trinity and I rushed to his side.
"Sam? Trinity?"
he said groggily. "Here you go, buddy," I said, as I uncorked a healing potion and brought it to his lips. Trinity held his head and helped him drink, and soon his wounds began to heal.
"How did you find me?"
he asked as we helped him to stand. "It's a long story," I said.
"Where are the others?"
"We don't know,"
said Trinity.
"but we're going to find them."
Shortly after, we left Brickturd's house of horror with Wally in tow. When I asked Nanaya about him, she told us that she had saved his life when he was just a baby, and now he considered her to be his adoptive mother. I had to admit that I didn't mind having the big lug along with us. Trinity and Tweak had no magic down here in the underworld, and a little brute strength wouldn't hurt. Nanaya inquired with the many brothel and torture house owners about Anna, Ember, Kit, and Cecilia, but no one seemed to know anything about the women. It wasn't until a chain gang of furries was marched by that we caught a break.
"Ask them about Kit,"
I urged Nanaya, and she halted the group of little devils leading the furries to the meat market.
"That's the entire Persian Empire Guild,"
Trinity whispered, and on closer inspection, I realized that I recognized a few of them.
Poor bastards, I said under my breath. We can't just allow this to continue on, she pressed. Sam, we've got to do something.
What can we do? I asked, feeling guilty enough as it was.
You've still got your magic. You know that I can't take on a city full of devils, I countered.
Stay cool, Trin, said Tweak, looking around with real terror.
You don't want to do anything to get captured by these freaky fucks.
You don't have to remind me of what happens in the dungeons, said Trinity. Nanaya offered us a scowl as she spoke to the little devils, and we promptly shut our mouths. A few minutes later, Nanaya returned to us with a look of hope on her red face.
One of the furries told me that he'd seen Kit, she reported.
Where? I asked eagerly.
She got picked up in the maze by a demon named Ra-Cone. He's one of the guards in the pits of anguish, she said solemnly.
What the hell is that?
Exactly what it sounds like, and I'm not going to be able to buy her from the creeps who run that place.
Then we fight? Said Trinity with hope in her eyes.
No, said Nanaya. We sneak in and we steal her, but the way there is fraught with danger, so you might just get the fight you're hoping for.
Nanaya led us through the city to the big black tower at its center. We waited for her outside the tower, in an area reserved for slaves, as she went inside to speak with the demon Piggin. The visit didn't take long, and less than 15 minutes later, we were headed toward the back of the big cavern.
What did you speak with them about?
Trinity asked once we had left the city.
Business,
Nanaya said absently. She stopped at the entrance to a wide cave and untied us all.
We've got to travel along the rivers of fire, and there are creatures down here that'll eat your face off if you give them a chance.
Noted, I said with a grin. Nanaya returned the smile, and I heard Trinity let out a little scoff. We ventured into the crystal-littered tunnel, guided by the light of the fire in Nanaya's right hand. The tunnel wound through the red rock that seemed to make up the entire first level of the underworld, and it took nearly an hour for us to emerge from it. When we did, it was like walking onto the sun.
Damn,
I said, holding my hand up to the heat to protect my face. I peered through my fingers and saw the source. A giant lake of bubbling lava sat at the middle of a massive cavern.
Sam, doesn't scorched earth make your allies impervious to fire and heat?
Trinity asked, as she too backed away from the blazing heat. Good idea, I said, and lit the ground at our feet on fire. Buff received, scorched earth. The buff instantly made us impervious to the heat of the lake, and I let out a sigh when the temperature around me returned to a comfortable level.
Basilisks like to lay eggs around the lake, and fire sprites migrate here sometimes as well, so keep your eyes peeled. It's going to take us at least a half hour to get through to the other side, Nanaya instructed us.
Then let's get going, said Trinity. I surveyed the massive cavern as we started around the lake of lava. There were little islands of stone out there near the middle of the lake, and I could just barely make out little rock houses and creatures made of fire moving about. Overhead, large bats and what looked like pterodactyls from hell flew circles over the lake. It looked to me that they were hunting, but I doubted that anything was living in the steaming lava. The fumes were hard to handle. My head became light, and a small headache set in as we traveled around the edge of the chamber. There were dark crystals in this cavern as well, but the stalactites and stalagmites were not nearly as large as they had been in Baal's wart. The crystals and rock formations offered plenty of places for creatures to hide, however, and I caught sight of more than one strange creature scurrying about between the rocks. We were almost halfway around the lake when Nanaya stopped and held up a hand. We all stopped as she sniffed at the air, and then she suddenly dropped to the stone.
"What you seeing?"
Wally asked. Nanaya turned to scowl at him and put a finger to her lips.
"Get down, you big oaf,"
Trinity hissed. Wally joined us on the ground, and a moment later, a sharp hiss issued in the distance.
"Shit,"
said Nanaya, as she scooted back to us on her knees and elbows.
"What is it?"
I asked.
"Hellhounds," she said.
"How many?" Tweak asked beside me.
"Like a dozen,"
Nanaya said with concern in her voice.
"And they're all level 20s.
You and I shouldn't have much problem handling them," I said.
"Without a healer,"
she said doubtfully.
These ugly bastards are as vicious as they come. What's the worst that can happen? I asked.
It's not like they can kill us. We're already dead.
There are worse things than death, said the succubus.
Give me something to fight with,
Tweak said desperately. Wally handed him one of the small clubs hanging from his belt.
Smash with this, monkey man.
Thanks, player, said Tweak as he tested the weight of the club. So what's the plan? Trinity asked. Her sword was in hand and her face was grim, and although she was level 0, I knew that she would try like hell. You guys should hang back, said Nanaya. No offense, but nerfed as you are, you'll only be a liability. To hell with that noise, said Trinity. She's right, I told the overzealous warrior. Let us handle this one.
Wally help,
said the big ogre. I know you will, Wally, but... Nanaya was interrupted by the howl of a hellhound. They were on our scent, and there would be no hiding from the beasts. I popped my head up and peered over the raised stone that I hid behind. 100 yards away, I saw the skinless hellhounds. Bile dripped from their tortured maws, and their eyes burned like green stars. Beside me, Nanaya suddenly began to shift into a new form, and I backed away slowly as the smoldering hot succubus morphed into a grizzly bear. She let out a growl that was not at all ladylike and charged over the stones toward the hellhounds. I sprang into action right behind her, conjuring a fireball and sending it spinning toward the group. My fireball exploded in the middle of the pack, sending 2 hellhounds spiraling off to the sides. One landed in the lake of fire and died with a tortured baying, and the other followed close behind. I followed with another fireball, and 3 more hellhounds were blasted to the sides. My fireball only stunned the beasts, as they were quite accustomed to fire, so I switched to arcane lightning and zapped the approaching pack as Nanaya lit into them with her wicked claws. In her grizzly bear form, Nanaya attracted most of the attention, so I stopped and picked off the hellhounds one at a time with my magic bolts. My mana was draining fast, however, and I was forced to stop for a moment and down a mana potion. By the time I was ready, 2 hellhounds diverted from Nanaya and headed straight at me. I braced myself on the rocky ground and calmly conjured arcane lightning. The sparking arcs of white-hot electricity hit the lead hellhound and arced out to zap the other, and I followed the spell with another magic bolt. The spell slammed right into the skinless snout of the lead hellhound, and the beast's head exploded in a satisfying burst of red gore. The second hellhound leapt over the destroyed body of the first, and I barely got off another shot before he slammed into me. My spell hit the beast in its exposed chest as it fell on me, and we rolled across the rocky terrain in a ball of flaming limbs and entrails. When we stopped, I found myself pinned beneath 70 pounds of dead dog and swiftly scrambled to my feet to rejoin the fray. Nanaya was fighting frantically to keep the other 8 hellhounds at bay, but she was losing the fight fast. 2 of the monsters clung to her thick hide, one attached to the right shoulder and the other hanging from her furry backside. Others darted in and tried to leap for her neck, but she batted them aside with paws the size of catcher's mitts. I hit the group with arcane lightning, knowing that it wouldn't affect Nanaya since she was my ally. The blast gave her the chance she needed to shed the unwanted hitchhikers. She grabbed one and snapped its neck, and then stomped down on another's skull as it convulsed on the ground from the effects of my arcane lightning. Nanaya smashed 2 hellhounds together, crushing both their skulls, and I dispatched another with a well-placed glowing bolt that separated its head from its neck. I reached Nanaya and unsheathed my short sword, using it to skewer the last hellhound clinging to her back. Nanaya's body began to shift again, and in 3 seconds, she went from a 9-foot grizzly back to a succubus. She took a knee, panting. "Are you all right?" I asked, noting the scratches and bite marks on her body. "I'll be fine," she said, reaching out a hand so that I could help her stand. She tapped on her interface a few times, and a second later, a healing potion was in her hand. "Nana!" Wally howled and came running. "I'm all right, Wally," she assured him. The gray ogre was all sorts of choked up, and it looked like he had been crying. "This one's a blubbering mess," said Trinity. "I thought maybe he would be useful."
But he's like a kid left at daycare who misses his mother.
Wally's special, said Nanaya.
You can say that again, said Trinity.
We've got more company,
said Tweak, pointing back the way we had come. The group was far away, but it was apparent that they were humanoid, and there were a lot of them.
It's a Morlock hunting party, said Nanaya with disgust. There'll be at least a dozen of them. Come on, we've got to get to the other side before they catch up to us.
We set out at a run toward the other side of the cavern over the uneven rocky surface. I started to be able to feel the heat again, and my interface confirmed that my scorched earth buff was wearing off. I cast it again on the ground ahead of us, and when we ran through the flames, the buff was renewed. I glanced back as we ran, and to my dismay, I realized that the Morlock hunting party was gaining on us.
At this pace, we're not going to be able to outrun them, I warned Nanaya.
She glanced back and cursed under her breath.
Then we're going to have to slow them down. Come on, Sam. Jump on my back. The rest of you, keep going.
Trinity, Tweak, and a blubbering Wally kept running around the lake, and I stopped to see what exactly Nanaya had in mind. Her body began to change, but not into a bear. Her small wings exploded from her back. Her neck elongated, and her skin morphed into shimmering scales. I watched with astonishment as she finished her transformation, and soon a small dragon was standing in front of me.
Holy shit,
I said, staring at the red dragon.
Get on,
her voice rumbled. I wasted no time and climbed up her back.
Hold on tight,
she warned mischievously. I settled in between two of her spikes and grabbed hold. Nanaya spread her big red wings and leapt into the air, beating them steadily as we began to climb.
They're impervious to fire like most things down here,
Nanaya told me as we sailed out over the lake of lava.
So use that lightning spell and the magic bolt on them instead.
Gotcha! I conjured arcane lightning and held it off until we were swooping down toward the group. They had seen us coming, and as we sailed overhead, they threw spears and shot arrows in our direction. Nanaya dodged them all, and I let loose my arcane lightning as she barrel-rolled out of range. I didn't get a chance to see the impact my spell had, as I clutched the horn in front of me and squeezed my legs to her dragon body, but I knew that it would at least slow them down.
Banking hard left,
Nanaya warned, and I held on for dear life. When we came back around, the Morlocks were ready for us. The spears and arrows must have been a ruse to get us to come in closer, because as we descended on the skull-faced monsters, spells erupted from their ranks.
"Watch out!"
I yelled, but it was too late. The spells streaked through the air like missiles, and one hit Nanaya in the right wing. The impact jerked us to the side, and Nanaya let out a tortured cry. Another spell streaked through the air right at me, and I instinctively conjured my fire shield. The spell slammed into my shield and was absorbed, but the impact jolted me to the side, and I lost hold of the horn. Nanaya tried to keep us aloft, but her wing was in tatters, and we began to spiral toward the hard, rocky ground. I squeezed my legs with all my might as I tried to reach one of Nanaya's horns, but the spiraling descent was too much to push against, and my legs suddenly slipped off her back as well. I fell, screaming, sure that I was going to die, but then I suddenly hit the ground with a blunt thud. The wind exploded from my lungs, and I lay there, unable to breathe. The fall turned out to only be 10 or so feet, but the impact still hurt like a bitch. Nanaya crashed to the ground a few dozen feet from me, and in the distance, I heard the victorious cheers of the Morlocks.
"Nanaya!"
I croaked, trying to catch my breath. I pulled myself up when I could finally breathe and shuffled over to her. It felt like I had broken my back, but my healing could wait. I pulled up my interface and took out a health potion as I reached Nanaya and coaxed her to drink it, but she was thrashing about in pain, and her mouth was just too big to risk trying to pour it in.
"You've got to shift back,"
I told her, and glanced over my shoulder at the approaching horde. She growled in response and continued to flail on the ground. For whatever reason, she couldn't change form, but if I didn't get the healing potion into her soon, she would be overwhelmed by Morlocks. Hoping that she wouldn't bite my head off,
I leapt onto her snout and grabbed a hold of a tooth. She seemed to understand what I was doing and didn't chomp me in half. I hurriedly pulled the cork out with my mouth and poured the contents of the healing potion down her throat. She groaned with pleasure and began to change form once more, and 3 seconds later I was laying on top of her on the rocky ground. I pulled Nanaya to her feet, and she wavered for a moment. "Can you fight?" I asked. Nanaya's eyes went to the approaching hunting party, which was now less than 200 yards away. "Doesn't look like I've got much choice. I can't shift right now." "Why not?" I asked. 10-minute cooldown, she replied. "Then we fight," I said determinedly. "It's no use," said Nanaya. "You saw how many casters they have with them." "I know, but they've split up. Half of them are continuing after the others. We can take 6 of them." "On a good day," she said, still trying to catch her breath. "Well then, let's hope this is such a day." "Are you always so optimistic?" she asked with a grin. I didn't answer. An idea had suddenly struck me, and I stared at the lake of lava, wondering. "What is it?" she asked. "My scorched earth buff makes us impervious to fire, so I was wondering—" "The lake? Are you out of your mind?" I shrugged. "Fire's fire, right? It stands to reason that the buff will keep us protected from the lava, unless the Morlocks can swim in it too." "They have a resistance to fire, but they wouldn't last in the lake." "Then it's our best bet," I said. "If we can make it to that island out there, then we can wait it out until you can shift again." "I don't know," she said, gauging the distance. "You got a better idea?" She shook her head and glanced back at our pursuers. "All right then," I said. "Let's go." I ran to the edge of the lava lake with Nanaya close behind. Spears clanged against the stone around us, and spells streaked by, and when I reached the edge of the lake, I didn't think twice. Had I done so, I'm not sure if I would have been able to jump. "Fuck!" I yelled as I ran across a natural shelf and dove off the end, straight into the bubbling lava. Chapter 13. I swam blindly through the molten lava, trying but failing to imagine that it was water. When I broke through the surface, I frantically searched for Nanaya. To my relief, I found her a few feet behind me, struggling to swim through the thick lava. Up on the ledge, the Morlocks shook their fists and threw spears and spells at us, but luckily their efforts failed. "Come on," I said, urging Nanaya to follow me out of range of the ugly bastards. Swimming through the lava was a son of a bitch, and by the time we reached the closest little island, we were both completely bushed. After dragging ourselves out of the lava and up onto the rocky beach, we laid there panting for at least 5 minutes. "Remind me never to do that again," Nanaya said. "Amen, sister," was all I could manage to utter. The Morlocks hadn't tried to pursue us across the lake, which was good for us, but bad for the rest of our friends. I sat up and peered across the lake of lava, but I couldn't see Tweak and the others. "How soon can you shift again?" I asked Nanaya as I helped her to her feet. She tapped on her interface and grinned. "About 2 minutes ago." "Great. Let's go find the others before they get into trouble." Nanaya shifted to her dragon form, and we flew out over the lake toward the far side of the cavern. The Morlocks were still racing across the cavern, but we had slowed them down enough for our friends to get away. We found them waiting for us at the mouth of a tunnel in the back of the cavern and swiftly landed. "Sam!" Trinity yelled and rushed over to me to give me a hug. "We thought you were dead. Why the hell would you jump in a lake of lava?" "We had no choice," I said, glancing back at the Morlocks who were fast approaching. "Come on, let's get moving." We raced to the tunnel and hurried inside with the creatures hot on our heels. The tunnel was small enough that Wally had to bend to avoid hitting his head on the ceiling, and it was about an arm's length wide. I thought that maybe we could block it up with something, but Nanaya informed us that it wouldn't be necessary. "There's a chute up ahead that the Morlocks are afraid to enter," said Nanaya as she urged us onward. The sounds of our demonic pursuers began to fill the tunnel, when Nanaya stopped and turned to the right to peer into a glowing alcove dug out of the wall. "This is it." Nanaya climbed up into the alcove and swung her feet around into a hole. "Come on, Wally. Let's go for a fun ride." "Fun ride?"
he said, perking up. Make sure that he gets in, Nanaya told me before slipping into the chute. Nan! Wally cried, and there was no need for me to coax him to follow her. A second after she disappeared, he leapt head first into the alcove. Ladies first, I told Trinity, and she too slipped into the chute. Next went Tweak, and I followed close behind. When I slipped into the chute, I expected to encounter a steep but manageable grade. Instead, I found myself falling. Wally and Tweak were screaming in the darkness, and Trinity was cursing Nanaya. I flapped my arms instinctively, thinking that any moment I would suddenly slam into the floor, but the others kept on screaming, and after a few seconds, I heard them hit water. I held my breath not a moment too soon, and slammed into the water at an odd angle. Pain shot through my shoulder and legs, and I resisted the urge to cry out as I sank deep. As soon as I stopped sinking, I began swimming for the surface. It seemed like forever, but I finally surfaced and greedily gulped the air. Luminous, I heard Nanaya say in the darkness, and a moment later, the water began to glow. The light originated from a pendant around her neck, and it cast enough light for me to see that we were slowly floating down an underground river. You asshole, Trinity yelled to Nanaya. You could have warned us. What fun would that be? Nanaya called back. She was farthest downriver, but we were all in a pretty tight group about 10 feet apart. Any other surprises we should be aware of? I called to Nanaya. Yeah, this river will soon narrow, and it is going to start moving very, very fast, said the succubus. Oh, and there might be a few waterfalls. Waterfalls? Trinity yelled. Waterfall, 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 Wally sang. As we had been warned, the river narrowed into a fast-flowing channel. The ceiling became lower, and we shot through the chute at breakneck speeds as it became narrower and narrower, and my legs slammed into Wally's shoulders, and I came to a sudden stop. The water quickly began to ride over my shoulders, pushing me down and filling the narrow tunnel. Wally, you're plugging up the whole tunnel, I yelled, as I fought to stay above water, but it was pressing me against Wally with crushing force. Wally's stuck, he said, wiggling about and whimpering. I can see that, I yelled, before swallowing about a gallon of water. I frantically kicked at Wally's shoulders and bulbous head, trying to dislodge him from the bottleneck, but the water was already over his head, and it was quickly filling the tube. I imagined that the other side of the tube was dry, but for the occasional spurt created by Wally's wriggling. The water rose above my chin as I pressed myself against the ceiling. I was pinned to Wally's head by the power of the surging river, and I realized that I was going to drown. I took a big breath of air as the tube filled with water. The pressure lessened, and I managed to bring my hands in front of me. I had always been good at holding my breath, so I stayed calm and began moving through the gestures needed to produce a fireball. Wally's eyes widened under the water when he saw my fireball begin to grow, and bubbles erupted from his mouth when he tried to scream. I didn't want to hurt him, but if I didn't try something, we were both going to die anyway. Sorry, Wally, I said underwater. Then I released my fireball in his direction. The blast pushed me back through the water like I had been shot out of a cannon, but it didn't dislodge Wally. I was quickly running out of air, and the blast had left me feeling disoriented, but I fought through the fog and unleashed another desperate fireball in Wally's direction. The explosion flashed, and the sound rumbled through the water. Then I heard a loud sucking sound, and was suddenly flushed down the chute like a turd in a toilet bowl. I rolled and twisted and bounced off the tunnel walls as the water surged through the tube. My head was still below water, however, and I knew that I had only seconds before I blacked out. If the tunnel didn't open soon, I knew that I'd be a goner. With one last-ditch effort, I released a fireball against the current, and the explosion shot me through the water and right into Wally, who had once again become stuck. The force of our impact loosened him, and we shot out of the tunnel into open air like an exploding champagne cork. I took in a shocked breath of air as we fell with the crimson waterfall, and once again we were plunged into a raging river.
I saw the light from Nanaya's pendant in the distance as I bobbed on the surface and started swimming with the current. "Come on, Wally! Swim!" I urged the big lug. He spluttered and spat, flailing his arms desperately. I tried to help him stay above water, but the dude was just too big to maneuver without drowning myself. The river began to increase in speed again, and soon we were shooting through another tube. This time, however, Wally didn't get stuck, and we went over yet another waterfall. When I came up for air, I found myself floating in a placid lake of warm water. The cavern that the lake sat in was littered with red, glowing crystals, and I could see Nanaya's light on the distant shore. "This way, Wally," I said, grabbing his jerkin and pulling him in the right direction. We made it to the shore and collapsed onto the smooth stone. When the rest of the group ran over to us, Wally started crying and rushed over to Nanaya.
"Your mage friend shoot Wally in the head," he complained.
It was then that I noticed the scorch marks on his bulbous head. He was stuck in the tunnel and would have drowned, I told the succubus.
"You'll be fine, Wally," she told him. "That was a hell of a water slide," said a grinning tweak as he shook out his dreadlocks.
"Trust me, it was the fastest and safest way through," said Nanaya.
"Now what?"
Trinity asked as she wrung out her long blonde locks. "Now we go through that gate." Nanaya pointed behind us at the distant black gates built into the smooth walls. "Beyond are the pits of anguish and your friend Kit."
"Great,"
I said, pulling myself up. "Then let's get going. I can't imagine what Kit's going through down there."
"I can,"
Trinity said softly. We set out toward the gates, watching the shadows closely. The crimson crystals hummed and pulsed with light, and I could see large bats clung to the high ceiling, but nothing tried to hinder us. Nanaya stopped in front of the gates and turned to address us. "All right, it's time for the prisoner act again. I'm going to shift into a shadow wraith and then lead you through the doors. Just like before, don't speak unless spoken to, and do not look anyone in the eye. Sam, if shit hits the fan, you'll do best with your arcane lightning and magic bolt. Fire is pretty much useless down here." "Gotcha," I said, mentally preparing myself for the danger to come. Nanaya loosely fitted us with ropes and then backed up from us and closed her eyes. Her body began to change then. First her legs, then her torso, upper body, arms, and head. By the time she was done, Wally was sobbing and backing away from her. Nanaya was unrecognizable. Gone was her smooth red skin and long hair, and in its place was a ragged, cloaked creature that reminded me of a ring wraith from the Lord of the Rings.
"It's okay, Wally,"
she said in a haunting, ethereal voice.
"Nana?"
"Yeah, it's her," I told the cowardly ogre.
"Why are we bringing this blubbering mess along again?"
Trinity asked with disdain.
"Because I'm his guardian," said Nanaya.
"He's a friggin' NPC. You can't be serious."
"NPCs have feelings too,"
Nanaya rebuked.
"Holy shit,"
Trinity droned and shook her head. "Come on, let's get this shit over with," I urged the group.
"You all ready?"
Nanaya asked.
"No,"
Wally pouted.
"Ready and willing, baby,"
Tweak replied. Nanaya turned and knocked on the big black gates, which sounded like a hollow gong. The gates creaked open slowly, and 2 shadow wraiths came into view, floating on the other side of the doors.
"What is your business here?"
one of them hissed.
"Selling slaves,"
said Nanaya, just as creepily. The faceless creature turned our way, and I felt a cold darkness wash over me as I quivered beneath their eyeless gaze.
"Carry on,"
said one of the shadow wraiths, and Nanaya gave our ropes a tug. Our little chain gang shuffled down the black corridor behind the floating Nanaya. I was first, followed by Trinity, Wally, and Tweak. The corridor opened into a large cavern, and inside was an elaborate mining operation. The hole in the center of the cavern was at least a half a mile wide, with a spiraling road around the edges that led into darkness. All along the many rings of the massive hole, slaves could be seen wallowing away, spurned on by the hissing shadow wraiths. It appeared that the slaves were mining gems and coal, for wagon after wagon of the black stuff and shimmering gems moved up around the spiral. I scanned the slaves on the first few rings, but there was no way to tell them apart due to the black soot that covered them all.
How the hell are we supposed to find Kit down here?
I asked, overwhelmed by the size and scope of the pits of despair.
I'll handle it,
Nanaya hissed, and her eyes reminded me to shut up. She led us over to a large fire troll who seemed fully absorbed with his table full of scrolls. "Ah," he said, looking up. "More workers for the pits. Excellent."
"I am interested in a trade,"
said Nanaya. "Trade?" The troll stroked his chin, and he looked us all over closely.
"She's a furry named Kit,"
said Nanaya.
"She was brought here recently."
"We may have her here," said the troll suspiciously. "Who do you wish to trade for her, and why?"
"These 4,"
said Nanaya.
"And why is none of your business?"
The troll scoffed and grinned. "You think she is worth 4 slaves?"
"These slaves are useless to me. Kit is not. Do you possess her or not?"
The fire troll looked us over again, and at length he shook his head. "She is on the 7th ring. Hand over the slaves, and I will send for her."
"No, bring her to me. Then you get your payment."
He grinned again and nodded. "As you wish, Shadow Wraith." The fire troll motioned one of his lackeys over and instructed him to locate Kit. We waited in silence for at least 15 minutes, and I wondered what the hell Nanaya's plan was. When the guard finally returned with the soot-covered Kit in tow, my heart nearly leapt out of my chest.
"Sam!"
Kit yelled with delight and began to run toward me. The fire troll that held her chains yanked her back hard, and she slammed onto the ground beside him. He kicked her in the stomach with his big boot, sending her spinning across the ground. "Hey!" I yelled. "Leave her alone!" Every fire troll, slave, and shadow wraith nearby stopped in their tracks and turned to regard me. Please?" I said.
"Silence, slave!"
Nanaya screamed, and Wally burst out in tears. "All right, you've got your precious little pussy," said the fire troll as he scribbled in his scroll and glanced up at us. "Now hand over the slaves." Nanaya floated over to Kit, who looked from the disguised succubus to me with wonderment and fear. The fire troll guarding Kit handed Nanaya the reins when his boss nodded at him, and I waited for Nanaya to make her move. She took hold of Kit's chains with her black-gloved hands and dragged the cat lady over to our group. "The slaves," said the fire troll.
"Can you heal us?"
Nanaya whispered to Kit. Kit glanced at me in confusion, and I nodded.
"Yes,"
said Kit. Nanaya suddenly produced a long black scythe from out of nowhere and chopped off the fire troll's head. I pulled Kit behind me, produced a magic bolt, and unleashed it in the face of the closest guard. Pandemonium broke out when the slaves saw us revolting, and the shadow wraiths were soon scrambling to squash the revolution.
"Run!"
Nanaya screamed at us as she fought off the fire trolls. I hit the trolls with arcane lightning, as Kit screamed defiantly and blasted them with magic of her own.
"None!"
Wally cried, and crashed into a fire troll bearing down on the succubus's back. The two went rolling over the side of the mine, and Nanaya pushed me toward the black gates.
"Get them out of here. I'll be right behind you."
"Come on!" I yelled to Tweak, Trinity, and Kit. We ran toward the gates, and were met by 2 hovering shadow wraiths. I blasted one with a magic bolt that took him by surprise. They didn't expect me and Kit to have use of our magic, and we used the element of surprise to blast the other shadow wraith to the side as well. Tweak was the first one through the gates, and Trinity followed close behind. I urged Kit on, and hit our pursuers with arcane lightning again. They had casters among them as well, however, and one of them hit me with a green glowing spell that left me panting on the floor and holding my smoldering chest. Warning, 25% health remaining. Trinity dragged me up from the floor, and I let out a groan when I saw that dozens of fire trolls and shadow wraiths were fast approaching the gates. "Get up, Sam!" Trinity urged me and lifted me to my feet. Together, we raced after Kid and Tweak, who were hightailing it to the underground lake.
"We're not going to make it,"
said Kit, glancing behind her. I downed a healing potion and nearly shit myself when I found our pursuers no more than 50 feet away. "I'll slow them down," I said, and stopped to face the horde. I began shooting magic bolts into the crowd and lit them up with lightning, but they kept on coming. Trinity suddenly appeared to my left, and Kit came to stand to my right. "What the hell are you all doing?" I asked, seeing Tweak had come to help as well. "We're a guild," said Trinity, "and guildmates stick together." The horde continued to close the distance, as Kit and I bombarded them with everything we had. We took out a few, but our mana was soon drained, and the horde fell upon us. I screamed defiantly and unsheathed my short sword, but to my amazement, the group was suddenly covered in ice and frozen solid before my eyes. The cry of a terrible beast followed the mysterious freeze, and I looked up to see an ice-blue dragon fly overhead. On its back sat a grinning Wally. I thanked my lucky stars for Nanaya, and then followed her across the chamber toward the lake. Chapter 14. "Now what?" said Trinity, as Nanaya landed beside us. We stood on the banks of the underground lake, and I scanned the surroundings for a way out. We had fallen from a waterfall spilling out of the high ceiling, but we couldn't go back that way, and there seemed to be no other way out besides the pits of anguish.
"Wally want to fly!"
the ogre cried cheerfully, but Nanaya craned her neck to look at him and shook her head. "All done," she said, and Wally sulkily climbed off her back. Once she was relieved of her burden, Nanaya changed back to her succubus form and gave a theatrical bow. "And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you break someone out of the pits of anguish." Kit surprised Nanaya with a big hug and purred,
"Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for saving me from that terrible place."
"You're welcome," said the succubus, looking a little awkward as the overzealous cat lady clung to her. "How the hell did we get out of here?" Trinity was glancing back toward the pits with worry etched across her face.
"With a little help from a friend,"
said Nanaya. She tapped on a ruby ring on her right hand and gestured for us all to gather around. "Everyone hold hands, quick!" The sound of another angry mob caught my attention, and I glanced back toward the pits to find dozens of demonic minions charging toward us. Nanaya grabbed my hand, and I, in turn, took Kit's. Once we were all connected, the grinning succubus spoke a spell word. I felt a tingling sensation in my core, and then a flash of light left me momentarily blinded. "What the hell? I can't see!" Trinity complained. My vision returned, and I realized that we were back in the wonderful city of Baal's Wart.
"You'll be fine,"
Nanaya told Trinity.
"We're back in the city, so try and be a good slave."
Nanaya started tying our wrists, and Kit looked to me with concern.
"What's going on?"
"It's all right, Kit," I assured her. "Just play along." Once we were all tied up, Nanaya led us through the city and back to Brickturt's place. We were all tired, so the succubus secured a penthouse for us in the back of the building that had a couple bedrooms and a large main room.
"Make yourselves at home,"
Nanaya told us as she led a groggy-looking Wally to the door.
"I've got to read Wally a bedtime story, and I'll be right back." "I'm running a bath," said Kit with disgust as she looked down at her soot-covered body. "They have bathtubs in hell?" I said half-jokingly. "This one does," said Trinity, poking her head into the bathroom. "And it looks like it can fit about 6 people." She arched a mischievous eyebrow my way and began to disrobe. "I could use a good soaking," I said, noting that Tweak had crashed out on the couch in the main room. The bathing room was huge, with a big steaming hot tub carved out of stone at the center.
Kit lowered her naked body into the steaming water and let out an alluring groan. I quickly undressed and followed Trinity into the water, which turned out to be nearly scalding. It took a little while to get used to the heat, but soon we were all basking in the warmth.
"I'm so glad you found me,"
said Kit as she snuggled up under my left arm. "We're going to find the others. Don't you worry," I told her.
"I was wondering,"
said Trinity as she snuggled up under my right arm,
"does your special ability work down here?"
"I don't know," I said with a grin, "but there's one way to find out." Trinity grinned and kissed me, and her hand wrapped around my erection. I felt another hand wrap around my shaft, and Kit purred and licked my neck.
"Well, what do we have here?"
Nanaya asked from the doorway. "Sorry, honey," said Trinity.
"Private party. Guildmates only."
"Is that so?" the succubus asked. I shrugged. "There's always room for more."
"You should join our guild,"
said Kit, enthusiastically stroking me beneath the water. Trinity rolled her eyes and glanced at me. "What? We could always use more help, and Nanaya helped free you both. Let's not forget that."
"Whatever,"
said Trinity as she moved around in front of me. "I call first dibs." She lowered herself onto my shaft in a reverse cowgirl position and let out a moan. Nanaya looked like she was getting pretty turned on, and she slowly began to undress. I explored Nanaya's succulent body with my eyes as Trinity rode me, and Kit nibbled on my earlobe. The succubus had amazing breasts with big red nipples. When she tossed her bottoms aside, I noticed that her pubic hair had been shaved to create a devil horn pattern. Trinity came quickly, and when she climbed off and sat back in the steaming water, Kit took her place. Nanaya lowered herself into the pool and disappeared beneath the steaming water, and a few seconds later I felt a warm tongue on my balls. It took all I could do not to explode as Kit clung to me, frantically gyrating her hips, and beneath the water, Nanaya took both of my nuts into her mouth. Kit clung to me as she climaxed, and Nanaya finally came up for air. The succubus sat on the edge of the pool across from a lounging Trinity and opened her legs wide. When Kit climbed off me, I eagerly moved across the pool and dined on Nanaya's succulent pink fruit. I nearly brought her to climax with my tongue, and as she came, she beat her wings and floated up into the air. She had a handful of my hair, so I was forced to stand as she rose toward the ceiling. I lowered the floating succubus onto my shaft and was pleasantly surprised by how warm her velvety folds felt as they clung to my throbbing manhood. Her body temperature must have been over 100, and her tight, burning pussy sent me over the top quickly. "Congratulations, you've reached level 24.
"Holy shit!"
Nanaya screamed with a look of delight.
"I just leveled. Sammy's got the magic stick,"
Kit purred. "What about you?" I asked Trinity. "Did you level?"
"Yeah,"
she scoffed.
"Now I'm a level 1.
Whoopee. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess.
Can't you just level with her all day until she's back to normal?"
Nanaya asked. "Nope," I said, shaking my head. 12-hour cooldown.
"Oh, I forgot about that. What a bummer,"
said the succubus. "Tell me about it." I emerged from the pool feeling pretty hungry, so the girls and I joined Tweak in the small dining area to munch on a fruit, bread, and cheese platter.
"You know,"
said Tweak as he popped grapes into his mouth and leaned back in his chair,
"I could get used to this. Maybe the underworld ain't so bad after all."
"Oh, for most people it is," said Nanaya. "I've just got sick connections, that's all."
"Then why do you want out?"
Trinity asked, being her suspicious self. "Are you kidding?" the succubus scoffed. "This place sucks a big one. I only got like a week topside before I was dragged down here. Then how are you a level 33? 34 now, thanks to Sammy." "Whatever." Trinity rolled her eyes when Nanaya stroked my arm. "I can level down here," Nanaya clarified. "It was part of the deal."
"With who?"
Trinity pressed.
"None of your business." "I think it's my business. We've put a lot of trust in you, and I don't want any surprises or jealous ex-boyfriends coming after us because you're helping."
Been there, done that, and it sucked. Nanaya looked to me for some sort of protection, but I wanted to hear more of the story as well, so I shrugged. Fine, said the succubus, but I already told Sam most of the story. She told Trinity and Kit about the demon that she had summoned, and how she hadn't been able to control it. Kit giggled when Nanaya told them how she had cut off the demon's balls and fed him to a lava monster, but Trinity still had questions. So this deal of yours, you agreed to become a succubus in exchange for the ability to level down here? Exactly, said Nanaya. Why would you agree to that? Don't all the succubi down here torture people like all the time? Yeah, but I only torture those who like it. And it's not really torture. More like freaky sexual shit like your friend Tweak there is into. Tweak blushed a deeper shade of purple and froze halfway into biting an apple. What? You think I enjoyed what happened to me? You were in a realm in which your deepest, darkest fantasies... You're crazy, he said, and went back to eating. We all shared a laugh, and the conversation soon turned to Anna, Ember, and Cecilia. How are we going to find them? Kit asked, with concern so deep her eyes watered. I rubbed her shoulder to console her. We'll find them the same way we found you, with Nanaya's help. The succubus glanced our way fleetingly. What? I asked. I'm pretty much strapped for favors that I can call in, she confessed. Then we'll get the information the old-fashioned way, said Trinity, as she cracked her knuckles. Who we need to knock around? Tweak asked Nanaya. What I'm saying is that I'll have to ask around, and it might take some time. What are you thinking? I asked, sensing that she had an alternative that she didn't want to mention. Well, she said, shifting nervously in her chair, I could summon a demonic minion. Oh, hell no, said Tweak. You're here because of a demon, Trinity added skeptically, and now you want to summon another? I'm a lot better at it now, trust me, said Nanaya. And I don't mean a full-blown demon, just an imp. It must still be dangerous, I offered. She shrugged. The worst that can happen is my soul gets devoured, but I highly doubt it. All we've got to do is get a hold of what imps crave the most. Which is, said Trinity, pizza, of course. Pizza? Said Tweak through a mouthful of mango. Yup, said Nanaya happily. The little fuckers go crazy for the stuff. I couldn't help but laugh at the thought of an imp greedily stuffing his face with pizza while offering up juicy information. All right, great, I said. But how do we get a hold of pizza? Nanaya pursed her lips and glanced at Tweak with a sympathetic smile. What? Said the purple ape. The other succubus that I get the food from. She likes to, dominate. No fucking way, he said, waving his hands. Oh, come on, said Trinity. The secret's out, dude. And guess what? We don't give a shit about what you're into. Hell, we have giant orgies with Loverboy here. Who are we to judge? He frowned at us all, obviously feeling a responsibility to help. You sure this bitch can get what we need? Nanaya nodded. Fuck me, said Tweak. I can't believe y'all want to pimp me out for pizza. It's not just pizza, I said, trying but failing to hide my mirth. We're doing it to free Anna, Ember, and Cecilia. They were all blessed as I was, and once the guild is back together, we can take out Kincaid once and for all. Yeah, this seems pretty familiar, said Tweak. And if memory serves me right, you got all the credit for saving Rebirth Online because of what I did. You were paid, I reminded him. And quite handsomely, I might add. Yeah, well, I'm gonna get paid this time, too. And big time, baby. Whatever you want, I said. Oh, really? How's a cool 100,000 in gold sound? You greedy asshole, said Kit, surprising all of us. Listen, babe, Tweak started, but Kit abruptly cut him off. No, you listen. Cecilia's your friend. Anna's your friend. Ember's your friend. And you want to get paid to help them? Shame on you. We died to free you from the underworld. And now you want us to pay you to help free the others? Tweak bowed his head beneath the weight of the fierce little furry's accusations. You're right, he said softly. I'm sorry. Sam, forget about paying me. I don't know why I said that. It's just this place. It's all good, bro, I told him. And listen, if I could take your place, I would, but Nanaya said the succubus would like you better. Don't worry about it, he told me with a sigh, then turned to Nanaya. All right then, let's get this shit over with. Chapter 15. Nanaya brought Tweak to the succubus in question, and Trinity, Kit, and I retired to the bedroom for a much-needed nap. We woke up about 4 hours later and found Tweak and Nanaya in the living room. She looked to be consoling him, and I held my laughter when I saw him sitting on a thick cushion. Not a fucking word, he groaned when Trinity peeked at him over my shoulder and snickered. Oh, you poor beautiful ape, said Kit. She pushed past me and moved to his side. Tweak loosened up a little and basked in the attention. It wasn't easy, man, but I got the damn pizza, he said dramatically. Thanks, Tweak, I said with all sincerity. We really owe you one. Nah, he said as Kit purred and snuggled up to him. We're friends, and that's what friends do. Amen, brother, said Nanaya. She went to the kitchen and came back with 2 boxes of pizza. Okay, just give me a few minutes and I'll be ready. A few minutes later, she moved the lava stone coffee table and throw rug depicting a demonic orgy and drew a large pentagram in chalk on the black stone floor. She then lit 5 black candles and placed one on each of the points on the star-shaped symbol. We all watched her with intrigue as she set up her summoning spell, and when she was done, she stood back and inspected her work. Okay, she said, tapping her chin. Now all I need is the bait. Trinity passed her the steaming piece of pizza that she had been eyeballing, and Nanaya carefully placed it in the center of the pentagram. She then instructed us all to take a few steps back, let out a slow sigh, and closed her eyes. A string of words issued from her in a language I had never heard, and the pentagram began to glow. The cry of a demonic-sounding little creature suddenly issued from the glowing symbol, and a short, thin silhouette appeared.
Pizza!
Cried the creature, and the imp finally solidified in the middle of the pentagram. He grabbed the slice and tossed it into his too big mouth. I watched in amazement as the imp chewed twice, then swallowed the entire slice.
I want more!
He screamed at Nanaya. The imp wore a ragged kind of kilt that could have once been a potato sack. His skin was a deep green with black and brown stripes, and his bulbous head sat on a body that looked a size or two too small. In all, he was about 3 feet tall, with skinny arms and legs and a little pot-belly. His long hooked nose was thin and pointy, but his nostrils were huge. Big eyes with fiery red irises glared at us all, and the small patch of green hair on his head bobbed back and forth as he pitched a fit for more pizza.
Frigg want more pizza!
He demanded over and over in a creepy little chant. Shut the fuck up, Trinity yelled, rubbing her temples. Nanaya shot her a glance that told her to heed her own advice, and then turned her glare on the little imp. I will give you more, but first you must give me something.
How about 2 inches of underworld sausage?
Said Frigg. Trinity chuckled, and I bit my cheek to keep from laughing. Help me find my friends, and I will give you more pizza than you can handle, said Nanaya.
Ooh, I can handle a lot. How about you, skank?
Fine, Nanaya screamed, and it even made me jump a bit. Have it your way. I'll just summon one of your friends, and then they'll get all the pizza.
No!
Frigg screamed, and his demonic eyes watered like a scared child's. Pathetic, said Trinity, shaking her head. Then give me what I want, Nanaya pressed.
Fine. Tell me the names of your whore friends and I'll see what I can do,
said Frigg. Nanaya nodded at me. They are Anna, Ember, and Cecilia. Anna is an elf priestess. Ember is a drow assassin, and Cecilia is a fox furry druid, I told the imp. He glanced at the 2 boxes of pizza, and his little fingers twitched at his sides.
Maybe Frigg can get a slice for the road?
He asked, literally drooling. Not a bite until I get what I want, said Nanaya. Frigg stomped his feet and turned around, clenching his little fists and swearing.
Lava-eating, demon-blowing, scum-guzzling slut!
Excuse me? Nanaya demanded.
Oh,
said Frigg, kneading his hands and turning to face her blushingly.
oh, not you, princess. I would never speak to you in such a way.
Just hurry the hell up, Trinity demanded. You want to rein in your pit bull? Nanaya said to me, and I motioned Trinity into the other room. I followed her and closed the door behind me before facing the haughty warrior. What the hell's going on with you? I asked. She crossed her arms, looking bored. I'm just tired of screwing around down here. Look, I said softly. I know that you're... Don't sweet-talk me, Sam. I don't need your pity or your consolation. Yeah, you're as tough as nails, I said sarcastically. Cut the shit, babe. It's me. She took in a long breath and let it out forcefully. I watched and waited, even when her eyes teared up. She wiped at them angrily. It's this fucking place. I'm sick of it, and I'm worried sick about the others. Anything could be happening to them right now. I'm scared for them too, Trin. I hugged her, and she didn't try to resist. When I wrapped my arms around her, she broke down, but it only lasted a few seconds before she backed up and wiped her eyes. I kissed her, and she melted once more into my arms. The kiss became frantic, and before I knew what was happening, she was trying to fish her way into my pants. Sorry, babe, I said after forcing myself to pull back. The cool down. Oh, shit, she said with a laugh. Jesus, I'm such a wreck. You've been through a lot, I said, and smiled, adding, even for a badass warrior bitch. We shared a laugh and held each other until Tweak finally interrupted us. The little asshole is back, he said, peeking into the bedroom cautiously. We all hurried back into the main room and gathered around the pentagram once more. Frigg was there munching on a piece of pizza with a hint more restraint, and Nanaya stood cross-armed in front of him, tapping a foot. Well, she said annoyedly.
The little skank drow Ember is in Drakmagula's castle. Have fun with that one, ha!
Said the imp. Hey! Kit screamed, and the hair shot straight up on her back. If you disrespect one of my friends one more time, I swear that I'll make you my bitch for the rest of your natural-born life. I'll cut off your arms so that you can never hold a pizza again. I'll cut off your tongue so that you'll never taste the greasy scrap that I give you once a year to quench your pain. I'll cut off your fucking...
Whoa, killer!
Tweak sang. He had gotten into a bottle of something called Baal's Hellfire and was rosy-cheeked and squint-eyed. What about Anna and Cecilia? Nanaya pressed.
Pizza first, answers later,
the imp demanded. Nanaya tossed Frigg another piece of pizza and waited as he gobbled it down. Grease ran down his reptilian skin and pepperoni stuck in his teeth, making him look even more crude.
The furry
Frigg began, and then glanced nervously at a scowling Kit.
I mean, the nice furry fox lady is a prisoner of Drakmagula as well.
You better not be bullshitting me, Nanaya warned.
Oh no, never ever would I do that,
he said sincerely. But then he began to twitch and stutter and hissed under his breath.
Stupid succubus knob gobbler.
Hey, Kit yelled.
I said that they were both with Drakmagula, and they are, or my name isn't Pizza, said Frigg.
Your name isn't Pizza, Tweak reminded him with a laugh.
Frigg means pizza, you big oaf.
And Anna, said Nanaya, trying to keep him on track. The imp stared at the remaining pizza and licked his lips.
Give me the rest of that pie, or I'm not saying another word.
A slice and not a crumb more. Nanaya tossed him another, which he gobbled down eagerly. He moaned and groaned and rubbed the grease all over his body. So gross, said Kit.
Don't fight it, baby,
Frigg jeered.
You know you want some of this.
Where's Anna? I demanded. Frigg offered me a withering glance and mumbled,
Cockblocker?
I think we should try another way, said Trinity, as she slowly unsheathed her sword. Frigg's eyes went wide.
No, wait, I'll tell you. I spoke with a soul reaver who knows where the elf floozy was taken. But I want the rest of the pie first.
You get it after you tell me, Nanaya promised. "It's either that, or I let Trinity here beat it out of you." Frigg snarled and reached for the pizza, but he slammed into an invisible force shield instead. The barrier shocked him with electricity, and he was knocked back on his ass. "What's it going to be?" I said.
"Fine, you fetid frog fuckers! The elf was taken as a personal slave by—"
Frigg glanced around worriedly.
"You know who."
"Who?" said Tweak. "Do you mean Kit began, but I cut her off, not wanting her to give him the name. "What is his name?" I asked.
"The big guy, the head honcho, the bad boss man,"
Frigg offered with frustration.
"Do I have to spell it out for you?"
"Why won't you say the name?" He rolled his eyes at me and eyeballed the pizza.
"Only an idiot would speak his name, and Frigg is no idiot."
"I think we've heard enough." Nanaya glanced at me, and I nodded. She tossed the rest of the pizza to Frigg, who caught it and tore into the food like a rabid dog. The entire pizza was gone in 5 seconds, at which point Frigg began eating the grease-soaked cardboard. "We've got to talk," I told the others.
"You got what you wanted,"
said Frigg.
"Now let me go."
"Not until we confirm that your information is true," said Nanaya. "Until then, you will remain my prisoner."
"Not fair!"
the imp screamed. I gestured for the others to follow me into the bedroom, and then shut the door behind us. "This is bad," I said, and began pacing.
"Do you really think Kincaid has her?"
Kit asked, biting her claws. "I don't believe a thing that comes out of that little creep's mouth," said Trinity.
"Let's just take this one step at a time,"
Nanaya suggested.
"First, we find out if what he said about Drak Magula is true or not. If she's got Cecilia and Ember, then chances are Frigg was telling the truth about Kincaid as well." "It makes sense that Kincaid would have her," said Kit. "He's like obsessed with her."
"But this isn't Arthur Gaines we're dealing with," Trinity reminded her.
"Yeah," said Tweak. "This is like Kincaid 2.0.
"It sure fits his M.O., I said. "And it might as well be Arthur Gaines that we're dealing with. Kincaid is like an echo or a digital ghost of the man, but I don't think that he'll hurt her."
"I hope you're right,"
Kit said nervously. "Anna's a tough cookie," said Trinity with a smile. "She'll be all right." "All right," I said, looking to Nanaya for guidance. "What do we have to do?"
"To find out if Drak Magula has Cecilia and Ember? Well, there's only one way to know for sure. We sneak into her castle."
Chapter 16. We emerged from Brickturt's place an hour later and followed Nanaya through the city streets. She had informed us that not only was the castle heavily fortified with demonic gargoyles, but it was also in the 3rd level of the underworld. Nanaya told us that the levels were easy enough to move between, but a person would have to be insane to even want to. Level 1 was bad enough, and Nanaya said that they got progressively worse as you moved up toward the worst of them all, level 7.
"This way,"
said Nanaya, as she slipped into a black building with a skeleton hanging above the door.
"God, it smells like rotten ass in here,"
said Tweak.
"Quiet. I'll do the talking,"
said Nanaya, as she led us through a curtain beaded with eyeballs and into a dark room. The walls were black and rough to the touch, while the ceiling was dark red and as smooth as glass. At the center of the room, an old hag sat at a small table and was bent over a churning crystal ball.
"Nanaya,"
the old woman croaked, though she hadn't looked up at us at all.
"it has been a long time since you strode through my doors."
"Hello, Helgara."
"Your friends, why are they tied up?"
the old woman asked.
"How did she know we were your friends?"
Kid asked, mystified.
"She's some sort of witch doctor, obviously,"
said Trinity. Helgara finally glanced up at us all with a grin.
"You are all very brave to want to try and sneak into Castle Magula."
"How did she know that, too?"
Kit demanded.
"I mean, it's not like NPCs can really divine the future."
"What did you say, young kitty?"
said Helgara.
"She meant nothing by it,"
Nanaya assured the old woman.
"You know why I am here. Does that mean that I can assume that you have prepared the portal?" "Of course," said the hag. "And you know it will cost you."
Nanaya nodded, then withdrew a sack from her interface and handed it to the old woman. After checking the contents, Helgara nodded and tied it up tight. She fished something out of a bag sitting on the floor beside her and reverently handed it to Nanaya.
"It will work only twice. Once to get there, once to get back."
"Thank you, Helgara," said Nanaya as she accepted the small bundle.
"You are quite welcome. Its activation word is the name for a horse with one straight horn."
Nanaya opened the bundle, and inside was a single golden key. She called us all over to her, and we gathered close, creating a circle. "Ready?" she asked us all, and when no one complained that they weren't, she spoke the spell word. "Unicorn!" A door appeared before us, and Nanaya inserted the key into the glowing keyhole. It swung open smoothly, but there was only darkness beyond. Kit squeezed my hand tight as we followed Nanaya through the door, and when the last of us was through, it slammed closed and fizzled out of existence. "Holy shit," I said as I took in the view. We had emerged near the base of a mountain, and high atop its peak was a large black castle with long, ominous spires. The mountain was barren but for similar spires jutting out of it like the needles of a pincushion, and a blue glow issued from the deep cracks in the stone. We may have still been in a cavern, but I couldn't be sure given the ominous storm clouds hanging above the castle. The land beyond the mountain was a wasteland of steaming fissures and broken spires. Bulbous blue creatures roamed the land, slinking along like slugs. They had 2 long, bony arms protruding from their layers of fat rolls, and nondescript heads with a dozen black eyes, darting searchingly about for their next meal. NPC characters and real-world players alike frantically ran from the fat worms, but they didn't make it far once they had been spotted. The slugs were as large as semi-trucks, and their arms stretched out like metal cranes to pluck the unfortunate players as they scurried away. I watched, horrified, as one of the slugs snatched up a player and dropped the screaming man into its toothless maw. My horror multiplied when a minute later the same man came sliding out of the creature's ass. It looked like acid had eaten the man's clothes and skin, and he ran screaming from the creature, only to be grabbed up once again and plopped into the slug's mouth.
"That's just nasty,"
said Tweak, as we watched the poor bastard being eaten and then shit out repeatedly. "Let's get moving before we catch the attention of one of those slimy fuckers," said Nanaya. We started up the side of the mountain, and I scoured our surroundings, feeling like I was being watched. Steam erupted from the fissures, sending blue mist shooting high into the air. I thought I saw a small creature scurrying behind a long broken spire, and I could hear the pitter-patter of little feet on the stones. The place smelled like a landfill, and the distinct egg-like stink of sulfur burned my nostrils as my breathing quickened. "What's that?" I asked, seeing that Nanaya had heard the tiny footfalls as well. "Just crystal lizards. They're mostly harmless, unless you attack them," she explained. "But up ahead, we're likely to run into some mean dudes, so be on your toes." "What kind of mean dudes?" said Kit. "That kind," said Trinity, pointing at a tall stone creature that suddenly appeared on the ridge above us. "Get down!" Nanaya yelled, and pulled me with her to the ground. A second later, a pulsing laser beam slammed into the ground where I had been standing. I peeked over the rock we had dove behind and saw the creature leap from the ridge. Stone Cyclops, level 33. It landed 10 feet in front of me in a crouch like a superhero, then aimed its single glowing eye at me. The thing had no face, just the lone eye that spewed a beam of concentrated fire. I conjured my fire shield and crouched behind it as the laser slammed into me. "Sam!" Kit screamed as she extended an arm toward the stone Cyclops. Vines shot out of her hands and wrapped around the creature's head, and with a yank, she sent the thing stumbling to my side. Trinity charged the creature, and my sense of danger screamed in my head. She may have been fierce, but she was only a level 1 now, and her attack did 0 damage to the creature.
It battered her to the side, and she slammed into a big shard before falling in a heap. I growled and unleashed a magic bolt that hit the creature in the chest and sent him staggering back. That terrible beam issued from its eye, tearing through the stone and kicking up red-hot pebbles that left us all scrambling to avoid them. I released another magic bolt that took the Cyclops in the shoulder, and he retaliated with a blast from his laser eye that slammed me into the jutting stone. Tweak had run to Trinity's side, and Kit was still attacking the creature and dancing around the beam that dug into the stone at her feet. I searched for Nanaya and found her in mid-shift. The succubus's wings and horns disappeared. Her smooth red skin changed to scaly brown. She grew at least 3 feet in height. Her mass doubled, then tripled, and by the time she was done shifting, a tall troll stood before me. Nanaya charged across the rough stone, leapt over hissing blue fissures, and came down on the stone Cyclops with her sword held high. The blade sang through the air and sliced off a chunk of the creature's head. As it stumbled back from the blow, Nanaya spun and sliced at its hard chest. The blow sent sparks flying, and the Cyclops staggered back, tripped up by Kit's vines, and hit the ground like a felled tree. Nanaya leapt onto the thing's chest and came down hard with her sword, stabbing it through the lone eye. I let out a victorious howl as the Cyclops turned to ash, but my celebration was abruptly interrupted when Tweak was scooped up by the skeletal hand of one of the fat slugs and promptly tossed into its mouth. "Tweak!" I screamed, and ran toward the slug, unleashing magic bolts at its black, beady eyes. As it reeled back, I glanced quickly at its stats. Eternity Slug, level 35. One of the long arms reached for me, its bony fingers twitching. I leapt over it, spun in the air, and released arcane lightning. The slug recoiled, and that's when Tweak came shooting out of the creature's ass. "Run!" I cried, as the slug turned toward my half-digested friend. Tweak screamed and ran for his life as a long, bony arm stretched out to snatch him up. "Hey, you fat fuck!" Nanaya said beside me. She threw her sword, and it sailed end over end before sticking right in the oozing creature's bulbous head. The blow didn't kill the monster, however, and Tweak was scooped up again. Trinity growled in frustration, and Kit bombarded the slug with nature spells, but nothing deterred it from having another taste of Tweak. I hurriedly popped the top off one of my mana potions and drank it down, as I tried to avoid the creature's bony hand. The long fingers reached for me, and I dodged to the right and let loose a fireball that took a chunk out of the slug's veiny body, but it continued to slither toward my friends. Trinity grew tired of trying to stay out of the fight, and together the girls unleashed holy hell on the slug. I backed them up with a steady barrage of fireball, arcane lightning, and magic bolts, which kept the creature on the defensive, but only dropped its health to about 50%. When Tweak was once again unceremoniously discharged from the slug's backside, the creature turned its attention on me. Clumps of flesh hung from its scorched body, but the stubborn bastard wouldn't die. It surprised me with its sudden speed and snatched me up in its skeletal fingers, leaving me unable to get off a spell due to the crushing force. "Sam!" the girls cried out, and more spells hit the slug, but it was no use. I was pulled toward the gaping maw and tossed inside. Then everything went dark. A putrid stench assaulted my nostrils, and my skin began to burn as I floated in the slug's acidic mucus. I cried out in terror and pain as I slid down the creature's throat. The pain increased as the acid ate through my skin and attacked my muscles. I thought that I would surely die, but then I remembered Tweak dropping from the slug's ass, looking half-melted. "You ate the wrong fucking mage!" I screamed into the monster's guts. Then, with all the energy I had left, I conjured a fireball and released it with a cry of rage. The spell lit up the creature's innards for a heartbeat, and in that moment I saw Tweak floating in the sewage of the slug's stomach. My fireball ripped through the slug's stomach wall, and light poured in from the gaping hole. I grabbed Tweak and pulled him into the current of acid spilling out. We hit the ground in a puddle of steaming acid and mucus, and Kit instantly began healing us with her nature magic. My mind was reeling from the pain, but I managed to get off another fireball. I aimed it at the already existing hole in the creature's side, and it blasted through the opposite end, spraying the stones with glowing blue ooze. I dropped to my knees as the slug fell over on its side and let out one last gurgling breath. "Fuck this place!" Tweak screamed as he writhed in the goo covering his body. "I second that," I said as I shook from the experience. Kit healed us to full health and used a cleansing talisman to remove the funky goop from our bodies and clothes. Tweak was still reeling, however, and his antics were attracting more attention from the surrounding worms. "Shut up," I warned him, and pointed at the bony-armed slugs. "Let's get moving." Nanaya led us up the steep incline, and we kept a lookout for more of the stone cyclopses. I didn't know how walking up the side of the mountain in plain view was sneaking into the castle, but I trusted that Nanaya knew what she was doing. Trinity, however, didn't share my feelings. "So what's the plan?" she asked, following closely behind Nanaya, who was still in her troll form. "The plan is to sneak into the castle. I already told you that," Nanaya answered annoyedly. "This doesn't feel like sneaking," said Trinity, and Tweak grunted in agreement. "Well, there is no real way to sneak into the castle. I mean, look at the friggin' garden of slugs. And besides, we were spotted by the Cyclops. They know we're here, so I'm going to create an illusion that will make it look like we've been killed. Once I enable the illusion, I will then cast a spell that will make us all invisible." "Why didn't you just make us invisible in the first place?" Kid asked, and again Tweak gave a troubled grunt of agreement. "Because the Cyclops can see through such enchantments. We need to save it for when we have successfully moved past them," Nanaya explained. I could tell that having to explain things to us annoyed her, but that was how my guild rolled. We all relied on each other. We all looked out for each other, and we kept each other informed. If Nanaya was going to become a part of the guild, then she was going to have to learn to play well with others. "Good plan," I said, as we reached the halfway point up the mountain. The exertion made me breathe a little heavy, even though my strength and stamina had really climbed over the last few weeks. My guild and I were still low level compared to what was possible in the game. Hell, everyone was. But given how much my stats had already risen in the past few weeks, I was excited to explore the higher levels. I could already lift more than I would have been able to do in the real world, and I could run a half a marathon in-game like it was nothing. But there was something about the underworld that was so smothering, so tarnished and dirty, that it weighed on my spirit like an invisible fog. I could tell that the others could feel it too. Tweak and Trinity probably more so than the rest of us. "We've got company," said Nanaya. I saw the Cyclops a second later. It stood watch on a large boulder that was wedged up against a formation of jutting crystals. The Cyclops' body was massive. It stood 10 feet tall and was comprised entirely of amethyst crystals and white stone. The single eye on the faceless creature scanned the mountainside slowly like a searchlight in the fog. "It hasn't seen us yet," said Kit. She was glancing around and searching for a way around. "Yes, it has," said Nanaya. "It's baiting us, waiting for us to get closer before striking. And the guards up in the castle are probably watching the feed through its eye." "The last one wasn't too hard, and now we know their weaknesses," I said, as I prepared a magic bolt. "Yeah, a big sword to the head," said Nanaya. Together, we charged the Cyclops with Kit at our backs. Trinity and Tweak stayed at a safe distance, Tweak happily and Trinity grudgingly. I unleashed a magic bolt, while Nanaya spun her sword through the air toward the waiting Cyclops. At the same time, Kit unleashed her snagging vines, and soon the Cyclops was reeling back from the attack. The laser that shot out of its eye was thicker than the last Cyclops's, and we were forced to break up and jump for safety behind the nearest boulder or natural shelf. The Cyclops had the high ground, but there were 3 of us, and we were already working well together. We fell into a familiar routine. Nanaya engaged the monster and kept dancing around it to keep the laser at bay, while I bombarded it with a steady barrage of spells that slowly ate away at its health and armor, and Kit split her spells between Nanaya and the Cyclops. Not to be left out of the mix, Trinity moved behind the creature and climbed the ledge. I could only guess what she had in mind, but if I knew my badass tank, she intended on helping with the fight and proving herself a valuable part of the team despite her handicap. When I saw her emerge from behind a large boulder almost directly above the Cyclops' head, I knew what she had in mind and reacted accordingly. Nanaya had noticed Trinity as well, and she too began slowly moving the creature back under the jutting stone shelf. Kit tangled up its legs while I hit it with a magic bolt that finally depleted its armor and sent crystals exploding from the impact. "Now, Trin!" I yelled to my warrior, and the boulder precariously sitting on the ledge above the Cyclops began to move.
"It's too big for her," said Kit,
and from her hands, long snaking vines erupted like Spider-Man's webbing. The vines wrapped around the boulder, and little Kit pulled back on them with all her might. When even that didn't cause the boulder to move, Tweak grabbed a hold of the vines and yanked hard. The amethyst Cyclops looked up just in time to see the boulder crash onto its head. The boulder slammed the Cyclops into the ground, causing it to explode into a million pieces. "Good job, Trin," I said, as the warrior walked to the edge of the shelf and smiled down at us.
"Yay, Trinity!"
Kit sang. "Not bad for a level 1, said Nanaya. She held out a glowing gem and glanced at us all. "I believe that was the last Cyclops that we'll see on this side of the mountain. You guys ready to fake your deaths?" Chapter 17. We stood on a ridge near the top of the mountain, about 50 feet from the sheer wall of the castle's ramparts. Nanaya nodded, indicating that she was about to enable the illusion, and a moment later, a bright burst of light erupted farther down the mountain. Our heads swiveled toward the bright light, and as we watched, a black-winged demon emerged from the portal that had been created. "Remember, it's not real. Just make it look good," said Nanaya. "When it hits you with its spells, you'll become invisible." The demon flew high into the air and swooped down toward us. I played my part, howling and unleashing a fireball that barely missed the creature. Tweak ran out onto the nearest ledge and leapt into the air, and I began to doubt his sanity as he collided with the demon like King Kong crashing into a circling helicopter. The two spiraled down to the stone in a heap of flailing wings and flying purple ape fur before landing with a thud right in front of us. Trinity charged the demon as Tweak wrestled with it, but the demonic illusion shot a spell out of its right palm that vaporized her on the spot, or so it seemed. I could see Trinity with my fire sight, and saw that she was alive and well, staring down at her hands with a grin on her face. Tweak was the next to be hit by one of the spells, and Kit followed soon after. Nanaya and I squared off with the demon, who had risen to its full height and now leveled us with a murderous glare. The demon's eyes burned with living flame, and had I not known that it was an illusion, I would have been shitting my pants. We fought the demon with convincing vigor and desperate pleas to one another before being hit with the glowing spells, and when the dust settled, the demon disappeared. "Now let's hope this works," said Nanaya with an ironic laugh. We moved up to the smooth wall and the succubus waved Kit over. "Think you can get a vine up there for us to climb on?" she asked, pointing up to the battlements. "I can do one better," said Kit. She made an intricate gesture with her hands, and then shot them upward. Vines sprang from her palms and wrapped around each other to create a ladder, while at the same time expanding upwards until they were clinging to the top of the battlements. Kit tied the bottom of the vine around a boulder and looked up at her work with satisfaction as Nanaya started up. "Nice work," I told Kit as I followed the succubus. She went first over the side of the wall, and I followed cautiously behind. The wind hauntingly blew through the battlements as I poked my head over the stone and quickly surveyed my surroundings. I counted a dozen large gargoyles, and my heart sank. But then I realized that they hadn't spotted us. So far, the invisibility spell was working. I helped Tweak, Trinity, and Kit over the top, and we all crouched down behind Nanaya. The succubus pointed at the trap door in the rampart floor about 20 feet away, placed a finger to her lips, telling us to be quiet, and slowly started for the door. We followed her across the ramparts quietly, watching the gargoyles closely as we went, and upon reaching the trap door, we slipped down into a low-lit room. Nanaya was at the door peeking out, and I hurried over to her and listened closely for anyone approaching.
"The way is clear," she whispered. "How do we find Ember and Cecilia in this place?" I asked quietly. "They're most likely in the dungeon," said Nanaya. "And you know where that is, how?" Trinity asked skeptically. "I was once an inmate. Come on, it's this way." Nanaya went left down the hall, which was made of the same dark stone as the rest of the castle. The place was sparsely furnished, and there were no guards to be found down there in the barracks, which I found disturbing. We left the inner chambers of the wall in exchange for the subterranean staircases and halls, all of which were eerily quiet. I couldn't tell if the lack of activity in the castle bothered Nanaya or not, but she kept on leading us down into the deep, dark depths. When we finally emerged at the bottom of a long staircase and peeked through the iron bars blocking the way, we heard something, the pleas and anguish of the dying. "Is it just me?" Trinity whispered. "Or does it feel like this was a little too easy?" No sooner had she said it than a shuffling of feet sounded on the stairwell behind us. More guards came rushing toward the iron gate from inside the dungeons, and Trinity scowled at Nanaya. "You bitch!" she growled. "I had nothing to do with this, you idiot!" Nanaya howled back. I tried to formulate a plan, but the NPCs coming for us were all level 35 and up, and there were dozens of them. "Stay calm," I said, as the guards drew closer. When they walked into the torchlight, I saw what the titles floating above their heads read. Night Howlers. The creatures resembled werewolves, but they were much shorter than the large beasts depicted in American film and literature. Despite their squat stature, these dogmen looked extremely vicious. Their wet maws were full of wicked-looking teeth, and their 2 big hands ended in long claws. Some carried whips, others bore red-hot branding irons, swords, and daggers, but all their eyes glowed with mysterious power. One of the wolfmen grabbed Nanaya roughly, and I tried to get his attention to spare my girls too much harm. I punched the hairy bastard square in the snout, and then leapt on him and began pummeling him with hammer fists, but my valiant effort was short-lived. The other wolfmen grabbed me and tore my robes to shreds with their powerful claws. One bit me in the hand as I tried to cast a spell, nearly taking my thumb clean off. A sword hilt slammed into my face, and I went down hard. I lay on the ground, staring at my guildmates as they were dragged past me and into the dungeon, and the last thing I saw was Nanaya in tattered clothing, trying to fight the wolfman off. I was awakened by a sharp pain in my wrists, and as I opened my eyes, I saw the metal cuffs biting into my flesh. I was hanging from my wrists in a perfectly square cell with mirror-smooth onyx walls that hummed deeply and glowed with ambient blue light. "I've been dying to meet you, Samson," came an alluring female voice. I couldn't tell where the words came from. There were no doors, no windows, only shiny black stone and those biting cuffs. "Magula?" I took a chance and was rewarded with a delightful hum. "Yes, but you can call me mistress," she said devilishly. The small cell I was in began to vibrate. Then the ceiling began to float away, and the walls slowly opened like a blooming flower until they were laying on the floor. White and blue light bombarded my eyes, and the laughter of a woman filled my ears like a haunting song. My cuffs were gone, and I was now standing at the base of a throne made entirely of bones that looked to have been melded together somehow into smooth bricks. Some of the bones looked human, while others looked like something you'd see at a freak show. The ivory steps led to a dark purple shroud, and beyond I could see only mystery. I glanced around the chamber. It was deep, hollow, and in the shadows of the arched ceiling beams, 1,000 eyes stared back at me. "Never mind my children,"
said the woman sitting behind the silken sheet. "They are just curious of you." I nodded and glanced around, wondering where the guards were. My hands were free, and though I wore only tattered robes that covered less than 25% of my body, I still had my magic. I could feel it building inside me, but I waited for the opportune moment to strike. The veil suddenly began to open like a curtain, and when I saw the woman sitting in the claw-like throne, I reconsidered violence and began to fantasize about a barter instead. Magula might have had an ugly name, but she was drop-dead gorgeous. Her deep bronze skin was bluish with hints of purple, and as I shifted my stance nervously, I saw the streaks of purple glimmer and shift with the light. Eyes that sparkled like amethyst crystals teased my own. Dark purple lips parted slightly. Then she bit her bottom lip with one long canine tooth. I stared at the woman, knowing that I should be terrified, but I couldn't get past her beauty, her majesty, and those beautiful bronze breasts. I should have been very afraid, given that she was obviously a demoness, but something about the way she looked at me told me that she could be bargained with. "I must thank you, mistress, for saving me from those wolfmen. I assume that my friends are being treated well?"
"Why in the underworld would you think that?"
she asked with a grin. Long purple wings spread out behind Magula, and she suddenly leapt from her throne and swooped down toward me. Her silken robes fluttered against me when she landed, and it soon came to my attention that the gown was quite see-through. Dark nipples the size of Tootsie Rolls pointed right at me as her big, perky breasts swayed in front of me. I looked up at the demoness and was again struck dumb by her beauty. She looked like an ancient Egyptian queen, and I felt the uncharacteristic urge to bow before her, but I kept my cool, saying, "I love horns." Her horns were indeed impressive, curved like ram horns, but made entirely of white and purple crystals. They glimmered like diamonds with her every movement. She smirked at me and grabbed my dick really, really hard. "Oh, fuck!" I yelled as I rose up on my toes and grabbed her shoulder for support.
"I hear that there is something special about what I hold in my hand, Samson Sullivan,"
Magula said in her best villain voice.
"Damn, woman! That's a hell of a pickup line,"
I said in a voice resembling one of the Bee Gees. She laughed and suddenly lifted me off the ground completely and tossed me backward. I cried out and flailed my arms, expecting to hit the ground hard. Instead, I landed on a large bed covered in black sheets and purple pillows.
"I think in today's climate you might want to ask me if I want to go to bed first,"
I said with a small laugh. My cock felt like it had been slammed in a door, but luckily my balls had missed the brunt of the force.
"You cannot deny that you want me,"
she said, all full of herself. She strode toward me, and the silk gown that she wore disappeared like a mirage. My eyes moved down her body, past her swaying breasts, tight midsection, hourglass hips, and long, toned legs. Her pubic hair was purple and fashioned to resemble a pair of devil horns, which I assumed was the latest underworld fashion, given that Nanaya had the same look going on.
"I think you want me more than I want you, babe,"
I said bravely. She walked up onto the bed and stopped directly above me. Then, to my surprise, she started pissing on my chest.
"What the fuck?"
I instinctively unleashed a fireball that hit her in the shoulder. It didn't do much damage, but at least she stopped pissing.
"You would dare attack me?"
she said angrily.
"You just pissed on me. What do you expect?"
She straddled me, grabbed my hair with two hands, and pressed my face into her tits.
"I expect you to obey, to please your mistress as she demands."
"Sorry, but that's not how I roll." I grabbed her tits and pulled her to the side, forcing her to roll onto her back. Once on top, I pinned her wrists to the bed above her head. "I've got something you want, and you've got something that I want."
"I take what I want,"
Magula said, as she brought up her right leg and hooked my neck. I was thrown backwards onto the bed, and in a flash, the demoness was on top of me,
straddling my face. Since I had a face full of demon snatch, I flicked my tongue out and teased her clit to throw her off her game. Her breath caught in her throat, and her body twitched as I sucked her lips into my mouth and moved my tongue over her silken folds.
"That's it, slave. Eat your mistress's pussy,"
she said in a voice that made my dick throb. I knew I had her on the edge already, and it was time to bust out the surprise weapon. As she gyrated on my mouth, I surprised the hell out of her by sliding my thumb up her ass. Now, I've heard my share of women orgasm in my life, but nothing so primal and erotic as the sounds that issued from the beautiful ebony demoness. She grabbed handfuls of my hair and grinded against me as she convulsed and moaned with pleasure. Wave after wave of orgasmic pleasure hit her, and I was hard-pressed to keep an airway free as she made love to my mouth. Magula finally collapsed on the bed beside me, and that's when I made my move. I tore off my tattered robes and set my throbbing cock free. She purred when she saw it, but I gave her no time to react. "My turn," I said, as I flipped her onto her stomach and grabbed her by the horns.
"Ooh, you want to play master, do you?" she said with a mischievous laugh.
"I'm not playing, babe." I thrust my cock into her suddenly, burying it all the way to the hilt, and she let out a cry of ecstasy and surprise.
"Oh, yes, yes, give it to me," she screamed.
As hard as it was to do, I pulled out. She mewled and glanced back over her shoulder pleadingly. Her ass shook, and she tried to push herself back against me, so I teased her with my shaft, letting it graze her purple vulva and rub against her swollen clit. "You want more?" I said, yanking back on her horns.
"Give it to me now,"
she said more forcefully.
"You give me what I want,
"And I'll give you what you want," I demanded. I thought she might give in, but then her wings spread out suddenly, and one of them slammed right into my face, knocking me back and bloodying my nose. Before I could do anything about it, Magula was sliding herself onto my shaft.
"You think that you can make demands of me?"
Magula said as she took me inside her and slowly began to gyrate. I fought against the urge to just let go, to give in to my passion. Her body was so warm, so firm, and so damned beautiful that it was nearly impossible to focus. "I know what you're after," I said urgently. "You know about my special ability, and you want to level. But what you seek cannot be taken. It must be given."
"Oh, you're going to give it to me,"
she said between moans as she pressed herself against me harder, taking in every inch and loving it. I groaned, not because of how great her pussy felt, but because of what I had to do next. Before I lost my nerve and became consumed by her intoxicating scent and the taste that lingered on my lips, I blasted her off my lap with a magic bolt. She screamed like a banshee and landed in a crouch.
"You will pay for that,"
Magula promised, as she cocked back a glowing hand. "Wait," I said, standing before her boldly. Her snarls softened, and her eyes locked on my manhood. She stared at it hungrily and licked her lips. "Excuse me," I said. "My eyes are up here."
"I'm listening,"
the demoness said tensely. "Let's make a deal," I said urgently, thinking that at any moment she would blow off my dick with the spell swirling in her hand. "I'll give you what you want, but you've got to ensure that my friends are being treated well, and that you'll let us all go when we're done."
"Fine,"
she said, seething with desire. "I need your word," I said, halting her as she stalked toward me on all fours like a cat.
"Then you have my word,"
she said, her mouth so close that I could feel her breath on my balls.
"If you please me, I shall let you and your friends go free. But if you do not, I will keep you here forever."
Deal. I was going to say more about it, but she shut me up quickly by suddenly gorging on my cock. She straddled me again and rode me for what felt like an eternity. I used every trick in the book not to bust a nut, and when I felt like I was getting close, I changed positions or gave myself a break by dining on her beautiful amethyst folds. It had to be an hour into the lovemaking session when I finally couldn't take it anymore. I had a firm grip on her horns and was taking her from behind. Her tail was wrapped around my neck, and I was quickly running out of oxygen when the earth-shattering orgasm hit me. Wave after wave of intense pleasure washed through me as I unloaded myself into her again and again. I thought the orgasm would never end, or that I would surely die from it. Magula shuddered and convulsed, and our chorus of ecstasy echoed through the mysterious chamber. I fell back on the bed, barely able to remember my name or catch my breath, when the words flashed across my interface. Congratulations, you've reached level 26. Underworld bonus. No cooldown on special ability. Chapter 18. Having no cooldown on my special ability was a blessing and a curse. Magula kept me in her chambers for 2 days straight, and what started as a kinky sexual encounter with a demoness quickly turned into an epic sex marathon. The demoness was insatiable, and in that hazy cloud of positions and pleasure, we both leveled 10 times. By the time Magula's sexual desire was quenched, I had reached level 35. I was excited by the revelation, but I had a serious case of blue balls. I stood shakily from the bed, which looked as disheveled as I felt. Magula lay on her back, panting, with her wings, arms, and legs spread out wide.
"You have pleased me greatly, Samson Sullivan," she said, and noticing that I was holding up my tattered robes, she snapped her fingers. My Trollslayer robes were made new again, and I gingerly began to dress. I hadn't eaten for at least 2 days, and my muscles were sore and shaky. "I held up my end of the bargain," I told the demoness. "Now it's time for you to hold up your end."
Yes, Samson. Are you always so demanding?"
"I'm demanding," I said with an ironic laugh. She giggled and rolled over.
"Fret not, Samson. I intend on holding up my end of the bargain. You look finished. You should dine with your friends, and then come and see me one last time before you go."
"Food would be great right now," I said, but Magula had suddenly disappeared. Or rather, I had, for in the next moment I was standing in a large dining room.
"Sam!"
Ember cried, and I saw all my friends seated around the long table. "Ember! Cecilia!" I said, overjoyed to see them safe and sound. They shared my excitement and raced around the table to hug me. I took them both in my arms and squeezed them tight. "Are you two all right?" I asked as I looked them over.
"We're still breathing,"
said Ember. "That's all that matters."
"I don't know how you did it, but we're finally free of that insatiable bitch," said Cecilia.
"Oh, I think I know how we did it," said Trinity with a grin.
"Oh, you poor thing," said Kit as they all gathered around. "I hope that she didn't hurt."
She paused, staring at the words above my head.
"Holy shit! You leveled 10 times?"
The others noticed it as well, and they gasped.
"How?"
said Ember. "What about the cooldown?" Trinity asked. "It seems that in the underworld there is no cooldown for my ability," I told them, not quite understanding why myself.
"In that case,"
Trinity ran a hand slowly through my hair and grinned. I don't think I'm going to be in the mood for a while. Magula was... well, let's just say it feels like my balls have been hooked up to a milking machine for 2 days."
"Now you know how I felt as a succubus's boy toy," said Tweak.
"Oh, poor thing," said Ember, and I could see that she was a little bit jealous. The girls had adopted a semi-strict policy not to share me with women from outside the guild, but I thought this counted as an extraordinary circumstance.
"You look famished,"
said Kit, as she led me to the table.
"Sit, and I'll make you a plate."
"Thanks, Kit," I said, accepting a glass of wine from her as well. Cecilia and Ember filled me in on what had happened to them since arriving in the underworld, and I was heartened to hear that they hadn't been treated too badly by Magula, who had kidnapped them with the express intent on using them as bait.
"So she's going to let us go?"
said Nanaya. "That's the plan," I said.
"Then it's time to start formulating a plan to free Anna," said Trinity. I backed away from the table, stood, and guzzled the rest of my wine. All right, let's do this shit.
Going so soon? Came Magula's sultry voice.
I'm afraid so, I said with all the confidence I could muster in the presence of the powerful demoness. Our friend needs us.
So valiant,
she said as she strode over to me.
Magula glanced at my girls and leaned in to kiss me.
She ran her hands through my hair and tongued the hell out of my mouth, and all the while her eyes were open and locked on my guildmates. I saw Trinity take an angry step toward the demoness, but Nanaya smartly held her back. Magula released me and grinned at Trinity before locking me in her mesmerizing gaze.
You owe me a proper goodbye, she said enticingly.
Rain check? I asked with a smirk, and the demoness slapped my ass.
Very well. Come back and see me soon, Samson, or else I might have to go looking for you.
I will, I said sincerely. I expected her to leave, or else cast a spell that would send us away, but she hesitated and glanced around at my friends.
You intend on facing Kincaid, don't you? She said with sudden gravity.
It's none of your business, Trinity began. What if we are? I asked over her.
If you are, Magula said cautiously, then we have a common enemy.
Oh? I said, enticed by the help she could offer us. If the time comes, would you help us move against him?
If the time comes, then I will know that my help is needed. I will determine then if it is worth the risk. But for now, please accept this gift.
She waved a hand in our direction, and a message popped up on my interface. You've received the blessing of Magula. Plus 25% demonic resistance. Duration eternal.
Please accept these as well, Magula said.
She waved her hand and 7 glowing swords appeared on the table. The sword hilts were made from bright amethyst and had long, thin crystal blades. Scabbards like long tubular geodes appeared beside them as well, and we all took up a blade to marvel at it. Once I touched mine, its stats appeared in my interface. Amethyst Blade of Darkness, Mythic Sword, 25% chance of Soul Shatter Strike, plus 10% increase to all attributes.
Holy shit,
said Trinity, and she actually smiled at Magula.
You are welcome.
The demoness smiled, revealing her long fangs.
Put them to good use, and perhaps we will see each other on the battlefield.
Thanks for everything, I said. Everyone else offered their thanks and strapped the swords to their belts. With one last wink aimed in my direction, the demoness waved a hand, and she and the room faded away. The surroundings shifted like a mirage, and I quickly realized that we were back in Nanaya's room at Brickturt's place. All right, what's the plan? Trinity asked, as she turned her new sword this way and that in the torchlight.
The plan is simple, said Nanaya. We get to level 7, and Sam challenges Kincaid.
I like this one, said Ember. Nanaya offered her a wink.
How exactly do you suggest doing that?
Cecilia asked.
It's easy. We fight our way through the levels.
Nanaya returned from the bar and handed us each a glass of red wine.
That's easy for you to say, said Tweak. But Trinity and I didn't retain our powers like the rest of you did. We're basically useless.
Speak for yourself, said Trinity, as she twirled her new sword.
You're still helpful, Tweak, said Kit. Thanks to you, we got what we needed from Frigg.
Don't remind me, he replied.
Speaking of Frigg,
said Nanaya, glancing over at the sleeping imp. He had crashed out on top of what remained of the pizza box. Nanaya kicked the pizza box, and Frigg rolled over and cuddled up to what was left of the greasy cardboard.
I don't want to go to school,
he whined groggily.
I've got more pizza, she said alluringly.
Frigg leapt to his feet looking spry.
It's about friggin' time.
He rubbed his hands together hungrily. Nanaya tossed him the rest of the pizza and smiled as he gobbled it down.
You did good, Frigg. Now I release you from your bond. You are free to go.
Why the hell would I want to do that?
he asked as he munched on the last remaining pizza crust.
I haven't eaten this well since my little brother died.
Oh, I'm sorry for your loss, said Kit, her eyes wet with sympathy. I don't think it was an accident, said Cecilia.
Listen, babe,
Frigg continued as he dined leisurely.
You keep getting me pizza, and I'll get you all the information your little heart desires.
Nanaya tapped a finger against her chin as she considered it, and all the while Tweak glanced back and forth from the succubus to the imp.
Oh, hell no!
Tweak tossed up his arms and began pacing the little apartment.
I'm not getting any more fucking pizza. Y'all hear that? Tweak is officially retired. I'm not sucking any more demon dick.
Demon dick? Said Ember.
I thought you had to sleep with a succubus to get the pizza. Yeah, a succubus with a big red schlong,
Tweak screamed and fell on the couch defeatedly.
Poor Tweak,
Kit purred as she snuggled up to him.
Don't worry, Tweak, said Nanaya. I have other ways to get pizza.
Oh, thank God. He let out a long sigh, but then his eyes shot open wide and his head slowly swiveled in the succubus's direction.
You what? Like I was saying,
Nanaya turned back to Frigg and studied the imp.
Are you willing to allow yourself to be bound to me?
Whatever you're into, sugar tits,
Frigg replied as he licked his fingers.
You will address me as Mistress Nanaya,
she suddenly screamed. Frigg jumped in surprise and stood at attention rigidly.
Yes, Mistress Nanaya,
he said, saluting her.
That's better, said the succubus. Perhaps you will be useful after all.
Oh, yes, very, very useful,
said Frigg as he rubbed his hands.
Frigg can get you information on just about anyone in the underworld, and if you ever find yourself in need of someone to eat your sweet
Gross,
Kit yelled.
Watch it,
Nanaya warned him.
What? I'm only serious,
said Frigg, but Nanaya's scowl sobered him quickly.
Sorry, thought it was worth a shot.
Can we move this along? Trinity asked. While we're screwing around with this limp little imp dick, Anna is Kincaid's prisoner, and who knows what that sick son of a bitch is doing to her.
The ritual to bind Frigg to her took Nanaya about a half hour to set up. Once she did, the actual binding was quick. When it was over, Frigg obediently kneeled before the succubus.
My mistress, how may I please you?
He asked with a bow.
I need some weapons, she said with a grin, and lots of them.
Chapter 19.
Holy shit!
Tweak followed the exclamation with a long whistle.
Where the hell did you get all this firepower?
Trinity asked Nanaya.
I have my ways,
said Frigg. He blew on his nails and rubbed them on his tattered robes, feeling quite pleased with himself.
I wasn't talking to you, little freak, said Trinity without looking at him. That's not very nice, said Kit. Imps have feelings too.
This coming from the crazy cat lady who told him she'd cut off his hands? Trinity scoffed and returned her attention to Nanaya.
Seriously, this is some pretty amazing shit. I knew about the stockpile for a while, but didn't have a way or the will to steal it before. Surprisingly, Frigg pulled off the heist.
Did you ever have a doubt?
The imp asked. I stared at the enchanted weapons piled in the center of the room, and I started to feel a lot better about our odds. The weapons consisted of about 100 bows and twice as many crossbows. The bowstrings glowed with bright green light, and when Ember pulled one of them back, a shimmering jade arrow appeared.
Now that's cool, said the drow assassin. They were made by real-world players long ago to be used in overthrowing the former Dark Lord,
Nanaya explained.
But one of their own sold them out, and the Dark Lord devoured them and confiscated all their weapons.
Why didn't he just destroy them? Cecilia asked as she inspected a crossbow.
Because they cannot be destroyed. Their strings are said to be made from angel hair,
Nanaya told her.
Like the pasta?
Tweak asked, and we all offered him a concerned frown.
No, not like the pasta. Like actual angels, said Nanaya. The arrows that are conjured when the strings are pulled back are said to have been fashioned by the bones of the righteous.
What kind of damage do they do? Trinity asked.
They'll instantly kill any underworld NPC level 20 and lower, and they'll inflict massive damage to baddies up to level 100. They have those down here? I asked, hoping she was exaggerating. Yes, they do, she said solemnly. But with some teamwork, they shouldn't be a problem. When I envisioned the freed players wielding these enchanted bows and storming Kincaid's castle, I smiled to myself. I'd had my doubts about our ability to help the corporation deal with Kincaid, but now it seemed like we might just have a shot. We should all rest up, said Nanaya. Fighting our way through the levels of hell is going to be a bitch, and I, for one, could use some rest. Tweak and Frigg crashed out on the couch, and the girls and I retired to Nanaya's room. I was still feeling pretty spent from the epic sex session with Magula, and to my relief, the girls were understanding when I said that I really wanted to get some sleep. We all passed out on Nanaya's bed, and I quickly fell asleep amidst my women's warm, naked bodies. My sleep was blessedly dreamless, and when I awoke, my interface told me that 9 hours had passed. The girls were still asleep, but they began to stir when I sat up. "Morning, Big Daddy," said Kit with a yawn. "Are you feeling better?" Nanaya asked as she too began to stir. "I feel like a new man," I told her. She grinned, and I followed her eyes to the bulge in the sheets. "It looks like you're not the only one who feels better." Nanaya's head disappeared beneath the sheets as she trailed kisses down my abs. Her hot mouth wrapped around my shaft, and I let out a satisfied groan. Cecilia, Ember, and Trinity woke up after Kit joined in with the succubus, and the girls began playfully fighting for a turn on the magic stick. During the sex-infused pillow fight, we all leveled, and I emerged from the bedroom with a big smile on my face. I was now a level 36, and I had unlocked a new spell called Firestorm. "You look like you slept well," said Tweak from the dining room table. He was playing poker with Frigg, who was wearing a green dealer's cap and smoking a fat cigar. By the size of his chip stack, it was apparent that the imp was winning. "You?" I asked. "Nah, I keep having bad dreams." "Sorry to hear that." "It's all good," said Tweak. He slapped down his poker hand and yelled, "Flush, bitch!" Frigg stared wide-eyed at Tweak's poker hand, but then a sly grin grew across his ugly mug.
Full house, motherfucker!
He said with a devilish laugh. We all ate cold pizza for breakfast, and I inquired to Nanaya about finding a mage trainer in the underworld. "There are a few, but they're not easy to find," she said with a sidelong glance at Frigg.
"I can find him."
Frigg slapped down another winning hand and scooped up the rest of Tweak's chips.
"I'm bored from beating this loser anyway."
"The mage trainer's name is Fiakas," said Nanaya. "Last I heard, he had disguised himself as a troll and was living in the cavern south of the big maze."
"You got it, babe. Mistress," said Frigg. "I'll be back before you know it. Oh, and I'll take Hawaiian pizza this time."
With that, he disappeared, and Nanaya stood from her seat at the table. "All right, here's the plan." An hour later, we emerged from Brickturt's place, each carrying a sack full of the enchanted bows. Nanaya led us all by the ropes tied around our necks, and we didn't get too many looks from the demons, imps, witches, wolfmen, and other underworld baddies moving about the city. If all went well, then this would be the last time that we had to pretend to be her slaves. If all went well, there would be no more slaves. We traveled to the pits of anguish, and I saw Kit visibly shiver when we once again laid eyes on that terrible place. "You all right?" I asked the Catwoman. "I will be in about 10 seconds." She dropped her sack on the ground, withdrew a bow, pulled back, and took aim at the closest guards. She glanced at Nanaya, who gave her a go-ahead nod, and Kit fired. The arrow became a green streak as it sped through the air and took the ogre square in the middle of the forehead. His eyes crossed and focused on the shaft, and a second later, his head exploded. "Fire at will," said Nanaya, and we sent a volley of arrows into the startled guards. The arrows tore through the ogres, trolls, even the soul reavers who came swooping down from the ceiling like demonic bats. A horn blared nearby, and the guards overlooking the slaves down in the pits began charging up the winding road leading out. We could have just stood up there and taken out the guards one by one as they charged up the path, but Trinity wasn't a big fan of killing from afar, and before I could stop her, she was leaping from the top down to the first ring of the pit. Her new sword sang out of its sheath, and when she stabbed the first troll in the gut, the poor bastard exploded. "Damn!" said Tweak beside me, and I had to agree. I leapt down after her with Tweak close on my heels, and a moment later, I got a chance to try out my own blade. A Soul Reaver landed in front of me and cocked back a big black scythe. I blocked the blow with my enchanted sword, and to my surprise, the blade shattered the scythe and continued through the Soul Reaver's body. The thing reeled back, and I struck again, this time severing its head. Trolls, ogres, demons, and maniacal imps surged up from the pit, but Trinity didn't relent. As our friends riddled the attackers with volley after volley of streaking arrows, Trinity tore into the remaining thugs, severing limbs and sending heads rolling. I struck a troll with my sword and was rewarded with my first soul shatter strike. My thrust hit the troll in the gut, and the creature exploded into a puff of red mist. I ran through the misty remains of the dead troll, painting myself red in the process, and joined Trinity in her manic attack. The slaves deeper down in the pits began to fight with their captors, and though they were all level zeros, they still caused enough chaos to give us the upper hand. We fought our way all the way to the bottom of the pit, leaving a long trail of dead and mangled bodies in our wake. When all the guards were dead, the captives burst into celebration. They hugged us and cried as they offered their thanks, and my heart broke to see them in such a sorry state. Everyone recognized me from the battle with Kincaid, which was still being talked about in Rebirth Online as well as the real-world news stations. So I used my celebrity status to get everyone settled down and led them up out of the pit. Once they were all out, I took to a guard tower and addressed them all. "Citizens of Rebirth Online, hear me now!" I yelled over the cheers. They eventually settled down, and I continued. "Friends, you may be free, but the fight has just begun. I need your help if this revolution is to continue. I know that you're scared. I know that you feel powerless, but I'm here to tell you that you must find your strength. You must find your courage, and you must fight." "We're all level 0, someone yelled. "How is it that you still have your magic?" "Some of my guildmates and I have been blessed by a powerful shaman, but just because you have no magic does not mean that you are powerless. There is power in numbers, my friends." "Easy for you to say. You weren't nerfed like the rest of us," a woman yelled from the crowd. "We've attained powerful weapons that you can wield no matter your level. My friends are handing them out now. Please do not take one unless you are familiar with the weapons." The hundreds of bows were handed out, which left at least half of the group with a weapon. "With these weapons, and with our numbers, we will battle through the 7 levels of the underworld. We will take the fight to the Lord of Darkness, and we will be victorious." The crowd cheered and began chanting my name and that of my guild. Nanaya glanced over at me and offered a nod of approval, while Kit snuggled up to me and purred happily. When the crowd had died down, I turned to Nanaya and shrugged. "Now what?" "Now we free the rest of them," she said with a mischievous grin.
"Fight the power!"
Frigg screamed defiantly.
"Amen, brother,"
Tweak said, high-fiving the imp. A deep growl issued from the pit that shook the stone beneath us, and everyone became quiet as a mouse.
"What the hell was that?"
said Kit out of the corner of her mouth.
"Fools!"
came the deep, guttural voice from deep in the depths of the dark pit.
"Your actions have awakened me from my eternal prison. Now I shall dine on your innards, and your bodies will feed my young. I will dominate."
"Shut the fuck up!"
Trinity screamed down into the pit and shot 5 successive enchanted arrows into the depths. A pained groan answered her attack, and the ground began to quake.
"Nice job,"
said Ember as she tried to keep her footing.
"Let's get the hell out of here,"
said Cecilia, who, like the rest of my girls, was now training their bows and crossbows on the lip of the pit. "No," I said.
unsheathing my blade and turning to the frightened players. "No more running, no more hiding. We're going to face these fuckers, and we're going to win." The crowd cheered like bloodthirsty Vikings, and I couldn't help but crack a proud smile. Everyone with a weapon turned to face the dreaded pit as the ground shook and rumbled. Whatever form of monster it was down in the pit finally broke through the bottom, and debris shot up out of the pit like a geyser. Dark green flames followed the steaming debris, and we were all forced to turn from the intense heat. As soon as the flames subsided, I cast scorched earth on the ground beneath us, and the flames that leapt from the stone buffed the entire group with fire resistance. Thusly armored, we bravely faced the mouth of the pit. There came an intense pounding from the depths, and I imagined massive claws digging into the stone as the creature clawed its way to the top. When the monster's head finally emerged from the pit, everyone in the group took a few steps back. Cursed harbinger of death, immortal fireworm, level unknown. Some players gasped and ran away. Others fainted, but the rest of us pulled back on our bows and trained our enchanted arrows at the monster. It had 3 snake heads covered in red-hot scales that resembled fire embers. 3 long necks disappeared into the now glowing pit, and 2 massive clawed hands crashed down onto the stone. "Fire!" I bellowed, and a second later, 200 green glowing arrows streaked through the air. About 80% of the arrows found their target, and the worm's 3 heads were riddled with what looked like tiny glowing needles. I thought I saw the creature's health bar move a hair, and I ordered the group to fire at will. The worm endured the onslaught and began to pull itself up from the pit. It spewed its molten green fire in our direction, but my buff held up against the flames and left us all untouched. Even so, Kit and Cecilia abandoned their weapons and began frantically enchanting the group with healing buffs and holy enchantments that boosted our armor. There were only 2 of them, however, and their enchantments did nothing to help those poor bastards who were snatched up by the worm's long arms and tossed into one of the 3 fang-filled mouths. My heart sank when one of the worm's hands shot out and grabbed a hold of Nanaya, but even as it began to pull her to the middle head and gaping maw, she began to shift. The succubus's body contorted and twisted, and a heartbeat later, she had changed into a large, white, shimmering dragon. The worm recoiled when Nanaya shifted, and the talented succubus blasted the middle head with a torrent of snow and ice from her own mouth. Another volley of arrows riddled the worm, and I was heartened to see that its health was now at about 75%. "It's not enough!" Trinity cried, as she shot arrow after arrow at the impossibly strong monster. "Keep firing!" I said, as I watched Nanaya break free and fly behind the worm. The monster looked infuriated with the white dragon, and it ignored the steady volley of arrows and sprang from the pit, revealing its true size. The thing was as long as a train, and it had so many legs that I soon lost count. When its body finally fully emerged from the pit, the long tail swung our way and slammed into the group, sending every one of us flying through the air. We were unceremoniously deposited on the rough stone floor, and the moans and cries of the more unfortunate of us rose up like a chorus of calamity. "Get up!" I bade my fellow fighters as I struggled to my feet. The blow had knocked my health down to 72%, and I knew that it had been enough to kill many of the level 0s. But in the underworld, no one really died. They just lingered in a pain-filled state, staring dreadfully into space as death flirted with them but never answered their prayers. The groans and pleas of the injured tore at my heartstrings, and rage filled my mind, body, and soul. Cecilia and Kit were frantically healing the injured and downing mana potions, but there were just too many to help. Less than half of the fighters rose to their feet amidst the sea of contorted bodies, but those who did came up fighting. The worm was still chasing Nanaya around the chamber, and we resumed our steady attack of enchanted arrows. "Spread out!" I bellowed, and moved away from those lingering in their eternal death throes. We had made a mistake by staying together before, and I knew that another swipe of that powerful tail would end our little revolution pretty damn quick. but the group heeded my advice and fanned out across the cavern and took cover wherever they could. Now that we were a harder target, the worm focused its attention on those who were already out of the fight. It pounced on them with its many clawed feet and smashed them to a pulp with its thick tail. I felt for the players, but there was nothing I could do to stop their torment, and it was taking the attention from the rest of us, which was just what we needed. Nanaya continued to pester the worm until it finally got a hold of her and brought her to one of its gaping maws. I shot an arrow straight up into the worm's maw as it lunged to bite her in half, and my efforts paid off. The worm's head jerked back with the blow slightly, and it was just enough to spare Nanaya from being bit in half. Instead, the razor-sharp teeth tore through her wings. She cried out in pain as the worm threw her against the wall. I cringed when she slammed into the wall and fell broken to the stone floor. Trinity shared my anger and charged the worm, leaping up onto its long body and hacking away with her enchanted sword. Ember, Cecilia, and Kit followed her lead, and I found myself racing after my girls with bloodlust fogging my vision. I hacked at one of the legs and was rewarded with 3 beautiful words that appeared on my interface. Soul Shatter Strike. To my surprise, the leg that I had hit exploded in a shower of gore. I growled like a beast and began hacking away at the monster. Its health was now down to 23%, and we could all sense that victory was close at hand. The rate of arrows slamming into the worm intensified, and the beast began to weaken. It moved a little slower and began acting confused, so I took advantage of the situation and ran along the creature's back. It bucked like a bull and tried to twist its long body to shake us free, but the girls and I moved quickly as we ran toward the head. I was the first to reach one of the 3 necks, and I stabbed my enchanted blade deep. I didn't get a soul shatter strike until my 5th try, but when I did, I was rewarded with a spray of gore as the center head exploded. Trinity and Kit attacked the head on the right, while Cecilia and I went for the one on the left. But even after the 3 heads had exploded, the damn thing kept fighting. We leapt off the writhing headless worm and ran for cover as the other fighters riddled the body like a pincushion. Finally, the creature's health bar winked out, and the thing suddenly turned to ash.
"Sam!" Kit called to me. "Come quick! It's Nanaya!"
Chapter 20. I ran to Nanaya's side, and my heart broke when I saw the extent of her injuries. She was in her succubus form, but both arms and legs were broken, and only stumps remained where her wings had been. The worst of it, however, was the long gash in her side. I could see her white ribs and torn muscle exposed, and I knelt beside her and offered what support I could, while Kit and Cecilia began to heal her. Nanaya cried against my chest as I held her close, and it was many long, excruciating minutes before her pain subsided. Once it did, she continued to cling to me and cry. Cecilia and Kit had other people to heal, and they left us alone there in the dark corner of the cavern. "Are you all right?" I asked Nanaya. She sniffled and looked up at me with glistening eyes.
"I'm sorry. I should be used to such pain by now, but—"
"It's all good," I assured her. "That bastard really did a number on you." I helped Nanaya to stand, and together we returned to the main group and tried to help those still suffering. It took Kid and Cecilia an hour to heal the fallen fighters, and by the time they were done, the 2 women were completely spent. It was decided that we could all use a little rest, and we all settled in behind the tall stones and at the end of the cavern. The battle had taken a lot out of me, but I was too amped up to sleep. I stood watch for 3 hours, half expecting a horde of ghouls to charge our little group, but the time passed without incident. As I waited for the others to rest up enough to move on, I thought about the fight that we still had ahead of us. We had almost been wiped out by a single worm, and there were still legions to deal with before we even came close to Kincaid. At that moment, I knew that we wouldn't be able to do this alone, and even with the help of others, there was no guarantee that we would succeed. There might have been thousands of real-world players down here, and if we freed them all, we would have a massive army, but they were all level 0,
and we only had so many bows to go around. Even with the help of the NPC characters from Rebirth Online who were down here as well, I still didn't think we had much of a shot. And where in the hell was Kincaid through all of this? I doubted that he was unaware that I was in the underworld, and I didn't think that he could be able to resist trying to reduce me to smoldering embers. But where was he? It was possible that he was watching my every move, enjoying my struggle, and lying in wait at the end of the road to finally put an end to my little rebellion. Then again, it was possible that he had worse problems right now. Like Nanaya had said, there was a boss for every level of the underworld, and it was possible that one of the lower-level bosses were making a move against Kincaid. I could only hope that this was the case, and if it wasn't, then I had to make sure that it became a reality. If we could get the other bosses to move against Kincaid, we might just have a shot. I didn't want to kill Arthur Gaines, but I seriously doubted that he was connected in any way to this new digital version of Kincaid. Unlike the corporation of Arthur Gaines's father, I had no qualms about destroying the new Kincaid. Besides, there was more on the line than one man's life. Everyone was still unable to log out of the game, and unlike me, their real-world bodies needed attention. I didn't know what effect being logged in for so long might have on their real minds and bodies, but I knew that it couldn't be good. There was also the issue of public opinion. The game was already seen as dangerous by many, and a lot of groups had already been trying to put an end to Rebirth Online. There were even rumors that entire countries were thinking about outlawing the game, which didn't bode well for those of us who depended on it. I knew that I was being selfish, and I knew that there was a real danger to the public, but the game was still in its beta phase, and glitches like this couldn't happen forever. Want some company? It was Nanaya, and she looked like she was doing a hell of a lot better. Sure, I said. How are you feeling? I don't know, she said with a shrug. I was so confident going into this, but now I don't know. We need more help, I admitted, and she nodded in agreement. When we take the city, you need to kill the Lord of the First Level and take his place, she said. What? If you can kill him, you will become the Lord of the First Level. From there, we will move against the second, the third, the fourth, and so on. I don't know, Nanaya, I said with a small laugh. I didn't even know that was possible. It is. That's why some people try to get down here on purpose. Look at Kincaid. He was a real-world player, and now he's Lord of the Underworld. This isn't the real Kincaid that we're dealing with, I reminded her. Even so, I believe it's the only way. Sam, think about the power that you will possess. I get it. But what will it do to me? I mean, this is the frigging underworld. I don't want to become some crazy demon lord. What if I forget myself? She leaned in and kissed me deeply. After a few tender seconds, she pulled away, and her beautiful eyes locked on mine. Then I'll remind you, she said sweetly. Our lips met again, and her tongue darted out to find mine. You two look cozy, came Trinity's voice from behind us. I turned around to find her leaning up against a big boulder like she had been there a while. Her arms were crossed over her armored chest, and she wore a scowl that would stop any man in his tracks. Want to join us? Nanaya asked with a grin, as one long claw trailed down my chin, neck, and chest. I prefer sausage over taco, Trinity told her with a big helping of snarky to go along with her sarcasm. Is that so? Said the succubus. I could have sworn that when I was riding Sam this morning, you had a pretty good time watching. Trinity ignored her and looked to me, mocking boredom. Shouldn't we get a move on? We were just talking about that, I told her. Can you gather the others for me and bring them here? I'd like to tell you all about Nanaya's idea and see what you all think. Sure, said Trinity, before offering Nanaya dead eyes. We both watched her go, and the succubus gave a disappointed, She's jealous? Yeah. Does she have a reason to be? She asked me. Her demeanor had returned to the moments after the kiss. Well, they all have a reason to be, I guess, I admitted. Why? Are you falling for me? She asked, all doe-eyed. I glanced at her and grinned, ready to share the small joke with her, but she wasn't smiling. She was waiting for the answer, and she was doing it rather sheepishly. I wondered if she was faking this sudden vulnerability, or if it was a result of her recent pains. She was, after all, a succubus, and their job was pretty much to seduce men. But I didn't feel like she had been trying to seduce me. Okay, maybe I should rephrase that. I didn't think she was trying to seduce me as a means to some diabolical end. But then again, I could just be under her spell. I wasn't falling in love with her, that was for sure. Or was I? Not answering is like saying yes. She made a cute face and laughed, and it was good to see her smile. I love everyone, I told her, and she punched me in the arm, calling me a tease. Trinity is just looking out for me, you know that. But she could have been a little more sensitive after what you went through, I explained. She has gone through something far more terrible, Nanaya surprised me by saying. Well, I know, and I tried to talk to her about it, but she's always trying to act so tough. I just don't press the issue. Maybe you should press the issue, Nanaya said gently. I'm not trying to get between you and your guildmate, Sam. If anything, I would like to make you all closer. I would like to make all of us closer. You should go to her. Get her to open up. You wanted to see us? Kit said happily. Trinity had returned with Ember and Cecilia as well, and I gestured for them to gather around. Nanaya has an idea, one that may help us gain enough support and enough power to defeat Kincaid once and for all. Great, said Ember. Let's hear it. I told them what Nanaya had suggested about killing the level 1 boss and taking his place, and then doing the same with the rest. To my surprise, Trinity was the first one to say that she loved the idea. What? Said Kit. I can't believe that you think Sam should become some kind of dark master of the underworld. Don't be so dramatic, said Trinity. This is the smartest play we can make. We almost got our asses kicked by that worm earlier, and it is only going to get harder. What about sneaking in there and tricking Kincaid into taking the enchanted artifact that Dr. Hamilton gave Sam? Kit argued. That was the plan all along until Nanaya showed up. Good point, I told her. This is why I wanted to talk to you all about it. What do you think, Ember? I vote for stealth, she told the group. We get to level 7, find Kincaid, get him to take the artifact, end of story. All this rising through the ranks shit sounds way more dangerous, and we would lose the element of surprise. Speaking of that, I said, glancing at Nanaya, Kincaid must know we're here, right? I mean, he's the Dark Lord. He may be aware of your presence, yes, she admitted. Then why hasn't he attacked? Cecilia asked. From what I know about the real Kincaid, he would pounce on the opportunity to gank Sam while he's at a low level. Maybe he doesn't care about Sam anymore, Kit suggested. Maybe he's not like the old Kincaid. Then why did he immediately go after Anna? Said Ember. No, he cares about Sam. Again, said Cecilia. Then why hasn't he attacked? He's afraid of Sam, said Trinity, and we all considered the blonde warrior's suggestion. The Dark Lord of the Underworld afraid of our Sammy? Kit said in disbelief. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I said with a laugh. I don't mean it like that. You're Big Daddy. You're a badass mage with the magic stick. What I mean is, he's the most powerful being in the underworld, and it seems like he wouldn't be afraid of anything. Sam defeated Kincaid and trapped him in the underworld, said Trinity. So think of the new Kincaid that was created by the crazy power surge that put Arthur Gaines in a coma. The new Kincaid probably doesn't know that he's not really Arthur Gaines. All he knows is that he was one of the most powerful players in the game, and somehow Sam defeated him. If there is anyone that Kincaid fears, it has to be Sam. But if he fears me so much, why hasn't he sent his henchmen to take me out? No one dies in the underworld, said Nanaya. He can't just take you out. He could capture you and trap you in eternal agony, but he cannot destroy you. Fine, but if I were him, I would definitely take myself out of the picture as soon as possible. There's got to be another reason that Kincaid hasn't acted, said Ember. Something that we haven't thought of yet. What are you all conspiring about over here? Tweak asked as he emerged from between two tall rock formations into our little gathering place. We brought Tweak up to speed,
and he scratched his purple chin hair in thought. Maybe he's using you, Tweak finally suggested. Then he eyed Nanaya with scrutiny. Maybe she's working for him. Excuse me, Nanaya said with a scoff. It's possible, right? Tweak opened his arms and looked at us all with a raised brow. Maybe Kincaid wants to use you to take out his competition. He really shook shit up when he deposed the last Lord of Darkness, right? And the other NPC bosses must be vying for his seat. So maybe he's killing two birds with one stone and using Sam to shake shit up. That way he keeps Sam out of his hair while at the same time keeping his enemies busy. We all looked from Tweak to Nanaya, and the succubus crossed her arms haughtily. That's ridiculous, she said with an ironic laugh. Is it? Trinity put her hand on the hilt of her sword and shifted her stance ever so slightly. Ember, Cecilia, and even Kit stared at the succubus, waiting for an explanation. Sam, are you really considering what this purple fool is saying? Nanaya asked. She looked hurt, and I felt bad for not having an immediate answer for her. If she was one of Kincaid's agents, what would happen if we exposed her? Would Kincaid finally appear and imprison us all since the jig was up? Sam! Nanaya put her hands on her hips and glared at me. I had a split-second decision to make, and I decided against pressing her further. If she was working for Kincaid, I didn't think anything good would come of exposing her and foiling his master plan just yet. I trust Nanaya, I told the group. Trinity's eyes just about popped out of her head, and she stared at me with indignance. You sure about this? Ember asked carefully. I am, I said, which gained me a beautiful smile of appreciation from Nanaya. No matter what Kincaid has planned, and no matter if he knows about us or not, we've got to be proactive. We should go with Nanaya's plan and start taking out the bosses. You thinking with your big head, bro? Tweak asked with concern. This is bullshit, said Trinity. I'm with Sam, said Kit. Of course you are. Ember rolled her eyes. I'm not really in the guild, said Tweak. But I think this bitch is pulling the wool over your eyes, Sam. I helped free all of you, Nanaya reminded them. If I was working for Kincaid, why in the hell would I be offering you so much help? Don't play stupid, Trinity said with disdain. That is exactly what you would be doing if you were working for Kincaid. Fuck this. Nanaya threw up her hands and stormed away. Sam, said Cecilia, don't tell me you trust this woman. You barely know her. Listen, guys, I'm going to need you to all just go along with me on this one, all right? I'm going to need you to trust me. I looked them all in the eye, trying to relay my thoughts to them with my eyes. Trinity's expression subtly told me that she understood that I had more to say about all this, but now was not the right time. Fine, said the warrior with a shrug. Fine? Ember regarded her with surprise. Just like that? Sam has never led us astray, Kit told the drow assassin. He's our guild leader, and we need to trust him. He's not my guild leader, Cecilia reminded us. But then she softened and smiled at me. Still, I trust Sam. I think that succubus has got you wrapped around her little red finger, Tweak said with a laugh. So don't go saying I didn't tell you so. Good. Then it's settled, I told the group. We work our way up the ranks, take out the bosses, and then kick Kincaid's ass. Chapter 21. Nanaya, wait up, I yelled as I ran through the cavern after the pissed-off succubus. I'm done, Sam. I'm sick and tired of that fucking ape, and I'm sick and tired of that blonde bitch. I finally reached her and put my hand on her shoulder, but she spun around and knocked my hand away. Whoa, I just want to talk. She huffed and crossed her arms, unable to meet my eyes. Okay, start talking. I trust you, all right? It's like you said. You've been helping us the entire time. Tweak and Trinity are just, well, they're just being Tweak and Trinity. Don't worry about them. I'm the guild leader, and if I say that you're cool, then you're cool. Mm-hmm, she said with an arched brow. Then why did it take you so long to answer me when I asked you earlier? I don't know. I had to think about it for a minute. I'm sorry. Not good enough, she said, and turned on her pointed heel.
I started to second-guess my hunch that she was indeed working for Kincaid, so I decided to put her to the test. If she really was done with us all, then she wouldn't come back. "Listen, hot tits," I yelled after her. "I told you that I was sorry, and I vouched for you with the others. I'm not chasing after you. You want to go, then go." She kept on walking with her head held high. The alluring sway of her hips made me second-guess myself again, and I wondered if I had just blown it with the only underworld ally that I had. But then she stopped. I hurriedly turned and acted like I had been walking away, and a few seconds later she cried out, "Sam, wait!" I turned to find her flying toward me on her dark red wings. She landed in front of me and leveled me with a seriously hot and at the same time scary as hell gaze. "If we're going to do this, I've got to know that you trust me," she said. "I do. 100%, she added. 100%, I said with sincerity. "Fine," she said. "Now can we stop fucking around and plan our next move?" We returned to the far wall of the cavern where the recently freed players were still sleeping. Trinity, Ember, Kit, Cecilia, and Tweak all walked over to us with curious looks on their faces, and I turned to address the groggy crowd. "Fellow citizens of Rebirth Online, awake!" I bellowed, and my voice carried far and loud in the cavern. The players began to stir, and I gave them a few minutes to get to their feet and offer me their undivided attention. "My guildmates and I have freed you from the pits, but the fight has only just begun. There are thousands more who need to be freed from the clutches of the underworld torturers, and they need our help. Will you march with me?" "Yes!" the crowd cried in unison. "Will you fight with me?" "Yes!" "Then let us march, and let us show the dead that it is they who should fear the living." The crowd cheered and shook their fists, and a wave of adrenaline surged through me at the sight of my army. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Trinity asked. Nanaya was watching us closely, but so too were the rest of my friends. "Sure," I said, and led her away from the outcropping that we were standing on and moved deeper into the cavern through the forest of stone formations. "What the hell is going on with you?" Trinity blurted. I glanced back at the gathering and pulled her closer. "I've got everything under control," I assured her. "Really? That succubus whore is playing you, Sam, and I can't believe that you can't see—" "I know," I said, stopping her in mid-sentence. "You do?" "Yeah. I'm about 80% sure that she's working for Kincaid, or that he's got something on her and he's using her. Either way, I think Tweak might have hit the nail on the head. It makes sense." "Then why the hell are you going along with her plan? Which is, might I remind you, Kincaid's plan." "Because I don't know what will happen if we expose her," I said. "This little ruse might be the only thing keeping Kincaid from devouring us all." She shook her head and paced around in a circle. "I'm such a moron. Sam, I'm sorry that I thought—" "Don't worry about it, Trin. And don't let on that we're on to her. And don't talk about it with the others. I'll fill them in on my own." "Gotcha, lover boy," she said, still looking a little abashed for having doubted me. I gave her a kiss and lifted her chin with a finger. "You're just looking out for us all. No hard feelings, babe." "I feel something hard," she said, pressing closer to me. A laugh escaped me, and I considered sneaking off with her behind a stalagmite. "Play later," I said with a groan, as she giggled and pushed her breasts against me. "Right now, there's work to do." "Aye, aye, Captain," she laughed, and sauntered back to the group, and I adjusted myself and followed her. When we got back, my girls and Tweak were waiting for us at the head of the standing army. I couldn't help but notice that the army had been assembled into a tight formation, and I immediately assumed that Ember had been the one to do it. "We're ready to move," the beautiful drow assassin informed me, as Trinity and I approached. "Excellent," I said, and turned to Nanaya. "Lead the way, General." She smiled at me, scowled at Tweak and Trinity, and abruptly turned on her heel. "Move out!" I yelled, and our little army began marching across the cavern. An hour later, we came to the outskirts of the city, and I let the army take a breather while my guildmates and I scoped out the area. We climbed up some rock formations to get a better view, and then walked out onto a ledge. That's Piggin's Tower, Nanaya told us. The tower was an upside-down pyramid, and from each of the 4 corners, blood poured like a waterfall. Dragons with ripped, leathery wings, large bats, and other badass creatures were lounging about up there, and in the streets below, thousands of newly captured players were being pulled along by large winged demons. I think that if Magula is ever going to go good on her offer to help, now would be a good time to cash in, Nanaya told me. You want us to play all our cards on the first boss? Trinity asked the succubus with an arched brow. Yeah, she said with just as much venom. Because once Sam has secured the first throne, he will have the power to restore all the captured players' levels and powers. What? I blurted. You never told me that. I had to know that you trusted me, Sam. Don't take it to heart. That's a pretty big piece of information to keep from us, said Cecilia. Her bushy tail moved back and forth behind her like a mesmerized cobra, and it didn't take a genius to see that she didn't trust the succubus either. Are we going to have this conversation again, or do you bitches want to get to fucking work? None of my guildmates answered, and she turned her attention back to me. Well, she said, crossing her arms and cocking a hip to the side. If Magula helps us take out Piggin, then what's to stop her from becoming the level 1 boss? I asked. She's not interested in ruling the first level of the underworld, said Nanaya. Trust me, she's got her eyes on the 3rd throne. I still don't feel good about using our wild card so soon, I told her. I think we can do this on our own. Fine, said the succubus. We'll try it your way. But listen, we need to strike hard and fast. Our army looks good, but that's about it. Once we come under fire from the tower guards, the army is going to fall apart and be overrun. We need to use them as a diversion and get into that tower. From there, it's up to you. All right, I said, glancing around at my guildmates. You guys up for this? No, said Tweak. Of course, said Trinity. Sam, once we get in there and face Piggin, how exactly do you intend on defeating him? Ember asked. With this, I said, holding up the pulsing golden orb that Dr. Hamilton had given me. Nanaya backed up a step, and I grinned. I'm going to take out the other bosses the same way that I'm going to take out Kincaid. Send them to another dimension where they can never hurt anyone else ever again. The succubus eyed the glowing orb with a hint of fear, and I tried but failed to figure out what she was thinking. You never cease to amaze me, Sam, she finally said. Thanks. You're not so bad yourself, I said with a grin. Now let's go kick some underworld boss ass. Chapter 22. I didn't like the idea of using my army of newly freed slaves as cannon fodder, but I liked even less the idea of Kincaid ruining the game for everyone. I might not have liked the idea, but it was the only way to get into the tower. I returned to the waiting army and stood atop a natural shelf carved into the bright red stone. Victory is close at hand, but first we must fight through the city to the tower at the center. Those of you with weapons, break into groups of 5. The rest of you, spread yourselves out among those with weapons. It is up to you to protect those who are unarmed. Once we fight through to the tower, I'll take it from there. There were questions, but I had no time to answer them, and I didn't think the players would like what I had to say. Once they got their powers back, however, I assumed that they would forgive me for whatever pains were endured by storming into the city. All right, I told them all. You know what to do. Now go kill every one of those demonic bastards. I led the army through the large red stalagmites that had been carved to resemble pillars, and my guildmates, Tweak and Cecilia, charged behind me. The first demon I encountered looked so surprised that it was actually comical. I slashed his stomach as I passed, and to my great satisfaction, the notification for a soul shatter strike appeared on my interface. The girls raced through the red mist that had once been the demon's body, as more undesirables began to take notice of our sudden charge. Bells began to toll somewhere in the city, and I could see that some of the people gathered in the city were racing into their homes. Fight! Kill! Conquer! I yelled, as I unleashed a magic bolt at an approaching hellhound. 3 more spells streaked by me, which I assumed had come from Kit, Cecilia, and Ember.
Not to be outdone, Trinity leapt over me, landed in front of the hellhound, and shot an enchanted arrow right down its throat. The beast fell dead in front of her, and the fearless warrior charged the next in line. An army of demons, undead trolls, ogres, harpies, and imps raced to meet us.
Fire!
I heard Tweak command in a voice filled with authority, and a second later a volley of 200 arrows flew by overhead. The arrows arched through the red cavern and slammed into the approaching army, devastating about a third of the monsters.
Fire!
Tweak screamed again, and another volley thinned the ranks. But then the ground began to rumble, and I yelled to Trinity to stop when a giant fissure suddenly opened in front of her. She barely stopped in time, and I skidded to a stop in front of her and pulled her back. "That was close," I said, as she looked up at me with wide eyes. A heartbeat later, about 1,000 winged beasts erupted from the steaming fissure, and Trinity and I hit the deck. At first, I thought the monsters to be giant bats, but when I saw their little goat hooves and the wolf heads that sat atop the sinewy bodies, I realized that they were something altogether different.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Tweak commanded, and a flock of glowing arrows slammed into the ascending monsters. Hundreds of the creatures escaped the volley and swooped down to destroy my little army. I had to act fast, so I quickly performed the hand gestures to summon arcane lightning and unleashed the spell into the center of the dark mass. The spell hit one of the nasty creatures, and lightning exploded from the impact and webbed across the entire flock. If I was a higher level, my spell might have done more than it did, but instead of frying them all, it only slowed them down. But it was long enough for our bowmen to get off about 5 more shots each. As the wolf-headed little winged bastards fell from the sky, I hit them with 3 arcane lightning blasts in a row. When I tried to light the ground aflame, and therefore sear the flapping and flailing little monsters, a notification burst into my field of view. Warning: mana 0%. I still had a couple mana potions on me, but I didn't want to use them just yet. Instead, I decided to let my mana regenerate on its own, and unsheathed my enchanted sword. It blazed to life like a lightsaber, and I went to work putting the dying monsters to rest. A few of our fighters were badly injured in the fight with the winged creatures, but Cecilia and Kit kept hard at work trying to heal them all. "We've got to get around this thing," I said to Nanaya, indicating the gaping fissure that spread from one cavern wall to the other. On the other side, I could see that more defenders were rushing to the edge of the canyon. "There," she said, pointing to my right. I glimpsed what she had indicated. A stalagmite had fallen over when the ground was ripped apart, and it now lay across the expanse, creating a bridge. "Everyone to the bridge!" I yelled, and Tweak reiterated the command. The army followed us to the base of the stalagmite, and after a small climb, we were all charging across it. I half expected a dragon or demon from the bitter depths of hell to smash the bridge in 2 at any moment and quickly end our little revolution. But no such calamity befell us as we hauled ass across the stone. When we reached the other side, my guildmates and I were met by a host of rotten warriors that looked like they had emerged from a 5,000-year nap in some dank crypt. We fell into a familiar routine as we engaged the zombies, and with the armed players shooting from the bridge, we were all soon across and raging toward the city proper. "This is where we slip into the shadows," Nanaya told me, as she beheaded a dwarven zombie. I stopped and told my friends that it was time, and then turned to my army and spread my arms wide. "The city is yours!" I declared with confidence. "Leave no demon alive!" The crowd cheered and surged into the city in the wake of their streaking arrows, and my friends and I ducked into the shadows and began running down a dark alley. "How far to the tower?" I asked, as I struggled to pace the succubus, who now flew low upon crimson wings. "Not far. Hurry!" We all hauled ass through the alley, down a street full of surprised imps, and continued into the heart of the city. A half a dozen alleys, a few rooftops, and a skirmish or 2 later, we emerged at the base of the pyramid. The thing was massive, and it slowly turned clockwise no faster than the second hand of a clock. "Get down!" Nanaya warned, and we all jumped behind a nearby stalagmite. A moment later, an army of about 100,000 ragged-looking skeletons emerged from the tower.
and at least 50 dragons, bats, and demons joined them from the large roof. "Now," said the succubus, and she leapt from her hiding spot and raced toward the main gate. "Come on!" I yelled to Tweak, Cecilia, Ember, Trinity, and Kit, and together we followed Nanaya into the tower. As soon as we entered, the big doors closed behind us, and a blinding white light stopped us in our tracks. "Who dares enter the house of Piggin?" came a deep, rumbling voice from everywhere and nowhere. "Samson Sullivan," I yelled into the glare. "You mind turning down your nightlight? It's kind of bright." A green beam of light slammed into me and pinned me to